The story begins with the powerful, heaven-shaking roar of a boss. Ninfam stepped out, a cold aura radiating from every feature of his face. He called himself the Proud Dragon. My name is Ninh Pham, and I'm invincible at this school. All the teachers here have bowed at my feet. Any blind fool who provoked me ended up in the hospital. But deep down, he knew he had also stumbled before. On a fiercely stormy night, an enemy put an end to his glorious life. A flash of light appeared, transporting Ninfam to a strange, unfamiliar place. The scenery changed, and he stood stunned, looking around in confusion, his mind filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the classroom below, Li Kuang sat with his feet propped up on the desk, his tone indifferent as he yawned widely in the middle of class. What a disappointment to the teachers. Another student chimed in, his voice full of boredom. Come on, teacher, we're in. Class D at this stellar academy, the lowest-ranked class. Even the school has given up on us, so what's the point of attending class? Hearing these words, Ninfam froze, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Class D of Stellar Academy, a place considered hopeless. He looked down at the badge pinned to his chest, which clearly read, Stellar Academy, Ninfam, Jr. Teacher. He pondered, his mind racing. Had he just traveled through time? So now he was a teacher, and those were his students. Just then, a group of students burst into the classroom. A cocky, blonde-haired guy shouted loudly, Truong Thien Truong, I'm out of smokes, go buy some for me. Thien Truong, a thin, frail boy, could only lower his head in silence in the face of the bullying. The blonde guy slapped his shoulder hard, his tone condescending. Just pay for it first, I'll pay you back later. You wouldn't dare ask for it back, would you? Witnessing this scene, Ninfam felt his blood boil. Su Feng sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A teacher like you. Yet you don't even dare to speak up when your own student is being bullied. Li Kuang leaned back and said slowly, getting assigned to this class is really unlucky. To control those with special abilities and harness their powers, the country established Stellar Academy, a place specializing in their training and education. The academy's director was the one who possessed the strongest ability. In this world, Ninfam was one of the 6 grandsons of the academy's director, and was once the fiancé of the director's prestigious daughter. He had once received an honorary invitation to have his special grade power aptitude evaluated, but his family suddenly met with disaster. His entire family was framed, and he himself was covered in injuries. After these heavy blows, Ninfam fell into despair, drowning himself in alcohol. The director couldn't stand it anymore and stripped him of his position. You're only fit to teach the lowest class, Class D. As for the wedding with my daughter, don't even dream of it. The engagement is officially called off. Even Coc Tuyet, his childhood friend, advised him to give up. Little Pham, just leave this place of endless trouble, he thought to himself. Leaving a place where he was once the master was too humiliating. Maybe that guy could endure it, but Ninfam couldn't. Let's see me get justice for you. In the class, the blonde guy continued to mock Thien Truong. Even if you were a genius back in the day, now you're just a Class D student. From now on, you can be my dedicated errand boy. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoed from behind. Shouldn't you ask for permission before entering a classroom? You don't even know this simple rule? Like a whirlwind, Ninfam rushed forward, throwing a lightning-fast punch. The blonde guy had just enough time to let out a curse before he took the full punch to the face, his body flying out the door with a loud thud. Ninfam roared, "Get the hell out!" The students in the class stared, their mouths agape, completely speechless. At that moment, a dispassionate voice sounded in his head. Berserker Teacher System has been activated, initiating decoding. Information quickly appeared, 20%, 42%, 77%, 91%. Berserker Teacher System, decoding, complete. Ninfam was stunned. Berserker Teacher System? Is this a perk for transmigrators like me? The system continued to announce, Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie gift package, the Eye of the Master Teacher. The Eye of the Master Teacher could see through everything, from strengths to weaknesses. To unlock more features, he needed to collect trust points. His recent act of protecting a student had earned him trust points from them. He was slightly confused. What are trust points? Ninfam glanced at the students, and information panels appeared above their heads. Li Kuang, +1 trust point. Su Feng, +1 trust point. Truong Thien Truong, +3 trust points. He let out a delighted laugh and exclaimed, I got this many trust points just from hitting one guy? The smile on his face grew wider. It seemed he had found a way to accumulate more trust points. He picked up the student files, reading each line carefully. A student's aptitude was evaluated through their self-discipline. Class D had a self-discipline stat below 10%, while Class S exceeded 40%. Truong Thien Truong's stats were particularly outstanding, but a note caught his attention, transferred from Class S to Class D. Ninfam wondered, a student who was once in Class S like Thien Truong, why had he fallen so far? The boy lowered his head and said softly, Teacher Nin, thank you for what you did just now. He smiled gently. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Lanh Tinh Nguyet looked at him with an annoyed expression and huffed. Humph, this isn't over yet. It's definitely going to get more complicated later, Thien Truong said worriedly, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, teacher, it's all my fault, Ninfam reassured him. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll cover for you. He immediately activated the Eye of the Master Teacher on Thien Truong. The system displayed detailed information, possesses talent, right hand was previously injured, leading to psychological trauma and a decline in his abilities. Ninfam nodded, understanding now that the boy's fear stemmed from this psychological trauma. He glanced at Thien Truong's right hand and asked softly, Has the injury on your right hand gotten any better? The boy was startled, his eyes wide. How did you know my right hand was injured? I've never told anyone about this. Ninfam replied seriously, If I can't even see things like this, then how could I possibly be your teacher? Suddenly, a booming voice came from outside the door. Ninfam, you get out here for me. It was Tan Hung, a junior teacher from Class C, the blonde guy's teacher. He pointed 2 fingers at his own temple and said, What the hell? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a lesson? Tan Hung dragged the blonde student into the classroom and yelled aggressively, You dare hit my prize student and you still want to teach? Ninfam replied coldly, Then I'll just finish hitting you and continue my lesson. Tan Hung flew into a rage and roared, Ninfam, do you think you're still the young master of the Nin family? Either you bow your head and apologize, or you get the hell out of Stellar Academy. A student whispered to Lanh Tinh Nguyet. Boss, looks like he's in big trouble, she retorted sharply. He brought it on himself. Let's just watch the show. He'll be bowing and apologizing in no time. But Ninfam replied in a loud voice, Sorry, but I can't do that. He looked straight into Tan Hung's eyes and declared, You want me, Ninfam, to bow my head and apologize? The person who can make me do that hasn't been born yet. This statement sent a buzz through the entire class. The system announced, Truong Thien Truong plus 2 trust points, Su Fong plus 1 trust point, Li Kuang plus 1 trust point. Tan Hung continued his insults. Ninfam, you no longer have the right to be arrogant here. In this world, power rules all, and strength is the only truth. Ninfam casually put his arm around Thien Truong's shoulder and said, Strength? In terms of strength, Truong Thien Truong is way stronger than your student. What is there to apologize for? Tan Hung laughed loudly. Haha, you still think he's the star student of Class S? Ninfam made a direct proposal. If you don't believe it, then let's just have them fight around to find out. Tan Hung shot back. A fight? You want Truong Thien Truong to fight? Isn't that the same as sending him to his death? Ninfam replied cheerfully. If you're scared, just say so. Tan Hung refused to back down, as if, I'm scared of you. A fight it is. Just as he had hoped, Ninfam shouted, You two, roll out the dueling mat for me. Lanh Tinh Nguyet thought to herself, he's actually sending his student up to get beaten. How shameless. Thien Truong trembled, his voice full of fear. Teacher Nin, I can't beat him. He reassured him, It's okay, I'm here to help. Then, he turned to Li Kuang and ordered, Take off your belt for me. Li Kuang asked in confusion. Huh? What did you say, teacher? Under the dim light of the classroom, Ninfam rushed forward, his eyes sharp, and roared angrily, When I tell you to take it off, just take it off. What are you waiting for? His hands moved swiftly, undoing his student's belt. Li Kuang covered his face and cried out in alarm, Teacher, don't. He quickly used the belt to firmly tie Thien Truong's right hand with a decisive motion. If you're afraid of your right hand getting hit, this should do the trick. Once done, he dusted off his hands and instructed in a calm voice, A lowlife like him can be beaten with just one hand. Teacher Tan Hung and his student witnessed this, grinning from ear to ear, unable to hide their amusement. Truly a Class D teacher. His teaching methods are certainly unique. The blonde guy stuck his nose in the air and said loudly, Teacher Nin, are you afraid I'll beat him so bad he won't know what hit him? Ninfam didn't bother to pay attention to the provocation. He gently reassured his student, Without your right hand, you won't have to worry about your psychological block anymore. Go on. He was never your match to begin with. Thien Truong was still hesitant, a doubtful look in his eyes. He asked again, Teacher Nin, can I really do it? He smiled, nodding confidently, his eyes shining like a flame. Just as expected, the moment the blonde guy. Charging forward, Thien Truong's hand shot out like a flash, grabbing and holding his opponent tight. Realizing the enemy wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, his spirits soared and his presence intensified. Meanwhile, the blonde guy was sweating profusely, his face flushed with shame. The internal energy within Thien Truong erupted, surging like a tidal wave. He roared, So your fists are this strong after all. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch that landed squarely on the blonde guy's face. Ninfam shouted excitedly, That's more like it. Why suffer in silence every day? The blonde guy collapsed, his teeth and lips a bloody mess, foaming at the mouth and knocked out cold. The Class D students stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Li Kuang exclaimed in astonishment, "He really took down a guy from Class C in just one punch." Lanh Tinh Nguyet muttered in amazement. His right hand is clearly tied up, so how is he even stronger? She wondered to herself if Ninfam's method was truly that effective. Tun Hung was stunned, yelling, "How is this possible? No way!" Ninfam sneered coldly. "Stop wondering and get this piece of trash out of here, or I'll invite the other classes over to humiliate you too." Tun Hung immediately ordered his students, "You two, hurry up and carry him away." The two students quickly replied, "Yes, yes, sir." The blonde guy was helped out of the classroom by his friends, looking pathetic. Before leaving, Tan Hung turned back and threatened through gritted teeth, "Ninh Pham, you just wait." Li Kuang's group stood dumbfounded for a moment before bursting into thunderous applause. They all cheered excitedly. "We actually beat Class C! This feels amazing!" Class D finally got their satisfaction, their joy exploding like fireworks. A system notification rang in Ninfam's head. Truong Thien Truong, trust level +5. Su Fong, trust level +2. Li Kuang, trust level +5. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling ecstatic. How could such a small thing bring so much joy? Thien Truong was moved, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at him. "Teacher Nin, thank you for your guidance." He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice warm. "There's no need to thank me. Wait until I've healed your right hand. It's not too late to thank me then. By that time, your strength will have increased even more." Thien Truong beamed. "Yes, thank you, teacher." Suddenly, Lai Kuang and Su Fong came forward, clasping their hands and putting on pleading faces. Lai Kuang spoke up, "Teacher Nin, I have a psychological issue too. Please cure me." Su Fong chimed in, "Yeah, do you think you should break my arm bone too?" Lanh Tinh Nguyet's sudden shout made them both jump and turn around. "Shut your mouths, you two," she said with a stern face and a sharp tone. Truong Thien Truong was already very strong, so that method obviously worked for him. "Do you think you can compare to him?" Ninfam observed her attitude and chuckled to himself. "You talk a big game, but you probably want my guidance too, don't you?" he said gently. "Don't worry, it's in my nature to cure any ailment I see." Lanh Tinh Nguyet frowned skeptically. "That's easy for you to say, but can you actually do it?" Ninfam smiled back. "How about this? Let me help you a little." With that, he activated his master's eye, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Don't move." In an instant, information about Lanh Tinh Nguyet appeared on the system screen. Specialty in summoning arts, weak blood spirit energy, heir is the main concentration point of spirit energy. He thought to himself, spirit energy concentrated in her hair, that's truly rare. Suddenly, Tin Nguyet shouted, covering her chest, her face flushing red with a mix of anger. "As I expected, have you had your fill of looking?" Ninfam replied calmly, "I've seen enough, and I've also identified your problem," she asked in surprise. "What problem do I have?" He pointed behind him, his voice steady. "Let's go to the training room first. We'll talk when we get there." Tin Nguyet huffed, completely unafraid. "Fine, let's go." Ninh Pham waved his hand, his voice full of excitement. "The rest of you, come witness a miracle." Li Kuang and the others excitedly ran after them. A moment later, the teacher and students of Class D were standing in front of the training room. Ninh Pham sighed. "Our luck isn't great, but at least there's still one room left." Suddenly, a shout came from behind them. "Hey, you lot, stop right there." Two young men walked up, saying casually, "We need this training room." The school's training area was vast, but only a single room was currently available. The newcomer was Li Fong, the teacher of Class C. Ninh Pham retorted sharply, "Do you people not know what it means to wait your turn? Didn't your mothers teach you? Are you orphans? How pathetic." Li Fong looked smug, his tones sarcastic. "So what if you got here first? You can't even use the summoning art properly. What right do you have to use the training room?" Lanh Tinh Nguyet, who was fiddling with a summoning tether in her hand, her expression hardened upon hearing that. Li Fong continued to provoke them. "My students have all mastered the basic summoning art, and Tong Duong is one of the best among them." Ninh Pham seized the opportunity and sneered. "An expert? Then you clearly don't know how formidable my class's Lanh Tinh Nguyet is." Hearing this, Tin Nguyet immediately yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Fong interjected, "We still don't even know our big sis's true strength." Li Kuang muttered, feeling that Teacher Nin was exaggerating a bit. Tin Nguyet roared, "You two scoundrels, shut your mouths!" Both of them quickly bowed their heads. "We're sorry." A loud laugh erupted from behind. "Ha ha!" Li Fong mocked. "Ninh Pham, are you willing to throw away your pride for a training room? Lanh Tinh Nguyet is nothing but a failure." Tin Nguyet turned to glare at him. Ninh Pham replied confidently, "You don't believe me, right? Then let's have a match." Tong Duong stepped forward and said sternly, "Teacher Lai, let me teach them a lesson." Lai Fong laughed heartily. "It has to be you. Go on." Ninfam suggested, "Then how about we have a summoning competition?" Seeing the serious attitude of the Class D teacher and student, Lai Fong began his verbal attack. "Ninfam, Don't blame me for not saving you face in front of your students. Ninh Pham replied bluntly. Don't even think about holding back. That's the only way you'll accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Li Fong sneered. You don't know your own limits. Then he ordered Tong Duong, show Teacher Nin what you're made of. Tong Duong nodded. Yes, Teacher Lai. He cracked his knuckles and stepped onto the dueling field. Tong Duong channeled his energy. A small drop of blood shot from his hand, and he immediately performed the summoning spell, calling forth 2 large stone soldiers. Thien Nguyet muttered in shock. Using the basic summoning art, he can actually summon 2 stone soldiers. Su Fong chimed in. If I remember correctly, Big Sis's first summon was only 1 stone soldier, right? Li Kuang exclaimed. Her most successful summon was just 1 pathetic rock. Thien Nguyet yelled angrily. I told you all to shut up, Li Fong said lightly. Teacher Nin, it's your student's turn. Ninfam turned to look at Thien Nguyet, using blood as a catalyst. Is too much of a bully move. Use your hair instead. That'll be more than enough to crush them. The Class C teacher burst out laughing. Ha ha, summoning with hair? Are you trying to be a clown? Even an idiot knows that only blood can be a catalyst. Tong Duong jeered. It's not surprising that Teacher Nin would do something like this. Ninfam reassured Thien Nguyet. Don't listen to them. Just do as I say. Thien Nguyet pursed her lips and plucked a strand of hair. She channeled her energy, and an unimaginable power erupted. Boom! A giant stone soldier appeared, its eyes glowing brightly. Li Fong was horrified, stammering, What? Crash, crash, crash! The 2 stone soldiers charged at each other, clashing violently. Even Thien Nguyet herself couldn't believe it, muttering, Did I really summon this? Su Fong suddenly pinched Li Kuang's shoulder, making him yelp. What are you doing? Su Fong was dazed. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Thien Truong clapped loudly, cheering for his classmate. Coc Tuyet Vi stood to the side, a stunned expression on her face, not understanding what was happening. Li Fong's eyes widened in terror, his voice cracking. 3 perfectly solid stone blocks? How is that possible? Cold sweat dripped down Tong Duong's pale face. He never expected the opponent his teacher called a failure to be this powerful. Ninfam looked at his opponent's dazed expression and laughed. Gleefully, it seems Teacher Lai doesn't quite believe it. Come on, let him feel it for himself. Hearing this, a slight smirk appeared on Lanh Tinh Nguyet's lips, her eyes flashing. Understood. With just a gentle wave of her hand, Tong Duong's stone soldiers crumbled into fine dust. Tong Duong stood frozen, tears streaming down his face, wondering how Class D could be so formidable. Ninfam glanced over, his voice full of challenge. Want to keep going? I don't mind crushing you a few more times. Li Fong fell silent, his mind in a turmoil, wondering how Ninfam knew to use hair to enhance summoning power. The system in his head chimed in. Lanh Tinh Nguyet, trust level +5. He smiled brightly and turned to ask, So? Are you impressed with me now? Thien Nguyet huffed, stubbornly replying, Humph, not yet. Li Fong quickly changed the subject, his tone sarcastic. So what if you helped her improve a little? You yourself probably can't even perform the lowest level summon. Can you? Ninfam laughed loudly in response. Me? You think I can't? He pulled out a small knife and made a cut on his thumb. Enough talk. Let me show you something amazing. Swish! A red stream of blood shot from his hand. A deafening explosion echoed as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Li Fong burst out laughing, looking smugly at the army of soldiers. A massive stone bear appeared before him. Ninfam, even if this is a low-level summon, I can easily create a powerful stone army. Lanh Tinh Nguyet, do you still want to come to my class? Ninfam sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. After all that talk, this is all the power you have? You really made me wait for nothing. A giant rock monster appeared behind him, its terrifying pressure radiating like a tidal wave. Thien Nguyet's jaw dropped. Li Kuang's eyes shone like torches, and Li Fong was stunned, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. Ninfam waved his hand, his voice deep as thunder. Now, smash this pile of rubble to pieces. The desperate scream of Li Fong echoed, tearing through the air. No! Ninfam sat casually on the head of one of the enemy's stone soldiers, his expression calm as ever. Li Fong's entire stone army was now just a mountain-high pile of debris. He roared, trembling with rage. Ninfam! You just wait! Ninfam thought to himself, why does that line sound so familiar? Li Kuang and Su Fong looked at him, their eyes sparkling as if they were looking at a god. They both knelt down, saying in unison, Oh, Teacher Nin, please accept the admiration of us humble servants. The system announced, Su Fong's trust value +2. Li Kuang's trust value +2. Total trust. Value exceeds 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability. Bow to the master, he exclaimed in surprise. There's even a skill like this? Bow to the master. Those affected will involuntarily kneel and bow. Lanh Tinh Nguyet's trust value increased by 11, but she still stubbornly snapped at her 2 classmates. What are you shouting? 4? You two have no prospects at all. Seeing this, Ninfam chuckled to himself, thinking, such a tough talker. Let's see if the new skill works on you. The system announced, you have used bow to the master on Lanh Tinh Nguyet. The girl, looking annoyed, turned to leave. You two can keep kneeling. I'm heading back. But just as she took a step, an invisible force pulled her back. Thien Nguyet fell to her knees, kowtowing before Ninfam. Li Kuang thought to himself, she said she wouldn't kneel, yet she kneels more skillfully than we do. Thien Nguyet was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Ninfam frowned, wondering, she really knelt, but is the success rate 100%? Thien Truong walked over, saying softly, everyone can get up. Teacher Nin isn't that kind of petty person. He subtly activated his power. The system announced, you have used bow to the master on Truong Thien Truong. The boy unexpectedly tripped on a rock, stumbled, and slid a long way before kneeling and kowtowing. Su Fong and Li Kuang stared in amazement. That kind of kneeling is so flashy, the aura is blinding, we can't even open our eyes. Only Coc Tuyet Vi remained standing, beads of sweat on her forehead, thinking, I'd rather lie flat on the ground than kneel. She immediately lay down on the floor. Li Kuang's jaw dropped. She's even more impressive than the big sister. Ninfam activated the skill, and the system announced, you have used bow to the master on Coc Tuyet Vi. The girl slowly sat up and then suddenly shifted into a kneeling position. Su Fong was impressed. Did she lie down on purpose just to increase the difficulty of kneeling? Who can compete with that? Ninfam stood up and laughed heartily. Everyone is too kind. There's really no need for this. Just follow me with peace of mind. I won't deceive you. In the Class C classroom, Tan Hung slammed his fist on the table, roaring, Ninfam, I'm going to kill you. Li Fong, standing outside the door, witnessed this and thought, could it be that Tan Hung also got messed with by Ninfam? He suggested, Tan Hung, let's team up. A secret meeting took place in Class C. Tan Hung said indignantly, this Ninfam is too arrogant. Li Fong nodded. Exactly. How can a Class D teacher be so aggressive? He asked. Teacher Lai, can you swallow this insult? Li Fong replied, how could I? I must get my revenge. But it seems his power has partially recovered. He's not easy to deal with. Tan Hung reassured him. It's fine. It's not that easy to fully recover. The two men whispered, you mean tonight? We'll do just that. They didn't know that outside the door, Coc Tuyet was eavesdropping, her heart filled with worry for Ninfam. The scene shifts to Ninfam taking a leisurely stroll, thinking to himself that the mad teacher system was too powerful, helping two students improve dramatically in just one day. It would be perfect if his own strength could increase just as quickly. Suddenly, Tan Hung and Li Fong appeared, blocking his path. Tan Hung snorted coldly. Ninfam, you finally arrived. We've been waiting a long time, he replied nonchalantly. What are you two waiting for me for? To treat me to dinner? Tan Hung got angry. Who would treat you to dinner this late? He cracked his knuckles. But you're not wrong. We do want to feed you something. Li Fong smirked sinisterly. We're treating you to a knuckle sandwich. Ninfam was not the least bit afraid, saying calmly, I understand your anger, but is it really okay to attack me so blatantly like this? Tan Hung pointed straight at his face and shouted, what's the problem? No one in this entire school wants you here. It's best if you leave on your own. Don't force our hands. Li Fong chimed in. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Blame yourself for not knowing your place. Ninfam laughed heartily. All right, I basically get it. One last question. Do you two really think you can take me on by yourselves? Tan Hung felt looked down upon, channeled his internal energy. His muscles bulged and ripped his shirt, roaring. Ninfam, don't be so arrogant! Li Fong charged forward on his summoned beast. Like the wind, you think your trash talk can beat my basic summon? Have a taste of my signature summon's power. Ninfam hesitated for a moment, wondering if bow to the master would work on them. The two men charged forward together, shouting in unison. Die, the system announced. You have used bow to the master on Tan Hung and Li Fong. In an instant, both of them and the summoned beast tripped on a rock, changed direction, and landed on the ground in a kneeling position at his feet. Li Fong was stunned. Whoa, what the heck is this? Tan Hung was also panicking. What was that? Coc Tuyet, who had just rushed over, was panting and full of worry, but seeing the two men kneeling before Ninfam, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I was overthinking things. He smiled and asked, well, still want to fight? Veins popped on Tan Hung's face as he growled, Ninfam, I'm going to kill you! Li Fong pulled out a knife, slashed his palm to boost his magical power. If I can't destroy you, I swear I'm not a man. Ninfam nodded, his voice encouraging. That's right, you should have that kind of fighting spirit. Li Fong provoked. Come on, summon your giant stone soldier. Tan Hung was burning with rage. I want to see if your giant stone soldier can stand against me and Brother Lai combined. Ninfam replied calmly, his eyes sharp and cold. I wasn't even planning to use that pathetic summoning technique. I'll use your own specialties to defeat you so completely, you'll have no complaints. With that, he began casting a spell, A brilliant light erupted, and the space around them shook violently. Tun Hung's eyes widened as he exclaimed in horror, "What? What is that?" Ninfam condensed a ball of otterses, radiant light in his palm, his expression confident. "Next up is my signature summon. The thing is, when I summon, I don't need to pay any price." From the floor, a clawed hand emerged, pulling up a scythe-wielding Grim Reaper with a terrifying presence. Cold sweat broke out on Lai Fong's forehead, a chilling sensation, spreading through his body. "What is this feeling that's making my hair stand on end? What is this thing?" Ninh Pham snapped his fingers, signaling, "Begin." The Grim Reaper lunged forward, swinging its scythe, and in a single strike, it sliced Lai Fong's summoned beast in two. Seeing his ally destroyed, Tun Hung froze, stunned. Ninfam shouted, "Hey, where are you looking?" He threw a punch as powerful as thunder, hitting Tun Hung squarely in the stomach and making him stagger. "Your opponent is me." Tun Hung coughed violently, his head spinning, his world turning upside down. The next morning, in the Class D classroom, the students were buzzing with gossip. "Did you guys hear? Tun Hung and Li Fong were beaten up and hospitalized." Li Kuang grinned with delight, his face beaming. I heard they were ambushed and couldn't even see the attacker's face." Ninfam walked into the classroom, yawning widely, his voice relaxed. "Good morning, everyone," Su Fong and Li Kuang shouted in unison. "Good morning, Teacher Ninh." Thien Truong bowed politely. "Good morning, Teacher Ninh." Lanh Tinh Nguyet pouted and muttered, "What's so good about it?" Coc Tuyet Vi sat silently without saying a word. Ninfam held the register, his voice leisurely. "All right, let's take attendance before class starts." He called out the names. Su Fong here, Li Kuang here, Lanh Tinh Nguyet here, Truong Thien Truong here, Coc Tuyet Vi. He suddenly paused and asked, "Is So Fong not here?" Thien Truong replied, "He hasn't come to class for a month. We don't know why." Ninfam nodded and said to the class, "Then let's start class for today. I want to see who has improved the most." Su Fong and Li Kuang raised their hands to volunteer, their voices excited. Coc Tuyet Vi spoke up tremblingly, "I." Ninfam's eyes lit up with joy. "Excellent. Student Coc Tuyet Vi would like to try first?" The girl stammered. I'm not feeling well. I want to go to the nurse's office." Ninfam was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Oh, go ahead." He watched Tuyet V's retreating figure, feeling that something was wrong. Su Fong was eager. "Teacher Ninh, let's continue." Li Kuang chimed in. "I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger." Ninfam suddenly instructed, "Study on your own. I'm going for a short walk." With that, he quickly left the classroom. The two boys sighed. Sigh. I wonder what's going on now. At the nurse's office, Ninh Pham stood before the door and muttered, "Is this the place?" Through the curtain, he saw Coc Tuyet Vi taking off her clothes and was slightly startled. The girl, hearing footsteps, she quickly said, "Sir, I've taken off my clothes. You can come in." Ninh Pham was shocked, thinking, "Why so formal?" Tuyet Vi urged, "Hurry up, or I might change my mind." He reassured himself, "Are you kidding? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just using my master's eye to assess her aptitude." He lifted the curtain and only managed to get a quick glance, when a sharp voice shouted from outside the door, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The newcomer was Lam Xiaoxiao, a B-rank medic with vibrant blonde hair, holding a giant syringe model and a few cosplay outfits. She glared, her voice firing like bullets. "What are you trying to do to my adorable student?" The sound of a camera shutter clicked. Ninfam, while taking pictures of Tuyet Vi, chided, secretly asking other teachers to help you. "As your teacher, I'm heartbroken, but I forgive you." In his mind, he thought this cosplay was quite interesting. Xiao Xiao enthusiastically took photos, but suddenly got a nosebleed. She quickly wiped it and said, "All right, that's enough pictures for today. Go get changed." Ninfam reminded her, "Remember to call me next time. I'll prepare a few more outfits for you." Zhao Sao shouted, "Get lost." After changing, Tuyet Vi came out. "Teacher Ninh, I'm fine now. Let's go back." Lam Xiaoxiao looked at him and said coldly, "If you can't teach her, just let her come to me. Her awakening rate is low. She's only suited for healing magic." Ninfam was indignant. "Are you saying I can't teach her? Based on what you just said, I'll have to guide her right in front of you." He activated his skill, and the system announced, "You have activated Master's Eye on Coc Tuyet Vi. Special constitution, mana consumption is only 1/10 of a normal person's, extremely fast incantation speed, suitable for using high-level attack magic." Note, Coc Tuyet Vi is an inside agent for the Holy Alliance of Superhumans. Ninfam was surprised. The Holy Alliance of Superhumans, the organization with the slogan, "Superhumans will rule the world." Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao Xiao snapped, "What is it? Can't you see anything?" He immediately replied, "Of course I can. Coc Tuyet Vi is a magical genius." Tuyet Vi was astonished. "I'm a genius?" Xiao Xiao retorted, "A genius?" She can't even perform the simplest healing magic. She's the dumbest student I've ever met, Ninfam explained. That's because you don't understand. She's a genius in attack magic. Zhao Xiao scoffed, thinking he was talking nonsense. Attack magic consumes 10 times more mana than healing magic. Her mana is even lower than a normal person's. She'll never be able to use attack magic in her life. Ninfam turned to Tuyet Vi and asked, "You've never used attack magic before, have you?" She nodded. No. He patted her head and smiled brightly. "Congratulations. From now on, you will be an attack-type mage." Zhao Xiao stood in front of Tuyet Vi and yelled, "Stop making things up. I've already seen through you. You're not qualified to teach her." Tuyet Vi suddenly spoke up. "Miss Lam, I want to trust Teacher Nin." Her words left Zhao Xiao stunned. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, it's Chu Van." S-class student Chu Van walked in, and Cao Cao asked, "What is it, another fever?" "This is the 5th time. With my healing magic, you should have recovered by now," Ninfam thought to himself. Healing magic that can't cure a fever? Something strange. He casually checked, and the system announced, "You have activated Master's Eye on Chu Van." Cao Xiao said, "Let me heal you again." She cast benevolent holy light, and a faint green light enveloped Chu Van. Ninfam suddenly stopped her. "Wait, you can't cure her illness." The atmosphere in the nurse's office became as tense as a bowstring. Xiao Xiao shouted, "What right do you have to say I can't heal her?" Ninfam calmly explained, "It's very simple, because she's not sick at all." Chu Van was surprised. "I'm not sick?" Zhao Zhao was furious. "Sick or not, how could a B-rank medic like me not be able to tell?" He slowly replied, "There are some things you really can't see." He turned to Chu Van. "You've been hitting a bottleneck recently, so your awakening rate has been stuck, right?" She nodded. "Ah, yes." He snapped his fingers, then that's it. He put on a white coat and gloves, speaking seriously. "Her body is hot because her fire attribute mana is awakening. Your treatment is hindering that process." This statement made Zhao Zhao, Tuyet Vi, and Chu Van exclaim in unison. "What?" Chu Van stammered. Then what should I do?" Ninfam gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Chu Van's eyes welled up. "Teacher, please help me." He laughed. "It's a small matter, just a small matter." Zhao Xiao crossed her arms and huffed. "I'd like to see what you can do." Ninfam walked over to the water dispenser, confident. "Then I'll give you a free lesson. You should learn a thing or two." He pulled out a bunch of spicy 8-treasure hot pot seasoning and fresh ingredients, organizing a hot pot meal right on the spot. The 4 of them enthusiastically ate with bowls and chopsticks, and Zhao Xiao, while scooping some hot pot, exclaimed, "This is so good, it's really delicious." But she suddenly remembered and shouted, "Why are we eating hot pot?" Ninfam reassured her. "Don't be shy, just eat." Coc Tuyet Vi spoke up, her voice soft but firm. Teacher Nin said he wants to use this method to stimulate the fire attribute mana inside her to erupt. Lam Xiao Xiao broke out in a sweat, glaring at her. "Do you even understand what you're saying?" Then she turned to Ninfam, questioning him sharply. "Wait a minute, you're telling me just one hot pot meal can make her awaken?" Chu Van was still engrossed in eating her hot pot, not paying any attention to the noisy argument. Suddenly, a surge of power rose up within her, and a brilliant light radiated from her body, startling Cao Xiao. "What?" Chu Van looked at the 2 flames burning in her palms, stunned. "My strength has really increased." Ninfam scratched his head, his voice tinged with regret. "It's a pity it only helped your awakening value increase by 5%. Chu Van smiled radiantly. That's enough. Thank you, teacher. I have to use this method to level up quickly." With that, she ran out as fast as her legs could carry her. Cao Xiao watched Chu Van's fiery determination, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How is that possible? Leveling up can be that easy?" Ninfam smiled and asked, "Are you convinced now?" Cao Cao huffed, still stubborn. "You just got lucky with some unorthodox methods." He placed a hand on Tuyet Vi's shoulder, his voice calm. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, as long as my student believes me. That's enough. Let me show you how capable I am." He turned to his young student. "Let's go. I'll take you to open the door to a new world." Tuyet Vi nodded, her voice gentle. "Yes." Although she still had a little hesitation about abandoning Xiao Xiao's method, the 2 of them walked to the training ground, where students were practicing diligently. Tuyet Vi watched intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dong Loi, standing nearby with his arms crossed, said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this Teacher Nin? Are you here for a tour?" Ninfam turned to Tuyet Vi and said loudly, "Do you hear a dog barking?" Dong Loi flew into a rage, pointing straight at his face. "Get out! This is the training ground for attack mages. You're not welcome here." Ninfam casually patted Tuyet Vi's head. "What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll wreck your place?" A van, standing beside him, burst out laughing. "The teacher is sick, so the student following him isn't all there either." Dong Loi chimed in. "That girl Coc Tuyet Vi can't even do basic healing magic, and now she wants to learn attack magic? It's hilarious." These words ignited Ninfam's anger. He gritted his teeth. You can insult me, but don't you dare look down on my student. Avan and Dong Loi hugged each other, laughing loudly. Ooh, we're so scared. Tuyet Vi turned to her teacher, her voice hesitant. Can I really do it? He nodded firmly. Trust me. He leaned in and whispered a few things. Have you remembered my instructions? Tuyet Vi's face lit up, much more confident. Yes. Dong Loi cracked his knuckles. Don't worry, even if we let this little girl make a move, she won't be able to do anything. He even taunted. The probability of her using intermediate magic is lower than the probability of me being struck by lightning. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Loi's eyes filled with terror. Tuyet Vi gathered her energy, and her surging internal power unleashed a thunderclap finger. A deafening explosion roared, and the ground shook violently. Dong Loi's jaw dropped in panic. Impossible! Her awakening rate is less than 10%. How can she use a level 3 attack spell? Ninfam looked at his horrified expression and sneered. You people only know how to look at the awakening rate, don't you? He said proudly. My student's worth isn't decided by some boring numbers. Hearing this, Tuyet Vi's heart filled with joy. Dong Loi argued stubbornly. Ninfam, your worth was set long ago. You and your student aren't worth a dime, he replied coldly. If that's the case, then what does that make someone like you, who's been crushed under my foot? Dong Loi tilted his head back, his voice condescending. Ninfam, I was trying to let you save face, but even if I get punished, today I'm going to teach you some manners. Ninfam frowned. If you're so confident, then give it a try. Tuyet Vi tugged at her teacher's sleeve worriedly. Teacher Nin, let's just go back. Let's not cause any more trouble. He patted her head reassuringly. It's okay, don't worry. My student was insulted, so as her teacher, I have to get her honor back. He thought to himself, the mad teacher system helps students level up, and I've recovered some of my strength, enough to deal with him. He beckoned with his finger. Don't say I'm bullying you. You can make the first move. Dong Loi channeled his internal energy, casting a level 5 thunder combat spell, and lightning shot straight towards Ninfam. He sneered. I thought it was some amazing move. He gathered his power, and a brilliant golden orb of light appeared, radiating an astonishing pressure. A cold sweat broke out on Dong Loi's forehead. What? Ninfam thought to himself that he had overestimated him and underestimated the system. His strength wasn't just like this. He raised his hand, summoning power from the dark clouds in the sky, and unleashed the level 8 lightning magic, Wrath of the Thunder God Genos. Countless bolts of lightning struck down. Dong Lei panicked. How can this be? Shui Wei was astonished, her eyes wide. Is the teacher that strong? Ningfan waved his hand, and innumerable lightning bolts struck Dong Lei directly. He couldn't dodge in time, taking the full brunt of the attack, and collapsed to the floor, dazed and foaming at the mouth. Ningfan thought to himself, very good. My strength is almost fully recovered. If I keep using the system, I'll become even stronger. He ordered the students, get him out of here. The 3 kids quickly dragged Dong Lei away. Got it now? He turned to Shui Wei. With me here from now on, no one will dare to bully you again. The girl looked timidly at her teacher, mustering all her courage. Teacher Ning, can I become as good as you? He laughed heartily. Of course not. My student must be stronger than me. Shui Wei lowered her head in thought, then took off her glasses. The system announced the receipt of 24 trust points from Gu Shui Wei. Teary-eyed, she said, Teacher Ning, this is the first time someone has acknowledged me like this. He smiled comfortingly. I have one more thing to tell you. You look really cute without your glasses. He made a cute face, making her laugh. Meanwhile, in Class D, the bored students were wondering, why isn't Teacher Ning back yet? Shifeng asked curiously. He didn't go to visit Gu Sui Wei, did he? Li Qiang said in frustration. Gu Sui Wei has such a gloomy face all day. It's annoying just looking at her. Shifeng looked at Lang Xingyue and said flatteringly, that's right. When it comes to beauty, it has to be our big sis. Xingyue huffed, don't talk nonsense. But the corner of her lips curled up slightly, as she secretly felt pleased, thinking the two of them had good taste. Just then, Ningfan and Shui Wei walked in, and he smiled brightly. I'm back. Shifeng and Li Qiang cheered. Welcome back, teacher. They both suddenly noticed that Shui Wei had taken off her glasses. Li Qiang was stunned, thinking he might have just fallen in love. Shifeng marveled, so cute. Suddenly, they both felt a chill down their spines and turned to see Leng Xingyue burning with fury. What? Are you two looking for a death wish? Shui Wei walked over to Tian Chang, and the boy became shy. Hi. She blushed. Hello. Ning Fan covered his mouth and chuckled. In the director's office, Dong Lei was screaming, Director Ma, you have to stand up for me. With a swollen face and a few broken teeth, he tattled. Look, Ning Fan beat me into this state. Ma Kaishan, the academy's director, looked at Dong Lei and thought to himself, Ning Fan again. Has this kid's strength recovered? He wasn't this strong before. Donglei rambled on. This is outrageous. Bullying. Director Ma, you can't let him get away with this. Kaishan remained calm, his voice low but sharp. Don't worry, even if he has recovered his strength, he won't have a chance to rise again. He clenched the pen in his hand so tightly that it snapped in two, his face flushing with anger. He and the entire Class D must leave Starslayer Academy immediately. Outside, the sky was clear, and gentle sunlight shone through the trees as dry leaves rustled in the light breeze. In front of the bulletin board, a group of students huddled together, intently reading a newly posted notice. The content, drafted by the Academy's guidance office, emphasized the optimization of facility usage, stating that from today until the end of next week, any class with fewer than 7 students would be disbanded. June 12, 2019. Notice from the guidance office. Tian Chang's words sent the group of students into a furious uproar. Leng Xingyue nodded, her eyes flashing with indignation. They're clearly targeting Class D to force its disbandment. Ninfam walked over, yanked the notice down, and tore it to shreds with a casual tone. So what? All we have to do is ruin their plan, right? He looked at his students and asked in a steady voice. Including Chu Feng, who isn't attending, our class currently has 6 people, correct? That means we're short 1 person. Shuewei frowned slightly, speculating. They probably think no one wants to be in our class, so they set this student count requirement. Ninfam tossed the scraps of paper behind him and instructed, We'll deal with this when I get back. I'm going to Chu Feng's house for a bit. You all can study on your own. After saying that, he hurried off. Li Qiang sighed, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Ugh, self-study again? Shi Feng blurted out in annoyance. Can't you go after school, teacher? Ninfam turned back and replied with a smile. After work hours are for resting, my young friend. Shuewei suddenly turned to Zhang Tiancheng, her voice excited. I want to go to the training grounds to practice the magic. Teacher Ning just taught me. Want to come? He nodded happily. Yeah, let's go. Leng Xingyue watched this scene, a hint of jealousy in her heart. She turned to Li Qiang and Shi Feng, her voice firm. I'm going to train too. You two are coming with me. Unexpectedly, they both waved their hands, refusing in unison. No way, we want to go with Gu Shuiwei. Bam! 2 stone soldiers suddenly appeared and forcefully dragged the 2 weak students to the training hall. Ninfam entered an old apartment complex, stopped in front of a unit, double-checked the address, and muttered, This must be Chu Feng's house. He rang the doorbell, and the door opened to reveal a woman covered in talismans, who looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Ninfam introduced himself. I'm Chu Feng's teacher. I'm here to visit. Missus, Chu quickly exclaimed, her voice full of anxiety. You're finally here. Please, come in and see my son. He stepped inside, observed his surroundings, and asked with a slight frown, What's wrong? The woman led him into a small room where a large box was placed in the middle, while the rest of the furniture was untouched. He looked at the box and said in surprise, This is Chu Feng, right? Mrs. Chu replied gloomily, Yes. Looking at the box with 2 round holes cut into its front, she recounted in a trembling voice, Last month, ever since he came back from school, he's been hiding in that box and refuses to talk. I've tried everything, putting on talismans, holding a cross, but nothing works. She asked worriedly, Is he possessed by a ghost? Ninfam quickly waved his hand reassuringly. No, don't worry. Let me talk to him. He closed the door and said in a stern voice, I'm Ninfam, your teacher. Come out, let's talk. The boy remained silent, hiding deep inside the box. He cracked his knuckles and gave a meaningful smile. Playing hard to get, are we? Ninfam grabbed the box, lifted it up, and shouted. But underneath was another box, perfectly intact. Ninfam huffed softly and continued to lift each box. Oh ho, there are countless more boxes underneath, but he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Finally, he saw Chu Feng curled up amidst the pile of boxes, wearing a long black stocking on his head. He asked with a grin, What kind of game are you playing? Seeing the boy didn't answer, Ninfam sighed. Forget it. Looking at you. I don't know what to say either. I'll just see for myself. The system announced the activation of the Eye of Scrutiny on Chu Feng, and the information was quickly decoded. Chu Feng possessed speed magic, loved flying objects, and secretly practiced flight magic, which led to an imbalance, causing him to fall easily while running and lacking the determination to break through the final stage. Ninfam rubbed his chin and muttered, Loves flying objects, huh? That makes. But he lacks determination. How do I fix this? He looked up at the eagle painting on the wall, and an idea sparked. Seeing Chu Feng crawling away, he snatched his sock. Where do you think you're going? The student flopped onto the floor, covering his face and mumbling, Teacher Nin, please don't mind me. A student who runs. Even falls while running is a lost cause. Teacher, please give up on me. Ninfam fell silent for a moment, then walked closer. Chu Feng covered his face, turning away, not daring to look at his teacher. He asked in a serious tone, So you're not going no matter what, is that it? Chu Feng said decisively, I'm not going. Even if you hit me, scold me, or throw me out the window, I'm not going to school. The moment he finished speaking, Ninh Pham grabbed him by the pants, lifted him up, climbed onto a chair, and threw open the window, saying cheerfully, "How did you know I was going to throw you out the window?" Chu Feng was stunned and cried out, "Huh? Wait, Teacher Ning, it's not like I can't go to school," he replied curtly. "Too late." Then he tossed him, and the boy went flying out. Chu Feng screamed in terror. "Ah!" He was in freefall, looking at the narrow road below, his heart filled with panic. Chu Feng squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look. It wasn't until Ninh Pham's voice rang out, "All right, you can open your eyes now," that he dared to peek. He was amazed to find himself floating in midair, just an inch from the ground. "What is this?" Ninh Pham did a few flips, before landing, and explained, "Actually, your flight magic had already reached the final stage. The only thing you were missing was having your back against the wall." Chu Feng sat down on the ground, realizing, "So that's why you threw me out of the building?" He smiled and replied, "That's right. From now on, you won't fall when you run anymore." Chu Feng was startled, but quickly shouted, "I can fly!" He controlled his body to fly up, a look of exhilaration on his face. On the tablet screen, a boxing match was playing. Ninh Pham sat leisurely on the flying Chu Feng's back, admiring the scenery, and exclaimed, "Life is beautiful. Starslayer Academy is right below us. We're almost at school." He slapped his student's butt. "Let's go down." On the athletic field, a lively track and field meet was underway. Liang Fei, the teacher of the junior Class C, held a stopwatch in each hand and instructed Li Zhen, "This time, try to break Class C's record again. Run well, and aim to break the record." Li Zhen replied confidently, "Don't worry, Teacher Liang." Teacher Liang shouted, "Ready, go." The students shot off like bullets, with Li Zhen in the lead. He snorted, thinking to himself, "Let's see who can break my record this time." Just then, Chu Feng flew past, carrying Ninh Pham with a whoosh. The sound of ripping fabric was heard as Li Zhen's clothes were torn to shreds and fluttered away in the wind. He froze and screamed, "Ah!" The other runners stared in shock at his exposed underwear, almost making him choke. A luxury car pulled up in front of the Star Hunter Academy. The door opened and a dapper young man stepped out. He glanced around and exclaimed, "So this is the Star Hunter Academy?" Inside the training room, Li Qiang and Shi Feng were singing loudly with their arms around each other. "Hurry back! Don't let my tears fall! Hurry back!" Lang Xingyue shouted, "You two, stop clowning around. If the teacher isn't back, just train by yourselves. What's the big deal?" A blond young man walked by and asked curtly, "Hey, where's the administrative office?" His tone infuriated Xingyue. "Is that how you ask people for directions? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating?" Shi Tiange looked at the group and sneered contemptuously. "A beating? From you guys?" Li Qian got angry and rushed forward. "You dare talk back to our big sis? Are you looking to die?" Tiange just smiled and stood still. Li Qiang's punch hit a barrier, and the recoil sent him flying, landing flat on the ground with a painful grunt. Tiange put his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly saying, "I told you. You can't even touch me." Li Qiang was boiling with rage but had to swallow his pride. Lang Xingyue pulled out a strand of hair and said coldly, "You want to fight?" She summoned 2 stone soldiers, ready for battle. "I'll fight you." Xingyue's stone soldiers were becoming more refined, their power significantly enhanced. Lang Xingyue spoke, her voice sharp yet full of confidence. "Don't worry. I promise I won't kill you." Xie Tiange showed no signs of concern, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. "You think you can break my defense with those rocks?" Xingyue replied in a loud voice, her eyes flashing with determination. "You'll find out in a moment." She gave the command, and the 2 stone soldiers immediately charged forward. But they were met by Xie Tiange, who stood waiting calmly, a challenging look on his face. In an instant, a sturdy barrier materialized. The 2 stone soldiers threw thunderous punches, slamming into the barrier with loud thuds, but a terrifying recoil immediately bounced back, shattering both of their stone arms. Xingyue's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? Unyielding, the 2 stone soldiers continued to attack with their remaining arms, but soon, they too were destroyed. Xie Tiange yawned widely, his voice dripping with contempt. "Is that all the skill you have? Looks like your teacher isn't any good either." This remark enraged Zhang Tianchang, who roared, "What did you say?" Tiange taunted him, his eyes mocking. "What's wrong? Upset that I mentioned your teacher? Then show me everything your teacher taught you." Gu Xuewei didn't waste words and immediately unleashed a lightning finger. Thunder and lightning crashed down on Tiange's barrier, but it didn't even ruffle his clothes. Unable to contain his anger, Zhang Tianchang rushed forward, unleashing a relentless chain fist. Bam, bam, bam! Tiange stood still, not even bothering to lift a finger, letting his opponent attack freely. After a futile effort, Tian Chang retreated, thinking to himself, "What's with his defense?" He jumped back into a defensive stance, while Xing Yue and Shui Wei were also at a loss. Tian Ge clapped his hands. his voice sarcastic. You've exceeded my expectations. A round of applause for your courage. Feeling his mocking gaze, Xingwei gritted her teeth, but Tianga interrupted. If you're not convinced, you can call your teacher out here to spar with me, the girl demanded in a harsh tone. Who are you, anyway? Do you know our teacher? Just then, Ninh Pham flew into the training room on Chu Feng's back, as if he had just heard someone mention his name. The sight made Xie Tiange's jaw drop. What is this? Ninh Pham landed gracefully, while Chu Feng clumsily face-planted. He broke into a sweat, muttering, Next time, teach me how to land safely. The kid still couldn't control his powers. Tianga approached, his voice provocative. You're their teacher? You've taught a bunch of useless students, Ninh Pham replied sternly. I'm going to make you take back what you just said, Shuiwei mumbled. Sorry, teacher, we couldn't beat him. Tian Cheng added, his defensive ability is too strong. Ninh Pham explained calmly, there's no such thing as an unbreakable defense. You just aren't using the right method. Xie Tianga laughed loudly, his voice challenging. Ha, then why don't you tell them the method? Ninh Pham nodded. That was my intention. He activated his analysis skill, and the system announced it was beginning to scan Xie Tiange. Xie Tiange, defensive magic, awakening level 48%. Aggressive nature, weakness located in the very center of the barrier. It can be broken by someone with an awakening level of 25% or higher. After reading this, Ninh Pham gave an arrogant smile. Kid, you're done for. He had found his weakness. Li Qiang held up his swollen hand, whining, Teacher Ning, look what that guy did to me. Shi Feng was also upset. Teacher, you can't let him get away with this. Tiange laughed loudly, his voice arrogant. Ha ha, look at your pathetic students. Ninh Pham looked straight at him, his voice ice cold. Pathetic? I think you're the pathetic one. Someone who likes to attack but only knows how to hide in a defensive shell. These words made Tiange scream. What did you say? Ninh Pham pointed at Li Qiang and Shi Feng and said, You two, come here. I'll teach you a move. I teach my students that when they get bullied, they have to fight back themselves. He continued to analyze, scanning Shi Feng and Li Qiang. Shi Feng possessed a consciousness corrosion system, which only controls thoughts during use and causes no mental harm. Li Qiang has a physical arts ability. His strength is weak, but in an unconscious state, his power increases several times over. Ninh Pham was surprised, thinking, corrosion magic that doesn't cause mental harm? That's strange. I've never heard of it. And what's this about? Increased power in an unconscious state. How can you fight if you're unconscious? He suddenly realized something and ordered, You two, stand closer together. Let me take another look. The system scanned both of them at the same time. When Li Qiang and Shi Feng stood next to each other, something miraculous happened. A bold idea flashed in Ninh Pham's mind. Just as I thought. Let's do it. The two students looked bewildered, asking in unison, Teacher Ning, can we really get stronger? I guarantee it. Of course. Ninh Pham pointed at Xie Tiange and ordered, Next, I want you to rough him up for me. He explained the battle plan to Class D. After explaining, he asked, Is that all clear? The students replied in unison, Yes, sir. The battle began. He shouted, Li Qiang, Shi Feng, you're up first. Li Qiang asked worriedly, Teacher Ning, don't you know our strength level? Shi Feng agreed. That's right. Even if we know his weakness, we can't beat him. Ninh Pham put his arms around his two students and whispered, Of course you can't beat him alone, but you can if you coordinate. He continued, Shi Feng, use your corrosion magic to control Li Qiang's mind. Leng Xingyue muttered suspiciously, using corrosion magic on his own teammate? What is he planning? After receiving his instructions, Li Qiang stepped into the fight full of spirit, declaring, If Teacher Ning said so, then bring it on. Don't hold back on my account. Shi Feng cast his magic. All right, I'm starting now. Dark energy quickly seeped into Li Qiang, leaving him soulless and staggering like a zombie. Ninh Pham shouted, Control Li Qiang and fight. Shi Feng responded clearly. Confident in his barrier, Xie Tiange put his hands in his pockets and said loudly, So, you can't say I'm bullying you. I'll stand perfectly still and let them hit me as they please. Li Qiang rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of punches on the barrier. Bam, 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 Tiange said arrogantly. I already told you, you can't break my defense. But he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? Why did this guy's power suddenly increase so much? Shi Feng replied, You misunderstand. I was just getting the hang of controlling him. The real attack starts now. He increased his inner power, casting a stronger skill on Li Qiang. Li Qiang was now completely controlled. His power multiplied several times over, punching tirelessly. He threw an extremely powerful punch, smashing it right into Tiange's barrier. He was still underestimating them. I told you, you can't break my... But a large crack appeared right before his eyes. Tiange cried out in shock. What? Before he could react, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a powerful punch that slammed into his face. Tiange was sent flying backward, and crashed flat on the floor, his face swollen, muttering, "How could this happen? They were as weak as chickens just a moment ago." Ninh Pham cracked his knuckles. "Don't give up so easily, there's more." Tian-ge jumped up and shouted, but before he could dodge, Zhang Tian-chang charged in, landing a punch to his stomach. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out. His insides must have been a total mess. Xingyue seized the opportunity, ordering her stone soldiers to vent their anger, and Shui Wei's thunderbomb added to the assault. Xie Tian-ge fell to the ground, battered and bruised. Zhang Tian-chang said in a low voice, "I think we might have gone a bit too far." Shui Wei gently took a small branch and carefully poked his leg to see if there was any reaction. Ninh Pham glanced over him, seeing that his condition wasn't too bad, certainly not bad enough that he'd have to drop out. Xingyue spoke sternly, her voice firm. "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Besides, what we should be worried about now is that our class is about to be cancelled." Ninh Pham remained calm, reassuring his students with an optimistic tone. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Just calm down and everyone go home." As he walked out the door, he had a nagging feeling, like he was missing something. He muttered to himself, "What did I forget?" Behind him was his student, Chu Feng, was still unconscious after his head slammed into the floor during the match. Watching this, Ma Kaishan smirked triumphantly. He had managed to save face this time. Suddenly, Tian-ge pushed the door open and entered, his face covered in wounds. He asked in a deep voice, "You're Director Ma Kaishan, right?" Ma Kaishan's expression slowly turned to anger. "Who are you? Do you think you can just say my name like that?" Tian-ge replied indifferently, "I'm the transfer student, Xie Tian-ge. I'm here to register today." Ma Kaishan calmed down, his eyes fixed on the boy's file. A moment later, he flashed a warm smile. "Oh, so you're Tian-ge? What happened to your face?" Tian-ge coughed a couple of times, answering without looking at him. "It's nothing. I just fell down the stairs." Ma Kaishan immediately suggested with great enthusiasm, "How about I give you a tour of the campus?" But Tian-ge simply turned away coldly and started to leave. "That's not necessary. Can I choose my own class?" Ma Kaishan cheerfully nodded. "Of course. You can choose whichever class you like." Tian-ge just mumbled an acknowledgement and slammed the door behind him. As he left, Ma Kaishan picked up the phone, a look of clear satisfaction on his face. "Hello, the S-rank student I mentioned has arrived. Just let him join any class he wants. You don't need to. Get my approval." Hanging up, he grinned, a treacherous gleam in his eyes. A talented student arriving and a useless teacher on his way out. What a double delight. Scene changed to the admissions office, where Ninh Pham stood as Liu Huaijun handed him a stack of documents. "Your class is going to be disbanded anyway. You should prepare the withdrawal forms for your students." Ninh Pham replied with a smug grin. "Rest assured, my class will never be disbanded." He made a move to rip the papers he had just been given. Liu Huaijun glared at him, his voice dripping with contempt. "You really overestimate yourself. Who besides an idiot would even want to join your class?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "I want to join his class." Liu Huaijun frowned and looked up. "You're the genius transfer student, Tian-ge?" He hurriedly explained. "You must not know since you're new here. He's the most infamous good-for-nothing teacher in this entire Xingsha Academy. His class is the worst one. You should switch to class SD." Tian-ge began to show his dissatisfaction. "Weren't I told I could choose my own class? I want to join his." Ninh Pham smirked, his tone half joking. "Just because you want to join, you think you can? Did I ever say I'd accept you?" Liu Huaijun was dumbfounded, not believing what he just heard. "You're rejecting him?" Tian-ge frowned, retorting irritably. "I heard your class is short one person, or else it will be disbanded." Ninh Pham instantly replied, maintaining his smug look. "Too bad. I'd rather have the class disbanded than accept you." He continued with a confident tone. "However, my class is the only one in this entire academy that can integrate your abilities into a hybrid of offense and defense." "Oh well, I guess we're just not fated to be." Tian-ge was growing annoyed, his voice dropping to a growl. "What do I have to do for you to accept me?" Ninh Pham's lips curled into a grin, as if this was what he wanted all along. "Easy. Just repeat after me. Teacher Ning, please let me into your class." Tian-ge reluctantly gritted his teeth and repeated, "Teacher Ning, please let me into your class." Still not satisfied, Ninh Pham continued to test him. "The great teacher Ning, please allow a lowly one such as myself into your class." Tian-ge winced but forced himself to repeat it. "The great teacher Ning, please allow a lowly one such as myself into your class." But he wasn't done yet. Ninh Pham's voice grew louder. "The great and magnanimous teacher Ning, please allow a lowly and clumsy person like me into your class." Tian-ge was sweating from the shock but still obediently repeated, "The great and magnanimous teacher Ning, please allow a lowly and clumsy person like me into your class." Liu Huaijun, standing nearby, stared in utter disbelief, the words still echoing in his ears. "Teacher, the great, magnanimous, and most handsome teacher Ning in the world." Ninh Pham bit into a piece of bread, standing beside his three students who looked completely zoned out. He frowned and chided them. It's the morning. Why does everyone look so spiritless? Xing Yue's face was pale as she pointed. Teacher, just look over there. Ma Kaishan stood with his arms crossed, a look of triumph on his face. Ninfam, it looks like your class roster doesn't meet the minimum standard. Ninfam nonchalantly took another bite of bread, quickly wolfed it down, and then leaned on the lectern. All right, time for class. Ma Kaishan refused to back down, pointing directly at him. Ninfam, your class is being disbanded. What is there to teach? Pack your things and go handle the paperwork. You bastard. Ninfam's students looked disappointed. Li Qiang sighed dejectedly. Is it really ending here? Shi Feng also frowned. They had finally found a great teacher like him. Even Shui Wei looked worried. Ninfam calmly replied, I've already met the quota. What's this about being disbanded? Ma Kaishan roared with laughter. Met the quota? Are you crazy? Who in their right mind would join this godforsaken class of yours? Ninfam just rested his chin in his hand and calmly answered, I believe the student's name was something like Tian Gay. Ma Kaishan laughed even harder, his voice dripping with ridicule. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You haven't even noticed that Tian Gay is approaching right behind you, he scoffed, as if an S-rank student like Tian Gay would ever come to your class. The very next second, he was flabbergasted, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets as he shouted, Tian Gay! Xing Yue was also shocked. It's him! Only Ninfam remained completely calm, treating Tian Gay's appearance as nothing special. He even reprimanded him. You're late, and you dare to just walk in? Get outside and announce your arrival properly. Tian Gay obediently complied, getting up and heading to the classroom door to report in. Ninfam nodded, satisfied. You may enter. Ma Kaishan couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, Student Xie, this is the most pathetic class in the entire Xingsha Academy. Just you wait, I'll get you transferred to an S-rank class. But Tianga simply replied with a detached air, That's not necessary. I want to stay in this class. Liu Huaijun silently appeared from somewhere, handing the boy a student card. Tianga, your student ID is ready. The moment he saw him, Ma Kaishan couldn't resist lunging forward and grabbing Liu Huaijun by the neck. Why is Tianga in Ningfan's class? And you didn't report it to me? Liu Huaijun choked out, his voice strained. Didn't you say he could join any class he wanted, and that I didn't need to report back? Ninfam interrupted them. If you want to fight, do it outside. I need to teach. Ma Kaishan scowled and snarled. Ninfam, I'm not letting this go that easily. Ninfam retorted without missing a beat. Bring it on, anytime. Scene changed to the school hallway, where a worried Liu Huaijun asked Ma Kaishan, Director Ma, what are we going to do? Ma Kaishan ground his teeth, his voice icy. Go and bring me the head of the finance department. The scene shifts to a different classroom, where Ninfam led the way with his students following behind. Suddenly, Xing Yue pointed at Tiange and asked nonchalantly, Why did we have to let this guy into our class? Couldn't we have gotten someone else? Tiange shot her a look and replied, You should be thanking me. This class wasn't disbanded because of me. Li Qiang heard that and stuck his tongue out mockingly. You're just a loser yourself. What are you acting so high and mighty for? Shi Feng, who was next to him, chimed in. Yeah, exactly. A few of the other students looked uneasy. Zhang Tianchang spoke gently. From now on, we're all classmates. We should try to help each other. Shui Wei nodded in agreement. Right, that's correct. Ninfam stamped his foot once, turning back to the students. Do you remember this place? Tianga glanced around and muttered, I've forgotten. Ninfam spread his arms, his body practically radiating light. This is the very spot where you were beaten by the other students. I will make you rise from the very place you fell from. The students let out a collective weary sigh. Only Tiange dared to argue back. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just start teaching. Ninfam gave a triumphant laugh. Say, Great Teacher Ninfam, please grace me with your teachings. Left with no other option, Tiange repeated. Great Teacher Ninfam, please grace me with your teachings. Ninfam adjusted his glasses, his eyes, gleaming with a sharp intellect, radiating an aura of wisdom. Since you've shown such sincerity, I'll start by teaching you how to fix your weakness. He began his lecture in a calm, steady voice. The absolute center of your defensive barrier is very weak. If an opponent strikes there, they can shatter your defense with ease. He went on, holding up 2 fingers for the class to see. What you can do is activate 2 layers of protection at the same time. Ninfam continued his explanation slowly, his voice brimming with confidence. 1 layer protects you, while the second layer shields the weak point of the first barrier. Zhang Tianchang's eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, That's our teacher, Ning! To think of such a method. Upon hearing this, Tianga sounded a little hesitant. But that involves manipulating the shape of the barrier. I'm not sure if I can do that. Ninfam gave him a thumbs up for encouragement. Relax, you can do it. Tianga was instantly fired up, his eyes shining. Okay, I'll give it a shot. He closed his eyes. A protective aura surrounded his body. Then, a portion of the light bulged forward, forming an additional defensive layer. Sweat beaded on Tiange's forehead. But a moment later, he exclaimed, I did it! The student Shi Feng, who had been observing while floating, turned to Xing Yue and challenged her. You should try attacking him. Xing Yue cracked her knuckles, a disdainful smirk spreading across her face as she said, not bad. She planted her feet firmly, and a rock golem materialized behind her. A giant drill then shot out from it, hurtling toward Tiange. But the solid barrier stopped it cold, preventing the drill from touching even a single strand of his hair. The drill shattered into pieces upon impact. Nguyet was stunned, exclaiming, what? Ninfam frowned, but the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. It's a success. Tin Nguyet supported herself on the ground, panting heavily. Thien Ka stood by, smugly declaring, just like that, I'm the best in this class now. He didn't stop, continuing to taunt her, even though there was nothing to be proud of in beating her. Tin Nguyet, still propped up on the floor, her eyes blazing with fire, snapped, are you looking to die? Thien Ka paid her no mind and walked over to Ninfam, asking excitedly, Sir, can you make me even stronger? I want to defeat everyone in this school, including the students from Class S. Ninfam replied calmly, learning has no limits. There are still many things you need to learn. He turned to face the whole class, his voice full of energy. Each of you has unique traits, so I will teach you according to your individual talents. He looked at each student and continued, now that we've completed the first step of leveling up, you've reached the strength of a Class A student. Immediately after, he crossed his arms and arrogantly shouted, next, I will help you all level up again. The students stared at him with wide eyes. Ninh Pham pointed at Thien Duong, his voice full of pride. Thien Duong, let's start with you. He looked at the boy and continued, you originally had the strength of an S-class student, but your power dropped drastically due to an injury. Now, I will completely heal that wound for you. After speaking, he stretched and made to leave. All right, enough talk, class dismissed. Then he turned back. Thien Duong, I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. The scene changes to the Class B office, where Triu Van Long and other teachers are gathered around a meeting table. Triu Van Long, an intermediate-level teacher, broke the silence. Everyone's heard about the Ninfam situation, right? Tang Min immediately replied, I heard he beat up some teachers from Class C. Li Kuai Chan chimed in. It seems Director Ma was also humiliated by him. Nuoc Thui sneered, her voice disdainful. Did you call us all here just because of Ninfam? Triu Van Long rested his chin on his hand and nodded. That's right. Ninfam caused trouble with Director Ma, so he's bound to face retaliation. This is a great opportunity to win Director Ma over to our side. Tang Min wondered. I heard Director Ma already went to the head of the finance department. Isn't it too late for us to make a move? Triu Van Long said sternly. Don't worry about that motley crew from the finance department. I have a plan. And as for his students, they're even less of a concern. The scene changes. Ninfam is lying back on his bed, murmuring relaxedly. This is so comfortable, but things are about to get busy again. Suddenly he sat up. Wait, that's not right. If I'm guiding these students, I should be improving too. He mumbled about the crazy teacher system that he hadn't fully figured out yet. Walking to the mirror, he admired his reflection. Hey, handsome, let me get a good look at you. He stared intently into the mirror, his eyes wide as his stats appeared. Health status good, awakening level frozen. System skills. 1. Master Teacher's Eyes. 2. Greetings, Master Teacher, Trust Points, 80. The host has consumed trust points to use a skill once. Elementary Stage 5, Intermediate Stage 10, Advanced Stage 20. Consuming trust points can restore the awakening level. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered, so I wasn't recovering. I was using trust points to cast skills. He calculated that using 80 trust points would increase his awakening level by 0.8%. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed, looks like if I want to recover, I'll have to guide those kids properly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, does this mean I can't use my skills anymore? He stretched his hand forward and shouted, Summoning Blade of the Underworld. Nothing happened. He stood frozen like a statue in the bathroom, silent. The scene changes. Ninfam walks slowly into the academy, his hands clasped behind his back, nonchalantly thinking, it's fine if I'm out of trust points. I still have a bunch of adorable students. Suddenly, he overheard students from another class whispering, those Class D students must have a death wish, picking a fight with a Class B teacher and their top student at the sparring arena. He frowned. Are they talking about my students? The scene shifts to the sparring arena, where Tuyet Vi is standing with a worried expression. Nuoc Tui stood with her arms crossed, persuading her, little girl, come to my Class B. That useless Ninfam can't teach you anything. Lu Man, a Class B student, chimed in. If I were Ninfam, I wouldn't have the face to stay at this school. Ninfam suddenly appeared, his voice cold. Oh. The last person who said that to me is still lying in the hospital. He stared daggers at Nuoc Tui, as if ready for a confrontation. Nuoc Tui, feeling emboldened, said with a contemptuous tone, so you still haven't recovered. I guess I overestimated you. She thought to herself, the one who attacked Ninfam that day was a legendary figure. Ninfam was slightly confused. He had just found out he wasn't recovered, so how could she tell? Tuyet Vi interjected, her voice firm. We've gotten stronger thanks to our teacher's guidance. I won't let you insult him. Lu Man scoffed. You say you're so good, then do you dare to fight me? Ninfam placed a hand on Tuyet Vi's head and looked directly at Lu Man with confidence. A fight? Bring it on. We're not scared. He whispered something to Tuyet Vi before the match. The duel began, and Lu Man brought her hands together and shouted, but before she could unleash her attack, a strange flash of light erupted, sending her flying with a thunderous boom. Nuoc Tui was stunned. How is that possible? Lu Man was thrown back, cracking a large section of the wall. She felt dizzy, her vision spinning, so fast. Nuoc Tui slowly approached, as dust and wind swirled around. Turning around, she frowned. I underestimated the student you've taught. Ninfam watched with gritted teeth. This woman is the real deal. Tuyet Vi stood beside him, triumphant. The swift cast magic our teacher taught us is super powerful. Ninfam's trust points increased, and he instantly regained his spirit, feeling energized. Perfect timing, just enough for me to unleash one attack. He raised his hand and shouted, 6 Realms Flame Technique, Heavenly Fire Meteor. Nuoc Tui was terrified. Impossible. Ninfam's technique exploded in front of her. She took the full force of the blow, smoke rising from her head, her face as black as charcoal. Ninfam said calmly, nothing is impossible. If it seems that way, it's only because you haven't seen it before. Nuoc Tui's eyes burned with rage as she shrieked venomously and lunged at Tuyet Vi. Still so confident, are you? Let's see how confident you are now. Under the dim light of the schoolyard, Ninfam reacted in a flash, dashing in front of Nuoc Tui and shielding his student with his own body. This sudden action left Nuoc Tui stunned, never expecting this madman to be so dependable. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, sending a thick cloud of dust and smoke high into the air. From within the dense smoke, Ninfam's steady voice emerged, laced with a hint of satisfaction as his trust points suddenly soared. Nuoc Tui was astonished, her eyes wide as she screamed, in agitation. Ninfam gritted his teeth, his gaze as sharp as a blade, staring straight at his opponent. What? You dare to lay a hand on my student? Are you looking for death? He roared, immediately seizing the initiative, his voice booming like thunder. With a blazing aura, he unleashed a series of combination skills. High-level, summoning techniques, demonic realms Crimson Flame, high-level werewolf summoning, and finally, Crimson Heaven Divine Thunder, a top-tier combat magic, determined to crush his enemy. Nuoc Tui stood frozen, watching Ninfam's attacks rush towards her like a hurricane, terrified. How can he be this strong? In just the blink of an eye, the area was filled with a cacophony of sounds, punches, impacts, and screams, all blending into a chaotic scene. Tuyet Vi, watching her teacher's power from the sidelines, spoke softly, her voice full of gratitude. Teacher, thank you. Hearing this, Ninfam smiled gently and patted his student's head with a satisfied look. You dare bully my student? You're not even in my league. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, breaking the tense atmosphere. Tuyet Vi. It was Thien Truong. He rushed over, anxiously asking Tuyet Vi, are you okay? Tuyet Vi, embarrassed, couldn't look him in the eye and just mumbled, no, I'm fine. Lu Man, having just recovered, hurried over to Nuoc Tui and helped her up. Nuoc Tui shot a cold, venomous glare at Ninfam and his student. Ninfam turned to Thien Truong, his voice steady. Thien Truong, give me your hand. I'll restore it for you. Thien Truong's eyes lit up when he heard this, exclaiming joyfully, Teacher, really? Ninfam nodded and replied with a smile, if I say I can, I can. In a corner of the schoolyard, Ninfam stood with his 2 students, Tuyet Vi and Thien Truong, under the pale sunlight. 3 sparkling rings of light swirled around Thien Truong's arm, making him ask curiously, Teacher, what is this? Ninfam answered casually, as if it were no big deal. It's to force you to use your right hand, of course. You have to spread your wings a little to get things done. Then he whispered to Tuyet Vi, I'll teach you an ice-based attack spell. You attack him and force him to use his right hand, okay? Tuyet Vi immediately stepped forward, her feet spread apart, her entire body emitting a frosty light, ready to attack. Ninfam stood to the side and gave a decisive command, begin. The moment he spoke, dozens of sharp ice shards shot from Tuyet Vi towards Thien Truong. He panicked, instinctively raising his arm to block, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sparkling snowflakes began to fall like rain. Thien Truong was still confused, holding up his arm to shield himself while feeling bewildered. Ninfam turned to her. Lu Tuyet Vi, what are you doing? Tuyet Vi blushed and stammered, I didn't want to hurt him. Thien Truong stood to the side, shyly turning his head away, leaving Ninfam with a baffled expression. Understood. He quickly regained his serious expression. This is training to help Thien Truong recover his right hand. You're not helping him by doing that. You have to be ruthless to truly help him. Thien Truong finally spoke up, his voice firm. Tuyet Vi, thank you, I'm fine, let's continue. Tuyet Vi regained her fighting spirit, her whole body glowing brightly again as she asked loudly, "Are you ready?" Thien Duong replied decisively, "Bring it on." She charged forward, shouting, "Ha!" A barrage of ice shards shot out again, aimed straight at Thien Duong. His hand trembled, but he still tried to fight back, but things didn't go as planned. Tuyet V's ice shards flew at a terrifying speed, smashing hard into Thien Duong's face and body. She screamed in panic, "Thien Duong!" He was knocked down, tumbling to the ground. Tuyet V quickly stopped and ran to help him up, stammering with worry. Why didn't you use your hand?" Ninfam sighed, a helpless look on his face. It seemed he had to try another way. In the teacher's lounge, a loud shout shattered the silence. "What did you say?" It was Zhao Wenlong, his voice full of disbelief. "That jinx Ninfam hasn't recovered, yet he can still use skills? How is that possible?" Nuoc Thui, busy painting her nails, replied coldly. "If you don't believe it, go test him yourself." Zhao Wenlong and two other teachers, Li Kuai Chan and Tang Min, exchanged doubtful glances. Zhao Wenlong held up the Class D test notice, a sinister smile on his face. "It seems this is the only way, Ninfam. Let's go have a look." He handed the paper to Tang Min, his voice full of calculation. "I'll leave this document to you." His expression grew more and more wicked. "As long as one student fails the exam and gets expelled, Class D will be disbanded for not having enough students." In the infirmary, So Zhao angrily pointed at Thien Duong. "Are you kidding me? This young lady is an SB rank healer. You think I can't fix this?" Ninfam frowned with worry, thinking to himself why this person always called herself an S rank. So Zhao quickly replied, "B rank. Didn't you want me to treat this kid? What are you waiting for?" So Zhao placed her hand around Thien Duong's arm, and a screen with information appeared. So Zhao, S rank magic healer, proficient in healing type magic and spiritual corrosion magic. Special constitution, able to use two types of magic simultaneously without a decrease in accuracy or an increase in magic consumption. A note from the 5-Region Alliance's Amazing Abilities record. Ninfam looked at her with a wary gaze, thinking about that delusional organization that claimed to rule the world. Thien Duong was anxious, breaking out in a sweat as So Zhao touched his hand. Suddenly, she flew into a rage, her whole body seeming to catch fire. "There's absolutely nothing wrong with this kid's hand. Are you just bored out of your mind? Bringing a brat here to bother me." Ninfam had already cast a spell to protect Thien Duong's ears, looking at her with a challenging expression. "I need you to act out a play with me." So Zhao played hard to get, her voice full of arrogance. "This young lady is a dignified SB rank healer. How could I possibly do something as childish as deceiving a kid with you?" Ninfam asked casually, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Are you sure you're B rank, not S rank?" So Zhao's voice stiffened. "What do you mean?" He smiled, his eyes sharp. "An S-rank high-level healer, a member of the Divine Alliance of the Gifted, proficient in spiritual corrosion and healing. It wouldn't be impossible for you to alter someone's short-term memory. Do you need me to continue?" So Zhao's eyes blazed with anger. "What else do you know?" Ninfam retorted, his voice challenging. "I know everything I should." Her face fell. "How did you find out?" He replied nonchalantly. "I can't reveal that. Also, don't you dare touch my student." So Zhao raised her hand to attack, her face filled with killing intent. "Now that you know my secret, I can't let you live today." She launched an attack at Ninfam's shoulder, but he easily blocked it, his voice calm. "I suggested we talk. Why resort to violence?" So Xiao was furious. "Let's see if you can still talk in a minute." She unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, but Ninfam reacted swiftly, blocking every single move. He grabbed her wrist, clamping it with his other hand, his voice slightly teasing. "You're no match for me, but if you cooperate, I promise to keep your secret." Instantly, So Sao's demeanor changed, and she put on a gentle smile. "We're all friends here. For such a small matter, I'll definitely help you." But inwardly, she gritted her teeth. "Damn you, just you wait." Thien Duong was placed on a medical bed, and Ninfam stood beside him, giving an order. "Undo the seal first." He looked at Thien Duong and continued. "After a serious analysis, we've decided to replace your arm." So Sao chimed in, her voice confident. "Don't worry, it'll be quick, and you'll be able to return to the S-rank class after it's done." Ninfam repeated, "After a serious analysis, we've decided to replace your arm." So Zhao added, "Don't worry, it'll be quick, and after it's done, you can return to the S-rank class." Thien Duong stared at his teacher in shock. Ninfam continued, "I almost forgot, we still need to ask for his opinion on whether to change the arm or not." So Zhao interjected, "But he's under anesthesia right now, he can't move." Ninfam concluded, "Then we'll take that as a silent agreement, without letting Thien Duong react." He went on, "This arm of yours is useless now. I'm getting rid of it for you. This way, you won't have any psychological burden in the future." Thien Duong cried silently as Ninfam continued, "This new arm isn't bad. After the replacement, it'll definitely be a Superman's fist." So Xiao immediately played along. Of course, this was the arm of the King of Fists from back in the day. It never lost a fight. After the treatment was over, Thien Duong sat up, looking at his own hand. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning flashed from his hand, startling him. He raised his hand, creating sparks of lightning to test its power. Standing in the hallway, So Zhao was suddenly startled when a world-shaking explosion echoed from inside. She hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, her eyes on high alert. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to wreck this place? But the scene before her left her stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Ninfam just wore a calm smile, as if everything was within his expectations. Looks like it was a success, huh? Before them, the infirmary wall had been blown away, taking a whole chunk of the academy's outer wall with it. The crowd outside gasped, shocked by the chaos. Thien Duong looked down at his arm, then turned to his teacher, his voice full of awe. Sir, the arm you gave me is really powerful. Ninfam just gently placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice deep and warm. Actually, your arm was healed a long time ago. We didn't replace it. I just wanted you to regain your confidence. Hearing this, Thien Duong was moved, and two streams of tears silently rolled down his cheeks. Really? Is that true? Ninfam smiled, his gaze gentle. Work hard from now on. You will become even stronger. Thien Duong clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Sir, I will do my best. Faced with So Zhao's towering rage, Ninfam remained calm. All right, let's go back to the classroom. We shouldn't disturb Miss Lamb's rest any longer. He even glanced at her intentionally, his voice teasing. Oh, right. About this wall, Miss Lamb has always loved her students, so she definitely won't mind, right? So, Sao forced a smile, trying to hide her bitterness. Of course not. What are you talking about? I couldn't be happier that this student has recovered. Ninh Pham and Thien Duong turned and left, leaving So Xiao standing there, her glare, burning holes in their backs. The scene shifts to Ma Kai-sun's room, where he quietly observed the person who had just entered. You're here? The newcomer was Liu Huai-jun, the bald head of the finance department. He spoke in a resentful tone. That worthless Ninh Pham dared to offend you, Director. You should decide how to deal with him. From inside the dean's office, a cold voice rang out. As long as you can make it so he can no longer survive in this school, I will not treat you unfairly. Outside the door, Coc Tuyet listened in anxiously, her heart in a turmoil. Why has Ninfam been causing trouble everywhere lately? This time he's even provoked Director. Ma, could it be because of my father forcing him to break off the engagement? She was about to turn away, telling herself she had to help Ninfam this time, but suddenly a voice spoke from behind her. Well, if it isn't Coc Tuyet, her sharp eyes glared at her. I was just looking around. Is Miss Dieu looking for Director Ma for something? Su Fong stood by, his voice sad. We're about to have another test. Li Kuang chimed in, his face dejected. If we don't pass, our class rank will be lowered. Our class D is already the lowest. If we get demoted again, we'll just be expelled. Both of them stared at the class D test notice, sighing in despair. Why is life so hard? Su Fong muttered. Cramming at the last minute is so exhausting. Thien Ka yelled, his voice full of contempt. A bunch of trash. Don't make the test too easy. Tin Nu Kiet sat to the side, wincing at the argument around her. Huh? You want a beating? Can you even beat me? All you know is a defensive spell and you dare to be so arrogant? She turned to Thien Ka, her voice challenging. But neither of you could break through my defense either. Tin Nguyet sighed, muttering to herself. Why has the school been trying to make things difficult for Ninfam lately? When is that slacker ever going to come back? Suddenly, a thud was heard from outside the door, making... Tin Nguyet was startled. Ninfam pushed the door open and walked in, his voice full of excitement. Is everyone here already? I'm so glad. He quickly walked to the podium. Let's begin class, starting today. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a strange object on his desk. The Class B teacher. Tin Hinjue forced a smile. Wasn't it you who beat up the Class C teacher? That's why the Class B teacher has come to teach us now. She snapped in frustration. Tell me, aren't you the one to blame for this? Meanwhile, at the door of the finance office, Coc Tuyet approached, her voice full of suspicion. Miss Dieu, are you looking for Dean Ma? Coc Tuyet stammered awkwardly. I'm not doing anything. I was just passing by. Coc Tuyet stroked her chin, a deceptively gentle smile on her face. Oh, by the way, when is the principal coming back from Luo Ying Academy? Coc Tuyet gave a strained smile. My father is very concerned about this year's tournament, so it will probably be a while. Suddenly, the finance office door swung open and Lu Hoi Quan walked out, looking at the two girls with a surprised expression. Ah, he said casually. What a coincidence. Coc Tuyet quickly waved her hand. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Lu Hoi Quan turned to see Coc Tuyet already entering the room, and he shook his head in confusion. Inside, Coc Tuyet calmly sat down to talk with Ma Kai-sun. Still hasn't recovered. Ma Kai-sun suddenly roared, but isn't he still able to use his skills? And he even taught the Class C teacher a lesson. Nuoc Thui was taken aback, her right eye flashing with an unusual red light. This was confirmed by kin through my eye. Do you dare to doubt it? Ma Kai Sun stammered nervously. I wouldn't dare. So what should we do next? Nuoc Thui gave a sinister smile. I've already sent Triu Van Long to investigate. As for the specifics, we'll wait for Kin's decision. At the specialized equipment training area, Ninh Pham's group arrived to find Lu Huai Quan blocking the door with his arms crossed. He smirked. In a polite tone, Teacher Nin, what a coincidence. We haven't seen each other in a few days. Ninh Pham forced a smile. Indeed, it has been a few days. Seeing the other's cunning smile, he had a bad feeling. Lu Huai Quan pretended to be regretful. Teacher Nin, are you here to use the equipment? Unfortunately, it's currently under maintenance, so you can't use it. But the smug look on his face was obvious. Hearing this, Tin Nguyen immediately slapped his hand away, her voice sharp. Get out of the way! Lu Huai Quan was startled by the sudden action and quickly dodged. Tin Nguyen pointed at the people in the training room, narrowing her eyes to question him. Then why can they use it? Lu Huai Quan quickly raised a hand to block her view, his tone stating the obvious. The usable ones have all been borrowed by students, and the rest are under maintenance. His face darkened as he warned, Teacher Nin, you'd better manage your student properly. Your monthly salary is meager. If you break the equipment, you won't be able to afford it. The equipment room is undergoing repairs these days, so it's best if you all leave now. He thought to himself. You want to use the equipment after offending Dean Ma? Dream on. Lu Huai Quan turned and slammed the door shut. Ninfam gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. If it weren't for accumulating trust points, he would have dealt with this old baldy long ago. Su Feng and Li Kuang followed behind, looking up to suggest, Sir, if we can't use the equipment, can we study theory first? Hearing this, Ninfam's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he thought, What? There's a written exam too? I thought all we had to do was fight a battle and be done with it? Su Feng saw his teacher's stunned expression and spoke up. Don't tell me you didn't know. Can you be a little more reliable, sir? Li Kuang chimed in. The written and practical exams, if you fail even one, you'll be expelled. It's so tough for underachievers like us. Tin Nguyet covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes filled with a mischievous glint. Teacher Ninh Pham, a great man like you, don't tell me you were an underachiever too. Ninh Pham stammered awkwardly. How could that be? I already have everything planned. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, Ninh Pham, are you all right? It was Dio Noc Tuyet. She approached him from behind, biting her lip worriedly. Don't worry, I can. Figure out a way for you to use the training grounds and equipment. Seeing her, Ninh Pham was shocked. Wasn't this the fiancé of this body's original owner? And it seems she's a top student. Li Kuang glanced sideways. Could this be the legendary teacher's wife? Su Feng replied coolly. Why do you care so much? Tin Nguyen frowned, looking at them with displeasure. Is this really the time to be making googly eyes? Dio Noc Tuyet smiled gently. If you need any help, just let me know. As if waiting for this, Ninh Pham smirked. Come to my place tonight. He took her hand, his eyes full of affection. Dio Noc Tuyet blushed and shyly looked up at him. Ninh Pham narrowed his eyes and continued. To help tutor my students. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face as she looked at his back. Oh, sure? He turned back, ordering his students in a stern voice. Tonight, you'll all come to my house for tutoring, and tomorrow we'll have special training behind the mountain. The students immediately roared in protest. Tomorrow is Saturday. This is a violation of labor laws. Ninh Pham didn't hesitate. Objection overruled. Don't even think about it. No one is allowed to be absent. Dio Noc Tuyet pressed her lips together, a look of clear disappointment in her eyes, standing there all alone. Back home, Ninh Pham stood before the mirror, smirking as he checked his gains for the day. Immediately, a series of basic information appeared. Health status, good. Awakening, level frozen. System skills include 1. Master Teacher's Eyes, 2. Bow to the Master Teacher, and 110 trust points. He rubbed his chin, muttering, I just need to restore my awakening level first. Then he clenched his fist, a thrilled smirk on his face. System, consume 100 trust points and increase my awakening level by 1%. Anticipation swelled within him. Let's see the effect of having a 1.8% awakening. Ninh Pham raised his hand high and shouted, Heavenly Fire Stream! A small flame ignited at his fingertip, but he was slightly disappointed, his face falling. Well, it's some progress. Scene change. A plume of smoke rises from the forest behind the mountain. Ninh Pham looked into the distance, waiting expectantly. They should be here by now, right? But when the scene before him came into view, he froze, then angrily yelled, What did you drive here? Did you think we were going on a picnic today or something? Ta Thien Ka leaned against a luxury car, showing off smugly. This is this year's limited edition model. There are only 10 of them in the world. Tin Nguyet, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly glanced over and spoke up. A picnic sounds like a good idea. Instantly, a stone slab appeared in front of Ninh Pham, where Tin Lac was grilling food with chopsticks. He yelled in disbelief. You've already started the picnic. Already? Turning around, he saw Li Kuang slicing a cucumber, creating a beautiful dish, but on closer inspection, it was actually Su Fong controlling Li Kuang to cook. Ninfam was exasperated. These two as well. He pouted, turned away sharply, and thought, surely, at least Coc Tuyet Vi and Truong Thien Truong are still training. As soon as he looked over, Truong Thien Truong called out, "Sir, would you like a bowl?" He looked at his two students, annoyed. "Are you using magic to make shaved ice again?" Ninfam arrogantly waved his hand. "Everyone, stop. Get ready to start training." Just then, Coc Tuyet's voice rang out. "Ninfam, sorry, I'm late." She was carrying a bag in her hand as she approached him. Coc Tuyet smiled, her sparkling eyes holding up a cup of milk tea. "I bought you some milk tea, see?" Ninfam's attitude changed instantly, and he plopped down next to his beautiful little fiancée, smiling. "A picnic is fun, too." "Ha, I guess we can train this afternoon then." He took the milk tea, and just as he was about to take a sip, Coc Tuyet called out softly, "Ninfam, about us calling off our engagement." Hearing her hesitate, he stared at her and asked, "What?" And Coc Tuyet tilted her head, smiling gently. "No, it's nothing." She looked at the milk tea and advised softly, "You should probably hold back a little from now on, and don't cause any more trouble." He answered distractedly, but deep down he was tense, thinking, hold back? I've already been holding back a lot. After a fun picnic, he finally stood up and announced the special training schedule, which was divided into individual practice and an evening theory class. During the individual practice, I will give each of you one-on-one instruction. Tatin Ka pulled out a rather large metal box, smirking boastfully. "This is the most popular device on the market this year. Just open it, and it will launch intense magical attacks." Then he put the band from his hand onto his forehead and continued, "The magic can also automatically chase the person wearing this band." Tatien Ka's face twisted as he threw his head back and laughed. "As long as I train with this machine, my defensive magic will be second to none." Ninfam immediately walked over and smacked him on the back of the head. "Wake up! That little toy of yours is completely useless." Tatien Ka narrowed his eyes, still resolute. "My device is the most advanced one out there." Ninfam glanced over and beckoned with his finger. "So, can that thing teach you how to attack? Come over here and help me teach Su Fong defense." Su Fong was suddenly called out, looking displeased. Ninfam tilted his head, saying mysteriously, "To him, I haven't taught you how to land before. So today I'll teach you a rapid descent technique. Normally, a second skill is very difficult to cultivate. The fact that you could learn flight magic on your own shows that you have enough composure, so cultivating this shouldn't be difficult." With that said, he flew high into the air. Su Fong asked curiously, "What's the use of a defensive spell while flying?" Before they could react, Ninfam smirked and plummeted down at a dizzying speed. With a loud thud, the dust settled, and he curved his lips, saying, "Rapid landing complete." Seeing this, Tathian Ka and So Fong stared with sparkling eyes, their mouths agape. Looking at him with fascination, Ninfam stood there without a single scratch and explained, "Although the second skill can only exert 70% of the first skill's power, activating the defense during a rapid landing can prevent you from getting injured." So Fong, snapping out of his daze, exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing." He lowered the defensive shield and walked over to his two students. "To help you learn defensive magic quickly, I'll have Tathian Ka control a device to attack you." So Fong looked at Tathian Ka and smiled, "I'm ready. Let's do it." He then smirked in response. After a brief discussion, So Fong put the circlet on his head. From below, Tathian Ka instructed, "I'll adjust it to a rapid attack level. You need to focus on dodging." So Fong nodded. Receiving the confirmation, Tathian Ka pressed the activation button. From inside the metal box, thousands of magical attacks shot out. So Fong carefully observed their movements, then activated his defensive shield and began to dodge. He zipped around inside the small enclosure. The magical attacks relentlessly pursued the circlet. After a long struggle, cracks appeared on So Fong's shield. Seeing this, Ninfam clenched his jaw worriedly. With a loud boom, So Fong's body was thrown out. Ninfam, observing from below, snapped his fingers, and a stream of magic flew out to catch his body. He turned away, his gaze cold and sharp. Only through real combat can one mature faster. Ninfam gave Li Kuang and Su Fong a terrifying look. "You two are next." The two immediately pressed themselves against a tree, trembling. He looked at Su Fong and said, "Your mental corrosion. Skill is used to control others, but you still need more training to control them better." Hearing this, Li Kuang, who was next to him, immediately offered a chicken leg. "You should have a bite too. You need a full stomach to have the strength to train." Annoyed, Ninfam snatched the chicken leg away and yelled, "Focus on the lesson for me." He dusted off his hands and continued, "Next, I will teach you methods related to cultivating spiritual power. Just practice as I instruct." Li Kuang looked at the remaining chicken leg in his hand, about to put it in his mouth when Su Fong snatched it away. He smugly began to gnaw on the stolen chicken leg. Can't you listen to the lessons seriously? Li Kuang stared blankly at his empty hand, then looked at Su Fong. Hesitating with anger, his eyes welling up with tears, he growled, "You spit that chicken leg back out for me." The moment his furious shout ended, Su Fong had already finished eating and took a massive punch. He didn't have time to react, letting out a grunt. Ugh. A second later, he clutched his chest and used his control magic on Li Kuang, making him slap himself a few times. As Su Fong clutched his chest, Ninh Pham, seeing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but speak up. "All right, stop fighting." He smiled slyly and said, "I know what aspect you should train in now." After that, he leaned close to Su Fong's ear and whispered something. Holding the chicken leg, he put his arm around Su Fong's shoulder. "Go on and practice." Watching Su Fong skillfully execute the technique, Ninh Pham stood to the side, his mouth agape in astonishment. "You learned that fast?" He didn't answer, looking down at his own hands, feeling that he could clearly feel his spiritual power increasing. This feeling is amazing. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Oh no, I forgot what Teacher Nin said to do next." The magic swirling around him died down, and his whole body swayed as he muttered, "My life is so hard." Ninh Pham saw this. A bit confused, he asked, "What's going on?" He quickly stepped forward to support Su Fong. "What happened?" He answered with a vacant gaze. "Teacher, I'm fine. I just got halfway through the training and forgot the next step." Ninh Pham was a little surprised that the training was forcibly stopped. "That can happen," he smirked, reassuring him. "I'll explain it again. You rest for a bit, then continue practicing." A moment later, Ninh Pham turned and pointed the chicken leg at Li Kuang. "Su Fong is done. Now it's your turn." Hearing this, Li Kuang averted his gaze, glanced at Su Fong, and pointed. "Teacher Nin, maybe I should wait until Su Fong is okay before I train?" Ninh Pham stood there, his presence like that of a general passing judgment. "It's fine. With the training method I teach, you will feel the wonders of spiritual power, the sublimation of your soul, and you can even unlock your hidden potential. Exams will be a piece of cake." Li Kuang's attitude suddenly changed. He dropped to his knees and bowed earnestly. "Teacher, please teach me." He looked at him, a cunning glint in his eyes. "In that case, hand over all the food you have on you." Li Kuang cried silently, holding up a chicken leg with a tragic voice. "This is the last one." Ninh Pham smiled benevolently. "Don't eat it just yet. Run 10 laps and then come back." He gestured with the chicken leg. "If you want to pass the exam, you have to train your body. No more eating this stuff before the test." As Li Kuang ran, tears streamed down his face, and he cried out, "Teacher, my chicken wing!" In his mind, he pictured Ninh Pham behind him, savoring the delicious chicken leg. The more he thought about it, the louder Li Kuang cried, muttering as he ran for his life. "My chicken wing, my chicken wing." Su Fong, who was resting on the ground, was suddenly stepped on by Li Kuang. Ninh Pham then glanced over at Tin Nguyet, seeing her happily reading a basic book on summoning while leaning against a tree, and walked over to her. He asked curiously, "So diligent, I see." Tin Nguyet blushed and shot up, quickly hiding the book behind her back and stammering, Teacher, why are you here?" He made a V sign with his hand and smirked, "You've been practicing summoning for a while now. Next, you'll learn life-bound summoning." Tin Nguyet tilted her head in confusion. "What's life-bound summoning?" Ninfam slowly explained. "Life-bound summoning is a high-level magic. Its special feature is that the life-bound summoned beast will grow alongside its summoner." Tin Nguyet put on a cool facade, glancing at him and replying, "Mm-hmm." But inside, she didn't understand a thing and just nodded along. Ninfam raised a finger, activating his magic as he explained, "Everyone has a different life-bound summoned beast." A giant Grim Reaper materialized behind him. Tin Nguyet stared in admiration, her eyes glued to it, while he smirked and pointed at the Reaper. "Wanna learn?" Tin Nguyet snapped back to reality and shouted shyly, "Obviously!" He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Can't you be a little nicer?" But on the outside, he just gave a helpless, forced smile. "Next, I will impart to you the specific method of life-bound summoning." After some instruction, Tin Nguyet raised her hand, creating a dazzling light as she began channeling energy to activate the life-bound summoning spell. She muttered, her eyes shining brightly, "Please be a giant dragon." But when the object in her hand took form, she recoiled in disappointment. It was just a small chick. Tin Nguyet angrily threw the chick at Ninh Pham's head. "You're not worthy of my status." He took the hit and laughed, "But it's so cute." Then, he reminded her in a serious tone, "Oh, right. A life-bound summons food is spiritual energy, and it has to eat your hair." The words had barely left his mouth when the little chick swarmed Tin Nguyet's head, pecking relentlessly. She clutched her head and screamed, "Unforgivable!" Angrily, she tried to grab the chick, but it nimbly dodged her. Ninfam watched the chaotic scene helplessly, lost in thought. After a while, the little chick was full. rubbing its belly in satisfaction, while a completely bald patch was revealed on Tin Hengid's head. She angrily reached out to grab the chick, muttering, "Unforgivable." Ninfam's jaw dropped as he watched Tin Nguyet chase the chick, still yelling, "Unforgivable." Just then, Tathian Ka walked up and patted his shoulder. "Teacher, that useless. So, Fong has learned the defense technique, so it's time you taught me an attack technique, right?" The scene changes to the back mountain the next day. Ninfam held a chicken leg, waving it in front of his face as he slowly said, "Today, we'll have cultural studies." Following behind him was Lai Kwang, his face gaunt like a hungry ghost. Suddenly, Ninfam screamed in terror. "Ah!" A figure rushed past, and the chicken leg in his hand was gone. Looking closely at Lai Kwang, who was devouring it ravenously, he shook his head helplessly. "Seeing you like this, I guess your training is almost complete, huh?" At the same time, Tin Ju Yet's little bird flew over and landed on his shoulder. Ninh Pham looked at Tin Ju Yet suspiciously. "Why are you wearing a hat?" Even her clothes were. She held up a hand, signaling, "Teacher, don't come over here." The moment she spoke, the little bird swooped over and landed on her head, pecking continuously. She held her hat down tightly, annoyed. "Stop touching my hair." With no other choice, she pulled out a strand of hair and whispered, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Tin Nguyet gently held the bird and fed it. Watching it eat with relish, she sighed, "All you know how to do is eat." Ninh Pham's jaw dropped. This little guy is a real glutton. After feeding the bird, Tin Nguyet turned to vent her frustration. "If I had known, I never would have learned your life-bound summoning. It's about to eat all my hair." Ninfam turned his back and waved dismissively. "It's no problem. As long as you pass the test, I'll take care of this little issue for you." He rubbed his chin, thinking, there seems to be a plant that helps hair grow back. But what's its name? He suddenly paused, looking towards Diao Yushui. She seemed to feel his gaze and tilted her head to look back. Ninfam thought to himself, she's also an S-rank teacher. She must know something about a hair growth plant. Yushui walked over and patted his shoulder. "Are you okay? You seem to be worried about something, right?" He was startled and quickly asked, "Do you know of any plant that helps hair grow back?" Yushui pondered. There is one. An image appeared in her mind, of a desolate cliff and a dilapidated bridge. She narrowed her eyes and said worriedly, "But the place where it grows is a bit dangerous." Ninfam nodded, thinking to himself, "Dangerous. It seems my trust points are running low these days." He smiled and gently suggested, "Do you want to go with me?" She scratched her head hesitantly. Okay." Then she added a request. "But first, you have to help me with something." He was a bit taken aback, but still agreed. "Huh? No problem." Scene change. Diao Yushui was standing before a group of students, explaining, as ability users cultivate, the students were still arguing loudly, but when they looked at her, their eyes widened in shock. Yushui pointed to Ninfam's bare body and continued, "You must understand the mana circuits in your own body," he thought embarrassedly. So this is what she wanted my help with. In front of the examination hall, the students were lining up when a mocking voice was heard. It was Li Guizhen and Zhao Wenlong. Li Guizhen continued to sneer, "Coming early is useless. If you don't pass, you'll be expelled anyway." Zhao Wenlong, leaning on his cane, pretended to be polite. "We're all teachers here. We should save some face for Teacher Nin." After saying that, they both laughed out loud. Zhang Tianyang angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Ninfam came over and patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "It's all right. I believe you all can do it." Zhang Tianyang was a bit stunned, teacher. A cold glint flashed in Ninfam's eyes as he thought, if it weren't for my lack of trust points, I would have dealt with you all long ago. Just then, Enruo Shui opened the door to the exam hall and announced, "It's time. Examinees may enter now." Ninfam's students walked in one by one, deliberately speaking loudly. "Let's go. Don't waste time with that trash. Let's finish the test quickly so we can get back to studying." Zhao Wenlong was so angry he gritted his teeth, a sinister glint in his eyes. "This exam was specially prepared for your class." Inside the exam hall, Enruo Shui looked at the students who were seated, smiled and signaled, "Begin the exam." Zhang Tianyang held his pen, his hand trembling. "There's no way we can solve these problems." Li Qiang, with a haggard face, sighed. "Why is the test so hard?" Shi Feng just sprawled onto his desk. "I'm afraid we're done for this time." Not even 3 seconds later, Enruo Shui walked over, slammed her hand on a desk, and warned, "No whispering during the exam, and absolutely no copying. If you're caught, you'll get a 0 immediately." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Li Qiang and Shi Feng arguing behind her. The ticking of the clock echoed through the hall. Ninfam leaned against the wall, waiting with his eyes closed. When time was up, Enruo Shui opened the door and walked out. Zhao Wenlong, more impatient than he was, approached him tauntingly. "The written exam is over. I see you've got some patience." Ninfam didn't reply, only giving him a disdainful glance. Zhao Wenlong snatched the results sheet from Enruo Shui's hand and smirked. Let's see if all the Class D students got zeros. Shall we? If your students pass, I'll eat this table. The moment he finished speaking, his expression changed. Looking at the results, every single student had a passing score. He was stunned, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Ninfam triumphantly put his arm around Zhao Wenlong's shoulder, a bright smile on his face. My students doing so well must be quite a disappointment for someone, but I'm thrilled. Zhao Wenlong furiously crumpled the results in his hand and yelled, they must have cheated. Hearing this, Ninfam's lips curled into a smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Cheated? Are you implying you doubt Miss Anne's proctoring skills? Zhao Wenlong was speechless, his face flushing red, and could only fume. The old man snorted coldly and walked away. Just wait for the practical exam. Let's see how you'll deal with that. Only then did Ninfam show a worried expression, turning to his students and asking in a low voice, you guys didn't really cheat, did you? The group laughed brightly in unison. Of course not. He broke into a smile of satisfaction and nodded. That's good then. He thought to himself, Yu Shui's tutoring for these kids was really effective. Scene changed to the entrance of the speed test track. Ninfam stood tall, observing with a sharp gaze. The first test was Chu Feng's speed. Chu Feng answered concisely in a calm voice, yes. Looking at the track, ahead, Zhang Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim, this track is nothing like the practice one, but for Chu Feng, it should be no problem. Gu Shuiwei beside him smiled gently and encouraged him. Do your best. Chu Feng peeked out and replied briefly, On the other side, Zhao Wenlong was bowing respectfully. To a man, Teacher Luo, what brings you here? The man nodded slightly and replied, the Luo Ying Academy tournament is coming up. We're here to train. What are you all doing here? That was Liu Guangyuan, an S-rank teacher. Zhao Wenlong gave a faint smile and replied, the school assigned us to test Class D, so we need to use the 20-teen track. Would Teacher Lu be interested in watching? Liu Guangyuan glanced over at Ninfam's group, his eyes filled with contempt. Fine, let's see what the former S-rank teacher has made of this bunch of failures. Hearing that, Ninfam gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Chu Feng noticed his teacher's dark expression, leaned in and whispered, Teacher, do you know that man? He forced a smile and reassured him. No, don't mind him, just focus on the test. Soon, the loudspeaker announced, Class D skill test, round 1, Proctor, Zhang Ming, student, Chu Feng, skill test, speed. The test will be in a race format. During the test, anything goes as long as you stay on the track. To pass, you must finish with a faster time than the teacher. On the track are ball-shaped traps that will explode and spray paint when touched. Each time you're hit with paint, 10 seconds are added to your time. The 3-second countdown begins. In the stands, Ninfam's group cheered loudly. Go, go, go! Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, watching the ridiculous antics of Li Qiang and Shi Feng. Zhang Ming smirked tauntingly. Competing with me in speed? You might as well go home and drink bubble tea. 1 second, Chu Feng turned his head and roared. Hey, it's starting! The buzzer sounded, and the signal lights flashed brightly. Teacher! Before Chu Feng could finish, the figure of Zhang Ming had already vanished. He looked up and saw the man was already some distance away, glancing back smugly. Left behind already? Utterly useless. But just a second later, Chu Feng suddenly appeared right beside him. Zhang Ming was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. How is this brat so fast? Seeing the first obstacle, ahead, he smirked wickedly. Let's see how I handle you. He rushed forward, kicked one of the balls to make it explode, and laughed. Here's a little gift for you. Chu Feng, behind him, was caught off guard, his eyes widening at the paint splattering ahead. What? With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and charged straight into it. Ninfam in the stands couldn't hold back, jumping to his feet agitatedly. He's triggering the traps to harm Chu Feng? Chu Feng passed through the paint cloud, his gaze turning icy. Damn it, I'm moving too fast to dodge. Zhang Ming, ahead of him, taunted triumphantly. Useless, truly useless. Once I deal with you, Ninfam will be kicked out of the academy. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and stayed close behind, while Zhang Ming continued to trigger the traps. Chu Feng precisely calculated the timing of the explosions, using his speed to weave through the paint bursts, and then shot straight towards Zhang Ming. Xing Yue in the stands said in frustration, What's Teacher Zhang's plan? Constantly hitting the traps like that. Zhao Wenlong calmly replied, As long as he doesn't get hit by the paint, triggering the traps is fine. By now, Chu Feng had overtaken Zhang Ming, who still sneered leisurely. So what if you're fast? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, you're definitely getting expelled. Chu Feng smirked, his voice challenging. Even though I'm the weakest in Class D, it seems that without these dirty tricks, you can't even beat me. Zhang Ming couldn't contain his anger and lashed out. Yeah, a failure like you should have been expelled from this academy long ago. With that, he launched a direct attack. Chu Feng had no time to react. There was a loud bang, and the track shook. Zheng Ming smirked triumphantly. It's over. But not even 3 seconds later, Chu Feng's figure emerged from the smoke with a mocking smile. Is that so? Did you want me to practice my defense? It really came in handy. In the stands, Ninfam gritted his teeth and said coldly, Isn't Teacher Zhang attacking a student like that a violation? Zhao Wenlong sneered. Like I said before, anything goes on the track. Besides, even if the paint hits a defensive barrier, it still counts as a time penalty. Ninfam tilted his head, looking at the screen, and asked again, You said anything goes on the track, right? Zhao Wenlong smirked. That's right. I said it. The moment he finished speaking, the door to the announcer's booth burst open. Ninh Pham stormed in, his face filled with determination. Thien Nguyet stared blankly at the empty seat. At a crucial moment like this, where did Teacher Nin disappear to? Immediately after, Ninh Pham's face appeared on the big screen, his voice booming. So, Fong, Teacher Triu said anything goes on the racetrack. If that's the case, then allow me. Zheng noticed his high-speed landing kick. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, Zheng Ming was still engrossed in running, completely unaware. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Chu Feng brazenly putting up a protective shield and delivering a powerful kick. A few seconds earlier, upon receiving a signal from Ninh Pham, Chu Feng had completely relaxed. He glided past every obstacle. At lightning speed, charging forward, a powerful kick landed with a loud boom, sending dust flying everywhere. Zheng Ming collapsed at his feet. Chu Feng didn't even bother to stop, calmly walking to the finish line, raising his hand and shouting, I won. The crowd in the stands erupted. Chu Feng won. Great, he finally won. Shi Feng excitedly slapped the back of Li Qiang's neck, yelling, Look, Chu Feng won. In the broadcast room, Ninh Pham let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile on his face. Considering Chu Feng's test concluded, Zhao Wenlong glared, pointing a finger at his face. This doesn't count. Your student triggered a mechanism and attacked a teacher. That's a violation of the rules. Ninh Pham laughed in anger. Didn't you yourself say that anything goes on the racetrack? Zhao Wenlong was flustered. Did I say that? Ninh Pham raised his hand, his voice cold. Do you need me to help you remember? Liu Guangyuan cut in. All right, what his student did was all within the rules. We'll let it pass this time. He stepped in front of Ninh Pham, his presence oppressive. I didn't expect you could still teach such an outstanding student, befitting your former title as an S-class teacher, but you're a far cry from what you used to be. Zhao Wenlong also chimed in, his tone not very pleasant. Teacher Liu said he passed, so I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Let's start the next round of tests. Ninh Pham forced a smile and turned away. On the big screen, Zhao Wenlong announced that the results of this test were valid. The next student, prepare for your test. Li Qiang shakily raised his hand. Teacher, let me go first. I can't hold on much longer. Ninh Pham looked at him, sighed softly, and nodded. Then you go. He prayed inwardly, hoping that the arduous days of training would help his students achieve the results they desired. The scene shifts to the skills assessment arena, where a tense atmosphere hangs in the air. From the speakers, a voice announced, For this skills test, the examining teacher is Teacher Liang Fei of C class, and the student being tested is Li Qiang of D class. Down in the arena, Ninh Pham seized the opportunity, leaning in to instruct Li Qiang in a low but meaningful voice. As soon as it starts, you squat on the ground for exactly 10 seconds, then stand up and throw a punch. Nearby, Zhao Wenlong cast a trusting look towards Liang Fei, C class. Now only has you and Dong Lei left. I expect you to be extremely strict in this test. Liang Fei nodded, his eyes sharp as a blade. I will conduct the test strictly according to the competition's regulations. The announcement sounded again, signaling for both to get into position. Looking at Li Qiang's haggard appearance, Liang Fei spoke softly, a hint of concern in his voice. Your current condition is not suitable for a test. I advise you to give up. Li Qiang, with his gaunt face, rubbed his stomach, his voice weak but resolute. Teacher, please hurry. Let's get this test over with so I can go eat. At that moment, the announcement came. Begin. The word had barely been spoken when Liang Fei raised his fist and charged like the wind, not knowing what was good for him. Then I'll grant your wish. Go down. But just as his fist flew, Li Qiang dropped to the ground. Liang Fei frowned and snorted. Li Qiang paid him no mind, muttering and counting. 1, 2. Liang Fei was stunned, asking in surprise, What are you doing? Li Qiang still didn't answer, continuing to count. 4, 6. Liang Fei grew angry, his fist tightening as he growled, You! Li Qiang's muttering continued steadily. 7, 8, 9, 10. On the final second, he shot up, startling Liang Fei. Because he stood up too quickly, Li Qiang was a bit dizzy, his legs trembling, but his arm instinctively threw a punch. Liang Fei quickly advised, You should give up. But before he could finish, with a loud smack, Li Qiang's punch hit its mark. Liang Fei was sent flying straight into a wall, while Li Qiang collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. Although thrown into the wall, Liang Fei managed to catch himself, hanging there with a look of utter astonishment. Wasn't he dizzy? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Zhao Wenlong signaled from the stands, his voice harsh. Liang Fei, what are you doing? Continue the test. Liang Fei gave a forced smile in return. I am a teacher. I know the limits of the test. Then he admitted, I've lost. Zhao Wenlong gritted his teeth in anger, unwilling to accept it. In the stands, Shifeng raised his hands high, waving excitedly. We won! Come on over! Li Qiang, I've got a chicken leg ready for you. Li Qiang sat on the floor, his mind filled only with the fragrant smell of meat, the smell of a chicken leg. My chicken leg. His eyes, like those of a starving beast, stared intently at Shifeng. Shifeng screamed in terror. Ah! Then took off running, shouting, Calm down! Li Qiang chased after him, roaring, Chicken leg, don't run, I'll just take one bite. In the end, Li Qiang was blissfully gnawing on the chicken leg, next to a tattered Shifeng, who rubbed his head. Geez, why so fierce? It's not like I wasn't going to give it to you. Just then, the broadcast announced, the psychic type test for D class is about to begin. Student. Shifeng, please proceed to the testing area quickly. Shifeng panted, muttering, Is it my turn already? On the other side, Zhao Wenlong personally met with Li Guizhen, his voice full of calculation. After this is done, this year's title of outstanding teacher will surely be yours. Li Guizhen smiled with narrowed eyes. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I will make sure that student is done for. After their agreement, he returned to the broadcast room. The announcement rang out, psychic type test. Examining teacher, Li Guizhen of B class. Student being tested, Shi Feng of D class. Begin. Li Guizhen gave a friendly smile. Let's make this quick. Immediately, a phantom appeared behind him, creating an area of pitch-black darkness. Seeing this, Zhao Wenlong gloated inwardly. Li Guizhen's psychic magic has almost materialized. A normal person would find it difficult to deal with a psychic attack like this. He glanced at Ninh Pham, his voice mocking. Ninh Pham, let's see if you still refuse to obediently get the hell out of this school this time. Xingyue sat to one side, her eyes filled with worry. This is bad. I'm afraid Shifeng is no match for him. Li Guizhen gave a signal, and several shadows immediately rushed towards Shifeng. He instinctively raised his hands to block, but the magic passed right through his body. Shifeng's eyes widened as he stammered, This is... He stared in shock at the illusion before him. Li Guizhen showed no mercy, continuing his assault. Shifeng ran for his life in a panic, screaming, Mommy! He gritted his teeth and turned back, thinking to himself, running away isn't the answer. I have to find a way to attack him. Li Guizhen sneered, his voice full of ridicule. You want to attack me? How ridiculous. Shifeng gritted his teeth and muttered, No, I have to distract his attention. But whatever he thought, Li Guizhen saw through it, snorting coldly, You want to distract me? A cold wind swept past, and Shifeng turned his head to look, startled. Huh? Li Guizhen split into 3 clones and simultaneously created 3 massive ice pillars that surrounded Shifeng. He smiled. So, where is your attention? Now? Shifeng was frozen to the spot, exclaiming, What? Li Guizhen calmly directed the ice pillars to crash down. Shifeng screamed in panic, Ah! Before being knocked flat on the floor. Li Guizhen laughed loudly, exhilarated. This is just too funny. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Time to end this. The phantom behind him raised a giant hand, preparing to crush Shifeng. Lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth, slowly raising a hand and muttering, Li Qiang won. How can I lose? If I lose, D-class will be disbanded. Li Guizhen waved his hand dismissively, with a faint smile. Wouldn't that be for the best? Hurry up and lose so it can be disbanded. The phantom's other hand also rose. Just then, an exaggerated laugh echoed throughout the arena, and the phantom's hand froze in midair. Li Guizhen frowned in confusion. Shifeng crawled in front of him, reached out his hand, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Let me borrow your ability for a moment. He immediately took control of the phantom. Li Guizhen was caught off guard, attacked by his own creation. Ugh! The phantom threw a punch that pinned him to the wall, making him grit his teeth in fury. From the stands, Zhao Wenlong angrily cursed, Useless fool. Beside him, Ninh Pham smirked smugly. Oh, what an outstanding student. I'm feeling the pressure myself. Li Guizhen fell to the floor, face down. Shifeng raised both hands, cheering excitedly. I won! The notification panel next to Ninh Pham lit up, adding 100 trust points. Shifeng walked over to Li Qiang, smiling. Speaking of which, was that laugh just now yours? Beside him, Li Qiang's score also increased by 80. He rushed over joyfully. Teacher's method was amazing. I won't. Get expelled now. Shifeng, covered in wounds, rolled his shoulders and panted. Tired, so tired. Li Qiang put an arm around him and handed him a chicken leg. If you're tired, eat up and replenish your energy. Shi Feng smiled at Li Qiang. That laugh during my test, that was you, right? How did that happen? Li Qiang scratched his face, embarrassed. Oh, you heard it? I fainted during my test? I thought I lost. When I heard you say I won, I was just so happy. Hearing this, Xingwei scolded in frustration. Can you pay a little attention? Why are you only reacting now? Shi Feng just laughed and raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Li Qiang stretched and, hearing that, immediately ran after him. Huh? Okay. In the broadcast room, Zhao Wenlong clenched his fists and ordered, continue the test. Next up is the summoning test. As long as he takes the field, all your previous wins will be for nothing. He turned to instruct the person beside him. When you go up later, don't be careless like Li Guizhen. Wei Feng curled his lip in contempt. Just a Class D student. What can she possibly do? He grimly announced the next test would be invigilated by teacher Wei Feng, facing off against Xing Yue of Class D. Xing Yue arrogantly replied, a test is a test. Who's afraid of who? At the arena, Ninfam gently stroked the little bird's head, teasingly saying, do your best, take care of Wei Feng for me, and I'll help you become the ultimate genius. Xing Yue, fuming with anger, pointed right at his face. Isn't this all your fault? Soon after, the announcer's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. This mental assessment test, with invigilator Wei Feng of Class B and student Bing Xingyue of Class D will now begin. As soon as the whistle blew, Xingyue waved her hand, her eyes sharp as she summoned her magic. Boulder Army, come forth! Beneath her feet, the ground trembled as massive boulders rose up, forming towering rock golems. Wei Feng sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. To be able to train a summoning spell of such a low level to this extent, it seems you have some skill, but to dare bring a low-level spell to a test, your teacher must be useless, so let me show you the true power of a high-level summoning spell. He waved his hand, and a giant figure appeared. The flame bear roared, swatting away Xingyue's rock golem with a single swipe, then beat its chest, its mighty roar echoing through the arena. Xingyue was stunned, murmuring, this power is terrifying, but she didn't falter, raising her hand to command, get him! Two giant rock golems charged forward, grabbing the flame bear's arms to restrain it. Another golem took the opportunity to rush in with a raised fist, but the flame bear opened its mouth and chomped down, shattering the rock golem. It lifted the two remaining golems and brutally slammed them into the ground. Wei Feng smirked, his tone sarcastic. Looks like you're out of chances. A murderous glint flashed in the flame bear's eyes. Xingyue raised her hand, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. A second later, a brilliant light exploded. She gave a soft command, go! The flame bear couldn't react in time and was struck squarely in the face by an object. Wei Feng was stunned, stammering, how? How is that possible? Xingyue stood before her summon, her voice full of mockery. Low-level summoning isn't as simple as you think. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Her eyes were ice cold. As she raised her hand and ordered, weave it! From the stands, Ninfam nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. She's learned it all. It seems she's been working very hard. Xingyue commanded again, her voice sharp. Destroy it! Her summon gathered its strength and delivered a finishing blow. The flame bear took the full force of the punch, stumbling back a few steps. Wei Feng gritted his teeth. I won't accept this. You've got some tricks, but you're still a long way from matching my high-level summon, he commanded. Smash that pile of rocks. The flame bear charged, unleashing a flurry of attacks before landing a punch that sent Xingyue's rock golem flying. Xingyue bit her lip, praying silently, I have to win. Both summons unleashed their finishing blows simultaneously, the rock golem's punch landing with immense force. When the dust settled, only Xingyue's rock golem was left standing tall. She shouted in excitement. I won! Wei Feng smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. Won, have you? He activated his own blood, his voice mocking. True summoning isn't some child's game of rock golems fighting. Lifebound summon! His swarm of lifebound snakes rushed forward, nearly swallowing the rock golem whole. Xingyue's face paled as she tried to command. Get out of the way! Wei Feng spoke slowly, his voice full of menace. Let me show you what truly terrifying power is. The rock golem crumbled to dust. Xingyue stammered in horror, such immense power. The small bird on her shoulder was sucked away by the gust of wind, crying out in tears. Xingyue quickly grabbed its wing, pulled it back, and held it tightly. Come back here. Don't cause any more trouble. Ninfam frowned, deep in thought. Why hasn't her lifebound summon awakened yet? Wei Feng's snake suddenly circled behind her, attacking before Xingyue could notice. Sensing the danger, she hugged the parrot tightly, but the swarm of snakes charged, knocking it away. Xingyue clenched a sharp piece of rock, roaring, How dare you hit my pet? Indifferently, Wei Feng sent the swarm of snakes to attack again. Xingyue ducked to dodge, then lunged forward, swinging the rock shard. I'll take you down with me. but she froze when she saw countless snakes squirming out from under Wei Feng's skin. Suddenly, her hair was yanked back, and she cried out in pain. Ah! Wei Feng wrapped her hair around his hand, saying coldly, "Feisty, but you were destined to lose." Xingyue gritted her teeth and cut off her hair. Not necessarily. The golden bird regained consciousness, and upon seeing her falling hair, its body erupted in a brilliant light. Wei Feng and Xingyue were stunned, Ninfam said seriously. So it's finally awakened? The golden bird flew up, glowing brightly as it evolved into a new form. Wei Feng, feeling smug, sent his snakes to attack, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Time to end this!" But the parrot shot up, dodged, and charged straight at Wei Feng, meeting his eyes before headbutting him and sending him flying. The bird mimicked him, its voice sharp. "Ha ha! Time to end this." Wei Feng was furious, getting pecked on the head repeatedly while hearing the mimicry. "Ha ha! Time to end this." Finally, the parrot flew away cheerfully, leaving Wei Feng unconscious. Xingyue affectionately touched the bird, causing it to flap its wings in delight. From the stands, Zhao Wenlong roared in frustration. "Idiots! A bunch of idiots! You can't even beat these useless students." He turned to Yin Ruoshui. "Miss Yin, you're up for the next match." But Dong Lei interjected, "Teacher Zhao, let me take this match." Zhao Wenlong was doubtful. "You?" Dong Lei was resolute. "Last time at the training grounds, Ninfam showed me a whole other level. Let me broaden my horizons." Zhao Wenlong probed. "What are you planning to do?" Dong Lei whispered, his voice dark. "I won't hold back. If anything unexpected happens, I'll take full responsibility." Zhao Wenlong leaned in close. "If you want to contribute, I agree. Make sure you do as you say." Dong Lei gave a meaningful smile. "Teacher Zhao, you can be 200% sure. I won't let you down." Zhao Wenlong announced, "The offensive magic test. Invigilator Dong Lei, of Class C, student Zhu Shuiwei, of Class D." Ninfam suddenly grabbed the microphone and advised, "Don't worry, Shuiwei. Your magic consumes little energy and has a fast casting speed, allowing you to launch multiple attacks at once to create an opening. Go on, and remember to save some face for Teacher Dong." Dong Lei retorted, "That day at the arena was just a fluke. It won't be so easy today." The announcement sounded, and Dong Lei attacked immediately. "Take this, Cyclone!" A giant vortex appeared in front of Zhu Shuiwei. Zhang Tianyang shouted, "Shuiwei, get out of the way!" She frowned. There's no time to dodge. Instantly, she counterattacked. Unceasing hail. An icy mass rapidly gathered in front of her as she thought. Teacher was right. Speed is my advantage. She transformed the ice block into a drill and commanded, "Pierce through it." Thousands of ice shards appeared around her. Dong Lei praised, "Indeed, your speed isn't slow." But he laughed coldly. "Let's see how you escape this." The ground around Zhu Shuiwei cracked open as Dong Lei unleashed his attack. Extreme lightning chase. Countless bolts of lightning shot towards her. Startled, she waved her hand to create an ice screen to block the damage. Panting, she suddenly glared. "Where are you?" Dong Lei had vanished from in front of her. From behind, Dong Lei silently swung a fist towards Zhu Shuiwei. The punch shattered her ice shield, his hand glowing with dark energy as it closed in, causing one of her eyes to twitch violently, in pain. Dong Lei laughed triumphantly. "It seems this is all Ninfam could teach you." Shuiwei writhed on the ground, screaming in agony. Zhang Tianyang suddenly shouted, "That's against the rules." He angrily accused, "Teacher Dong must have used a sharp weapon." Zhao Wenlong calmly explained, "It was just a minor accident. During the test, Teacher Dong couldn't pull back in time, so don't make a big deal out of it." Ninfam suddenly grabbed Zhao Wenlong by the collar, his eyes as cold as ice. "You said something to Dong Lei before the test, didn't you? You ordered him to do this, didn't you?" Zhao Wenlong stammered, "You need proof, you need proof." Ninfam roared, "Stop the test immediately." Liu Guangyuan grabbed his arm, advising, "Calm down, accidents are unavoidable in competitions." He continued, "Besides, your student still wants to continue." Ninfam looked at the screen and saw Zhu Shuiwei's eye was severely injured, but she remained calm. "I'm fine," he shouted, his voice filled with worry. "That's enough. You can't continue in this condition." Dong Lei also spoke up, feigning concern. "That's right. See, even your teacher says so. It's okay to give up." But Shuiwei stubbornly replied, "I'm fine. Let's continue the test." Dong Lei sighed. "Well then, I have no choice." He stood up and launched an attack at her. "If you don't want to end it, I'll end it for you." An iron rod suddenly appeared, summoned by Dong Lei. Shuiwei shouted, casting a defensive spell, and an ice shield materialized, blocking Dong Lei's attack. She slid backward but continued to attack. Ice Blade Assault! Ice blades shot straight towards Dong Lei. He couldn't dodge in time, and a loud explosion erupted. Shuiwei thought to herself, "A direct hit, great." But from the dust and smoke, a rocky hand emerged. Dong Lei, his body ablaze with fire, emerged unscathed, mocking, Trying to attack me with such childish tricks. You're a fool dreaming. Shui Wei, worried, thinking to herself, my ice magic is completely countered by his fire. She raised her hand and unleashed a lightning spell. Dong Lei raised his iron rod to block the lightning, sneering. Your only advantage is your speed. He continued his assault. Blazing murder art. Another explosion occurred. Shui Wei was helpless. Her eyes rolled back. It's over. There's no way to win. She wiped her tears as childhood memories flooded back. She stood there and called out, Dad? Her father appeared, his voice cold. Tuyet Ui, you failed again? He reprimanded her. How can you be worthy of the Dung family like this? If you were my daughter, you wouldn't have such meager abilities. He closed the door, declaring, That's enough. Your marriage to Traik Duong has been decided. Haunting voices from the past echoed. She can't even learn simple healing magic. Will she have to get in through the back door? She failed her first exam and landed in the bottom class. She's the weakest student I've ever seen. But another voice rang out. No, she's a genius at offensive magic. Ninfam suddenly shouted, pulling Tuyet Vi back to reality. Hang in there, Coc Tuyet Vi. You can win. Her eyes lit up. She regained her composure and forced herself up to fight. Dong Loi sneered. You almost gave up. Why bother standing up now? Tuyet Vi sighed and looked straight at him, declaring, I'm not conceding this time. Dong Loi laughed contemptuously. Your magic is completely countered by mine. You have no chance left. But Tuyet Vi was resolute. As long as I'm still standing, I still have a chance. Dong Loi's entire body blazed with fire. Then let's see you try. Tuyet Ui cast an ice wall spell, and an ice wall rose up in front of her. Dong Loi was unfazed, mocking, useless. I can shatter that in an instant. She mumbled an incantation, creating another ice wall, but Dong Loi smashed it as well. Seeing her continuously erecting ice walls, he warned, Stop struggling. Dong Loi leaped up, launching a fatal blow. Tuyet Vi quickly kicked him hard, retreated, and continued to cast ice walls. A series of ice walls surrounded the area where Dong Loi stood. She didn't stop, continuously creating more. A final wall closed in above his head. Dong Loi was surprised. Huh? He said smugly. Ice-type magic has no effect on me. He used magic to break the ice and escape. Truong Thien Truong watched from a distance, seeing nothing but ice dust. Dong Loi pointed at the hole. Your tricks are just delaying the inevitable. Tuyet Vi calmly chanted thunder burst, and a powerful electric current struck Dong Loi. Ninfam shouted, using water vapor to conduct electricity, but you'll get hurt too. Smoke enveloped Dong Loi, who was exhausted from the last attack. Tuyet Vi was no better, collapsing to the ground, and Dong Loi fell too. Triu Van Long laughed loudly. Ha ha, Coc Tuyet Vi is down. She fails the test. Truong Thien Truong protested. It's obvious Tuyet Vi passed. Triu Van Long sneered. She can't even stand. Isn't that a failure? Ninfam stepped in. That's enough. Get Tuyet Vi to Lam Xiao Xiao, now. Truong Thien Truong quickly replied, Yes, sir. As he carried her away, Triu Van Long grew even more smug. A student who dares to attack a teacher isn't afraid of being expelled? Ninfam was radiating killing intent. That's right. A flash of magic appeared in front of Triu Van Long, startling him. Ninfam, he glared. But Ninfam pressed a scythe to his neck. Today, I'm going to loosen up your bones for you. Lu Kuang-Vien jumped in to intervene, asking, You didn't used to get angry this easily. That family matter was a long time ago. Are you still haunted by it? Ninfam frowned. Don't think. We're close enough for you to prance around here. Lu Kuang-Vien glanced over. Look closely. Your student is back on her feet. He asked Triu Van Long. Now that your student has passed, do you have any other objections, Professor? Triu Van Long trembled. None. None at all. He was bitter, thinking to himself, Damn it, and Nuoc Thui lied to me, saying Ninfam hadn't recovered. Truong Thien Truong shouted, Tuyet Ui, hurry, I'll take you to the infirmary. Tuyet Vi climbed onto his back and asked, I passed, right? He nodded. Yes, you passed. She sighed in relief. I'm so glad. That's great. Triu Van Long continued to read the rules. This round is a defense test. The examining teacher is Feng Kuang from Class B, and the student is Tathien Ka from Class D. Tathien Ka smiled upon hearing his name. Ninfam encouraged him. Go on, just use everything I've taught you. Triu Van Long reminded them. To pass, you must withstand the attacks for 1 hour or defeat the teacher. He chuckled to himself. Feng Kuang's barrier ability is very rare. Inside his barrier, his physical strength increases 50-fold. No one is a better punching bag than him. Feng Kuang roared, ready to go. Are you ready? If so, let's begin. Before Tathien Ka could answer, he charged forward. Lu Kuang-Vien watched intently. Triu Van Long was sweating, while Ninfam yawned but still tried to watch. Feng Kuang thought to himself, This kid has some skill, he mused. As long as I'm inside my barrier, my power will keep increasing. Tathien Ka provoked him. Hey, Professor, do your fists hurt? Need someone to blow on them for you? Feng Kuang got angry. You little! Brat! He created a shield but suddenly froze. Humph. Ta Thien Ka leisurely sat down on a chair, his gaze calm. All right, Professor, you can continue. I was just scouting you out. Feng Kuang frowned, thinking to himself that this kid had a sharp tongue. He told himself, once I break through that turtle shell-like defense, he'll have no choice but to cry. Feng Kuang's mind raced. In just another half hour, his power would skyrocket 50-fold. Let's see if this kid will still act so arrogant then. He let out a sigh, his voice full of helplessness. This little bit of power is nothing compared to the training my master gave me. 2 days ago, Ta Thien Ka had asked, his eyes full of expectation. Master, even that useless. So Fong has finished learning defensive magic. Shouldn't you teach me offense now? Ninh Pham replied sternly, his voice steady. Show me how large you can expand your defensive shield. His words left Ta Thien Ka confused. Expand it for what? If I make it bigger, it'll get thinner, and its defensive power will weaken, he wondered. Ninh Pham coldly demanded. If you want to learn offense, then do as I say. Ta Thien Ka had no choice but to nod, though he was unconvinced. Fine. He immediately raised his hand, creating a shield that enveloped his body. His whole body trembled slightly. This was his absolute limit. Ninfam barely touched the shield, and it cracked instantly. He nodded, his voice calm. Not bad. Keep training like this. Seeing his master turn to leave, Ta Thien Ka quickly called out, Wait, what about offense? Ninfam stopped and set a condition. Wait. Until you've mastered this, then I'll teach you offense. Ta Thien Ka trembled with anger, but still gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, I'll practice. In the infirmary, the door burst open with a bang, startling Lam Xiao Xiao, who turned around. Who is it? Truong Thien Truong entered carrying Coc Tuyet Vi, his face full of worry. Miss, please, come quickly and check on Tuyet Vi, he urged. Lam Xiao Xiao immediately stood up, her voice urgent. Tuyet Ui, hurry, bring her into the treatment room. The two of them stood outside, watching the infirmary door close tightly as it was in use. Lam Xiao Xiao cursed in frustration. Damn it, who dared to hurt you like this? She gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp and cold. Tomorrow, I will inform the Alliance leader and have him destroy this entire school. Coc Tuyet Vi weakly explained, her voice trembling. It's because I pushed myself too hard, Lam Xiao Xiao snapped angrily. So what if you fail the test? You were never suited to be an undercover agent anyway. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you back to the Alliance. She touched Coc Tuyet Vi's wrist, causing the girl to burst into tears and beg, I don't want to. I can't go back. The two had no choice but to wait quietly outside the infirmary. Lanh Tinh Nguyet spoke up, her voice calm. Worrying is useless. You should prepare for your next test. Truong Thien Truong nodded, his voice firm. For the next test, I will do my best. But at the mention of Tuyet Vi, his face suddenly turned pale. After finishing the bandaging, Lam Xiao Xiao pushed the door open, her voice hurried. Make way. Coc Tuyet Vi's face was completely covered in bandages due to her severe injuries. Truong Thien Truong asked worriedly, Miss, how is Tuyet Vi? Lam Xiao Xiao answered bluntly, the situation is not good. Her internal injuries are very serious, and most importantly, she might lose her eyesight. Truong Thien Truong roared in anger. Triu Van Long, Dong Loi, you two bastards. Lam Xiao Xiao wondered, could this kid have some connection to those two? Meanwhile, Ta Thien Ka was still in battle. He looked at Feng Kuang and said casually, Professor, half an hour has passed. How about you just concede? Feng Kuang was drenched in sweat but still sneered. Kid, the real show is just beginning. What's the rush? He released his magic power, and the shirt on his body ripped apart. Ta Thien Ka was completely unfazed, even muttering, It's useless. Anyway, Feng Kuang roared, to be able to force me to use 50 times my power, you're pretty good. He threw a powerful punch at the shield surrounding Ta Thien Ka, causing the air around them to tremble. Ta Thien Ka couldn't help but exclaim, How did your power suddenly skyrocket like this? Feng Kuang continued his assault, his voice full of confidence. What? Too late now. He put all his strength into a punch, stronger than ever before, but was suddenly knocked back by Ta Thien Ka. He gave a faint smile. Did you really think I wouldn't notice your power gradually becoming so monstrous? Ta Thien Ka held out his hand, offering his opponent a chance to surrender. Seeing Feng Kuang was still stubborn, he said coldly, If you don't cherish this chance, don't blame me. Feng Kuang couldn't even touch Ta Thien Ka, and in that moment, he counterattacked. Professor, bye-bye now. A powerful blow from Ta Thien Ka sent Feng Kuang flying, his body slamming hard onto the ground. Ta Thien Ka grumbled, his voice full of smugness. Honestly, if you want to test me, you should at least bring an S-class teacher. He felt smug. The defense class the instructor taught was truly effective. Ninfam smirked, his gaze meaningful, thinking the kid said one thing but did another. Xie Tiange's trust points immediately increased by 100. Chu Feng stepped forward to praise him. Well done, Xie Tiange. grew even more smug, laughing heartily. Of course, you should see who you're talking to. He slung an arm around Chu Feng. Come over to my place sometime. I've got new gear. It'll blow your mind. Ninfam suddenly rapped him on the head, shouting, "What's there to be so cocky about? It's not too late to be proud once you've truly mastered using the defense class in a real fight." She Tiange cowered to the point of tears. Feng Gang abruptly stood up, his voice sharp. "This test is invalid. The student committed a violation." He pointed towards Zhao Wenlong. "Instructor Zhao, this round was a defense test, but he used a defensive class to knock me down. That counts as a foul." Zhao Wenlong glanced over and coldly told him to get lost. "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" he sneered, thinking passing the previous tests was just dumb luck. "You definitely won't pass this final round." Ninfam looked at him with a disdainful, sarcastic expression. "Humph. Could it be that consecutive failures have damaged your nerves, sir? Are you starting to spout nonsense?" He added mockingly. "Lighten up. Instructor Zhao, there's no difficulty in life one can't overcome, and if there is, well, just get over it." Zhao Wenlong broke out in a sweat, gritting his teeth in response. "Ninfam, don't get cocky. The next match will be handled by me personally. I will be the one to fight," Liu Guangjuan asked in surprise. "Oh, Instructor Zhao wants to participate in this match?" The question stunned them both. Liu Guangyuan volunteered. "Then I will temporarily take over as the examiner for Zhao Wenlong." Ninfam was annoyed, thinking to himself why this guy always shows up. Liu Guangyuan announced the final test for Class D, with examiner Zhao Wenlong and student Zhang Tianyang. He said calmly, "The student being tested, please come to the arena quickly." Liu Guangyuan didn't forget to warn that if he didn't arrive within 1 minute, it would be considered a failure. Zhao Wenlong stood alone in the ring, smirking sarcastically. "Ninfam, is your student scared?" Ninfam gritted his teeth, worried because Zhang Tianyang hadn't returned after taking Gu Shuiwei to the infirmary. He quickly gave an order. "Chu Feng, go check on Tianyang." Chu Feng immediately nodded. "Yes, sir." Zhao Wenlong laughed smugly. "There are still 30 seconds left. If you're going to be late, you might as well wait to be disbanded." Ha ha. Before he could finish, the door burst open, nearly flying into Chu Feng's face, but luckily, it only hit the ceiling. Zhang Tianyang walked in, frowning at Zhao Wenlong. "Zhao Wenlong, I'm here." The arena lights flared brightly. Ninfam smiled smugly. "Just in time. Hurry up and take the test." He reminded him, "Don't keep someone who's itching for a fight waiting long." Zhang Tianyang reassured him, "Don't worry, teacher. I couldn't wait any longer either." Liu Guangyuan spoke up, "If everyone is ready, let's begin." Zhao Wenlong sneered contemptuously. "I can give you a chance to surrender right now. Of course, I can also beat you until you surrender." Zhang Tianyang's eyes burned with determination. "Today, I'm not just going to pass this test. I'm going to make you pay." He stomped his foot to gain momentum, throwing a merciless punch straight at Zhao Wenlong's face, knocking him backward. Zhao Wenlong quickly regained his balance and roared, "Are you looking for death?" But before he could counterattack, Zhang Tianyang rushed in to continue his assault. Zhao Wenlong raised his hand to block, but the wall behind him was pierced by Zhang Tianyang's punch. He frowned at his opponent. "Your fist technique is simple." Zhao Wenlong launched a counterattack but missed. Zhang Tianyang chanted, his power dispersing. Zhao Wenlong yelled, "All bark and no bite, you coward!" He delivered a powerful blow to Zhang Tianyang's stomach, sending him flying into the air. Zhao Wenlong stood on the floor, smiling smugly. "Your technique is full of openings, and you want to make me pay?" Zhang Tianyang intended to attack while falling, but Zhao Wenlong kicked him back up towards the ceiling, sneering, "In your dreams." Liu Guangyuan silently assessed that although Zhang Tianyang's skills had improved, his true strength had not yet recovered. He fell to the ground, exhausted from the intense fight. Ninfam gritted his teeth, his heart filled with worry. Zhang Tianyang was being too hasty and couldn't display his full power. In the hallway outside, Lang Xingyue deduced in a calm voice, "It must have started. We have to hurry." She quickly moved forward, but the door in front of her was completely destroyed. As soon as she arrived, she witnessed Zhang Tianyang being brutally beaten by Zhao Wenlong, which made Gu Shuiwei anxious, her hands tightly gripping the edge of the bandages on her face. Lang Xingyue and Gu Shuiwei were utterly shocked, thinking, "What is this? Is he about to lose?" Zhang Tianyang quickly fell to the ground. Even though he was exhausted, he still tried to rush forward and fight. Zhao Wenlong laughed contemptuously. "It's useless. Struggling is just a waste of effort." As he saw his opponent charge at him, he threw a punch straight into Zhang Tianyang's face, sending blood splattering. The force of the punch was so strong it threw his body backward, as if he was completely overwhelmed by Zhao Wenlong's power. Zhang Tianyang glanced away and caught sight of Gu Shuiwei watching intently, her eyes filled with worry. His urge to impress the girl immediately kicked in. "I'll risk my life against you." The two charged at each other, engaging in a fierce martial arts exchange. Ninfam frowned, thinking worriedly, "Tianyang is blinded by anger. If this continues, I'm afraid he won't even pass the test. Leng Xingyue pushed the door open and entered, shouting, Ninfam, you can see it too. If Zhang Tianyang keeps this up, he's no match for Zhao Wenlong. You're his teacher. Hurry up and think of something. Ninfam thought quickly. What do you think I'm doing? Liu Guangyuan immediately scolded in a stern voice. You're getting more and more impulsive. Have you forgotten everything you learned in the S-class? His words made Ninfam turn to look at the arena, his eyes flashing. What? It seems he's realized something. Could that be it? Without a second thought, Ninfam acted immediately. Seeing Zhang Tianyang still trying to defend, he reassured him, calm down a bit, listen to me. Ninfam reminded him loudly, calm the qi, focus the spirit, guard the origin, and maintain unity. Zhao Wenlong laughed loudly. Haha, it's over. In the past, a young man had once praised, you're really strong, Liu Guangyuan asked, bewildered. The man praised him. Even though you were at a disadvantage from the start, you quickly turned it around. Liu Guangyuan replied, I've thought about it. In battle, magic is diverse, but a fistmaster can only rely on himself. He raised his hand, explaining, the more you fall into a disadvantage, the calmer you must be. Let qi and intent align. Guard your origin and maintain unity. Use every ounce of your body's strength to its highest realm. Only then can you unleash the strongest power of the fist. The scene changes to another time, where Liu Guangyuan is teaching about letting qi and intent align, guarding one's origin and maintaining unity, the path of the fistmaster. Zhang Tianyang tried to remember those words. Back in the present, he finally recalled, let qi and intent align, guard your origin and maintain unity. Just as Zhao Wenlong was about to deliver the finishing blow, laughing, it's over. He tilted his head to dodge. He thought to himself, I can't believe I forgot something so important just now. Zhao Wenlong jumped onto the ropes to gain momentum. It's not over yet, then flew out to punch the dazed Zhang Tianyang. He smiled smugly. It's over. But surprisingly, Zhang Tianyang remained standing after the attack. It seems Liu Guangyuan had anticipated this. Zhang Tianyang thought, my qi has stabilized. Ninfam reminded, a fistmaster's punch must. But Liu Guangyuan immediately warned in an annoyed voice, that's enough. This is a test. Excessive outside help will result in immediate disqualification. Ninh Pham broke into a cold sweat, thinking, whatever, I'll let Tianyang handle the rest himself. He observed. His power has condensed into a physical form. Zhao Wenlong frowned. So what if his power has condensed into a physical form? Isn't he still about to lose? He stomped on the ground, shattering the floor. Zhao Wenlong took a running start and leaped high to attack. Zhang Tianyang immediately infused his hand with magic, throwing a punch to block the blow. Zhao Wenlong was thrown backward. After the clash, Zhang Tianyang was also knocked back into the ring's ropes. A thick cloud of dust and smoke obscured everyone's vision. Zhao Wenlong taunted, is that all you've got? And you used to be the genius of the S-class? Gu Shuiwei's whole body trembled. She pulled down her bandages to cheer. Zhang Tianyang, you can do it! Outside in the hallway in front of the infirmary, the sound of a chainsaw echoed everywhere. The infirmary in use sign on the door flickered. Donglei was in so much pain his eyes teared up. You said it was just a small treatment. His whole body was trembling, but it was clear that wasn't the case. Lin Qiaoqiao reassured him with a terrifying expression. Don't you worry. In any case, I will take responsibility for healing you. Back at the arena, Zhao Wenlong sneered. Is that all it takes to be a former S-class genius? Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, it's over. Zhang Tianyang heard Gu Shuiwei's cheering and instantly activated his simp mode. He leaned back to dodge the punch but failed the first time. Luckily, he successfully dodged the next attack. Zhao Wenlong turned and continued. I want to see how many more times you can run. He unleashed a barrage of punches at Zhang Tianyang's face, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Despite being knocked back, Zhang Tianyang struggled to his feet, telling himself to stay calm and not let anger take control. But his mouth was provocative. Come on, let's continue our martial arts exchange. Zhang Tianyang's face was filled with determination, and after a struggle, he fought back, sending Zhao Wenlong flying. Zhang Tianyang panted heavily. This is my chance, I can't mess up this time. Zhao Wenlong spoke up. I admit, I underestimated you before. You were able to force me to use my trump card. Even if you don't pass the test in the end, you can still be proud. His leap was so powerful it shattered the ground. Zhang Tianyang quickly circled behind him to dodge, declaring clearly, I told you, you're the one who will pay the price. Zhao Wenlong turned and punched, Die! A continuous stream of magic attacked and hit its mark, but Zhang Tianyang flashed to another location. Zhao Wenlong turned to attack but missed, and his opponent took the chance to deliver a painful blow to his back. Before Zhao Wenlong could react, he was kicked into the ceiling, causing a huge explosion and shattering the ground. Zhang Tianyang rushed forward, delivering a fatal blow that sent Zhao Wenlong's fresh blood splattering everywhere. Just then, Donglei was shuffling down the hallway, grumbling, Damn it, that medic must be setting me up. when a loud noise suddenly erupted. The wall beside him shattered. It turned out Zhang Tianyang's punch was so powerful, it sent Zhao Wenlong flying far away, destroying a whole section of the school. Dong Lei, who had just finished his treatment, was now knocked out on the floor, along with Zhao Wenlong. Liu Guanyuan announced, "The winner is clear. I declare the test over. Student Zhang Tianyang wins." He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The former Class S genius has finally recovered. Liu Guangyuan announced clearly. This time, Class D performed exceptionally well. I will propose to the higher-ups to promote Class D. His words made Zhang Tianyang pay attention to the promotion. Li Qiang's face lit up with excitement. Oh, does that mean our class will be promoted to Class C? We won't have to worry about being expelled anymore. Leng Xingyue smiled. We defeated a Class B teacher. We might even get promoted to Class A. Gu Shuiwei asked worriedly, her eyes full of concern. Are you okay? Zhang Tianyang smirked, a confident smile on his face. You all did very well today, but the day isn't over yet. He turned around, his voice booming. After school, I'm treating you all to barbecue. Raise your hand if you want to go. The whole group raised their hands in unison, the atmosphere buzzing as if it was an event not to be missed. At the restaurant, everyone raised their glasses for a toast, their laughter echoing. Shay Tianka suddenly roared, his eyes sharp. Don't you dare touch my meat, Li Qiang chuckled, teasing. It's free, so just eat up. And Ning Fan, are you still obsessed with drinking? Is the booze good? Leng Xingyu frowned slightly, reminding them, you guys should tone it down a bit. Ning Fan stood up and declared clearly, everyone worked hard this time. This meal is on me. Eat as much as you like. Suddenly, Lin Xiao Qiao slammed her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with anger. She looked at Ning Fan, her voice harsh. What kind of teacher are you? They just got injured, and you're letting them eat chicken. Ning Fan was flustered, thinking to himself, why is she here too? Leng Xingyue quickly tried to smooth things over, her voice gentle. It's not bad to relax a little. Teacher, why don't you sit down and have a drink too? Someone pulled out a chair and invited her to sit. Lin Qiao Qiao remained stern. Do you think I'm that easy to sway? But Gu Shuiwei played her final card, her voice sweet. Having Teacher Lin here finally makes me feel more at ease. These words softened Lin Qiao Qiao, and she huffed lightly, just this once. Chu Feng suddenly looked disappointed, glancing around. Hey, did you guys just put the meat on the grill? Xie Tianka got angry, shouting, didn't I tell you not to touch my meat? Chu Feng asked blankly. Where's the meat I put on the table? Li Qiang immediately changed the subject, chuckling. Is that so? How strange, he shouted, pointing at someone. Huh? It's that kid from the Mi family, Migu explained. I saw that no one was eating it, so I thought the meat would get cold, but Chu Feng retorted. So you ate it sneakily? Xie Tianka flew into a rage. I think this kid has a death wish. Lang Xingyue sighed helplessly, looking at Ning Fan. Teacher, you should pay a little more attention. Ning Fan just smiled calmly. Xie Tianka is doing great. Look, he's already fitting in with our class. Lang Xingyue was annoyed, thinking to herself, how on earth could he see this situation that way? Diao Yushui asked curiously, Ning Fan, when do you plan to start? He replied immediately, tomorrow should be fine. Let's go together. Ning Fan glanced at her, his eyes grateful. This time, it was thanks to everyone's help that I passed the written test. Diao Yushui smiled. It was the least I could do. At that moment, Lin Qiao Qiao was still busy on the phone, her voice urgent. Yes, that's right. Xiao Shui was seriously injured. We must get revenge for this. The next morning, in the Class D classroom, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Li Qiang spoke up, his voice full of surprise. The door has been sealed. They read the words on the paper, posted on the door. Notice. Due to school budget cuts, the use of Class D's classroom and equipment is temporarily suspended. Finance Department, Star Hunter Academy. The group quickly identified the culprit. The finance department? It's that bald guy, Liu Huaijun. Ninh Pham furiously kicked the door open and stormed in. He confidently declared, you think a little magic like this can stop me? But the scene inside made him eat his words. Li Qiang was bewildered. Huh? All the desks and chairs are gone. This feels kind of familiar. Chu Feng leaned close to Li Qiang's ear and whispered, Hey, fatty, come here, let's do this. Li Qiang listened and nodded. Oh, so that's the plan. I get it now, he exclaimed. Are you a genius? Ning Fan snapped. What are you two whispering about? I'm already annoyed. Li Qiang and Chu Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry, teacher. Leave it to us to handle the finance department this time. We guarantee we'll get the desks and chairs back. With that said, the two immediately sprang into action. In no time, they had found their way to the right place. Li Qiang burst through the door, startling Liu Huaijun. He shouted, It really is you. Liu Huaijun was confused. What class are you in? He took a defensive stance. What are you trying to do? But nothing happened. Suddenly, Li Qiang dropped to the ground and screamed, Ow! It hurts! It hurts so much! He continued his act, Pain, pain, pain. Glancing outside to check, Li Qiang yelled, "The teacher is hitting a student! The teacher is hitting a student!" Liu Huaijun was baffled. Huh? I didn't do anything. Seeing someone secretly taking a picture, he asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Feng explained nonchalantly. "Just happened to be passing by and saw a teacher bullying a student," he warned. "Hurry up and return the equipment and materials to our Class D." Li Qiang took the opportunity to threaten him. "If you don't, this photo will be posted online." Liu Huaijun was still confused. Huh? No, Chu Feng said smugly. "I suggest you hand it over quickly. It'll be better for you." Li Qiang added, "That's right. Our patience has its limits." Liu Huaijun quickly explained, "No, what I mean is, there are security cameras in here. This is the finance department after all." These words made Li Qiang's face turn pale. Elsewhere, 2 cups of hot tea were brought into a meeting room. Ouyang Hua wondered, "Did you call us here so suddenly to discuss something important?" Xie Luo, still focused on his book, took a sip of tea. "I hope it's something interesting. Things have been so boring lately." Liu Guangyuan got straight to the point. "All the students of Class D defeated a Class B teacher and passed the exam. I want to promote them," he probed. "Does anyone have any objections?" Ouyang Hua, the Class S psychic-type teacher, frowned. "Oh, how is that possible? The examiner must have cheated, right?" Wu Ruwan, the Class S summoning-type teacher, quickly agreed. "It's just a Class D promotion. I have no objections." Only Xie Luo remained silent. Diao Yushui chimed in. "The talent of these kids is quite good. They can definitely be promoted." Her appearance surprised Ouyang Hua. "Huh? Miss Diao is also," Liu Guangyuan concluded. "Then it's settled." After the discussion, everyone left the meeting room. Only Xie Luo stayed behind. Liu Guangyuan asked, "Xie Luo, do you have no opinion? Don't you hate Ninh Pham too?" Xie Luo closed his book and admitted, "Liu Guangyuan called us for this discussion, probably because he wants to promote those students to Class S. They truly are skilled." Ouyang Hua was unconvinced. "Why you too?" Xie Luo, the Class S defense-type teacher, replied, "Ninh Pham still hasn't recovered. He's fundamentally unfit to teach Class S students." He guessed the intention. "So you mean we should poach his students, and then he can get lost?" Ouyang Hua burst out laughing. "That's so you. Ha ha!" Unexpectedly, Zhang Qiluo overheard the entire conversation. "Zhang Tianyang wants to return to Class S," he thought. "No way. I have to find a way to stop it." Meanwhile, Liu Huaijun regained his composure. "Well, still want to threaten me now?" Suddenly, his body knelt down on its own, leaving him bewildered. What's happening?" Ninh Pham walked over and said sarcastically, "Such a grand ceremony. I'm not worthy of receiving it." The system announced, "You have used bow to the master on Liu Huaijun," trembling all over. "Ninfam, what did you do to me?" The system announced again that you have used bow to the master on Lu Huaiquan. Ninfam taunted. "It seems Teacher Lu has realized his mistake, kneeling again and again, begging for my forgiveness." Lu Huaiquan was defiant. "Don't get cocky." Ninfam smiled. "We're here to discuss the matter of Class D." The system continued. "You have used bow to the master on Lu Huaiquan. Lu Huaiquan, a B-rank summoner, was previously injured and couldn't use his life-bound white tiger summon. He couldn't believe it. Impossible." Ninh Pham suggested, "Teacher Lu, how about we make a deal?" Lu Huaiquan refused. "I have nothing to say to you." Ninh Pham smirked. "A few years ago, you were injured, causing your life-bound summoned beast to fall into a dormant state. I can help you summon it." Lu Huaiquan was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Who would believe your lies?" Seeing he couldn't be convinced, he turned his back to leave. Ninfam smiled, his voice casual. "What a shame then. Let's go." So Fong nodded immediately. "All right." Ninfam smirked, adding another taunt. "I was also planning on helping you with your baldness problem while I was at it." This made Lu Huaiquan freeze, remembering his ex-girlfriend's criticism, "You baldy. Everyone says you look like my dad. Let's break up." He quickly tried to stop him. "Wait!" Lu Huaiquan hugged Ninfam's leg tightly, his voice urgent. "How can you prove it?" Ninfam turned back, his eyes confident. "It's simple," he declared clearly. "First, let's summon your life-bound beast." In front of the Class D classroom, Lanh Tinh Nguyet sighed, her voice full of annoyance. "This is so troublesome." She glanced at the students, but they didn't seem bothered at all. 2 students from another class approached, their voices sarcastic. "The worst class in school. Are you guys skipping classes now?" They were Vuong Fi, a 5th year from the grappling department, and Truong Kailak, a 5th year from the summoning department. Vuong Fi sneered. "Oh, genius. I heard your arm is better, so why are you hitting someone in a cast?" He continued to provoke, agitating Truong Thien Truong. "Why are they here?" Ta Thien Ka immediately stopped him, his eyes sharp and cold. "Leave this to me." He was filled with killing intent. "I don't care what class you're from. If you don't have the guts to fight, scram!" Elsewhere, Ninfam was busy with his scheme. He ordered decisively, "All right, from now on, just do as I say." The two people next to him couldn't seem to keep up with what was happening. Mo suddenly appeared. "Mr. Nin's delivery is here." Ninfam replied immediately, "It's here already? That's me." He placed the package in front of Lu Huai Quan, a sinister smile on his face. "Then let's start the preparations." Lu Huai Quan was sweating buckets. "Ninfam, do we really have to do this? Can we change it?" Ninfam covered his nose with a handkerchief, his voice teasing, "Do you still want to see your life-bound summoned beast or not? Just do as I say." Lu Huai Quan, though reluctant, still nodded. Okay." He stood outside the door and shouted in, "Next, you have to eat while maintaining the summon." Lu Huai Quan wondered, "I have to eat too?" Li Kuang was drooling, teasing, "So Fong, if you're not gonna eat it, let me eat," he sniffed. "It clearly smells so good." So Fong was angry. "To you, anything edible smells good." Lu Huai Quan cut his hand with a knife. Blood dripped out. He sighed, taking the risk. "Whatever, I'll risk it." He forced himself to swallow the pitch-black tofu in front of him, slurping noodles while his eyes bulged from the horrible taste. But Lu Huai Quan still forced himself to finish the piece of fish on the table, when suddenly, fresh blood erupted from his hand. Lu Huai Quan raised his hand to look, and suddenly a cat appeared right before his eyes. He was overjoyed. "This is great, my friend. We can fight side by side again." But before he could get emotional, the cat smelled the foul odor from his mouth and scratched him hard across the face. Lu Huai Quan screamed, "Arg! What the hell? This is killing me." Ninfam instructed, "Cats are very sensitive to that smell. This scent stimulates the summoned beast when you open the summoning channel. However, this is just a forced awakening. Your summoned beast is still weak. You must take good care of it." Lu Huai Quan nodded. "Okay," the system announced, "trust points plus 500. Ninh Pham thought to himself, "A summoned beast and its summoner are one. I wonder when Lanh Tinh Nguyet will understand this point." The system continuously announced, trust points, 1,255. Health status, good. Awakening progress, 1.8%. System skills, 1. Master's Eye, 2. Bow to the Master, 3. Requires 1,000 trust points to activate. Ninh Pham's eyes widened. "A new skill costs 1,000 trust points?" Lu Huai Quan shouted, "Teacher Ninh!" He kowtowed, "Teacher Ninh, from now on I'll follow you. I'll return all the teaching equipment." Ninh Pham broke into a sweat, thinking, "That scared me for a second. I'll hold off on the new skill and save up more trust points." He glanced over. "Did you hear what Teacher Lu said? Hurry up and bring the equipment back to class." Li Kuang nodded immediately. "No problem." He turned to So Fong. "Let's go." But when did So Fong disappear? Ninh Pham's phone rang. He answered. "Hello," Coc Tuyet asked. "I'm at the school gate. When can you get here, teacher?" Li Kuang cursed bitterly. That damn So Fong. Ninh Pham still didn't understand what was going on. Coc Tuyet reminded him. "Didn't we say we were gathering herbs today? You didn't forget, did you?" Ninh Pham quickly denied it. No, of course not." He opened the window, jumped to the ground, and muttered, "That damn Baldy wasted so much of my time." Back in Class D, Ta Thien Ka warned in a cold voice, "I don't care what class you're from. If you don't want a beating, get lost." Vuong Phi said sarcastically, "Oh, so Genius Truong found himself a strong backer, huh?" Truong Keelak threatened, "We're here for Truong Thien Truong today. Anyone not involved, scram, or else." He fearlessly provoked, "I'd like to see what this or else is." Truong Keelak launched an attack as a warning. He glared at Ta Thien Ka, just a cheap trick. Nothing to brag about. Observing Ta Thien Ka's ability, he snorted coldly. "You have a turtle-type ability? Without another word?" Truong Keelak flashed in front of Ta Thien Ka. Ta Thien Ka immediately expanded his shield, surprising Truong Keelak. "What?" He stepped on the shield and did a flip. Truong Keelak was unfazed. "Don't think I can't do anything about that turtle shell of yours." Ta Thien Ka started to worry. "I can't believe my shield was destroyed so easily." Truong Keelak looked at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. One of his punches made the building shake. Vuong Phi laughed smugly. "Oh ho, is this guy for real? The repair costs are going to skyrocket this time." Both of them were worried about Ta Thien Ka. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the hallway. Truong Keelak grabbed Ta Thien Ka by the collar. "Is that all you've got?" So Fong suddenly flew in for a surprise attack, his brows furrowed. "Let go of Ta Thien Ka now." So Fong landed on the ground with a thud. Truong Keelak taunted, "What if I don't want to give him back?" Ta Thien Ka panicked. "This is bad. I have to release the defensive barrier." Truong Keelak threw Ta Thien Ka towards So Fong, creating a huge explosion. He was helpless, so cunning. Truong Thien Truong shouted, "That's enough! Stop it!" Truong Keelak waved his hand. "I only came here for you anyway. Just come up, and let's finish the fight from last time." Truong Thien Truong quickly agreed. "Fine," but Lanh Tinh Nguyet stopped him. "No, your wounds haven't healed yet. Don't cause any more trouble." "How dare he hurt my friend? He's not getting away with this," she thought to herself. Every time this happens, where on earth did Ninh Pham go? Elsewhere, Ninfam was making a racket, running away while carrying Dieu no Coc Tuyet and wondering, why are there so many poisonous bees? Dieu no Coc Tuyet chanted a spell, freeze. Instantly, the entire swarm of bees was frozen in place. Ninfam breathed a sigh of relief. Is this swarm of bees the danger you were talking about? She explained, no, there shouldn't be any poisonous bees here, and besides, their behavior is very unusual. Ninfam suspected, you mean someone is secretly pulling the strings. His legs were still running, non-stop, then suddenly stopped. In front of them, the bees stared intently. Ninfam spoke up, you've already surrounded us. Aren't you going to show yourself? Laughter echoed from the sandy area. He, as you wish. A new character appeared, Ane, from the Alliance of Espers. He said, I was originally looking for the long-haired demon, but I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. You two are ability users from the Orthodox faction, right? Go to hell. Both Ninfam and Dieu no Coc Tuyet cast spells, shouting, Gale Shield Freeze, Ninfam said coldly. To hold such a grudge against ability users from the Orthodox faction, you must be from the Alliance of Espers, right? But you've picked on the wrong person. He shouted, heaven-burning raging flames. A massive fire erupted violently. Ane witnessed this and trembled, his heart filled with shock. How can he possibly use so many abilities at the same time? The incense burner in his hand shattered into pieces. Ninfam suddenly dashed in front of Ane, his voice ice-cold. The things you didn't expect. There are more to come. His face immediately turned as white as a sheet. Then Ane collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ninfam shook his head slightly, whispering that he might have gone a bit too far. Suddenly, from a distance, came terrifying roars that startled them both. Ninfam's face darkened. Coc Tuyet quickly explained, that's the sound of the long-haired demon. That guy just said he was looking for it. They probably aren't alone, and their target might be the spirit herb. Ninfam grabbed her hand tightly, his voice urgent. Then let's go, quickly. Over there. At that moment, Shifeng was strolling down the hallway, silently cheering that he had managed to escape in time. That fatty is a real idiot. I'll just wait in the classroom. Desks and chairs. Here I come. Suddenly, a swirling cloud of dust erupted from the floor in front of him. His eyes widened in confusion. What the hell is this? The person standing in the middle of the smoke was Wang Fei, leaving Shifeng bewildered. Isn't that an S-class student? He silently wondered why he was here. Xing Yue threatened coldly, if you dare hurt my friend, you're not getting away from me. She raised the smoke feather and gave a firm command. Come out! A massive stone monster emerged from behind Xing Yue, but its head was immediately ripped off by something. It turned out that an armored figure had struck from the side. Wang Fei finally spoke, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Hey now, just because I haven't made a move doesn't mean you can pretend I don't exist. The eyes of the severed head of the stone monster suddenly glowed brightly. Xing Yue gave a command, and the bird on her shoulder immediately flapped its wings and shot forward. Wang Fei remarked quietly, an interesting, contracted, summoned beast. Xing Yue continued to command, peck that guy for me, and you, slice your palm with a knife. Wang Fei summoned a leopard-like creature and said, but compared to my contracted summon, yours is far inferior. That contracted beast let out a fierce growl, its aura terrifying. Seeing this, Xing Yue's bird flapped its wings in a panic, turned around, and flew straight into her arms to hide. The people rushing into the battle included Shifeng, Shi Tiange, the big sister, and Zhang Tianyang. Shifeng thought to himself, don't they know what happens when you mess with an S-class student? No way. If I get involved, I'm toast. He told himself, gotta run, gotta run. Wang Fei suddenly turned to Shifeng and said, I like the way you look at me with such annoyance, yet you're powerless to do anything about it. Shifeng immediately raised a hand, crackling with magic, and attacked Wang Fei. Xing Yue quickly shouted, Shifeng, I just told the big sister to leave him to me. Go help Xie Tiange and the others. Tiange reminded him, you can fly, just fly straight away. He can't attack you. But Shifeng was worried. If I run, what will happen to you? Qi Luo raised his fist and said, fly? Are you sure you can escape? He threw a powerful punch forward, but 3 stone giants suddenly appeared in front of Qi Luo, completely turning the tables. He still arrogantly challenged them. Even if all 3 of you come at me at once, you can't beat me. You're not good enough. Qi Luo turned and fled for his life, shouting, if you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Meanwhile, in the forest on the mountaintop, Ninh Pham and Yu Shui stood before a cave. This must be the place, right? Miss Yu Ye, let's hurry. This medicinal herb is very rare. We can't let the people from the Special Abilities Alliance take it. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wait, something's approaching. Inside the dark cave, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed, and a small, furry beast leaped out, howling continuously. It was so clumsy that it tripped and face-planted on the ground. Ninh Pham was surprised. Is this a long-haired beast? Suddenly, a glowing whip shot out, accompanied by an angry voice. A bunch of brainless animals! All of you die! The whip lashed straight at the long-haired beast. Ninfam quickly grabbed it, and a voice echoed from inside the cave. Who is it? Who dares to stop my whip? He calmly replied. Harming wild animals is against the law. A Da of the Special Abilities Alliance, holding the whip, questioned him. Isn't a supposed to be guarding the forest? How did you guys get in here? Ninfam casually said. Oh, that guy? I might have been a little too rough with him just now. A Da rushed forward, trembling with rage. You dare kill a I'll end you, he thought to himself. Huh? I wasn't even finished talking. What a hothead. A notification appeared. You have used pay respects to the master on Ada. Suddenly, Ada dropped to his knees, sending stone fragments flying. Ninfam walked over and teased, Oh my, how embarrassing. Get up, please get up. The man hurriedly pressed a button on his whip. Ada unleashed bolts of electricity, screaming, I'll kill you. Ninfam casually flicked the man's leather whip aside. The man was stunned. What? At that moment, a grim reaper appeared behind Ada. It used its scythe to sever the whip, the tip of the scythe resting against Ada's neck. He panicked. Let's talk this over. A moment later, he was lying on the ground, and Ninfam repeated, I guess I was a little too rough. Suddenly, the long-haired beast waved a welcome, and countless glowing eyes in the cave left Ninfam confused. What's going on? Just then, a whole pack of long-haired beasts rushed out, and they surrounded Ninfam, chattering in an incomprehensible language. He stood frozen in place. What is happening? Ninfam then handed Ada over to the group of long-haired beasts. Yushue waved goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Farewell, she remarked. They seem to be very grateful to us, not at all as ferocious as the books described. Ninfam nodded. That's right. The books must have been wrong. He looked at the pile of herbs on his shoulder and asked, By the way, how many hair growth potions can we make with this? Yu Shui replied, These 2 stalks. Ninfam wondered. Only 2 stalks? She explained. The remaining medicinal herbs can be used to nourish the children. She urged, It's getting late. We should head back now. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Are you sure you can get back? A finger pointed out and shot a bolt of electricity. It was Ada. He threatened, Did you really think I was that weak? You fools. Leave the herbs and I might give you a painless death. Ninfam replied quietly. I think you should worry about yourself. You should see what's behind you. But Ada raised his fist, still trying to play tricks on me. I have to kill you. Suddenly, something grabbed him. It turned out Ada had been lifted up by a giant long-haired beast. Its glowing eyes sent a chill down his spine. Ninfam was speechless. It seems the books weren't wrong after all. Yu Shui was also at a loss for words. The next day, in the D-class classroom, Ninfam walked in cheerfully and shouted, Good morning! In front of him were Tian Gei and Shifeng, covered in injuries. Ninfam asked blankly, Huh? What happened to you guys? Did you get into a fight? Shifeng recounted, Yesterday, the S-class students came to cause trouble for us. Tian Chang cried out, It's all my fault. He declared, I will definitely become stronger to get justice for everyone. Tian Gei slammed the table angrily. I can't swallow this insult either. Xing Yue then spoke up, Haven't you guys had enough trouble yet? Suddenly, Wang Fei walked in and exclaimed, Oh, he taunted. I didn't expect you all to still have the guts to come to school. Xing Yue retorted, What more do you want? Wang Fei said, Yesterday you guys played dirty tricks on me, so of course I'm here today to settle the score. Suddenly, Sun Xie, an S-class student from the psychic department, chimed in. I heard your class has someone from the psychic department. I'd like to see who it is. Shifeng immediately started trembling. Sun Xie noticed right away. It wouldn't be you, would it, Four Eyes? Meanwhile, outside the school after classes, Ninfam said with annoyance, Seeing your face first thing in the morning is such bad luck. Guang Yuan then said, Regarding the D-class exam and promotion, there's a meeting this morning. You're coming with me. Ninfam was surprised. You already proposed it to the higher-ups? Suddenly, he overheard a conversation. Have you heard about the D-class student who defeated a B-class teacher? 2 girls nearby were whispering to each other. Of course, the whole school knows about it. Yeah, it's so unusual, just like in a comic book. Ninfam listened to them. I heard that D-class fought with S-class yesterday and got beaten up badly. Oh, I just saw some S-class students angrily heading towards that classroom. Then he called out, Hey, you two. Guang Yuan immediately stopped him. Whatever it is, we'll talk after the meeting. The principal is back, and he'll be attending this meeting too. Ninfam watched curiously, his eyes sparkling with interest. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was tense. Kai Shan was carefully reviewing the incident from the D-class exam concerning the intentional injury of student Gu Shuiwei. The situation was more serious than anticipated. He announced in a deep voice, According to the regulations, I propose the dismissal of the chief examiner, Zhao Wenlong. The principal looked directly at Zhao Wenlong, his voice firm. Zhao Wenlong, do you have anything to say? Zhao Wenlong trembled, trying to justify himself. No, it was Dong Lei. He was defeated by Gu Shuiwei in the past and held a grudge, so he deliberately took revenge. Dong Lei immediately retorted, his voice full of anger. Sir, you're lying. Zhao Wenlong quickly presented a photo, asserting, this is proof that Dong Lei was the one who acted. This has nothing to do with me. The picture was a scene of Dong Lei piercing through the ice. Guang Yuan immediately attacked, his voice sarcastic. Do you think you can shirk your responsibility like that? Besides, you were covering for Dong Lei at the time, weren't you? The principal then spoke, his voice cold. Dong Lei's actions have serious circumstances. He will be dismissed from his teaching position, expelled from the school, and held responsible for intentionally injuring a student. As for Zhao Wenlong, for disrupting discipline for personal gain, from this day forward, you will no longer hold the position of head teacher and will be transferred to manage logistics. Zhao Wenlong cried out in panic, Principal! Principal, I. The principal boomed, cutting him off. If you have any complaints about the new assignment, you can submit your resignation. Quang Vien seized the opportunity to propose, his voice full of excitement. During the exam, the students of Class D performed exceptionally well, with many showing strength on par with Class S. I propose a class promotion. Meanwhile, in the Class D classroom, the atmosphere was chaotic. A loud crash echoed as Su Fong was thrown hard by someone, shattering a desk. Tanta sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ha ha, aren't you just a bunch of weaklings? Vuong Fai also commanded, Truong Thien Truong, get on your knees and kowtow to me, and I'll spare you guys. Thien Truong hesitated, but Thien Nguyet immediately spoke up firmly. And if we don't, no matter what you say, I won't hand my friends over to you. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the doorway. Ha ha ha, well said. Tanta was startled and turned around, and Thien Nguyet also looked over curiously. It was Ninfam, standing proudly in the doorway, his posture full of pride. His voice dropped to an icy tone. I'd like to see who dares to bully my students. Principal Jiang Hong snorted coldly, ordering, let Ninfam in. The classroom door opened, and a figure stepped inside. It was Ninfam, but there was something strange and indescribable about him. Principal Guo Yu frowned and scolded loudly. Ninfam, you dare to skip the meeting? In the classroom, Ninfam roared, his eyes sharp. I'd like to see who dares to bully my students. Vuong Fi smirked in response, his voice challenging. I was wondering why none of you would fight me. He turned to taunt Thien Truong. What, did you lose all your nerve after I broke your arm? A bunch of trash, waiting for your teacher to avenge you? Thien Nguyet shouted angrily. Who are you calling trash? Ninfam calmly replied. You're not so great yourself. My student can casually kick you off the class rankings. Vuong Fi sneered disrespectfully. Teacher Nin, I heard you were injured. Did it damage your brain? Kicking me out of the rankings with this bunch? You must be dreaming. Ninfam smirked, confident. If you don't believe me, just pick one and give it a try. Vuong Fi immediately pointed his finger towards Thien Ka, his voice arrogant. Since you've said so, I won't be polite. Then you go. Thien Ka replied, a provocative glint in his eyes, daring to pick the strongest in this class. I think you must have a death wish, huh? Ninfam unexpectedly smacked Thien Ka on the head and laughed. He picked you because you're weak, obviously. Then he pulled Thien Ka aside and whispered, Come here. Let me tell you something. Ninfam instructed, his voice low but powerful. I've already taught you the basic body transformation. Next is the most important part. Listen carefully. He whispered something and then said excitedly, Try it, and don't go easy on him. Thien Ka nodded confidently. No problem. Are you ready to get beaten to a pulp by me? But immediately after, Thien Sa suddenly collapsed, clutching his head and trembling, much to everyone's confusion. Ninfam thought to himself that maybe he should hit the kid on the head less often in the future. The scene shifts to an outdoor training ground, where Ninfam was presiding over the match between Thien Ka and Vuong Fi. He shouted, Begin! Thien Ka raised his hand, creating a brilliant green barrier, and said confidently, Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Vuong Fi raised his hand to summon flames, his voice cold, Humph, you think you're all that after listening to your teacher? He summoned a ferocious three-headed wolf, which growled menacingly. There's a price to pay for being overconfident. The wolf lunged straight at Thien Ka's barrier. A resounding explosion shook the ground. Ninfam nodded slightly, thinking with satisfaction, this kid is a really fast learner. Sharp fragments from Thien Ka's barrier grew spikes and pierced through the wolf, while another piece lodged straight into the mouth of the remaining wolf head. It turned out Thien Ka's barrier had been modified, becoming a sharp weapon that tore Vuong Fi's poor wolf to shreds. Thien Ka taunted, his voice smug. Is this your high-level summoning technique? What a piece of trash. Vuong Fi burst out laughing, his eyes flashing with anger. Ha ha! It seems that thing your useless teacher taught you is somewhat effective, huh? He summoned a leopard hybrid, his voice cold. In that case, I'll play with you a little longer. Thien Ka didn't flinch, and replied, Fine by me. Let's see who's playing with whom. The spikes on the barrier immediately shot towards the leopard man. It leaped to dodge, but Thien Ka quickly created more spikes, shouting, "Go!" A loud roar echoed as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. From within the cloud of dust, the faint silhouette of the leopard man appeared. It swung a fist crackling with electricity, punching the barrier hard and causing it to dent deeply. Thien Ka started to panic, but then he remembered Ninh Pham's words, "Use your imagination more. The stronger your imagination, the stronger this ability becomes." While the leopard man was busy attacking, it was completely unaware of a set of sharp teeth, lunging from behind. Instantly, the thing clamped down hard on the leopard man. Vuong Phai screamed in horror. What? But he still refused to admit defeat, roaring, "Haha, so what if you won? Does Class D even have the ability to participate in the ranking tournament to kick me out of the S rank list?" Thien Ka panted, regaining his composure, and replied with style, "You loser. What are you even talking about?" Ninfam suddenly smacked Thien Ka on the head, yelling, "He's already gone and you're still gloating here. You really are asking for a beating." He continued his reprimand. "See? It's not like you can't beat Class S. I was gone for just one day and you all got bullied into this state." Su Fong spoke up timidly. "No, it's just that Class S is really strong." Ninfam's anger flared, and his voice deepened. "It seems I've been too gentle with you all. I've acquired some good stuff while I was out this time. Next, I'm going to train you. More seriously." He took out a vial of purple liquid and handed it to Tin Nguyet. "Let's start with you," banged Tin Nguyet. Tin Nguyet took the vial and asked curiously, "What is this?" Ninfam smiled. "Spoiler alert, it's your reward for your previous victory." Tin Nguyet read the label on the vial out loud. "Ninfam's hair growth potion." She nodded. "I guess you keep your word." Then she chugged the entire bottle. Ninfam was shocked and yelled, "Hey, you're drinking it all in one go?" Suddenly, the hood on Tin Nguyet's head fell off, revealing long, lustrous hair so thick she looked like a wild person. She screamed, "This is too much." Ninfam quickly explained, "That's why I said not to drink it all at once." Tin Nguyet said irritably, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He retorted, "You had already drunk it by the time I could say anything." Then Ninfam teased, "If you have too much, you can save it to feed the birds." Unexpectedly, Principal Guo Yu appeared, his deep voice booming. "You certainly are arrogant. Ninfam, you've got some real nerve, making me come and invite you to a meeting myself." Ninfam was startled. How did he find me here? Tin Hen cried out, Principal, you've ticked off the principal this time." He quickly tried to clear his name. "This is a misunderstanding. Old Liu didn't notify me, so I didn't know." Quang Vien interjected, his voice serious. "Be honest, the principal is considering a promotion opportunity for your class. How would you know if you weren't notified? I was the one assigned to inform you." Ninfam was taken aback and gave a strained laugh. "Oh, so you were here too?" Guo Yu continued to scold, his voice full of authority. "Humph, all you do all day is fool around. You're not upright at all. Don't you feel ashamed in front of your father acting like this?" Ninfam thought to himself that if the class got promoted, it would be better for the students. He replied, "The principal is absolutely right. I'll be more mindful in the future." Then he continued, "But it's true. My students already have the strength to participate in the S-rank competition." Kai Sun coldly revealed, "Enough. Only Class S and Class A are allowed to participate in the ranking competition." Ninh Pham smirked, his voice casual. "Well, what if I insist on participating at any cost?" Kai Sun coldly stated the condition, his eyes sharp. "You just need to get all the Class A teachers to acknowledge the strength of the Class D students, then your class will qualify for this year's Class S selection tournament. The only catch is, you only have 7 days." Ninfam laughed and replied confidently, "That's simple. 2 matches will be enough." Kai Sun frowned, his voice full of doubt. "What kind of joke is this? I said you need recognition from all the Class A teachers in the school." Ninfam calmly explained, a challenging glint in his eyes. "For the first match, I'll have a Class D student fight the best student from Class A. If we win, won't that be enough to prove my class's strength?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "If that's still not enough, for the second match, I will personally challenge the top teacher of Class A." He glanced at Kai Sun, his tone probing. "How does that sound to you?" Kai Sun, who was the head instructor for Class A teachers, narrowed his eyes, a dangerous look flashing across them. Ninh Pham was undeterred, and continued, "If those 2 matches are still not enough, we will make every single person in Class A acknowledge the strength of Class D." Su Fong suddenly spoke up, his voice full of excitement. "I wonder if anyone from Class A dares to compete with me?" Thien Ka laughed boisterously. "I didn't get enough of a fight earlier. Let's use Class A to sharpen our blades." "That's right!" Ninfam shouted, a mischievous glint in his eye. "That's right! It hurts!" Tin Nguyet squeezed his shoulder in frustration. "You've tormented Class B and C enough. Now you want to make trouble for Class A too?" Kai Sun thought to himself, his expression cold, Dreaming of returning to Class S after crossing me? What a fool, he threatened in a low voice. I'm warning you, if you dare pull any tricks, I'll have you fired, Principal Quoc Nu interjected calmly. All right, I'll trust you this time. Kai-sun quickly cut in, his voice tense. Principal, this ranking match is tied to the inter-school competition later on. Quoc Nu replied coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Haven't you caused enough trouble? He announced with authority. I'm making an exception to allow Class D to participate in the Class S selection match 7 days from now. Tien Sa immediately cheered with excitement, while Tin Hun Jiet was completely speechless. Quoc Nu placed a hand on Ninh Pham's shoulder and whispered, Now you can overcome this. Cheer up, I will help you. Then he walked past him, his voice low but full of meaning. Some things are best left in the past. Ninh Pham laughed, but his heart felt heavy. Let it go, he thought to himself. Ninh Pham, ask yourself, can you really move on so easily after your whole family was killed in a single night? Meanwhile, Thien Nguyet was fumbling with a pair of scissors, trying to cut her own long, messy hair, muttering, It's just a haircut, isn't it? I can totally do it myself. Strands of her hair fluttered to the floor as she frowned. This part's a little long, the other side isn't even, just a little more, when suddenly the scissors dropped with a thud. The next day, Su Fong and Li Kuang were doubled over, teasing Thien Nguyet. Hey boss, didn't you take a hair growth potion? How come your hair is still so short? Su Fong added with a snicker. She must have tried to cut it herself and botched it. Li Kuang chimed in playfully. You two knuckleheads. Did you actually guess right? Ha ha. They both roared with laughter, continuing their teasing. Lie, boss, I was wrong. Su, stop hitting me, stop. Ninh Pham spoke up, his voice serious. All right, today we begin our training for the upcoming competition. Su Fong, his face all bruised, whined, I just want to be a happy-go-lucky slacker. Li Kuang, his face swollen, mumbled, As long as I get food, I'm good with anything. Thien Nguyet snapped irritably. What? You two have no ambition at all, Su Fong said seriously. I want to test my abilities. Tien Ka nodded, his voice confident. Actually, being in Class S is probably not that big of a deal. Ninh Pham coughed a few times. Ahem, then continued. Listen up. Suddenly, he sensed someone lurking outside the door and glanced back, but they quickly ducked out of sight. Ninh Pham continued. Next, we need to. The lurker peeked their head out again to listen. Ninh Pham's eyes went cold as he lunged forward and grabbed the person's head, shouting, Who are you? What are you doing skulking outside my classroom? The person yelped in panic. Don't hit me! It's me! It was Dong Loi, he said sheepishly. It's just me, Teacher Ninh. Ninh Pham smacked him on the head coldly. It's precisely because you're a teacher that I'm hitting you. Dong Loi quickly explained. Please stop, Teacher Ninh. I came here to apologize. He bowed his head, his voice sincere. About what happened before, I almost made a grave error. I now deeply realize my own shortcomings. From now on, I will train hard to discipline my mind and body. Ninh Pham nodded, his voice deep. Admitting your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Dong Loi was surprised, his eyes brightening. So, does that mean you forgive me, Teacher Ninh? Ninh Pham's lips curled into a smirk, his voice full of insinuation. Did you hear me say the word forgive? Besides, the person you should be apologizing to is the student you hurt. He threatened. The price you need to pay has to be a little higher. At the same time, in the school's conference room, the air was thick with tension. Duong Hoa spoke, her voice icy. The principal agreed to Ninh Pham's request. In 7 days, Class D will participate in the S-rank competition. Ta Lap nodded, a calculating look in his eyes, just as we expected. In that case, our next move will be to poach his students. In the academic affairs office, the door creaked open, and Xiao Xiao walked in with a serious expression. She reported, The higher-ups suspect there's a problem with the physical state of the Class D students. They've ordered a thorough inspection during the ranking match. Kai-sun shot to his feet and answered sharply, Understood. He thought to himself, a malicious glint in his eyes. Just wait until I return. Let's see how arrogant you all from the Special Abilities Alliance can be. Meanwhile, on the training field, Ninh Pham was directing his students with a decisive tone. Next, I'll be training you all, and I'll also give you some pointers to help you learn more effectively. One by one, they began to move. This competition was certainly not going to be simple. Over at the equipment training area, someone was stroking their lustrous hair. It was Hoai Quan. He was carefully instructing a staff member. This is the new training equipment we just bought. Install it with care. Ninh Pham led his students over to observe, remarking, It looks like they're almost done. Hoai Quan nodded confidently. That's right. The new training equipment is nearly set up. Once you all use this, the S-rank competition will be a piece of cake. Ninh Pham suddenly blocked his path, his voice annoyed. Stay away from us. He then turned to his students. You all will train by yourselves today. I'll give you more guidance tomorrow. Then he walked away, waving. Make sure you all train hard and practice hard. I'm heading out first. Thien Nguyet muttered under her breath. That guy is totally ditching us for a girl. Thien Truong turned to ask with concern. Tuyet Ui, are your eyes all right? Tuyet Vi gave a small smile. Yeah, Miss Lam said. They'll be fine in a few days, just in time for the competition. Thien Truong said enthusiastically. In that case, today, you should take it easy and rest. Kwan suddenly threw an arm around Thien Truong's shoulders, laughing heartily. Hey kid, you're a martial artist, right? Come take a look at this. He introduced. The A300 spellcasting robot is the perfect companion for solo training. It's equipped with artificial intelligence and can adjust its abilities to balance with an opponent, making it the perfect choice for your martial arts. Kwan slapped the machine a couple of times and shouted, "Wake up, time to get to work." Meanwhile, students from other classes were whispering, "Did you see? Class D is training over there. They're so powerful. They even got a special pass to participate in the S-rank competition." A mysterious girl spoke, her voice deep. Class D. Suddenly, the A300 robot took to the air, beeping as it cranked the difficulty to the maximum level. Thien Truong threw a punch, shattering a massive boulder in a single hit. He landed back on the ground, panting and catching his breath. The mysterious girl approached from behind him, saying, "It's been a while." Thien Truong was taken aback, and before he could react, she threw a kick at him. He hastily blocked it but was still knocked back. Getting into a fighting stance, he yelled, "Hey, don't just attack me like that, Hong Diep Lam." So the girl was Hong Diep Lam, a barrier user from Class S. She smirked. "I did say hello, didn't I? I saw you broke the robot and figured you needed a training partner." "With you," Thien Truong scowled. "I don't need one. Besides, I can't beat you. You're just looking for a punching bag." Diep Lam smiled softly and revealed, "It's okay. I won't use my powers or draw my sword. Want to give it a shot?" He answered, annoyed. "You're the one who said it." At the same time, Ninfam was leisurely sitting and sipping coffee with Coc Tuyet. From a distance, Thien Nguyet was spying on them with binoculars, muttering, "Just as I thought. He's totally choosing romance over his responsibilities." Coc Tuyet smiled and said, "Ninfam, I heard the news. Class D made it into the S-rank competition." Ninfam nodded confidently. "Yep, the kids have been working very hard, so I'm sure. This competition will be a breeze." Coc Tuyet looked at him and reminded him, "So you have to try your best, too." As the soft sunlight streamed through the window, Coc Tuyet blushed and yelled bashfully, "I'll be waiting for you in Class S." Thien Nguyet stood there, her curiosity piqued. What in the world did she just witness to get a reaction like that? Beside her, Li Kuang urged impatiently, "Come on, what's happening?" Thien Nguyet snapped, "Quiet. If you want to watch, get your own binoculars." A sly smile crept across Thien Nguyet's face, as if she had just uncovered a juicy secret. An idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity to get some leverage on her teacher. Coc Tuyet quickly fled, leaving Ninfam standing there completely stunned, his mind a blank. Why did she just run away like that? The next morning, the equipment training room was alive with the sounds of a battle between two robots. A shout echoed through the room. "Even in training, show no mercy." Thien Nguyet stood straight and gave a decisive order. "It's just an orb. Cut it down." Kwan smirked, his voice brimming with pride. "You shouldn't underestimate the abilities of this large-sized training robot." He gestured with his hand, and the robot instantly entered combat mode. Its laser blade flashed, and the stone golem was instantly obliterated. The robot suddenly grew in size, its hands igniting with X-shaped flames. Thien Nguyet stared, completely mesmerized by the spectacle. "That's so awesome." She turned to Ninfam, her voice buzzing with excitement. "Ninfam, you have to teach me a cool summoning skill too." But he simply shook his head in response. "You don't need one, isn't your stone golem cool too?" Suddenly, Thien Nguyet's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning sharp and piercing. So what were you up to at the coffee shop yesterday afternoon?" She stood up, striking a threatening pose before walking off. Ninfam was dumbfounded, never imagining his student would have the guts to blackmail him. "If I get upset, who knows what secrets might slip out." "There," she added, her voice full of hidden meaning. Ninfam sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll teach you," he shouted, his voice filled with determination. "A student summoned beast isn't cool enough? That's my failure as a teacher." Grabbing Yu Shui's shoulders, "Go on. What kind of summoned beast do you want? I'll teach you everything." Yu Shui hesitated, her eyes looking dreamy. "Something like a flying dragon." Ninfam bluntly cut her off, saying that such comic book creatures don't exist in reality, so they can't be summoned no matter what. She stammered in confusion. "Nothing like that?" Just then, Li Qiang suddenly rushed past, shouting, "Move it! Move it!" Ninfam suggested. "How about a giant python?" Yu Shui grimaced and immediately refused. "No thanks. It's too ugly." Outside, a giant suddenly appeared, standing puzzled in front of the door. He tried to squeeze through the narrow doorway, causing the wall to crumble. The giant spoke, his deep voice booming. "Excuse me, please move aside." The giant with a strange fish head continued. This king has business with the fatty. Xie Tiange stepped forward out of nowhere, his aura flaring. He's under my protection now. If you want something, you have to go through me first. Who the hell are you? State your name, Li Qiang immediately tattled. He's the one who bullied me. The fish head guy smirked and replied defiantly. Are you challenging this king? Then take a good look. He turned his back to show off a vibrant barracuda tattoo, proudly introducing, this is this king's name. Everyone murmured, surprised by the strange creature. What a weird name. The barracuda guy reminded them helplessly. Look at the characters, the written words. Xie Tiange frowned, muttering the name barracuda. Li Qiang, standing nearby, his eyes lit up and mouth watering, mumbled, dried fish. The more Chu Feng looked, the more curious he became, unable to resist stepping closer. While the barracuda guy wasn't looking, he tried to touch the tattoo. How did you guys learn to read? Sound it out with me. Barracuda. But before he could touch it, the barracuda guy roared. This king has eyes in the back of his head. What are you trying to do? Sneaking around and touching me? Chu Feng stopped sneaking around and jumped straight onto the guy, shouting, with that phony fish head, I want to see what you really look like. As he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock, bloodshot, and he fell to the ground, his face pale. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. Nanggong Yan, with his hands in his pockets, calmly and confidently announced, That's not some fish head mask. I am the strongest summoned beast, currently ranked second, Nanggong Yan, a level 5 summoner. Earlier, Li Qiang was happily munching on some food, his expression full of satisfaction. The head girl managed things strictly, so he only dared to eat in secret. Suddenly, something fell beside him, startling him so much that the food flew out of his mouth. The barracuda guy laughed loudly, reassuring him. Haha, did this king scare you? Relax. Don't be afraid, little fatty. This king was just waiting for you here. Li Qiang glanced behind him suspiciously. What is that? Why is there an old dude wearing a fish head mask? Is he some kind of fish fanatic? He looked regretfully at the bag of dried fish on the ground, then a cunning smile spread across his face. Being kind, he offered a handful of dried fish to the barracuda guy. Hey, fishhead, want some of this tasty stuff? Have some. The barracuda guy happily accepted it. Oh, an offering for this king? In that case, this king won't be polite. He popped the fish into his mouth and praised. Not bad. This pleases me greatly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So delicious. Li Qiang was startled and turned to see Nanggong Yan chewing happily, asking, What is this delicious food? Li Qiang's eyes widened as he replied, Salted dried fish. Instantly, the piece of fish in the barracuda guy's hand fell to the ground. Nanggong Yan frowned, pointing angrily. He dared to feed barracuda his own kind. He can't be forgiven. Get him. Shi Tiange glanced at Li Qiang hiding behind him and said helplessly, Why did you have to go and provoke a salted fish now? Li Qiang scratched his head, smiling innocently. I didn't know either. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the barracuda guy glowed with light, looking forgiving and magnanimous. If it's just a misunderstanding, then I forgive you. Xie Tiange was blinded by the light and exclaimed in surprise, Why is this salted fish glowing so brightly? But Nanggong Yan coldly cut him off. Don't. His eyes were brimming with tears, looking aggrieved. We've been bullied like this, we can't just let it slide. Beat him up. The barracuda guy bent down and patted his head reassuringly. Little Yan, fighting is not good. You'll get hurt if you fight. Nanggong Yan clasped his hands, looking at him with shimmering eyes, but his voice was still firm. But I can't swallow this insult. That expression made the barracuda guy freeze. His eyes narrowed, his aura exploded, and he rushed in front of Xie Tiange's group, shouting, Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson after all. Wen Ruan walked in sternly, holding a ruler. Everyone, open your books. This class will be about a newly discovered summoned beast. Today's lesson is about the characteristics of the barracuda. The barracuda has eyes on both its front and back, which can be identified by their position, she explained, her sharp gaze serving as a reminder. A fish's field of vision is wider than a human's, so sneak attacks are very difficult. Finally, she emphasized its weakness. Its fish head cannot turn, but it can shake from side to side. If you have to fight it, it's best to attack from the side. As she finished, she clenched her fist, gritted her teeth, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat someone alive. Asterisk, asterisk. So why did it take so long for me to show up here? Put me back in the main character lineup. Asterisk, asterisk. The barracuda guy stood proudly before the crowd, his voice aggressive. If little Yan Yan has spoken, then I have no choice but to act. Xie Tiange narrowed his eyes, a provocative smirk on his face. Fine, come on, you salted fish. After I'm done with you, I'll teach that little brat a lesson. Li Qiang cheered enthusiastically from behind. Big bro, you can do it. Nanggong Yan stood by the wall, pointing and ordering, Teach him a lesson. The barracuda guy immediately unleashed his move, roaring, Taste my deep-sea water bullet, an offensive magic-type summoned beast. Xie Tiange frowned, assessing the situation. Without making everyone wait, the Barracuda guy hurled the water bullet at him. With a deafening explosion, the bullet shattered. Shi Tian-ge smirked. With just a little trick like that? Just wait until I deal with you. As he spoke, a volley of forks rained down from the sky. Ninh Pham watched silently, assessing in his mind. Turning his shield into forks? It's a stronger attack, but doesn't that expose all his weaknesses? Shi Tian-ge was overconfident. He waved his hand, and the forks shot forward. Turn from a salted fish into a dried fish, he yelled. The Barracuda guy leaped up nimbly, his large body dodging with surprising agility. In just a few seconds, he closed in on Shi Tian-ge, startling him. What? The Barracuda guy swung his weapon, a fish that had been dead for who knows how long, and threw it right at Xie Tian-ge's face. A perfect hit. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the area, gradually fading into the distance. Ninh Pham shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the figure who had just collapsed, their eyes already closed in unconsciousness. Just before the person hit the ground, he managed to catch them, his voice filled with worry. Xie Tian-ge, are you okay? On the other side, the Barracuda guy didn't rest, continuing to unleash a new move. The compressed deep-sea cannon exploded, a fierce light flashing. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Chu Feng frowned and stepped forward, his voice full of confidence. Perfect timing. Let me try out my new move. He skillfully weaved through the barrage of sea cannons, his body as agile as the wind. With a masterful spin, Chu Feng got behind the Barracuda guy. The fish-headed giant realized his intention, his eyes turning cold as if offended. I told you, this king's eyes aren't for decoration. A sneak attack is useless. Water overload. But Chu Feng just smirked, a challenging smile on his face. Who said I was planning a sneak attack? As he spoke, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted right above the Barracuda guy's head. Ninh Pham frowned slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up, a look of surprise in his eyes. This kid has already mastered offensive magic? After the spectacular attack, Chu Feng landed gently on the ground, looking composed. Behind him, the Barracuda guy stood stunned, his eyes glazed over as if he couldn't believe his opponent's last move. His head was bright red, as if it had been cooked by the heat. Chu Feng glanced at him, his voice sarcastic. How was that? That was my all-out attack. The Barracuda guy finally snapped out of it, fanning his head frantically to cool down, his bloodshot eyes screaming, Hot! So hot it's killing me! You're good! You win! You win! Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, a doubtful expression on his face, not believing the guy would admit defeat so easily. Suddenly, a small fish appeared, its mouth open and eyes shut tight. Nangang Yan frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Ninh Pham glanced over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Nangang Yan clutched the now shrunken Barracuda in his hand and growled, You guys are too much. Ninh Pham thought to himself in surprise, It can shrink? Despite his small size, Nangang Yan's voice was still full of power. Not only did you feed Barracuda salted dried fish, but you also wanted to turn him into a grilled fish? Ninh Pham held back a laugh and reminded him through gritted teeth. Be quiet for a moment. I'm using pay respects to the master on Nangang Yan. The moment he finished speaking, Nangang Yan involuntarily stood on his tiptoes and then suddenly dropped to his knees, slamming his head on the ground. Ninh Pham leaned down, his voice teasing. I just told you to be quiet for a bit. You don't have to apologize like that. Nangang Yan trembled in panic. Teacher, stay away. My legs just gave out on me. He suddenly widened his eyes, dazedly realizing something. Wait a minute. I was standing just fine. Why did my legs give out for no reason? I'm just scaring myself. Nangang Yan burst into tears, shouting as they streamed down his face. Damn it, I swear I'll get revenge for this. He ran off head first, but in his rage, he crashed into someone around a corner, though he still, gripping the Barracuda in his hand, he kept yelling loudly, Are you blind? I'm over here. Chu Feng propped up his chin, pondering. Ninh Pham asked curiously, What are you thinking? Chu Feng frowned slightly, worried. That fish-head guy. It feels like he's hiding his true strength. Right at that moment, a loud laugh echoed. Nam Kung Yin had returned, with an arrogant expression. Sorry I'm late, but this time, I brought a much more formidable big bro, he shouted. I'm telling you, they bullied me! Brother Tian Yang! Beat them up! At the same time, a young man covered in bruises appeared, confusedly exclaiming, Huh? Both Ninh Pham and Chu Feng were stunned as well. Lang Xingyue recalled the shrunken form of the Barracuda and frowned slightly. Long was skeptical. The little chick beside her also watched curiously as Tian Yang scratched his head, saying respectfully, Teacher Ning, I'm here to train. Ninh Pham asked with concern, What happened to your face? Tian Yang hesitated. I was careless during practice yesterday, and ended up with these. The friendly chat left Nam Kung Nian petrified, his jaw on the floor. Time passed quietly as Li Qiang closed his eyes, savoring a spicy snack he was about to eat. Suddenly, Lang Xingyue appeared from behind, her voice lazy but threatening. Seeing Li Qiang startled in alarm, she laughed with amusement. Ha ha, I was just scaring you a little. She turned to Sui Wei and asked, "Isn't it break time?" Sui Wei smiled. "Yep, we came to rest for a bit too." Li Qiang glared at them in frustration. "Why have I been so unlucky these days?" Leng Xingwei ignored him and turned to her friend. "So, Shui, what have you been practicing?" Shui Wei smiled, touching her eye patch. "Want to see? Let me show you." With that, she closed one eye, and the pupil beneath her eye patch glowed with a blue light, but she covered it again in a flash. Leng Xingyue was bewildered. "Wait, your demonstration is already over." Despite that, she answered Shui Wei's question in a menacing tone. "I'm still practicing low-level summoning." She quoted Ninh Pham, saying that as long as her summoning foundation improves, her bonded summon will get stronger too. Li Qiang overheard and sneered. "What a rookie, still practicing." "The basics," Leng Xingyue shouted in anger. "So what have you mastered then?" Li Qiang jumped to his feet, his eyes filled with conceit. "You're the one who wanted to see it, so don't say I'm showing you no respect." Xingyue grew impatient. "Stop showing off and just get on with it." Li Qiang clenched his fists and shouted two words, and the area around him erupted with blinding torrents of energy. He smirked, boasting confidently. "What do you think? Pretty cool, huh?" Leng Xingyue turned pale with rage and crushed her can. "Are you trying to be funny?" Shui Wei, meanwhile, calmly sipped her drink as if this was normal, and asked, "Speaking of which, has anyone seen Zhang Tianyang?" Leng Xingyue replied, "Ninh Pham took him somewhere else." Shui Wei nodded. "Right. For some special training, I believe." Ninh Pham led Zhang Tianyang into the martial arts hall, saying trustfully, "So, I'm counting on you for Zhang Tianyang." Liu Guangyuan, sitting cross-legged, answered flatly, "All right, you're becoming more of a scoundrel every day." Ninh Pham smirked. "You flatter me." Liu Guangyuan, accustomed to his attitude, changed the subject. "Good thing you're here. There's something I need to discuss. Do you remember the rules for the S-rank placement competition?" Ninh Pham put his hands in his pockets, looking skeptical. "Of course. I remember. It's a free-for-all to earn points." Liu Guangyuan narrowed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. "But the rules have changed this year. The academy will dispatch several teachers to participate and eliminate students." He added that if a student eliminates a teacher, their points will be doubled. Any teacher eliminated by a student will be demoted. Ninh Pham rubbed his chin, pretending to be courteous. "In that case, I hope you'll go easy on my students." Liu Guangyuan replied indifferently, "No, I'm not participating. If I were to join, the competition would end in a flash." Suddenly, his eyes glinted mischievously. "The one who has to participate is you?" Ninh Pham raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Huh?" In front of all the contestants, an aircraft stood ready. An announcement was made. "Will all contestants please form an orderly line? The opening ceremony is about to start." The crowd of contestants began to push and shove. One girl yelled nervously, "Stop pushing, stop pushing!" But no one listened, and in their haste, they accidentally stepped on the girl's shoe, making her stumble and scream in fear. Luckily, a figure appeared in the nick of time, casting a spell. Huang Taiji gently supported her, warning, "Careful." He then kindly asked, "Are you injured?" The girl smiled, full of gratitude. I'm okay, thank you." Suddenly, a contestant behind them cried out, staring in disbelief as Huang Taiji walked away. "Isn't that Huang Taiji?" Someone else wondered. "Is he one of the 6 elders?" That person scoffed. "Hey, don't you watch the news? The Ning family had a mishap, so there are only 5 of them now." The girl looked bewildered. "Really?" The guy acted like he knew everything. "Why else would teacher Ning be sent down to a lower class?" "It's because he lost his backing." Ning Fan heard this and scowled, his gaze turning icy. The announcement system came on again, its voice echoing clearly. "Please welcome the chairman of the board, Mr. Huang Taiji, to the stage." Huang Taiji, with a commanding presence, walked onto the stage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Every student in this competition will start with 2 points. When you eliminate an opponent, you take all of their points. The last 20 contestants standing will officially become S-class students." He paused, his voice dropping authoritatively. "However, this year, 5 teachers will be joining the competition. If you eliminate a teacher, your points will be doubled." Sensing the student's wavering resolve, he offered a reassuring smile. "Naturally, being defeated by a teacher also counts as elimination. May the Lord bless you all." The entire venue was silent, hanging on his every word. "Next, let's welcome Miss Wen Ruan, the representative of the 5 participating teachers, to speak." As Huang Taiji stepped down, he happened to pass Ning Fan, and his eyes brightened. "Well, if it isn't Little Fan?" Ning Fan bowed respectfully. "Yes, Chairman." Huang Taiji patted his shoulder, a wide smile on his face. "Good to see you, kid. It's been a while. You look much more mature. Are you one of the 5 teachers participating in this competition, this time?" Ning Fan straightened his back, his eyes shining with pride. "That's right. Because Class D received a special entry, I was selected to join." Wen Ruan, microphone in hand, shot him a glance, her eyes showing a flash of dissatisfaction. That's how it is. I'm done. Teachers should now arrange their classes to prepare for the start of the competition. Huang Taiji didn't stay long, but turned to Ninh Pham with a warm voice. You'll be returning to the S class after this test, won't you? Good luck, and may the Lord be with you. Ninh Pham smirked, replying confidently, yes, I will do my best. Suddenly, someone behind him shoved his shoulder. Ouyang Hua glared at him, saying mockingly, return to the S class? In your dreams. Ninh Pham clenched his fists and muttered resentfully, you started this. You have used Meet the Master on Ouyang Hua. Instantly, Ouyang Hua tripped and fell, smashing his forehead on the ground right in front of Ninh Pham, letting out a panicked scream. Ninh Pham chuckled in amusement and walked off, leaving a stunned Ouyang Hua to get back on his feet, muttering, what was that? High above, a helicopter circled, monitoring the scene. Zhao Wenlong stuck his head out the door with a mic in hand, announcing excitedly, this competition will be brought to you live by yours truly, Zhao Wenlong, covering all the action. He watched closely as the students split into groups and boarded the transports, getting ready to head to the arena. The helicopter flew over the ocean, descending onto a remote island in the middle of nowhere. This is it, Adversary Island. Zhao Wenlong continued on the large screen. The competition is about to start, and just like all of you, I can't wait to see what this year has in store. He leaned out of the helicopter, exclaiming excitedly, see that? We've reached Adversary Island. A massive plane appeared above. Transport 1 has arrived. Zhao Wenlong announced loudly. The contestants are about to enter the field. The plane's ramp slowly lowered. Ouyang Hua stepped out, wearing wind goggles, and looked over. The students and instructed, listen carefully. There is no time limit. The competition will end in the final 20 minutes. Rescue staff are on standby on the island, so if you're eliminated or want to forfeit, send a distress signal. Got it? The students responded in unison. Yes, sir! At Ouyang Hua's command, they began jumping out of the plane, starting the race. Aboard the aircraft, Ninh Pham sighed with a look of resignation. I never saw this coming. Li Qiang was hugging a pole, wailing, no, I can't do it, Teacher Ning. I'm scared of heights. Zhao Wenlong quickly assessed the scene. It seems one of the Class D students already wants to quit. Ninh Pham glanced at him, patiently instructing, I guess there's no other way. Let me help you. With that, he kicked Li Qiang right off. Li Qiang screamed, tears flying. Zhao Wenlong was flabbergasted. Does Teacher Ning have some kind of beef with his student? Ninh Pham frowned and shouted, hey, remember to pull your parachute. Li Qiang quickly opened his chute. Seeing that things were under control, Zhao Wenlong shifted focus. Right then, let's take a look at transport number 2. It seems the action has begun. 3 standout students, Sun Zye, Zhang Qiluo, and Wang Fei, appeared on screen. Oh, these are some of the strongest candidates for the top spot this year. 3 S-class students have teamed up, they'll definitely secure a high rank. Ahem. Wang Fei took the lead, giving the order to depart. They respectively held 13th, 11th, and then the top spot. Triu Vanlong glanced into the cockpit and suddenly paused. Wait, there's still one person. He was surprised to see Hong Diep Lam sitting quietly in her seat, looking dazed. The previous champion, Diep Hong Lam. It's so late, and she still hasn't entered the field. I wonder what she's preparing for. Unexpectedly, Hong Diep Lam covered her mouth and let out a big yawn. So noisy, she mumbled. Triu Van Long broke into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping. Suddenly, she grabbed her weapon, her eyes still half closed, and jumped from the plane. Huh? Wait a minute. Triu Van Long was doubtful. She jumped without a parachute. Is she dreaming? But before he could say more, Hong Diep Lam zipped past Truong Kilak, Ton Ta, and then Vuong Phi, nimbly using their parachutes as springboards to dive down. Below, Li Kuang's eyes widened as his parachute got stuck in a tree. Li Tu shouted, stay strong. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Vuong Phi smirked confidently. This time, victory is certain. He raised his hand high, his spirits soaring because he had formed the strongest team. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Vuong Phi looked up, not noticing Hong Diep Lam, who had just swept past. What was that sound? By the time he realized, the entire team's parachutes were shredded. What's going on? Vuong Phi gritted his teeth, instantly summoning a flock of purple birds to catch him. Triu Van Long followed closely in the helicopter. Let's observe contestant Diep Hong Lam. Her speed is extremely fast, having eliminated many people right from the start, but if she doesn't land safely, she will also be eliminated. Hong Diep Lam narrowed her eyes, no longer looking drowsy. Her sharp sword shattered the rocks, blocking her path, her steps light yet steady, using the rocks as footholds while maintaining perfect speed. She landed safely, becoming the person with the highest score. Triu Van Long was excited. I wonder what she'll show us next. This is truly something to look forward to. But unexpectedly, Hong Diep Lam flopped onto the ground, her voice mournful. I forgot my parachute again. I'm so out of it. She dozed off, leaving everyone watching the live screen stunned. Triu Van Long sweated and quickly changed the subject. Let's see if the other cameras have anything interesting. The helicopter flew to a cliff, discovering 3 students chasing a teacher. Triu Van Long shouted, "It's teacher Ninh Pham from Class D. Perhaps he's being hunted because he's the lowest level teacher." The young man called, that narrowed his eyes and ordered, "I'll block him. You two flank from behind." His teammates immediately split up, responding affirmatively. That CA unleashed a fire attack, shattering the cliff in front of Ninfam and blocking the only path. The sword-wielding young man dashed to the left. "Block him. Don't mess up." The other one flash stepped to the right. "You're surrounded, teacher. Hand over your points." Ninfam slapped his forehead helplessly. Why does it have to be like this? I just wanted to save some trust points. But his eyes flashed without a hint of mercy. A small flame flickered from Ninfam's fingertip, its light seeming to challenge space itself. He narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and cold. "The ones who are surrounded are you." Instantly, the 3 contestants were encircled by flames, the brilliant light flaring up violently. "Hot, hot, hot!" they screamed in panic. What's going on? Hasn't he recovered his powers yet? It seems the intel was wrong. The leading young man gritted his teeth, his voice full of disappointment. "I guess we'll have to stop here." But Ninfam showed no mercy. He snapped his fingers and coldly commanded, "Spread." The flames immediately erupted, engulfing the 3 contestants in an instant. He stood silently observing, his gaze sharp, when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. What? Since when? A transparent water shield had enveloped the 3 contestants, reflecting the firelight like a sparkling gem. Nam Kung Yen sat on the shoulder of a milkfish, smirking mockingly. "Hee mang, these guys are so embarrassing." The milkfish was stern, its deep voice lecturing, "Little Ngien, you shouldn't speak ill of your classmates like that." Nam Kung Yen greeted with a bright smile. Hey, teacher Nin, long time no see." Ninfam frowned, clearly displeased. "It's been 3 days, and this brat is acting up again." Nam Kung Yen's brows furrowed, his tone sharp. "You're out of luck today." All 3 Ninfams. He turned to the 3 contestants and proposed, "If you don't want to be eliminated, team up with me to deal with Ninfam." The leading young man was momentarily surprised. Brother Nian is making his move? "What are you waiting for?" He gave the order. "So what are you waiting for?" "Let's go," another one said excitedly. "That's right, there's also a chance to double our points," the milkfish worriedly reminded again. "Little Nian, it's not good for many people to gang up on one person." Nam Kung Jian snapped, cutting him off. "Mang, have you forgotten how they humiliated us? This grudge must be avenged." Ninfam smirked, his voice challenging. "No need to be polite, just come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry." Nam Kung Nien refused to back down, shouting, "Go, take him down." The 3 contestants, as if energized, charged straight towards Ninfam, chanting, "Straight to Class S, take him down." But Ninfam simply raised his hand gently, and the 3 of them suddenly froze mid-stride. Before they could even react, they dropped to their knees and kowtowed before him. The pay respects to the master skill had worked its magic again. It took them a moment to dazedly realize their strange actions. What? Their faces turned pale with horror. What kind of ability is this? Ninfam smiled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming. So polite, so polite. My beloved subjects, you may rise. Nam Kungyen, observing from the side, looked as if he saw through everything. As expected, it's that strange technique again. He roared in anger. I told you to attack. Why are you kneeling before him like that? Have you no shame? The leading young man frowned. We were careless just now. We need to get serious. Seeing their determined expressions, Ninfam said, Done being polite? Still not giving up? Then I have no choice. He used the pay respects to the master skill again. The 3 contestants' eyes widened, their faces turning green, and a loud explosion echoed through the gorge. Triu Venlong watched tensely from the helicopter. It looks like we're about to see the result. When the dust settled, the scene left everyone stunned. The 3 contestants had knelt so hard that the ground beneath them shattered. They stammered in pain. My kneecaps are done for. At the same time, an announcement rang out. Trintrack and Xiaolang of Class A have been eliminated. Ninfam glanced around, muttering, That little brat took the chance to escape. Elsewhere, Ta Thien Ka and So Fong were surrounded by a group of unconscious students. Ta Thien Ka scoffed, These guys are such trash. None of them are a match for this young master. So Fong glanced at him worriedly, not noticing. A flash of light behind him. I wonder how the others are doing, he mumbled. A girl with braided pigtails suddenly flashed a bizarre smile, a writing brush in her hand as she drew in a book. This new creative inspiration is striking again. Her brushstrokes flowed nimbly across the paper, and in just a few seconds, talismans were stuck on trees, branches, and rocks. Everywhere, So Fong and Ta Thien Ka passed was covered in them. Seeing So Fong suddenly stop, Ta Thi and Ka asked suspiciously. So Fong, what are you spacing out for? So Fong scanned their surroundings warily. We've entered someone else's barrier. A glowing red heart appeared, colorful lollipops sprouted everywhere, and heart-shaped flowers bloomed. The scenery around them had completely transformed. So Fong knelt down, broke a twig, and frowned. Ta Thi and Ka assessed their surroundings. Surprised. I don't think there's a place like this on the island. So, Fong said worriedly, it must be the power of the barrier. Ta Thi and Ka looked at the love-filled scene and exclaimed, this barrier is so kawaii, it's way too cute. But when he looked up, he narrowed his eyes. Has that heart in the sky gotten bigger? The mysterious girl smirked slyly. He, that's a present for you guys. As she finished speaking, the giant heart came crashing down. Ta Thi and Ka snorted coldly, and instantly a crack appeared on the heart, as a hand giving the middle finger pierced right through it. F times CK. Ta Thi and K threw his head back and laughed. I knew it was just some useless trick. He turned to So Fong, surprised to see his face had changed. Let's keep moving. What's with your face? So Fong, with dazed, sparkling eyes, shouted, who are you? Elsewhere, another group of students was reeling in pain from Ninfam's technique, muttering, kneecaps, our kneecaps. Ninfam stroked his chin, thinking to himself, so I am being targeted. Why are so many students coming to pick a fight? Truong Thien Truong is probably being harassed too. I need to find him quickly. One contestant still had wide eyes, mumbling, kneecaps. The helicopter recorded the entire Willian Xin battle. Triu Van Long was thrilled. Teacher Ninfam's mysterious magic has repeatedly shattered the kneecaps of the challenging students. Can anyone actually break this technique? Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the cliff. Ninfam looked curiously towards the sound. What was that? He was stunned to see Vuong Phi running towards him, his face pale, screaming as he ran. Run for it! Run for it! Get out of the way! Move! In his haste, Vuong Phi didn't see a foot stick out, and he tripped and fell, bruising his forehead despite the grassy cushion. What are you doing, Nin? He yelled. But before he could get an answer, a brown bear with glowing red eyes and flames on its head stepped out. Triu Van Long immediately caught the action. It seems Truong Kinak has provoked a wild magic beast. This is a fire-type bear, a high-level magic beast. The helicopter recklessly approached the enraged bear. I wonder if Teacher Ninfam can shatter its kneecaps. The fire-type bear roared, swinging its arm and severing one of the helicopter's wings. Triu Van Long was dumbfounded. Huh? Ninfam frowned, drew a small circle, and coldly commanded, high-pressure water cannon. A powerful stream of water shot directly at the fire-type bear's back, knocking it unconscious as it fell at his feet. Vuong Phi, witnessing this, quietly turned and fled. Teacher Nin is even scarier than that wild beast. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. But before he could get far, he was called back. Ninfam said coldly, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have something to ask you. He narrowed his eyes. I remember you had a conflict with Zhang Tianyang. Are you looking for him? Tell me where he is, and I'll let you go. Wang Fei broke out in a cold sweat. I honestly didn't see Zhang Tianyang, but I saw the turtle shell guy and the one who can fly. I didn't hurt any of your students. He recalled nervously that the two of them were targeted by a barrier-type student from Class A. He's too strong. I don't want to fight him. Chu Fong frowned, on guard. How do we break this barrier? Ninfam inquired. What kind of ability does he have that you're so afraid of? Wang Fei answered honestly. He's a top contender for this year's championship. I did some research. The barrier requires its creator to be inside to maintain it. Xie Tin Ka narrowed his eyes, agreeing. To break the barrier, you have to force the creator out or find them first. A flash of helplessness crossed Wang Fei's eyes as he realized that finding the caster inside their own barrier was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ninfam frowned, his mind filled with doubt, wondering if he was so worried about that girl that he walked right into an inescapable mental trap. In a flashback, an ancient kingdom appeared, featuring a castle of brilliant pink and blue, as lovely as something out of a fairy tale. The queen of that kingdom possessed a magic mirror. Every day, she would stand before it and ask proudly, magic mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The magic mirror always replied in a deep, steady voice. You are, of course, your majesty, until one day. Suddenly, a new reflection appeared in the mirror, a girl with short, ebony black hair, prominent collarbones, and lips as red as blood. She gently brushed her hair. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were large and sparkling. Chu Fong, playing his role dramatically, spoke up. Ah, the most beautiful woman is Princess Snow White. The queen, enraged, smashed the mirror to pieces with her trembling hands. One morning, she disguised herself as an old woman and quietly went to the forest where Snow White lived. When the girl opened the door, the old woman smiled, offering a ripe red apple. But as soon as Snow White took a bite, her body collapsed to the ground. That apple contained a deadly poison. After just one bite, Princess Snow White fell into a death-like slumber. Suddenly, a young man with golden hair appeared, riding a galloping white horse. The dwarfs had just received the terrible news and rushed to find Prince Charming. Only his kiss could save the princess. His gaze was sharp yet full of determination. Sietin Sa, in the role of the prince, nodded in agreement without a second thought. He quickly approached the bed where Snow White lay, his lips gently touching hers, his brow furrowed. The kiss was filled with deep affection. But suddenly, the princess's eyes flew open, her expression dazed as if she had just woken from a dream. Chu Fong shot up in surprise, and the wig on his head slipped off, causing the surrounding crowd to scream in terror. "Hey, the princess is awake!" "Huh? A wig? The princess is a ghost!" The impact also jolted Sietien Ka. Awake, and he clutched his head, grimacing. So painful, what the heck is going on? He glanced to the side and saw Chu Fong had fainted, shouting in astonishment. He quickly shook his friend, his voice filled with confusion. "Chu Fong, how did you pass out after bumping into me? Hey, wake up." The girl's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she waved the paintbrush in her hand. "So you're awake? Not bad. Seems you have some skill. In that case, let's begin the next story." The brush glided lightly, painting a new scene. A girl with shimmering golden hair imprisoned by a witch in a towering spire. Sietien Ka once again fell into a daze, his mind becoming foggy. A prince was crossing the forest when he suddenly heard a sweet song wafting from the top of the tower. The voice was so enchanting it was like magic, but Sietien Ka suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes widening in shock at the towering spire before him. The prince, Chu Fong, was entangled in long strands of hair, frowning in distress. With this much hair, how is the princess supposed to manage? His brow furrowed even tighter, when suddenly a hand appeared from behind. Sietien Ka, after struggling to climb to the top of the tower, looked exhausted and years older as he panted. "I finally made it up. Quick, we have to find the barrier master." The girl, seeing they had escaped faster than last time, pouted in annoyance. Why would you reject such a perfect love story? It's not easy to find inspiration. But by the time her brush stopped, the painting had become unsuitable for children. She muttered, drooling in regret. Suddenly, Ninfam appeared right beside her, his voice calm. "What are you drawing?" the girl yelped, and screamed, falling off the branch. But her quick reflexes allowed her to land safely. Seeing Ninfam, she was momentarily surprised. "Are you a teacher?" He smiled, his eyes sharp. "So you've been taking care of my students, have you?" Then he turned, his voice booming like thunder. "Hey, Sietien Ka, didn't you already fight a barrier master before? Don't embarrass me like this." Atop the tower, Sietien Sia heard the familiar voice, his gaze slowly regaining focus. "Teacher Nin?" Ninfam's powerful voice made him freeze. "Haven't you fought a barrier master before? Don't make me lose face, will you?" Sietien Ka remembered, knelt on one knee, and muttered, "So that's how it was?" A second later, he snapped to his senses, broke free from the barrier, and shouted joyfully, "I get it now." Ninfam nodded in satisfaction, a confident look in his eyes. It seemed he wouldn't have to intervene. The pigtailed girl clutched her notebook in panic, about to flee. "No way, now he can't see me." But after just a few steps, Sietien Ka blocked her path. That's right. There was never a need to find the barrier master's location. She looked slightly confused. Before she could react, he controlled the surrounding rock fragments, his voice cold. "Isn't it easier to just blow everything up?" The pigtailed girl's eyes widened, not sure if it was from shock or fear. "You can do that?" A deafening explosion roared. Zhao Wenlong appeared right after, his sharp eyes observing the intense battle. The helicopter couldn't get any closer because the atmosphere was too tense. On the other side, the pigtailed girl hurriedly fled, landing on a nearby tree, her eyes wary. She clutched her notebook tightly. "I have to re-establish the barrier quickly, or else." But before she could act, a figure flashed by, snatching the notebook from her hands. Chu Fong had woken up and said coldly, "Without her medium, she can't use the barrier." The girl panicked, muttering, "Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses?" Sietien Ka appeared in front of her as if he had teleported. "Finally caught you." The girl found her glasses, but they were caught in the crossfire. This time, she would make them pay. Seeing the situation was not in her favor, she pretended to be weak, tears streaming down her face. "You guys are bullying me, boo-hoo, I'm about to get hit." Sietien Ka, standing opposite her, was so angry he was shaking. "Hey, don't cry, I won't hit you, okay? Just surrender." She immediately changed her tune, pulling out a talisman and taunting, "Na, boo-boo, who wants to surrender?" Before the two could react, she erected a new barrier. Sietien Cha's eyes went vacant again. Not again? Suddenly, a hand from behind pierced through the barrier. Ninfam dealt with it effortlessly, his expression calm. When he looked again, the girl had vanished into thin air, leaving only a half-burnt talisman. Sietien Ka was worried, sweat beading on his forehead, and he made an excuse. "She was so scared by my aura that she evaporated into thin air." Ninfam waved his hand as he walked past him, his voice cold. All right, let's hurry and find Zhang Tianyang's group. He raised his hand and smacked Xie Tianka on the head. You liar. The teacher and his two students set off together, with Chu Fong walking alongside Ninh Pham and Xie Tianka trailing behind. Zhao Wenlong narrowed his eyes and commented, It seems teacher Ninfam plans to gather all the Class D students. The battle continued on the screen, fierce and dramatic. A ferocious beast was eliminating contestants. Teacher Zhou, the transformation type from Class A, made the students who ran into him truly unlucky, as they lay unconscious all over the place. On the other side, Dean Ma and teacher Ouyang Hua had also taken down quite a few contestants. The pace of the competition with the teachers participating was indeed dizzyingly fast. Ouyang Hua spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. Dean Ma, I wanted to ask around. Do you know where Ninh Pham is? Ma Kaishan replied without surprise. What a coincidence. I'm looking for him too. In another corner, Li Qiang was still dangling, facing the risk of being eliminated by the fire-type bear. Just hold on, Li Xiu is almost done. Li Qiang sighed and carefully climbed down the branch, his movements cautious so as not to wake the sleeping giant bear. But since the beast was blocking the path, he had to jump over it. Unfortunately, he landed face first. With a painful thud, Li Qiang turned pale, lying still as he glanced at the bear. Seeing it was still fast asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. But he didn't notice that he had stepped on a squeaky chicken toy. The loud squeak made him freeze. Instantly, a pair of glowing eyes appeared behind him. Li Qiang forced a stiff smile, his face ashen. As if he'd seen a ghost, his voice trembling. Be big, boss, let's talk this out. Immediately after, his piercing scream echoed through the forest, drowning out the whistling wind. The fire-type bear's sharp teeth gleamed in the darkness. Zhou Jianjian, a fifth-year summoning-type student, quietly hid behind two branches, feigning camouflage. As long as he played the patient fisherman, he believed he would win. His specialty was summoning a crowing chick, a trump card not to be underestimated. But behind Zhou Jianjian, a figure silently appeared, a wooden club in hand, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light, ready to strike. The fire-type bear showed no mercy, charging straight at Li Qiang. He was sent flying, his body crashing through dozens of large trees before slamming into a giant boulder behind him. The sound of the impact was dull and final. On the other side, Shifeng had quickly taken down Zhou Jianjian, the one they called Fatty. Hearing the call, Li Qiang was startled and rolled away to dodge the fire-type bear's next attack. Chu Feng and Shifeng ran over excitedly, shouting, Fatty! Li Qiang's eyes lit up as he replied with equal excitement, Skinny. But in their enthusiasm, they both bumped heads, fell to the ground, and were knocked out in an instant. Even though they were unconscious, the fire-type bear wasn't done, preparing to skewer them both with its sharp claws. Suddenly, a hand as strong as steel blocked the attack, snapping the beast's claws and sending it reeling back in pain. Shifeng, while transferring power to Li Qiang, grumbled irritably, We were supposed to parachute in together, but I nearly died looking for you. The fatty could only offer an awkward laugh. Li Qiang laughed dryly in response. Haha, you're not strong enough. I can still fight. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes gleamed in the darkness. A snake's mouth opened wide as if to swallow everything, but it was quickly snatched by a giant robot. Not giving up, the snake coiled its tail tightly around the robot's body, even though its head was already restrained. Atop the robot's head, Lanh Tinh Nguyet stood proudly, the corner of her lips curling up in confidence, as if she had just found the joy of battle. She shouted, Let me open your eyes to the power of my modified and trained stone golem. As soon as she finished speaking, the robot immediately transformed, its sharp blade swinging up and slicing off the snake's head. But Lanh Tinh Nguyet's eyes suddenly widened, staring in shock as the snake dissolved into smoke. She muttered, A fake? Is this a summon? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, their voice dripping with sarcasm. It's been a while, and you're still just using low-level summons. A giant bull materialized behind Lanh Tinh Nguyet's robot. Wang Fei, standing on his summon's head, didn't hide his arrogance at all, his weakness so obvious it seemed intentional. Lanh Tinh Nguyet frowned, her eyes flashing with fire. Where did this guy hide? I'll destroy his summon first. The massive bull strode forward, ready to draw its sword. The blade swung, aiming straight for Lanh Tinh Nguyet, but a robot quickly raised a hand to block it, while the other hand immediately counterattacked, sharp blades stabbing towards the bull's head. Unfortunately, Wang Fei caught the blade, and the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, neither giving an inch. Lanh Tinh Nguyet smirked, her voice mocking. So this is all a high-level summon can do. She pulled two test tubes from her pocket and decisively threw them at her opponent. Small explosions were heard. The bull stood still without any reaction. Then suddenly its eyes flashed and it screamed in pain, clutching its eyes. Lanh Tinh Nguyet seized the opportunity, giving a firm command. Now's the time. It's full of openings. Chop it to pieces for me. Wang Fei bared his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. To him it was all the same. He controlled the bull to charge straight ahead, widening its openings, and swung his sword with all his might, the blade tearing through the air, slicing through the spot where Lanh Xingyue had been standing. The accessories on her body scattered, leaving her stunned. "Oh no! All my hair tubes fell!" Just then, the little chick on her shoulder suddenly flew up, the test tubes shattered, and strands of hair fell everywhere. The chick caught a strand of hair in its beak, its expression ecstatic. Lanh Xingyue's jaw dropped as she muttered, "This trash chicken wants to eat again." But her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had just thought of something. After swallowing the strand of hair, the little chick emitted a dazzling light that illuminated a corner of the forest. Wang Fei frowned, shielding his eyes from the glare. Don't tell me it evolved. Just as she thought she was about to fall, a carpet of chicken feathers caught her, gently lifting her body. Wang Fei pursued relentlessly, giving a firm order. "Don't give it a chance, slice it for me." The bull received the command and charged with its weapon raised, but the little chick just gave it a light peck, and the sword immediately shattered. The chick was now 10 times larger, its cold eyes radiating killing intent. Lanh Xingyue, though still pale with fear, shouted with determination, "Take care of it for me." The chick's eyes glowed red. The opposing bull didn't dare to be careless, tightening its grip on the half-broken sword. But suddenly, the chick vanished. Wang Fei looked around in confusion. Where did it go? With a body that big, is its ability invisibility? The bull was focused on the front, not expecting the chick to appear behind it and deliver a powerful kick that sent it tumbling. Wang Fei spun around in shock. Huh? What was that sound? In front of him was the bull, now abnormally swollen. The chick quickly pinned its opponent underfoot, and at the same time, an announcement rang out, "Zhang Tia has been eliminated." The chick put its wings on its hips and grinned smugly. Lanh Xingyue immediately snapped, "Don't get cocky. We still haven't found that summoner. Don't let him get away." Just then, Ninh Pham and his two students flew by. Shi Tianga muttered suspiciously, "Isn't that Lanh Xingyue's signature summon?" Chu Feng suggested, "Should we go over there and help her?" Ninh Pham shook his head and replied confidently, "No need, she can handle it herself. I'm more worried about Zhang Tianyang." He suspected the S-class teacher was targeting his student. Elsewhere, Wu Yanghua and his group were searching. He asked, "We're looking for Ninh Pham. Have you seen him?" Nangong Yan, having just defeated an opponent, stuck her hands in her pockets and smirked with interest. "What a coincidence. Count me in, then." In a dilapidated building, the traces of a terrifying battle remained. Hong Yelin walked slowly, her gloomy eyes lost in thought. At the same time, Zhang Tianyang hid behind a corner and raised his hand to give a signal. Gu Shuiwei nodded and whispered, "Rock ice." A giant boulder appeared behind Hong Yelin, hurtling down as if to crush her. But she seemed to have a premonition, drawing her weapon, and without even turning her head, shattered the ice block with just a few slashes. Zhang Tianyang took the opportunity to rush in for a sneak attack, his eyes gleaming, his fists clenched. Unfortunately, Hong Yelin leaped up lightly, dodging with ease. Before he could react, she raised her weapon high, ready to eliminate her opponent. Luckily, Ninh Pham appeared just in time, using his own body to shield Zhang Tianyang. His arm trembled as he growled, "Stop, Hong Yelin." Then he clutched his arm and yelped, "So painful. How does old Liu manage to block blades with his body without even flinching?" Hong Yelin recognized the newcomer, a flicker of joy in her eyes. "Teacher Ninh Pham." Just then, Chu Feng and Xie Tianga rushed in from outside. Chu Feng glanced around, muttering, "Looks like Teacher Ning already charged in here." Xie Tianga, full of fighting spirit, yelled, "Where is the enemy?" But they were both bewildered to see Hong Yelin staring intently at their teacher. Chu Feng frowned, a look of confusion on his face. "What's going on? Where's the enemy? Where's the fight?" Ninh Pham spoke up first, a bit nervously. If you have something to say, just say it. Can you please stop staring at me like that?" Hong Yelin frowned, still silent, her gaze never leaving him. Gu Shuiwei worriedly asked her teammate, "Are you okay?" Zhang Tianyang quickly reassured her, "I'm fine, thankfully." Teacher Ning arrived in time. Xie Tianga moved closer, a curious glint in his eyes. "Weren't you an S-class student before?" He turned to Zhang Tianyang, his voice full of doubt. "Who is that girl?" Zhang Tianyang was stunned for a moment before answering, his eyes distant as if searching his memory. "I wasn't in S-class for long, but I think Ye Honglin is Teacher Ning's former student." Suddenly, Ye Honglin loudly cut in, her voice full of emotion. "Teacher Ning, after you left, no one guided me anymore." But before she could finish, a deep voice interjected, breaking the atmosphere. Hey, sorry to interrupt." Ma Kaishan and Wu Yanghua walked over, having clearly heard the entire conversation. Ma Kaishan smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why don't you have a guiding teacher? Don't you know the reason yourself?" Wu Yanghua was no less provocative, the corners of his mouth turned up in a taunting sneer, his attitude practically begging for a fight. A monstrous teacher and a monstrous student are a good match. Ninh Pham was completely unfazed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them. Looks like you caught up. With me here, you won't touch a single hair on Zhang Tianyang. Ouyang Hua frowned, looking puzzled. He summoned his divine beast while replying cryptically, I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, the divine beast's long tentacles shot straight towards Ninh Pham, accompanied by a loud laugh. We came looking for you. Before Ninh Pham could react, Xie Tianga leaped forward, shielding his teacher and roaring, Don't you dare! The tentacles hit Xie Tiange's protective barrier, making a sizzling sound like hot oil hitting water. He stared in amazement, muttering, Are these tentacles eroding? Mana? Suddenly, a powerful punch from Ma Kaishan came crashing down, sending Xie Tiange staggering. Without stopping, Ma Kaishan clenched his fist, absorbing energy, ready to unleash another blow. Ninh Pham quickly rushed forward, using his body to shield his student, taking the hit while roaring, Chu. Fong, get Xie Tiange out of here first. He frowned, his face filled with anger. How dare you injure my student? Get on your knees and apologize to me now. As soon as the system notification sounded, Ma Kaishan suddenly knelt before Ninh Pham. The system repeated, You have used Master's greeting on Ma Kaishan. Ninh Pham didn't stop, continuing to command. Yang Hua, you get on your knees for me too. But Yang Hua only responded with an incomprehensible sentence. At the same time, a series of bright red notifications rang out, leaving Ninh Pham gaping in astonishment. System malfunction. Error reported. System has been breached. Skill Master's greeting locked. Master's eyes is undergoing. Repairs. Estimated time, 1 day. The cold system voice continued. Let me see what you can do without the system's support. Taking advantage of Ninh Pham's daze, Yang Hua yelled at the tentacles, What are you standing around for? You want to get hit? The tentacles lunged forward at a terrifying speed, aiming straight for Ninh Pham's back. But Ye Hong Lin, with lightning-fast reflexes, gripped her weapon and severed all the tentacles with just a few slashes. Yang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. You're actually attacking your own teacher? Ye Hong Lin stood protectively in front of Ninh Pham, her voice calm but firm. A freak student just wants to team up with a freak teacher, right? Chu Feng, dragging the unconscious Xie Tiange, hurriedly left the building, muttering, Your head is as hard as iron, so you should be fine, right? I don't know any healing magic either. I'll just find some random place to hide. He grumbled as he flew, feeling like he'd been nothing but an errand boy for Xie Tiange lately. Suddenly, an object floating in midair caught his eye. Looking closely, that's a familiar barrier-creating talisman. Chu Feng frowned, realizing something. Meanwhile, Ye Hong Lin calmly confronted Ouyang Hua. She repeated, her voice full of provocation. A freak student suits. A freak teacher, right? Ouyang Hua, unbothered by her tone, smirked and warned, If you want to help Ninh Pham, then I won't hold back anymore. Ye Hong Lin didn't flinch, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. That suits me just fine. She raised her weapon, her fingers deftly adjusting the safety catch, and muttered, Barrier. Then she shouted, Open! 2 explosions rang out, and at the same time, Ouyang Hua's eyes widened as he stood frozen in place. 2 bullets grazed past his sides, making him tilt his head mockingly. Where are you aiming? What a strange way to fight. But when the 2 bullets collided, they instantly transformed into a sharp sword. Before Ouyang Hua could react, Ye Hong Lin was already behind him. 2 swift slashes severed the thing behind his back. Ouyang Hua fled in panic, glaring angrily. Damn it, how is she so fast? He summoned more tentacles from underground, which shot straight towards Ye Hong Lin. But in her eyes, the tentacles were nothing, and she took care of them in just a few seconds. Ignoring his failure, Ouyang Hua confidently turned and said, Director Ma, are you not done yet? I'll come help you after I'm finished here. Ma Kaishan was staring intently at Ninh Pham and his 2 students, snorting coldly. Who needs your help? Ninh Pham was still worried about the mysterious eyes that just appeared, muttering, Could it be that someone else also possesses a system like mine? Ma Kaishan seized the opportunity and charged straight at him, roaring, Ninh Pham, if you have any guts, stop hiding behind your students. Gu Shuiwei reacted in a flash, shouting, Freeze! Ma Kaishan's feet were instantly frozen. Solid. He looked down in confusion, but was immediately hit by a powerful kick from Zhang Tianyang. Ma Kaishan quickly raised his arms to block, but the force of the blow was so great that it slammed him back against the wall, the impact echoing loudly. Zhang Tianyang stomped into a martial arts stance, his eyes resolute. Ma Kaishan snorted in anger. These students are getting annoying. Ouyang Hua appeared beside him, his voice full of hidden meaning. Good thing I came prepared. Ye Hong Lin, who was shielding Ninh Pham and the 2 students, suddenly widened her eyes in a daze. Ouyang Hua paid her no mind, cheerfully calling out, Zhou Xian, it's your turn. From outside, a beast with glowing eyes, baring its teeth excitedly, stood on the building's roof. It raised 2 bandaged arms and then brought them down, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. That energy blast pierced through the wall, hitting the spot where Ninh Pham's group was standing, creating an explosion that shook the entire building. Zhang Tian Yang, Ye Hong Lin, and Gu Shui Wei couldn't react in time, getting caught in the collapsing rubble as a surprise trap was sprung. Ninh was stunned by the scene and shouted loudly. Looking at the giant hole in the building, he leaned down and called out worriedly, "Hey, are you kids all right?" Without hesitation, Ninh Phan ignored the danger and jumped down, determined, "I have to get down there and help them quickly." Suddenly, a mysterious creature shot past. Ninfam cried out in alarm as a giant octopus with countless tentacles appeared before him. A voice rang out. "Still in the mood to worry about your students?" It turned out to be Ma Kai's son. O Duong Hoa, standing beside him, added, "You should worry about yourself first." Ningfan's anger flared, and he roared back, "Worry about myself? I'm worried I won't be able to control myself. The system's abilities are down, so I might as well spend some trust points here." Ma Kai-shan interrupted. "The obstacles are gone now, so don't hold back. Give it everything you've got." At the same time, Yang Hua gave the command, and countless tentacles rushed forward. Ninh Phan gathered all his power and shouted, "Shield!" A giant tentacle appeared behind him, but it was unexpectedly sliced in two with a swooshing sound. Ma Kai-shan was stunned. "Humph." Ninh Phan clasped his hands in front of his chest, his voice full of confidence. "Turn into minced meat!" Ma Kai-shan refused to back down, retorting, "That's just a cheap trick. A little force like that won't hurt me at all." Unafraid, Ninh Phan unleashed his next move. "You're pretty tough. Then try this on for size." Ma Kai-shan's face turned pale as Ninh Phan's punch rushed towards him like a tempest. Sweat poured down, and he screamed in pain. Ninh Phan's voice held a hint of regret as he muttered, "I kind of regret hitting him. I feel like I need to wash my hands." Yang Hua stepped forward without fear, his voice cold. "Kill. I'll kill you, Ning. You've killed Director Ma, so you should take a rest now." Maintaining his composure, he declared, "Leave the rest to me." Ninh Phan was stunned and shouted, "Shield!" Then he exclaimed in amazement, his eyes fixed on the tentacles. "Those tentacles from before have revived." Yang Hua smirked smugly. "Just stay inside that shield and wait for your mana to be completely drained." Suddenly, a powerful arm appeared, slicing through the tentacles surrounding Ninh Phan. Wen Ruan unexpectedly revealed herself, her voice gentle but sharp. "You let your guard down, teacher." Amidst the chaos, Li Qiang grumbled from behind. "We've walked so far. How come we haven't seen any demons? I'm starving to death." Shifeng glanced at him and replied, "You still have fruit to eat, so just be quiet." Looking at the misty path ahead, Shifeng frowned and muttered, "This area feels familiar somehow. Are we lost?" Li Qiang remained optimistic and chuckled. "So what if we're lost? When the competition ends, someone will come to get us anyway." Shifeng added sarcastically, "There's no one else around here. I was hoping to test my strength." Li Qiang replied without a worry, "Isn't it better to pass the competition without any trouble? I'll just eat a huge meal to compensate when we get back." Shifeng said as he walked. "The competition won't end until there are only 10 contestants left. It might take 3, 4, or even 10 days. You might just have to chew on tree bark here." Li Qiang was surprised and shouted, "Huh!" He rushed forward, his voice full of fervor. "My fighting spirit is ignited. Let's go end this competition now." Shifeng quickly called out, "Wait up!" But Li Qiang suddenly stopped, causing Shifeng to crash right into his back with a yelp. Li Qiang pointed ahead, his voice trembling. "Skinny, look! Don't just stop so suddenly." His face turned pale as he shouted, "Isn't that the apple core I left behind earlier? We're lost." Shifeng, covered in a light sweat, sighed. "I've been telling you that from the start." And so, the strange adventure of the chubby and skinny duo began. A while later, from deep within the forest, a voice called out, "Don't run, brother-in-law." Another voice, full of dissatisfaction, replied, "Let me go. I'm not going back this time." A loud shout echoed as if in pursuit. Shifeng, hiding in the bushes, whispered, "Brother-in-law?" Li Qiang, beside him, wondered, "A family dispute?" Suddenly he burst out of the bushes, yelling, "Does this mean we've returned to human civilization? Help us!" Shifeng quickly grabbed him and stopped him. Hey, calm down. What if they're wild beasts?" Li Qiang replied doubtfully, "Wild beasts that can speak human language?" Shifeng pushed up his glasses, his voice cautious. "Have you forgotten about that? Guy with the salt shaker head? We must always be cautious." The two of them continued to hide in the bushes. Li Qiang mumbled, "You worry too much." Shifeng signaled, "Keep it down." Suddenly, a panicked voice came from ahead. "Don't come over here." In front of them, 2 large bears were growling at each other. The bear with one eye covered said in an apologetic voice, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law." The other bear roared angrily, "I told you not to hit the face." Behind the ferocious bear were 2 other bears with cold, sharp eyes. The bear with the covered eye continued, "Brother-in-law, just come back obediently, to avoid having to suffer." physical pain. The bear that just took a hit refused to back down, roaring, "I'm not going back this time, no matter what anyone says." Li Qiang, hiding in the bushes, widened his eyes in surprise. Could this be the bear version of a family intervention? Shi Feng gestured for silence. "Stay quiet." "What?" The armored bear with glowing red eyes roared. "Brother-in-law, don't blame me for what I'm about to do." It threw a terrifying punch at the other bear, shouting, "Face-breaking fist," right in the face again. Li Qiang suddenly rushed out, landing a punch on the aggressive bear's face, shouting, "Family reconciliation fist." He continued, his voice full of spirit. "We're all family here. Let's talk things out calmly." After Li Qiang's punch, the bear aggressor collapsed with a loud thud. Two other bears quickly hoisted their companion onto their shoulders and carried him away, muttering as they left. "Brother-in-law hired someone to beat up the young master. We need to report back quickly." They continued to complain. "This is outrageous, so unbear-like." Li Qiang watched them go, worried. "Did I hit him too hard?" Shi Feng shouted. "Hey, fatty, look over there. The bear we beat is weakly calling for help. Two great heroes, please help me." Shi Feng, sweating slightly, was astonished. "Isn't that the bear we injured?" The bear said in a resentful tone. "My family was very happy until the day our child was born." It continued, its voice trembling. "After that day, her personality changed drastically, becoming cold and hot-tempered. Every day, I live through her mood swings. I want to escape this life." Shi Feng replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Li Qiang said enthusiastically. "Well, hang in there. We support you." The bear turned and shouted, "Hey, don't talk like it's someone else's problem. Didn't you two injure my arm? Besides, we're all men here." Shi Feng corrected him. "First of all, you're not a person." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted around them. The bear panicked. "This sound. I'm doomed. My brothers-in-law have called my wife over." The bear with glowing red eyes roared, "You two injured my arm. Now I can't do anything. You have to take responsibility and help me resolve my family conflict." Shi Feng said confidently. "Indeed, if Fatty and I make a move, those bears are nothing." But then he said with a serious face, "But I refuse." The bear gritted its teeth. "Huh? Why?" Shi Feng replied, "Don't try to guilt-trip me. I don't do things for free. If you can meet my demands, then I might consider helping you." The bear thought to itself, "This guy has no bottom line." Before Shi Feng and Li Qiang, a pack of bears, large and small, appeared. The bear shouted loudly, "For freedom!" Li Qiang reminded him, "Remember what you promised." Suddenly, a voice stopped them. "Wait!" A bear wearing a yellow hat spoke up, its gaze icy. "I wonder why you two wish to interfere in our family matters?" Li Qiang replied in a hearty voice. "As men, of course we have to help a brother vent his frustrations." The hatted bear snorted coldly. "What does that guy have to be frustrated about?" As expected, he's spouting nonsense again. It began to recount, its voice filled with indignation. "After we got married, all he did was eat and laze around. I had to do everything." The story didn't end there. The hatted bear continued. "It got even worse after we had a child. I told him to watch the kid, but he left the child outside, and in the end, I even had to do all the hunting." Shi Feng was surprised. "Huh?" Li Qiang was stunned. "Huh? That's different from what I heard." The hatted bear with glowing red eyes roared, "The one who should be venting is me. He even hit his own brother-in-law. No matter what, I have to teach him a lesson today." Li Qiang turned to the other bear. "Hey, this isn't what you told us." The bear hesitated. "Huh?" Shi Feng suspected. "Is this guy planning to bolt?" The bear said weakly. "If a bear has to be useless, why can't it be me?" Shi Feng nodded. "All right, this can be considered your family conflict resolved then. Remember what you promised us." The bear lay collapsed on the ground, whimpering, I was wrong, bro." Wen Ruan looked down from above and said loudly, "You're being too careless." Ninfam and Ouyang Hua looked up, confused. "Huh?" Ninfam asked again. "Wen Ruan, why are you helping Ninfam?" he repeated, his voice full of doubt. "That's right, why?" Wen Ruan smirked in reply, "Why should I tell you? Go deal with them." The woman beside her in a maid outfit said respectfully, "Yes, master." Ma Kaishan warned, "Be careful," Wen Ruan muttered with a sharp gaze. "I don't see that goat-headed summon from before anymore." Ouyang Hua pointed directly at Wen Ruan and shouted, "Isn't this the best chance to attack the summoner?" From underground, strange creatures emerged, their severed tentacles flying everywhere. Ouyang Hua muttered, "Summons hiding in the shadows, how troublesome." The girl in the maid outfit stepped forward, surrounded by countless floating instruments. Ma Kaishan's eyes filled with fear as he whispered, "That gaze is a bit piercing." The young lady decisively advanced towards Ma Kaishan, launching all her instruments at him. Ma Kaishan raised his hands to block, roaring in anger. The girl's dress ribbons suddenly tightened around his leg, causing Ma Kaishan to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He groaned, frowning in discomfort. Ma Kaishan growled, "Huh?" His face darkened, and he shouted in a contemptuous tone, "Ha ha! Don't touch me with this useless junk." Quick as lightning, Ma Kaishan lunged forward, yelling, "Go down!" The girl in the maid outfit calmly took his blow, completely unharmed. Ma Kaishan was stunned, exclaiming, "What's going on?" "It feels like punching cotton." The girl gave a sinister smile as the ribbons from her outfit wrapped tightly around Ma Kaishan. Wen Ruan stood there and laughed mockingly. The guidance director is being toyed with by a mere summon like this. Pfft, so weak. Rage erupted like a volcano inside Ma Kaishan. He roared, "Damn it, I'll show you the true power of a guidance director." Wen Ruan looked up at the sky, wondering, why is it getting dark? Dark clouds gathered, covering the sky, as countless lightning bolts crashed down. Ouyang Hua spoke up. Could it be Director Ma? Ma Kaishan furiously pointed to the sky, shouting, "Ha! Face my wrath." A bolt of lightning converged and struck down with the skill 5 Thunder's bombardment. Ninfam quickly used a skill to protect Wen Ruan. Ma Kaishan said smugly, "Damn right, did you see that?" Ouyang Hua, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Ma Kaishan and replied, "Yeah, well done, Director Ma." Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Excessive energy consumption. System entering rest mode, frozen for 30 minutes. Ouyang Hua shouted, "Take this." Zhang Tiancheng called out worriedly, "Ju Shuiwei, are you okay?" Hong Yelin charged with her sword as the blue-eyed wolf roared, "Let's see where you can run now." Hong Yelin was continuously taking hits, and the wolf mocked her, "Is this the strongest person in Class S? How disappointing." From within the dust cloud, Hong Yelin suddenly burst out, thrusting her sword straight at the wolf's head. It asked in astonishment, "You're clearly a barrier type, but you're not using barriers to fight me. Are you looking down on me?" Hong Yelin was caught in the wolf's grasp, but suddenly another hand grabbed its arm. "It's Zhang Tiancheng." The wolf was stunned. "Huh? I can't move." Hong Yelin, from behind, wondered, "What are you doing?" Zhang Tiancheng replied, "Helping you? I can't hold on for long. Hurry up and use your barrier." Hong Yelin sighed. "If I could, I would have used it long ago. My mana was depleted fighting those tentacles," she continued. "Even if I can create a barrier, it will only last for a moment." Her determination flared, and she said, "Then let's give it a try." Zhang Tiancheng was surprised. "What?" Hong Yelin charged forward, her aura soaring. "Let's try to finish this guy in an instant." The wolf roared. "This style, you must be a disciple of Liu Guangyuan, right?" It raised its other hand and threw a punch at Zhang Tiancheng. He responded, his eyes blazing. Using a small force to overcome a great one, the wolf was thrown to the ground by Zhang Tiancheng, screaming in shock. "What?" It was thrown far away, crashing hard against a tree. Hong Yelin said aggressively, "Let's finish him in a single beat." The wolf charged forward, growling. "Just with you guys?" Its shirt was torn, and it asked in surprise, "Why did you rip my shirt? Is this the finish in an instant you were talking about?" Hong Yelin panted. "This thing is tougher than I thought." Ju Shuiwei shouted from behind, "It's not over yet, freeze!" The wolf was hit, exclaiming, "Huh?" Zhang Tiancheng rushed in, "I'm here too." The wolf took another hit, yelling, "Ouch," but it immediately mocked them. "This one's weaker than the last." Zhang Tiancheng looked at the wolf, worried. "Can we really not hurt it? Why is the sky so dark? Are we about to lose?" The wolf got up, roaring, "Now it's my turn," but a bolt of lightning struck down. It hit him. The wolf was bewildered. Could this be the legendary acting cool gets you struck by lightning? Zhang Tiancheng looked up, wondering, "Is that Miss Wen above Teacher Ning?" Ju Shuiwei urged, "We have to go help them quickly." Zhang Tiancheng called out, "Hong Yelin, let's go quickly." Hong Yelin lay on the ground, panting. "Huh?" She continued weakly, "I'm so tired. I want to rest." Ninfam was drenched in sweat. He muttered, "Damn it, why is the system glitching so much now? Is it trying to kill me?" His heart felt heavy, thinking that if this kept up, he would only drag everyone down. O Duong Hoa spoke up, "Ninfam, you should hide well." With a challenging expression, O Duong Hoa shouted, "If I find you, you're dead for sure." Ninfam smirked, thinking to himself, "If that's the case, let me show you my true power." The hero refused to back down. He roared, "Ninfam, I can handle this." A piece of broken concrete fell, making a loud noise. Ao Duong Hoa shouted, "Found you." Hong Diep Lam appeared, slicing a tentacle in two with his sword. Ninfam was surprised. "Hong Diep Lam?" O Duong Ho wondered, "Huh? Why are you here? Could it be Chao Tuyen?" Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as Ao Duong Hoa hesitated. "It can't be, right? How could Chao Tuyen be defeated by a student?" Before their eyes, Chao Tuyen was being carried away, their body battered and bruised. After canceling the transformation, someone looked at Chao Tuyen's injuries and thought, "Why does it look like they got beaten up so badly?" Ma Kai Sun spoke up. "So, that's the extent of Chao Tuyen's abilities. Let me handle this." O Duong Hua gently reminded him, "You haven't fully recovered yet." Ma Kai Sun didn't hesitate dealing with a few of these students is no problem. You keep a close eye on that Ninfam, and don't let him escape. Coc Tuyet Vi looked at An Nguyen and said, Miss An is injured. I'll heal her. Ninfam said gently, Little cock. Truong Thien Truong looked at Ninfam and said decisively, All right, leave this side to us. He turned to Hong Diep Lam. Let's team up once again. Hong Diep Lam replied, Just don't get in my way. He charged forward, landing a blow on Ma Kai Son's back. The man snorted coldly. Is that all you've got? Hong Diep Lam and Truong Thien Truong took turns attacking Ma Kai Son. Truong Thien Truong threw a T-Ses, kick straight to his face. O Duong Hua, standing nearby, spoke up. Teacher Ma, how about you let me handle this? Ma Kai Son's face hardened. Stay out of it. Just keep a good watch on that Ninfam for me, he asserted. I'm not like that useless teacher hiding behind his students. My fight is my own to handle. Truong Thien Truong shouted. Teacher Nin is not useless. He threw a punch at Ma Kai Son, but the man easily dodged it. Ma Kai Son sneered. Such a simple punching style is too easy to read. Truong Thien Truong was sent flying into the air by Ma Kai Son. Hong Diep Lam muttered, What's he so worked up about? Ma Kai Son continued, The students of a useless teacher are bound to be eliminated anyway. Truong Thien Truong yelled, Hong Diep Lam. Hong Diep Lam took a punch from Ma Kai Son and was sent flying. The man said smugly, So eager to die. Good. Both hindrances have been dealt with. From behind, Ninfam furiously shouted, Who are you calling useless? Come on, I'm not hiding anymore, Ma Kai Son replied. You dare say that? He roared. Stop it now. Suddenly, a kick from nowhere slammed into Ma Kai Son. Ao Duong Hua shouted, Director Ma, watch out. After the unstoppable blow, Ma Kai Son collapsed by the cliffside. Lanh Tinh Nguyet spoke up. You ran into someone again, didn't you? Her voice turned serious. You ran into someone again? Is it an S-class teacher causing trouble for our teacher this time? Looking at the pathetic Ma Kai Son, she added, You look pretty miserable, teacher. Ninfam, do you need my help? Ninfam replied, It's all right. You should rest. O Duong Hoa isn't as simple as you think. Lanh Tinh Nguyet said firmly, I'm not as simple as you think either. Go get him. The chicken beside her craned its neck and charged straight at O Duong Hoa. He challenged, Then let's see just how not simple you are. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on the chicken. Ka Mang spoke up. Isn't that pretty simple? Nam Kung Yen said smugly. That's right. I'm anything but simple. Ninh Pham encouraged. Go for it. Lanh Tinh Nguyet, I believe you're not that simple. Lanh Tinh Nguyet shouted. Stop saying the word simple. You damn jinx, her chicken crowed. Isn't it salty fish? Let me show you my new move, Kamang replied challengingly. Then this king must take a good look. Under the dim light of the battlefield, the chicken shot towards Kamang, its feathers blazing like a brilliant fire. It roared, its voice full of power. Invincible fire wind wheel, crush him for me. Kamang panicked, screaming as the heat scorched it. Hot, hot, hot! Not far away, Ao Duong Hua stood tall, his cold eyes fixed on Ninfam, calling his name in a low, meaningful voice. He stepped forward, his lips curling into a sinister smile, asking, How are you feeling now, teacher? I've already dealt with so many of your students. I spent a lot of time setting up this perfect plan. Now there are no students left to shield you. In Ninfam's mind, a thought suddenly flashed like lightning. He muttered, suspicion rising. Within him, wait a minute, could he have hacked my system? O Duong Hoa sneered, his eyes flashing with triumph, and said, Let me show you something interesting. Ninfam unconsciously clenched his fists, shouting for his comrades, So Fong Tatien Ka. Then he gritted his teeth, rage exploding in his chest, and growled, This barrier. O Duong Hoa interrupted him, his voice full of complacency. I already told you. I've set up a perfect plan. I've investigated all of your students. Suddenly, a figure emerged silently from the shadows, a cold voice ringing out, We've caught Teacher Nin this time. Ninfam frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Ao Duong Hoa. He questioned, Show yourself. He paused, his voice deepening. O Duong Hoa, why are you going to such lengths to eliminate me? O Duong Hoa laughed contemptuously, suddenly grabbing Ninfam's collar and pulling him close, growling, Eliminate? If I just wanted to eliminate you, I've had plenty of opportunities. Why would I need to wait until now? His face darkened, his eyes burning with jealousy. Look at your pathetic state right now. Tell me, in what way am I inferior to you? He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with resentment. Lu Quang Vien, the principal, and even her, why do they all pay so much attention to you? O Duong Hoa continued, his voice growing harsher. I have to show them that you're just a useless piece of trash, nothing more. He looked down at Ninfam, his voice firm and challenging. Ninfam, you've lost. Now, if you just kneel and kowtow to me, I'll spare your students. He roared, his eyes flashing. If not. O Duong Hoa paused, his voice cold. and assertive. I will now begin to eliminate your students one by one, he shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Everything I've done was for this moment, to let everyone know that you're nothing but a loser. On a large screen, the image of Ninfam kneeling appeared clearly, broadcast live for all to see. Triu Van Long stood there, a smug smile on his face, and said, "Haha, broadcast all of it. This is a precious scene worth remembering." O Duong Hoa roared threateningly, "Kowtow now, Ninh Pham. I want to make it so you can never hold your head up again." Suddenly, mysterious black shadows appeared around Ninh Pham, tearing through the hovering talismans in an instant. These were the same type of black shadows that had appeared before, severing the magic tentacles. A girl behind Ao Duong Hoa screamed in panic. "My talismans have been torn." It was An Nguyen. The black shadows continued their assault, slicing off the tentacles surrounding Ao Duong Hoa. An Nguyen looked at him, her voice filled with sarcasm. "Is using those flimsy tentacles all you know how to do?" Ao Duong Hoa clutched his injured shoulder, his cold eyes fixed on An Nguyen, and asked, "Why exactly are you so intent on protecting Ninh Pham?" An Nguyen smirked, her tone calm. "Why do you keep asking that question?" She paused, a glint in her eye, challenging him. "Don't tell me," she continued, her voice sharper. "Your perfect plan didn't prepare for a helper like me? Are you getting nervous?" O Duong Hoa burst out laughing, a smile as cold as ice. If it couldn't handle unexpected situations, how could it be called a perfect plan? I didn't want to have to resort to this. An Nguyen suddenly felt his mana surging more powerfully than ever before. She pointed directly at Ao Duong Hoa and shouted, "Stop him!" He smirked, his voice calm yet menacing. "The tentacles were merely a medium. Did you really think I would use them to fight for real? The mana of Ao." Duong Hoa exploded as he declared, "I'm not a summoner-type teacher, I'm a mental type." He pointed at An Nguyen, one of his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. "And with the mana I've gained from corroding all of you, my strongest magic is now complete." His voice was full of challenge. "Even with this, can you still protect Ninfam? Let me show you the beast within me." An Nguyen yelled urgently. "Quick!" Ninfam looked around in surprise. "Huh? Why? There's no time to meddle in other people's business during the next match," he shouted, his voice full of worry. "You're using too much power." Then he lowered his voice and muttered, "What a bother." Triu Van Long was stunned by Ninfam's sudden appearance, asking in shock, "Ninfam?" At that moment, O Duong Hoa's eye-shaped beast fired a brilliant purple beam, aiming straight for the helicopter where Ninfam was standing. He shielded his eyes with his hand, muttering, "What is that? It's too bright." He saw Triu Van Long lying unconscious. Up ahead, Ninfam wondered, "Is this what happens when you lose a large amount of mana, causing temporary unconsciousness? Did that ball of light drain all their mana? Why am I completely fine?" He was even more surprised to see the empty cockpit and asked, "Where's the helicopter pilot?" The unmanned helicopter flew straight into a cliff, exploding with a deafening blast. On the back of the beast, Ao Duong Hoa laughed triumphantly. "Running is useless. As long as you're on this island, you're within my sights. It's over. It's over. Didn't I win in the end anyway?" He adjusted his clothes, his confident voice ringing out. "Since it's all over, it's time to get to the main event. So I'll just say what I want to say." Suddenly, O Duong Hoa shouted, "Dune Gok Tuye, I like you. Be my girlfriend." The day before the competition, Dune Gok Tuye stood up, her eyes tired but determined, telling herself, "Today's work is done. Let's go home. Get up. The competition is tomorrow." Just then, O Duong Hoa walked in, and she looked up, her voice gentle. "Teacher O Duong, is there something you need from me?" He looked at her, his gaze serious. "During tomorrow's competition, I have something very important to tell you. You have to watch the live broadcast." Now, recalling that moment, O Duong Hoa thought to himself, "That's right, now's the time." He took a deep breath and yelled, "Dieu nok tuyet, I like you." He continued, his voice full of emotion, "Be my girlfriend." The three women standing nearby were stunned, looking completely shocked. O Duong Hoa kept shouting, "Your hair is so beautiful, and your skin is so fair and smooth." He was lost in the moment. "The first time I met you, I was completely captivated by you." He promised sincerely, "I will definitely treat you well." Before he could finish, a goat head suddenly lunged down, attacking O Duong Hoa. An Nguyen shouted in annoyance, "Are you done talking yet? And why are you only talking about her looks? You're such an idiot." A blast of dark energy from the goat head swung out, sweeping past O Duong Hoa's face, and he immediately used an invisibility spell, vanishing into thin air. The goat head launched another attack. O Duong Ho lay down, propping his head on his hand, his voice carefree. "It's you again? Stop clinging to me like this. Isn't Ninfam already eliminated?" An Nguyen retorted angrily, "Who's clinging to you? You're just asking for a beating." He transformed into a giant squid, laughing loudly. "You're making me more and more curious." He challenged her. "If I beat you, you have to tell me why. Giant tentacles whipped furiously towards An Nguyen. She yelled, "You think I'm afraid of you?" But a squid tentacle hit its mark, slamming her hard into the ground. Oh, Duong Hoa gloated. "Huh? Did I win already? Tell me the reason now." From within the thick dust cloud, a cough was heard. An Nguyen emerged, her voice angry. "Damn it, you provoked me." "It's only because Lu Quang Vien asked me to help Ninfam." Oh, Duong Hua sneered mockingly. "If you're going to lie, at least make it believable." "There's no way Lu Quang Vien would ask someone else for help," he teased. "You're being so evasive. Don't tell me you have a thing for me." An Nguyen shouted furiously. "Shut up! As if it would be you." She trembled, her voice growing softer. "The person I like is Ninfam." Just then, Ninfam crawled out from somewhere, complaining. "Ow, that hurts. What bad luck." He looked nonchalantly at An Nguyen. "Huh? An Nguyen? What were you yelling about just now?" "Never mind that. I have a plan." An Nguyen was overjoyed to the point of tears. You weren't eliminated? I can't believe it. Just now, Ribbons of ice slowly wrapped around her arm, while her other hand summoned dark energy, and half of An Nguyen's face transformed into a goat's head, merging into a strange form. Ninfam scratched his head, bewildered. "Huh? Why did you suddenly transform?" An Nguyen slammed a mace right into his face, yelling, "Just forget it." Near the battlefield, Tuyet Vi said worriedly, "It's best if no one moves. My healing magic can't fully heal everyone." So, Fong replied calmly, "I'm fine." Ta Thien Ka frowned, wondering, "What the heck is that thing?" Tin Nguyet cracked her knuckles, excited. "Whatever it is, we just have to smash it." Thien Ka teased her. "You couldn't even beat a salted fish, and you think you can win against this thing?" Tin Nguyet got angry. "He's the one who ran. I didn't lose," he replied shakily. "It's because we recovered. He saw things weren't looking good and fled." Looking at Ao Duong Hoa relaxing inside the giant squid, Thien Ka said in disgust, "It's so nauseating, being in such a conspicuous place with that leisurely attitude." He stated decisively, "The transformation range of my shield isn't enough to reach his vital energy. We have to figure out a way to deal with him." Tuyet Vi revealed, "My attack magic can reach it." So Fong joined in. "I can set up." But Thien Truong cut him off. "No, Tuyet Vi has already used a lot of magic for healing. It's better if you don't act just yet." Thien Ka turned and grumbled, "Are you guys okay? You don't even care about me," Thien Truong said worriedly. "Even if we use attack magic, it will be blocked by the tentacles." Thien Ka pondered. "There are too many tentacles. Unless many people attack at once," he exclaimed. "Doesn't that make him invincible?" Thien Nguyet burst out laughing. "So stupid." Thien Ka, embarrassed, snapped, "What are you laughing at? You go think of a plan then." She took out 2 pills, her eyes glinting dangerously. "It's simple. Can't we just overwhelm his tentacles with numbers?" At that moment, Ninfam was still complaining. "So painful. Why did you hit so hard?" An Nguyen was flustered, hastily trying to explain, her voice trembling slightly. "Can you not mention it again? I thought someone was sneak attacking us. Don't you want to go find your students?" Ninfam lay down, hands behind his head, with an infuriatingly relaxed expression, and replied, "That's right, just to make you mad." He smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You don't look like you're taking this seriously at all." Then he suddenly changed his tone, lowering it conspiratorially. "Don't worry, we'll know where they are in a moment. Among my students, there's one who has a knack for revealing her position." The scene shifts to Tin Nguyet, standing there with a radiant and satisfied smile. This time, it's perfect. Her group quickly summoned, countless giant bows and arrows hovering in the air like a storm of steel. Someone spoke up, their voice doubtful. "Is summoning this many enough?" Thien Sha hesitated, his eyes worried. "Is this going to be okay?" Tin Nguyet, without a hint of hesitation, gave a firm command. "Release the arrows, turn him into a porcupine." Countless arrows shot towards O Duong Hoa. The giant squid's eyes widened, a purple light flashing in surprise. Inside, O Duong Hoa was also startled, unable to react in time. Tin Nguyet laughed loudly, her voice full of provocation. "Let's see you try and block this many." The arrows sank into the squid's skin, the sound of clashing metal, ringing out harshly. Tin Nguyet smirked triumphantly. "Too sudden for you to defend against?" But from within the thick smoke, the arrows embedded in the squid melted like wax in the sun. O Duong Hoa's cold and confident voice emerged. "These are summons created from mana, aren't they?" he revealed, his tone dripping with mockery. "It's useless. Any mana that comes into contact with it will simply be corroded until nothing is left. This is a fortress that mana cannot penetrate," he roared, his voice booming like thunder. "This is the key point. It's completely invincible." Then he swung a tentacle, striking straight towards Tin Nguyet. Thien Ka quickly shouted, his voice urgent. "Hey Tin Nguyet, what's the next step? You do have a follow-up to this plan, right?" Tin Nguyet yelled back, her eyes blazing. "Yeah, run." In front of her, another tentacle rushed forward like a whirlwind, The squid slammed its tentacle into the ground, making the earth tremble. Everyone called out in unison, "Tin Huyet, big sis." It turned out, Su Fong and Li Kuang had summoned a giant brown bear to block the tentacle for her. They shouted, striking a confident pose, "Big sis, don't worry, we're here." The bear grumbled, its voice annoyed. "What are you two trying to look cool for? Hurry up and help." It pointed to the tentacles tightly wrapping around the other bears, roaring, "This thing corrodes mana. It's a huge disadvantage for our magic beasts." Thien Truong was caught by a tentacle, struggling helplessly. "What do I do?" Suddenly, sharp arrows appeared, slicing through the tentacles. Another barrage of arrows flew in, cutting off all the remaining ones. It was On Nguyen casting an attack spell, but she was unaware that a bolt of lightning from behind was aimed straight at her. The squid roared, firing a giant lightning bolt. Ao Duong Hoa frowned, his voice full of annoyance. What a nuisance. He controlled the squid, shooting beams of attack from its glowing purple eyes. On Nguyen moved swiftly, dodging the attacks by a hair's breadth. Everyone looked up, exclaiming in surprise, "Who is that? Is that person helping us by drawing its attention?" Suddenly, Ninfam appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "I finally found you guys." Su Fong and Thien Truong cheered in unison. At this moment, An Huyen was still moving nimbly, distracting the enemy. Ao Duong Hoa muttered in astonishment, "She can dodge the attacks of all the tentacles?" The tentacles lunged again, but An Nguyen unleashed sharp ribbons of ice, yelling, "You fell for it!" The ice ribbons wrapped tightly around the tentacles, making Ao Duong Hoa roar. "What?" He still smirked smugly. "So what? I can just spawn more tentacles." But right at that moment, the tentacles were suddenly frozen solid. Tuyet Vi spoke up, her voice worried. "The ice will only hold for a moment. The corrosion is too fast." Thien Truong grabbed a tentacle, shouting, "I'll help too." Su Fong and the bears also rushed in, holding the tentacles down, and said in unison, "We're here too." Ao Duong Hoa roared, his voice, with contempt. "So what if you grab the tentacles? You can't possibly break through my fortress wall. Is there something wrong with your heads?" An Nguyen smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "We can't, but someone else can." Ao Duong Hoa was startled. From a distance, Ninfam observed with a sharp gaze. "All right, this is the spot." He launched himself off a giant arrow, shouting, "I'm here to breach the fortress, Ao Duong Hoa." He was stunned, watching Ninfam charge forward. Ao Duong Hoa briefly thought, isn't this approach just making himself a living target? A burst of power erupted, heading straight for the squid's eye. Ninfam kept charging, his voice firm. "Too bad a good-for-nothing like me has no mana for you to corrode." He passed through the eye, getting close to Ao Duong Hoa, and raised his fist. "Pardon the intrusion." Ao Duong Hoa tried to fight back, but in the next moment, a world-shaking explosion occurred. Thick dust rose, and Ninfam's figure flickered in the light. He stood there, stepping on Ao Duong Hoa, and said smugly, "Wasn't that a simple way to break it? Your invincible fortress." Kung Gian suddenly appeared, standing on the Barracuda's shoulder, and shouted, "Barracuda, look!" He pointed at Ninfam's group, taunting, "5 people want to take on the 2 of us." Ninfam's group shouted in unison, "Cut the crap!" Kung Yen sneered, continuing his provocation. "You know the Barracuda's strength, so you don't dare come one by one, do you?" Tin Nguyet got angry and yelled, "What? Who wouldn't dare? Let me go first." Li Kuang quickly reminded her, "Hey, boss lady, it's obviously a taunt." Kung Nian patted the Barracuda's shoulder, his voice full of confidence. "It's fine, little Yen Yen. Trivial matters are not worth mentioning for a king." The Barracuda declared, "To be a king, one must be magnanimous, and only then can one claim victory. This conquest will open your eyes." At that moment, Zhao Wenlong appeared in a helicopter, his voice booming, "I am your live host." Zhao Wenlong said, "My apologies to all the viewers for the long wait." He continued, "Now we will return to the match." Suddenly, a massive waterfall surged up behind them, churning like a tsunami. The helicopter was swept into the current, disappearing in an instant. Tin Nguyet grumbled in frustration. "Seriously?" Kung Yen laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, as expected, the Barracuda is the strongest in the universe." He commanded, "Kneel." Ninfam's group muttered enviously, "So admirable. Why can't my lifebound beast be that strong?" The waterfall surged, sweeping away rocks and soil, and trees came crashing down on Ninfam's group. Tuyet Vi struggled in the water when suddenly a hand grabbed her. Thien Truong pulled her close, face to face, his gaze resolute. He held her tightly, protecting her from the fierce current. Someone snapped their fingers, and a protective circle surrounded them. Tin Huyet was also safe in another protective circle. It was none other than Ninfam, who had saved his students. The system notification rang out. "Greetings, Master Teacher. Repairing the Master's eyes. Estimated time, 23:20:11 seconds. Repair complete. Restoring use with trust points." Ninfam slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "After a whole day, my luck has finally turned." He looked at the ruined arena and muttered, "The arena has turned into this." He observed the giant barracuda before him, calculating. Moreover, there just so happens to be something here that looks like a final boss. Kung Nian angrily commanded, "What a bunch of snakes! Barracuda, treat them to a seafood feast." He taunted. "Come on, Ninfam." Ninfam calmly replied, "I never said I was going to fight. I've been through enough already." He turned to his students. "I'll let my students handle a kid like you." Li Kuang trembled. "Teacher Nin, are you serious?" Thien K added. "We're flying. We can't get close to him." Su Fong shouted. "No way, I'm scared." "Of falling, it's too high." Kung Nian laughed loudly. "Ha ha, a bunch of idiots want to deal with us. I was just going easy on you when we fought on the ground." He revealed, "The barracuda is the king of the sea, able to control water and sea creatures." The waves surged even more violently. Kung Nian yelled, "In this place, the barracuda is invincible." Ninh Pham calmly looked at Tuyet Vi. "But he's not the only one who gets a power boost here." Tuyet Vi waved her hand, and the barracuda was shocked. It slammed its fist down, roaring, "Don't you dare use your fake magic." Thien Truong immediately rushed forward to block the punch. He took a stance and declared, "If you want to harm Tuyet Vi, you'll have to get through me first." He shouted, his voice echoing, "Absolute zero." One of Tuyet Vi's eyes blazed with a crystalline flame. Kung Nian rubbed his head and groaned, "That hurts. I almost fell off." He called out to the barracuda. The barracuda replied, its voice resentful, "This king miscalculated. I never expected that summoning the sea would end up with me shooting myself in the foot." Kung Nian cried out, "Barracuda, the barracuda is now frozen, solid in place." He was so scared he started to cry. He begged, "Barracuda, please get up, don't die." Thien Truong said coldly, "Your summon has been defeated. You can surrender now, right?" Kung Nian remained stubborn. "You bastards, you bullied my barracuda." He swung his fist. "Then I'm sorry," which startled the boy. "Are you really going to hit me?" Suddenly, a person appeared, striking a staff hard on the ground. A burst of light erupted, making Thien Truong freeze. After the strike, Huang Tai Kuk had cracked the ice surface and the distant mountain in two. He spoke, "That's enough." He winked and announced, "I declare this competition over." The barracuda was now just a giant ice statue. The scene shifted to an outdoor platform, the sharp sound of high heels clicking. It was none other than Zhao Zhao. A voice suddenly called out the name Lam Xiao Xiao. Kai Sun appeared, covered in wounds, his deep voice delivering the news. "You're late. Jing is at the school now. We should be cautious, if we're discovered." Xiao Xiao interrupted, her voice gentle but tinged with fatigue. "Oh, isn't the post-competition treatment work very busy? This competition was truly intense." Kai Sun handed over a stack of papers, his voice blunt. "Cut the chatter. Here is the test report on the Class D students you wanted." Zhao Xiao glanced over it, her eyes flashing with curiosity. "What are the results?" He replied in a monotone voice. "Just as you thought, all have low awakening levels, the latent physique type you're looking for." Zhao Xiao nodded, a satisfied smile appearing briefly. "Good. You've worked hard." Kai Sun frowned. "What's next? You want them to join your alliance, right? But now they're all S-class students who have the school's attention. It will be difficult for you to make a move this time." Zhao Xiao gave a faint smile, her eyes sharp. "The alliance has its own arrangements." She flipped through the documents and suddenly froze, her voice startled. Ninfam was also promoted to an S-class teacher. Cao Xiao's heart stirred, and she murmured, "Ninfam, what choice will you make?" On the stage, Kwok Nu stood tall, his voice resonating. "Students, you have worked hard. Although there was a small incident during this competition, it has still concluded with great success." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "Next will be the award ceremony. Unlike last year, this year there are only 10 lucky students. Please welcome them to receive their awards." The audience below buzzed, and one student whispered, "Isn't it supposed to be 20 students?" Another added, "I heard that at the end, a tsunami submerged the island. The competition was stopped by Jing. People almost died." Another voice chimed in, "The broadcast feed was also completely broken. We couldn't see anything." Kwok Nu raised his hand, his voice stern, "Silence! Silence!" Kung Nian stood there, a smug smile blooming on his face. "The tsunami, that was the work of this great one. First place will be mine." Kwok Ngu continued reading the report, his voice steady. "In first place is Su Fong with 1,300 points. In second place is Li Kuang with 1,290 points." After hearing this, Kung Gian's face fell, and he almost burst into tears. "How can this guy be in first place?" Kwok Nu said sternly, "Silence. Student Nam Kung Nian," he continued, "the magical beasts on the island added points for these two students. They led the magical beasts to victory." He presented the award and read on. "In third place is Ye Honglin with 1,050 points, who is, as expected, still absent." He announced loudly, "In fourth place is Nam Kung Nian with 1,020 points. Kung Nian looked at the scoreboard, his eyes welling up with tears, and muttered, "My score is even lower than last time." Quoc Nu didn't stop. In fifth place is Bang Tin Nguyet with 820 points. Tin Nguyet cheered, her eyes shining brightly. He continued reading. In sixth place is Truong Thien Truong with 800 points. Tied for sixth is Coc Tuyet Vi with 800 points. Seventh is Ta Thien Ka with 770 points. Eighth is So Fong with 650 points, and ninth is Van Tin with 400 points. So Fong frowned and muttered, "Do I have to be classmates with him from now on?" Thien Ka was also annoyed. "What a shame." Quoc Nu raised his voice. "These 10 outstanding students will participate in the competition organized by Luo Ying Academy in 3 months, an incredibly arduous responsibility." He smiled and announced loudly, "Therefore, the school has decided to reward these 10 students with a travel ticket so they can get a good rest." He then introduced the next speaker. "Please welcome our Jing to say a few words." Lai Kwang held up his silver medal and shouted, "Teacher Nin, look, I got second place." Ninfam activated his mind's eye technique, his gaze sweeping across the stage, slightly surprised. Li Kwang clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. "Teacher Nin, are you scared stiff? Aren't you going to celebrate a little?" Ninfam was indifferent. "Congratulations." He activated the master teacher's eye, thinking to himself, "Ha, why?" The system announced a warning that it had encountered a barrier and could not proceed with the scan. Ninfam gritted his teeth in anger. "Why is it? You?" He watched Huang Taiji from a distance as the scene shifted to a bustling street. Diao Nok Tuyet smiled brightly. "It's getting late. Let's end the celebration here. You'll be S-class students tomorrow, so you have to work hard," Li Kwang replied, his voice filled with excitement. "It feels like a dream. Tomorrow, I'll be an S-class student, the first day for the second-ranked student in the whole school." Su Fong added, "That's right, let's say goodbye to our past selves." Suddenly, Tin Ningye grabbed Li Kwang by the collar and yelled, "You two were just lucky to get the top 2 spots. Why are you acting so smug?" Li Kwang was flustered. Luck? Luck is a part of skill too, so why are you only grabbing me?" Tuyet Vi spoke up. "We're heading back first. See you tomorrow." Thien Truong also said his goodbyes. "Farewell." Nok Tuyet waved. "Goodbye. Be careful on your way." As everyone left, she looked at Ninh Pham with a worried tone. "Are you okay? You seem out of it after the competition." Ninh Pham forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just ate a little too much earlier." Njok Tuyet suddenly touched his lips, offering a piece of candy. "Here, a mint," she reminded him. "You need to get your spirits up. Your students rely on you a lot," she advised in a gentle voice. "Even if they don't say it, they can definitely sense that you're not in good spirits. You need to pull yourself together for their sake." She waved. "Well, I'm heading off first." "Bye-bye," Ninfam replied. "Bye-bye." On a rooftop railing, a girl in a cloak was on the phone, her voice low. "The target is about to head back." The person on the other end replied, "Roger that." The girl continued, "There's nothing to gain from just watching like this. All he's done all day is eat and drink." The other side warned, "Don't act rashly," she suggested. "How about I just approach them directly?" The other side snapped, "Absolutely not." Suddenly, Ninfam held out his hand, conjuring a flame, his voice cold. "Don't move." The cloaked girl was unfazed. "Oh, I wasn't looking for them. He came and found me himself." Ninfam pressed, "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The girl remained focused on her phone. "It seems he doesn't know anything. Should I tell him?" The other side replied, "Up to you. It's not a big deal." She turned to Ninfam. "Someone leaked the news about your low awakening rates." He frowned. "So what?" The girl scoffed. "Think about it. Low awakening rates, yet you won the S-class ranking competition. What organization wouldn't want to know the secret behind that?" Ninh Pham shouted, "You're..." But the cloaked girl had already vanished, leaving behind her words, "Bye-bye now." Ninh Pham stood there muttering, "Why does that person look so much like Diep Hong Lam? She's so fast." He looked down. At the street below, his voice firm, "If you dare to come, then just try me. I don't care what organization you're from." The next day, on a snowy mountain peak, Ninh Pham was wrapped in a scarf, shivering uncontrollably. Tin Ngiate sneezed nonstop, yelling, "A snowy mountain, I'm freezing to death. Where are the hot springs? I want to soak in a hot spring." Everyone cheered in agreement. Suddenly, a car sped towards them from a distance, making the group wonder, "What is that? It looks like it's getting closer." The car screeched to a halt in front of Ninh Pham, sending snow flying everywhere, and the people around fell silent. A stylishly dressed man stepped out and introduced himself. "It's you guys, right? The students. Welcome to the private transport service. That's Van Quan." A bus carrying Ninh Pham's group sped along, followed by a white car. Van Quan stepped on the gas, overtaking the white car, looking exhilarated. "Check out these driving skills." The group inside the bus panicked, cursing up a storm. Su Fong said irritably, "Are you in a hurry to die? Why are you driving so fast? Li Kuang was annoyed. I can't even eat an apple in peace. Van Quan shouted. This is my slowest speed, you idiots. Li Kuang yelled back. Who are you calling an idiot? So Fong asked Thien Ka, are you okay? You've been staring out the window since we got on. Thien Ka was sweating profusely, his face pale. You think I'd get carsick? So Fong shrugged. I didn't say anything about being carsick. Tin Juliet was grumpy. Isn't the bus just a little bumpy? Can't you be a bit calmer? You're all so noisy I can't even sleep. Kung Nien popped his head out to tease. Sister Tin Nguyet, can't your summoned beast shrink down? It's so inconvenient. Tin Nguyet snapped. What? Is that any of your business, brat? Kung Nien laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. As expected, Mang is still the best. He showed off. It can even turn into a keychain. Suddenly, the bus shook violently, lost control, and crashed into the guardrail on the edge of a cliff. Kung Nien panicked. Huh? Where's Mang? Su Fong turned to Li Kuang. Why are you wearing my hat? Li Kuang was bewildered. How did my apple turn into a dried fish? Thien Truong spoke up. Driver, please, drive a little more carefully. Everyone's getting carsick. Tuyet Vi was shaking too much to speak. Van Tin mumbled. I'm going to die. Kung Nien yelled. That's right. Do you even know how to drive? The whole group complained in unison. Your driving is terrible. Can't you be more careful? How can we trust a driver like this? Van Quan grinned mischievously. You dare say I can't drive? Then let me open your eyes to my real skills. The bus suddenly turned, heading down the Xuanya Pass, speeding so fast everyone was pressed against the windows. Another driver yelled, That's too dangerous! But the bus just sped straight ahead, flying over the road lines. Neg Tuyet panicked. Ninfam, you have to do something. Tell him to stop the bus. But when she looked over, Ninfam had been sound asleep for a while. Van Quan said smugly, Don't worry, I promised your principal Diao that I'll definitely get you all there safely. The bus launched off the cliff, with unprecedented chaos inside. Far away, Dia Pong Lam was lying dazed in the snow, her sleeping bag askew. She raised an eyebrow, pulled up her sleep mask, and sat up sluggishly. In front of her, a figure stood before a temple, an old woman, one of her eyes glowing as she looked at Dia Pong Lam and asked, Why is there only one person? Everyone had gotten off the death bus. Ninfam yawned widely. Are we here? Why don't I see the inn? Tin Nguyen was exasperated. I can't believe you could sleep through that, teacher. Seeing his students throwing up their guts, he asked, Are you guys okay? Tuyet Vi replied in a weak voice. They must be exhausted. Let's hurry inside the inn and rest. Thien Truong pondered. I feel like we forgot something. Diao Ngok Tuyet tiredly stepped off the bus, her eyes scanning the snow-covered landscape, and sighed. Thanks for the ride, driver. But are you sure we're here? I don't see an inn anywhere. Van Quan smirked, pointing ahead with a teasing tone. If you're looking for the inn, it's up. There. If I tried to drive up those stairs, the old lady would kill me. Before them was a long flight of stairs leading up to the inn, perched precariously on the mountaintop. Footprints were etched into the snow, testifying to the arduous journey. Finally, Ninfam's group arrived at the inn. He pushed the door open and called out, Is anyone here? There was. No reply, he muttered. No one's at the front desk. Tin Nguyet was panting, her voice full of dissatisfaction. I'm not okay. What kind of trip is this? I'm dead tired. Van Tin collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Boo-hoo. Why did I come here just to suffer like this? Su Fong also shook his head in despair. This is not good. Ninh Pham cracked the door open, his voice reassuring. All right, you guys rest. Let us go in and check it out first. Li Kuang squinted into the darkness inside. It's a little dark, isn't it? He shivered, his voice cracking. Is something in there? What is that? Su Fong teased. Are you scared? Li Kuang snapped. No way. Ninh Pham pulled them both back, a mischievous look in his eyes. If you're not scared, then you two go in first. Li Kuang cried out, his voice flustered. Huh? I don't think that's a good idea. But Ninh Pham had already pushed them forward. What's not good about it? Go on. Suddenly, Li Kuang stepped on a mousetrap, tripped and fell, his face hitting the floor. He screamed, A ghost! A ghost grabbed my leg! Su Fong burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Isn't that just a mousetrap? Thien Ka was tense. That's right. How can there be a ghost? Suddenly, a bony hand landed on Thien Ka's shoulder. The old innkeeper's voice spoke unexpectedly, making him jump. You finally arrived. Thien Ka screamed his head off, his heart feeling like it would leap out of his chest. Ninfam said calmly, Stop screaming. I'll find the light switch. In the corner, Dia Pong Lam sat casually sipping tea, her voice even. You're so calm, Thien Ka stammered. Just now there was. Li Kuang was bewildered. Huh? Dia Pong Lam. Why are you here? Diao Nguk Tuyet led everyone in, asking worriedly, Is everyone okay? You were screaming so loud. Su Fong exclaimed, "Isn't that Diapong Lam?" Thien Nguyet suddenly remembered, slapping her forehead and saying, "Oh, right, he was sleeping in the back of the bus the whole time, I forgot." Ninh Pham sat opposite Diapong Lam, his voice calm. Just now, there was. He paused. "Everyone, please come in and have a seat. It's warmer inside. Let's go in, I want some tea too." Thien, Kay stammered. "Hey, wait up, you guys." His face was pale. "Listen to me. This inn is haunted. I just saw it with my own eyes. We have to get out of here." But the old woman's hand landed on his shoulder again, her whispered voice sending a chill down his spine. "Are you talking about me?" Thien Ka panicked, screamed, and then collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The old woman burst out laughing, her voice ringing out crisply. "Ha ha ha! It's been many years since this place was so lively." She changed her tone to a friendlier one. "Allow me to introduce myself." She transformed from her scary appearance into a gentle old woman. "I am the owner of this inn. My name is Tham Son. You can all call me Granny Tham Son." The group followed Granny Tham Son on a tour of the inn. Ninfam asked curiously, "Granny, have you always run your business here? That must be tough." Tham Son smiled. "That's right, for several decades now." Thien Ka was still trembling, muttering, "This inn is definitely haunted. There's something wrong with this old woman." Hearing this, Van Tin's face turned pale. "Huh? A ghost? I'm terrified of ghosts." "There," Thien Nguyet said annoyedly. "Stop talking nonsense, you're scaring everyone." Thien Ka retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense. Even a brave guy like me got scared out of his wits." Tham Son suddenly appeared behind him, playfully asking, "Boo!" Thien Ka jumped out of his skin once more. Thien Nguyet snickered. "And you call yourself brave?" Tham Son said sternly. "No more nonsense, otherwise how will I run my business?" Thien Ka stammered. Yes, I won't." The old lady unlocked room 11 and announced, "Here we are. This is your room." The group cheered excitedly. "Awesome! There's a PS10! I'm already starting to like this room." The old lady laughed. "Ha ha, no need to fight over it. All the rooms are the same. Each room holds a maximum of 3 people, so feel free to split up." She started assigning Truong Thien Truong, So Fong, and Ta Thien Ka in one room. Seeing Thien Ka still shaking like a leaf, So Fong asked, "Are you really that scared?" She continued, Diapong Lam, Bang Tin Nuet, and Coc Tuyet Vi in the second room. Then she looked at Ninfam. "Teacher Nin, you can have a room to yourself." Dianok Tuyet shared a room with Van Tin, and Ngok Tuyet smiled. "Let's have a good time together." The old lady opened another room. And finally, you three. Li Kuang smiled brightly, but his face turned pale as he looked inside. The room was like a dilapidated warehouse, and he stammered, "Ma'am, this place doesn't look livable." Tham Son said nothing, slammed the door shut, and walked off. Su Fong was confused. Why did she suddenly shut the door? Unexpectedly, Tham Son opened another door, revealing a luxurious room. "All right, you three can stay in here." Su Fong was puzzled, "Ma'am, wasn't this room just..." Tham Son laughed. "Haha, don't mind that." Li Kuang and Kung Nian threw themselves onto the floor, sighing, "This is so relaxing, it's amazing." Tham Son explained, "I'm just old and sometimes forget to clean up. By the way, the hot spring is open. Once you're done unpacking, let the others know so you can all go for a dip." She revealed it could wash away the fatigue from their journey. Su Fong gave Li Kuang a suggestive look. "You hear that, fatty?" Li Kuang was ecstatic. "A hot spring, you say?" Kung Nian cheered. "Then let's go tell everyone else right away. I can't wait any longer." But he was stopped. "Hold on." Kung, Nian asked, annoyed. "Huh? What are you two planning?" Su Fong grinned. "Not so fast. We have something fun to tell you." Li Kuang added, "Yeah, what's the rush?" The scene changes to the hot spring bath where a foot dips into the water and a relaxed voice says, "Ah, this hot water feels amazing." Soaking in the spring, Van Tin called out, "Everyone, come on in!" The girls chatted and complimented each other. "Your skin is so fair." "No way," they teased. "With a chest that flat, you can't even sink. What are you doing here?" Outside, whispers were heard. "They're here! They're here! It's the boss lady Coc Tuyet Vi with Diapong Lam, and Van Tin is still missing. See? I didn't lie to you, right?" It was the trio of Su Fong, Li Kuang, and Kung Nian. Su Fong laughed. "I knew I could count on you," thinking up the great idea to only tell the girls. Li Kuang replied, "From now on, we're brothers." Kung Nian added, "We're basically family now." Li Kuang dashed forward. "All right, it's time to go." Kung Nian called out, "Hey, we can't jump over from here." Su Fong said angrily, "Are you trying to hog all the glory? What happened to us being brothers for life?" Li Kuang stood at the entrance to the bath, creeping around like a total pervert. I've already described it so vividly. Suddenly he jumped, his face turning pale when he saw Van Tin. She smirked. "Well, what a coincidence." Li Kuang shouted, "Coincidence, my ass! Are you trying to peep too?" Van Tin coldly slapped a talisman onto his forehead. The talisman ignited in a brilliant red flame. She commanded, "Shut your mouth. My purpose is obviously different from yours," Kung Nian said anxiously. "Damn it! Think of a way to get up there, quick!" Su Fong adjusted his glasses. "Aren't you a summoner? Just summon something to lift us up." Kung Yigian explained, "I only know how to summon." But he would never agree to do something like this. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Li Kuang fell from above, landing on top of them and knocking all three into the water. Kung Nian struggled, annoyed. What? What the heck is going on?" Su Fong explained. "Don't panic, it's an illusion," he revealed. "This is Van Tin's illusion barrier? I heard from Ta Thien Ka that she's into seeing guys. Get it on with other guys." Li Kuang surfaced, his head now a pig's, and punched Su Fong. "Huh? So this is what she meant by getting it on?" Su Fong was sent flying with a huge splash. Van Tin appeared, her voice icy. "That only works for hot guys, you three are." Nothing more than comic relief. Thien Ka opened the door, shouting, "You guys are lame, going to the hot spring without us." Seeing the chaotic scene, he asked, "What are you all doing?" Noticing the talisman on Lai Kuang's forehead, he realized, "Oh, I see, it's Van Tin." Then he slammed the door shut. "Thanks for not calling me, my dude." In the hot spring, Thien Truong soaked with Ninfam, feeling refreshed. This is so relaxing. He saw the trio of Su Fong leaving and asked, "Aren't you guys going to soak anymore?" They replied, "We're going to grab some food first." The three looked completely worn out, hurt and hungry. Kung Nian turned to scold Li Kuang. "What are you complaining for? At least you got to see it," Li Kuang retorted. "I already told you I don't remember. I've forgotten everything that happened after we entered the spring." Kung Nian kept yelling, "Just because you don't remember doesn't mean you didn't betray us." Su Fong stepped in. "All right, that's enough. Let's eat. We're here at the dining hall." Inside, Su Fong let out a gasp as he saw a cleaver slam down on a fish head and then its body with expert skill. The fish was tossed into the air, met by a flurry of knife cuts. A man wielded 2 knives, cooking like a true professional. He placed a beautifully decorated dish on the table and said, "All right, it's ready for you three. Please, have a taste." Not Dao set down a tray of sushi with a cool flair. "Enjoy." So Fong exclaimed, "Oh my, this is so good." Tin Nguyet watched So Fong gobble down his food and chuckled. He's completely drawn in, really getting into his role. Du Nok Tuyet laughed. "Haha, isn't it cute?" Not Dao brought out 2 more plates. "Try this." So Fong called out, "This way, over here." Thien Truong snapped, "Stop talking and bring it here already." Ninh Pham stroked his chin and mumbled, "How come I've never met this chef before?" Tham's son brought out some tea and smiled. "He's a new hire." She sighed. "I'm getting old. I can't handle everything on my own anymore." She offered, "Would you like some tea, Teacher Ninh?" Ninfam accepted the cup. "Thank you." He then added, "But I still prefer your cooking." Tham's son watched the students fight for the food and smiled. They've only just been reassigned to a new class, yet they're already so close. Ninfam replied, "Haha, because they all suffered together in Class D, they understand the importance of being sincere with one another." Tham's son nodded. "Watching them reminds me of the past." Ninfam comforted her. "You're still quite young. Don't always be thinking about the old days," he continued. "Besides, if you wanted to, you could always go back to it." Thamson laughed loudly. "Haha, you weren't such a sweet talker before." Then she sighed. "Lately, even holding a cup and chopsticks feels heavy. After retiring to the mountains for so long, I've fallen behind the times. There's no place for me as a teacher in this era." Ninh Pham expressed his respect. "But you were the teacher of our teachers, Teacher Tham's son." Night fell, and heavy snow blanketed the outside. Ninh Pham looked at his students, who were sprawled out and snoring, thinking, "I guess they're all asleep." In the faint light of the evening, Ninfam was lost in thought, reminiscing about the days when he had pushed his students through countless difficulties. Now that things were finally on track, he thought, "I just hope they can all let loose and enjoy this moment." His eyes suddenly turned sharp, his relaxed mood evaporating instantly. A thought surfaced in Ninfam's mind. "Since there are no battles right now, I can focus on upgrading my system." A screen materialized in front of him. Available skills. Master Teacher's Eye. Greetings, Master Teacher. Trust points, 1,987. He could use these points to either activate a 3rd skill or recover his awakening level. He suddenly exclaimed, "This is a rare chance. Let me see what the 3rd skill is." The screen displayed, "Consume 1,000 trust points to activate the 3rd skill." Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside his door. "Huh?" Startled, Ninfam flung the door open and shouted, "What is it?" In front of him, Tuyet Vi was pointing ahead, her voice frantic. Ninh Pham rushed forward as she screamed, "Teacher Ninh, you saw that thing too. The ice phoenix is formidable." In front of them, Tin Hin Juet was sprawled on the ground, her head covered in green sauce and a hastily applied bandage on her forehead. She yelled, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Can't you just have Tuet Vi heal me? Ninfam sighed, his tone slightly reproachful. Aren't you embarrassed? I already told her to go to bed. He looked at Tin Ned questioningly. So you were just wandering the hallway with tomato juice and managed to slip and fall like this? It takes some real skill to take a tumble like that. Tin Nguyet stammered, flustered. No, that's not what happened, she explained, her voice shaking. Something grabbed my leg. That thing tripped me, and that's why I fell. She took a piece of paper from her pocket, on which was written, "Do not leave your room after dark," she insisted. This paper is the proof. It's because I didn't listen to this warning. Ninh Pham frowned and unexpectedly tapped Tin Nguyet's wound. He turned away, saying dismissively, "Fine. I won't laugh at you for falling over. There's no need to invent some ghost story to fool me. I'm heading back," Tin Nguyet yelled in frustration. "But it's true!" Returning to his room, Ninh Pham yawned and thought, I wanted to research the system tonight, but it's already 2 in the morning. I'll get some rest first. There's still plenty of vacation left. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a piece of pinned paper. On the wall, he was stunned. The note read, "Tonight, go outside the inn alone." He picked it up, his mind filled with suspicion. This note wasn't there when he left his room. Who stuck it here? Could what Tin Nguyet said be true? Someone was playing tricks. The next morning, everyone gathered, buzzing with chatter about last night's events. Ninfam spoke up. Here's the situation. Tin Nguyet held up her note, adding, "This is the piece of paper I found." Someone chimed in suspiciously. "Don't tell me it's a real ghost?" Van Tin guessed it might be Ta Thien Ka playing a prank, since he was the one who got teased for saying there was a ghost. Perhaps he wanted to prove it, intentionally scaring Tin Nguyet for revenge. Tuyet Vi suddenly revealed in a low voice, "Actually, I also saw a note like this morning." "I have no grudge against Ta Thien Ka." Van Tin shivered upon hearing this. "It's not Ta Thien Ka? Could it really be a ghost?" Coc Tuyet quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, it's probably just someone's prank." Just then, Sufang rushed in, shouting, "This is bad, sir, this is bad. The cafeteria. Everyone get there now." Sufang yelled, "It's over there." Ninfam immediately rushed out and demanded, "What happened?" Not Dao replied, "The kid ate a steamed bun and ended up like this." As it turned out, Lai Kwang was clutching his stomach, crying out in pain. Teacher, Nin, save me. My stomach hurts so much. I've been poisoned. I'm going to die." Next to him was another note. "Go, don't eat breakfast." Ninfam immediately noticed it, frowning. "Another note?" He reassured Li Kwang. Don't worry, let me check on you." Li Kwang said weakly, "Teacher Nin, I should leave some cool last words, right?" Ngok, Tuyet interjected. "What last words? Aren't you just bloated?" Kung Nien wondered. "What happened?" Thien Truong replied, "It's like this." Kung Yen, channeling her inner detective Conan, declared, "So that's how it is. I've grasped the situation. It must be that someone is playing a trick." She pointed directly at Not Dao and accused him. "And the culprit behind this prank is you. It would be easiest for you to poison the steamed buns. Besides, you were also at the scene just now." Kung Nien continued her analysis. "As for the motive, Bang Tin Nguyet secretly took tomato juice, and the fat guy secretly took 2 steamed buns." Nat Dao covered his face, explaining, "Why would I harm my own guests? A chef's greatest pleasure is seeing customers happily eat their food, and he's the happiest eater I've ever seen. Besides, the food is free. Your school has already paid for everything." Kung Yen replied, "Oh, so you'd pull that card?" Then she turned to Thomson with a smirk. "Haha, that was just a feint. The real culprit is you. Your room cleaning speed is so fast you could have tripped Bangtin Nguyet without being noticed." Thomson narrowed her eyes, her voice dangerous. "Huh? What did you say?" "I'm old, so my hearing's not so good." Kung Nien panicked, her face pale. "I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense." Thomson's tone suddenly changed as she slowly began her story. "However, this situation reminds me of a ghost story from a long time ago." She began, "A long time ago, there was a demon. Its favorite thing was to leave a note with an order by people's pillows while they slept. If they didn't follow it, that person would be punished. At first, it was just harmless pranks that made people think it was a joke. But later on, the punishments got more severe, even causing injuries." A terrified Thien Ka cautiously asked, "What would happen?" The old woman suddenly appeared behind him, whispering, "It would take their life." Thien Ka screamed, "I knew it." Kung Xian huffed, confident, "How can there be ghosts? It's definitely someone playing a prank, and it's one of you." Tin Xiet asked bluntly, "Then tell us who it is." Kung Yen replied, "I don't know." Thien Ka ran off in a panic. "No, I have to go check if there's a note by my pillow. I didn't notice this morning." Ninfam sighed nonchalantly. "How can there be ghosts? Don't pay it any mind." Suddenly, a scream echoed from a distance. Everyone rushed over, shouting, "Ta Thien Ka!" They saw Thien Ka lying with his head stuck in the doorway, pinned by a heavy iron block. He groaned, help me." After bandaging Thien Ka, Tuyet Vi announced, "The bandaging is done." Ninfam pulled out another note, frowning. "Just as I thought, another note in his room. Don't go back to the room." Kung Nien clutched her head and yelled helplessly. Everyone was in the room just now. Only Ta Thien Ka went out. Su Fong teased. Is the detective team stumped? Van Tien stammered. It really is a ghost, Ninfam concluded thoughtfully. A note with an order, punishment for not following it. The punishments get worse and worse. Everything matches Tham Son's story. He declared, It seems there's a malicious prankster mimicking the story, and I'll definitely catch them. Li Kuang hesitantly said, But now, we don't have any clues. Van Tien asked doubtfully, How do you catch a ghost? Ninfam calculated to himself. Actually, there's a way that doesn't require clues. The culprit follows the rules of the prank, so if we just do the opposite of the order on the note, they will appear. We just have to wait until tonight and not go out. But then he thought, the inn has too many hiding spots. If we fight, I'm afraid we'll wreck the place. Or we might violate the condition of going out alone. But who to go with? Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside him. Coc Tuyet smiled and suggested, Use my note. It'll be easier to catch them outside. The note read, Don't go outside. Ninfam was startled. Don't go outside? He thought to himself. It's perfect. I can't go out alone tonight. It would be better for two people to go together. Kung Yen chimed in enthusiastically. Wait, if you're going, take me too. I want to see what it is. Tin Hine quickly interjected, holding up a hand to stop them, her voice urgent. Wait, you can't go. Come over here. She pulled Kung Yen to a corner and whispered something. Like this and that, Ninfam said, we'll head out at night. Coc Tuyet stood by, her eyes full of worry, and asked, It's nighttime. Can we really lure them out? Ninfam replied confidently, Of course we can. He revealed that as they left the hotel, a mysterious figure had been following them. Suddenly, Ninfam grabbed Coc Tuyet's hand and gestured quietly. Come on, be quiet, over here. In the distance, a figure was peeking around as if looking for something. Without hesitation, Ninfam lunged forward like a flash of lightning, pouncing on the person. He slammed the person to the ground, yelling, Got you! Suddenly, countless snowballs flew through the air, hitting Ninfam. He shouted in confusion, Everyone? The whole group of students burst out laughing, saying in unison, Ha, you really fell for it. The troll was a success. You fell for it. The person Ninfam was pinning down was poor Teen Sa. Ninfam cracked his knuckles, a furious glint in his eyes. So you dared to trick me. He hurled a barrage of snowballs at the students, roaring, Let me show you what I'm made of. A moment later, he calmed down and asked, So the notes, that story, this whole act was all orchestrated by you guys? Tin Nguyet nodded with a bright smile. That's right. Ninfam frowned, wondering, You came up with this whole plan just to mess with me? Tin Nguyet shook her head and explained, It's not what you think, teacher. We just wanted to find a way to lift your spirits. The fat guy said you've been down in the dumps ever since your exam. She continued excitedly. As it turned out, Mrs. Tham Son overheard us. The old lady pulled back the curtain, smiled, and suggested, To think you're so worried about your teacher. I'm moved to see such good students. In that case, I have a plan. Tham Son laughed and chimed in. How is my plan? Are you feeling a little more spirited, Teacher Nin? Ninfam gave a forced smile and shook his head. Yes, thanks to all of you, I'm feeling much more spirited. Tin Nguyet cheered happily. He said he's feeling more spirited. That means it was a success. You said you'd treat us to cake, don't you forget. Tham Son quickly replied. Not so fast. I've brought the cake right here. Ninfam was stunned and confused. Eating cake outside in the middle of the night? Tin Nguyet retorted playfully. Huh? Isn't it your fault for coming out in the middle of the night? Ninfam snapped in annoyance. Huh? You're blaming me? Li Kuang suddenly yelled, I forgot to bring the cake. Ninfam suddenly had a second thought, muttering, Something's not right. He turned to Coc Tuyet, who was talking to Li Kuang. Fatty, how could you forget to bring it? It's okay. We can help you go back and get it. Ninfam suddenly stopped, his gaze turning sharp. He thought it over carefully. His note was stuck on the door, not by his pillow. The writing was vertical, not horizontal, and the handwriting was different too. The other notes all said not to do something, but mine told me to go out. Could it be that my note wasn't written by them? He shouted, Lanh Tinh Nguyet. She replied blankly, Teacher Nin, did you call me? He gestured, his voice low. Yes, come over here for a second, let's talk. Ninfam took out the note and pointed at the words, Outside the inn. Suddenly, Tin Nguyet lunged at him, thrusting the note towards him, but he dodged nimbly. He demanded, his voice cold as ice. Just as I thought, You're not Lanh Tinh Nguyet. Who are you? You're the one who left this note, aren't you? Tin Nguyet drew a sword, a sinister smile revealing her true nature. So I've been found out. My transformation should have been perfect. She laughed loudly. Ah, I am Vuong Diem, a student from Wen An Academy, with the ability to use a creature's bodily fluids to transform into that creature, making transformation easy. Ninfam pointed out the flaw. She would never call me Teacher Nin. Vuong Diem laughed arrogantly. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind for next time. Without another word, she stomped on the ground and lunged forward to attack. Wang Yan quickly transformed her body, her eyes flashing with an unforgiving light. She taunted as she ran. Come and get me if you have the guts. Ninh Pham smirked, thinking her transformation speed was impressive. But this trap was way too obvious. An idea sparked in his mind, might as well test it out. Wang Yan, hiding on a tree branch and watching from afar, muttered, I can't believe he actually followed me. This forest is my turf. She aimed the petrified scorpion stinger at him, thinking to herself that as long as it hit, his mana would turn to stone, and he'd be unstoppable. Ninh Pham sensed something was amiss and called out, I followed you all the way here. Why are you still hiding? He threatened, if you don't show yourself, I'm heading back. A small stinger shot towards him. Ninh Pham calmly tilted his head to dodge as the stinger slammed into a tree, blasting a large hole in it. Wang Yan quickly repositioned, thinking he hadn't spotted her. She continued to attack from her hiding spot. Ninh Pham smiled. Stop wasting your energy. You won't be able to hit me. I've already seen through your little trick. The system announced his third skill, Master's Exam Question. When activated, it gradually consumes trust points to predict the opponent's actions 1 second in advance. Combining his speed and agility, Ninh Pham easily deflected every stinger. He even casually caught one and threw it back at Wang Yan. She was stunned, completely caught off guard by this turn of events. A murderous aura flared around Ninh Pham as he leaped forward. Get down here. I'm just getting warmed up. Wang Yan fled in a panic, shouting, This time, we were just doing a little reconnaissance, so don't mind us. Her words made Ninh Pham freeze. We? Don't tell me there's more than one of them. Just then, Shifeng called out, Teacher Ning! Leng Xingyue ran up, panting heavily. Hey, Ninh Pham, what are you doing all the way out here? We've been looking for you for half a day. He turned back urgently. Quick, do a head count and see if we're missing anyone. Xingyue huffed. Someone's missing all right. The master didn't show up. Li Qiang reported. Speaking of which, Zhang Tianyang and Gu Shuiwei went to buy some cakes. Everyone else is here. Elsewhere, Gu Shuiwei pointed ahead. The assembly point should be just up ahead. Let's hurry. Zhang Tianyang smiled. All right, let's get going. Little Moo is probably kicking up a fuss for food by now. Suddenly, a strange leaf landed on him. The moment Gu Shuiwei replied, Zhang Tianyang vanished without a trace. On a snow-covered mountain, he had been turned into a crow, which was emitting a strange light. Zhang Tianyang screamed in panic. Realizing he had been teleported, he looked around and saw he was in a free fall. A cliff face loomed above him. With no time to dodge, he raised his arm to block, luckily only getting his arm scraped. Continuing his fall, Zhang Tianyang kicked hard against the cliff face, the force pushing him away. He landed hard next to Gu Shuiwei. She cried out in alarm. Huh? Zhang Tianyang! His entire body was covered in scratches as he gasped. Gu Shuiwei, I can't move my legs, she asked. What happened? Why did you suddenly turn into a bird? He explained in a weak voice. A bird. I suddenly appeared on the mountainside, and then I tumbled down here. Gu Shuiwei immediately used her magic. Don't move, I'll heal you. Zhang Tianyang wondered if it was the effect of some kind of spell. Suddenly, a strange leaf landed on his head, and a snake instantly materialized, sinking its fangs into his hand. Zhang Tianyang shrieked. A snake! Gu Shuiwei asked urgently. What's wrong? A person turns into a bird, a leaf turns into a snake. This is some kind of mental magic. He denied it. It's not me, he thought frantically. Oh no, it's venomous, he explained, his voice trembling. I was turned into a bird. The leaf was turned into a snake. Their properties must have been swapped. Be careful. Objects around us could be swapped with something dangerous. Touching them might get you swapped too. Zhang Tianyang was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. This is bad, I'm starting to feel dizzy. Gu Shuiwei glanced around, noticing an unnatural wind starting to blow. He warned her urgently, Be careful, don't touch them. Get back, I can't move. Gu Shuiwei immediately cast her ice spike spell. Sharp icicles shot toward the swarm of strange leaves, knocking them to the ground. But in an instant, the leaves flew up again, causing Zhang Tianyang to scream in panic. Watch out! Out of nowhere, Fan Yidao appeared, holding several sharp skewers. He threw them with force, pinning the leaves to a tree trunk. He shouted, How dare someone harm my adorable guests? Don't you worry, leave the bad guys. To me for punishment. Fan Yidao stood proudly, striking a confident pose. Magic that can swap the properties of objects? I can handle that. Leave this to me. Gu Shuiwei started to speak, but he cut her off. No more words. Take your friend and get out of here. She nodded and replied quickly. Understood. Please be careful, sir. Fan Yidao pushed his apron aside and smiled. Thanks for your concern. He had an arsenal of weapons at the ready, his eyes sharp and prepared for battle. Come on, bring it on. Suddenly, a rock emitting a strange light flew towards him. Quick as a flash, Fan Yidao drew a knife and threw it, thinking, as long as I don't touch it, nothing will happen. I can handle as many of these attacks as they can throw at me. But he frowned, sensing something was wrong. That wasn't a rock, it was a time bomb. It exploded instantly. Luckily, Fan Yadao managed to dive to safety, but just then, another rock rolled to his feet. He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, to think they'd actually use bombs. Wang Yan launched a surprise attack, but Fan Yadao quickly blocked the blow with a claw weapon. He was about to counterattack but froze when he saw his opponent's face. So young. He frowned in astonishment. She ran? I can't believe someone that young is this skilled. Sweat dripped down his face as he thought, that ability is going to be a real hassle next time. Suddenly, a commotion came from inside the hotel. A student asked worriedly, Gu Shuiwei and Zhang Tianyang, are they okay? Were they ambushed? Shen Shan quickly reassured them, calm down. Teacher Diao and Teacher Ning are treating them, they will be fine. But Ling Xingyue snapped back in frustration. How can we possibly be calm? Li Qiang chimed in, shouting, that's right, let's find them and settle the score. Shen Shan smiled and reminded them, young people are certainly full of life, but you shouldn't be shouting at an old woman who just runs a hotel. Lang Xingyue quickly bowed her head. I'm very sorry, she asked hesitantly. Ma'am, where are you taking us? Shen Shan replied in a low voice. All right, follow me this way. Li Qiang was confused. Isn't this my room? Shifeng interjected. Surely you don't expect us to just hide in our rooms? The old woman explained. I had originally intended to take you there after your vacation was over. Lang Xingwei was bewildered. Take us for what? Aren't we supposed to be here on vacation? Shen Shan gave a mysterious smile. To this place, perhaps. She tapped her cane firmly on the floor, and a hidden door was revealed. Shifeng was stunned. There's a basement under my room. Shen Shan calmly walked down. Come in, she explained. You were ambushed, most likely because of this invitational competition. Some people don't approve of it, and the prize is nothing to scoff at. This ambush is only the beginning. I'm afraid your vacation will have to end early. Shen Shan led them into a room and announced, starting tomorrow, your training and daily life will take place here to avoid any more ambushes. Everyone gasped in amazement. Welcome to the Shen Shan Private Academy. The cheer echoed through the hall. It's a secret base. This is so cool. The students buzzed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, so the proprietress used to be a teacher? Shen Shan nodded. That's right. Another student asked, what kind of training will we be doing here? She replied, no need to rush. They are almost here. As a group of people walked down the stairs, Shen Shan smiled. You got here quickly. Diao Yushui spoke up. I've brought them. Ouyang Hua greeted them with a smirk. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Ninh Pham frowned and muttered. How has this guy not been kicked out yet? Ouyang Hua gave an awkward laugh. Don't hold a grudge. We'll have to work together from now on. He turned to Xie Luo. Xie Luo, put in a good word for me. Xie Luo ignored him, strode into the conference room and announced, is everyone present? Then I'll start with an introduction. My name is Xie Luo, an S-rank defense-type instructor. I heard you were attacked, and it really had me worried. Lang Xingyue scowled and muttered. Worried? He says that with such a dazzling smile on his face. Shifeng urged, stop beating around the bush and get to the main topic. Xie Luo nodded and got straight to the point. All right, let's begin. You all know about the awakening level, correct? He explained. Ever since ability users first appeared, the awakening level has been the metric for their power. Those with a higher level possess more advanced magic, but no amount of post-awakening training can raise that level. Lang Xingyue broke into a sweat and mumbled, we learned that in elementary school. Xie Luo smiled and asked, so, what if I told you there is now a way to raise your awakening level? What would you think then? Her eyes widened. Huh? If it's the real deal, then of course I'd want it. Xie Luo said. This time, the Capital's competition offers Luo Ying a special reward, something that can postnatally increase the awakening rate. Lang Xingyue was shocked. This time's reward can raise the awakening rate. Gu Shuiwei wondered, what could it be? Zhang Tianchang couldn't believe it. Is it true? Xie Luo took out a box full of papers. The reward's details are not yet public. If you want to know, you'll have to win, he continued. I have gathered information on the students participating from the various schools. First, let's talk about Yueying Academy. They cause some disgraceful incident every tournament. It's very likely the attack was their doing. I'm paying special attention to these two siblings. In another location, Wang Yan asked worriedly, Brother, are you okay? It looks like you're injured. Her brother frowned. You think I could get hurt? Wang Yan stammered. Of course not. Of course you're fine. But her brother calmly asked, what were the opponents you faced like? What are our chances of winning this time? She frowned. They're very strong. I have a feeling we might lose this time. Her brother laughed. You say we're going to lose every single time, Wang Yan said in a panic. It's for real this time. But her brother brushed it off. Listen, we faced plenty of strong opponents before, and we always won. No matter how strong they are, they have a weak spot. Once we find their weakness, they're just paper tigers. They'll fall apart with a single poke. Wang Yan started to sweat. Brother, did you manage to get their teacher's bodily fluids? He smirked smugly. Well, she hesitated. It's a perfect match, exactly like in the video. But what if they see through it? Her brother placed a hand on his chin. If they see through it, isn't that what you're for? As long as we work together, there's no opponent we can't beat. In a flashback, in a large city, a long line of cars is being crushed by a giant demonic beast. It roars, destroying everything in its path. A police officer reports that the evacuation of the surrounding residents is complete. We can start now. Leave it to us. Xiao Xiao Luo nodded immediately, her voice firm. Understood. Xiao Yunyun frowned, her eyes sharp. Another demonic beast on a rampage? She urged impatiently, her pace quickening. Let's go. We can't let it cause any more chaos. She brought her hands together, preparing for a quick fight. Xiao Xiao Luo smiled confidently. Of course. And without another word, they both leaped into action. After a fierce clash, a police officer noted down the results, his face filled with satisfaction as the casualty count remained at a perfect 0. This was already the 6th time a demonic beast had gone on a rampage this month, an unusually high frequency. That gave one pause. Xiao Xiao Luo sighed softly. I propose we cut back on missions. We don't even have time to prepare for the upcoming competition. Xiao Yunyun chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling playfully. Haha, I guess suppressing demonic beasts counts as a type of training too. Returning to the present, Xie Luo stepped forward, introducing Xiao Xiao Luo and Xiao Yunyun in a steady voice, two brilliant elites from the Moyun Police Academy. This academy has a long history of close cooperation with the police force, and these two girls' track record is nothing short of astonishing. Even so, their specialized magic remains a mystery. As expected of a police partner, their security is truly airtight down to the last detail. Xie Tianga frowned, his gaze fixed on the deep gashes on the dinosaur's body, suspecting them to be marks from a magic attack. Wen Jing stood beside him, observing closely and commenting, These wounds are several times larger than a person. If one of these hit a human body, they definitely wouldn't survive intact. He replied in a deep voice, I can't say for sure, but you all can certainly try analyzing it further. He changed the subject, bringing up the upcoming competition. Our school is hosting this tournament, but Luo Ying Academy has been the champion for several years straight. They're a formidable opponent, and we need to pay special attention to these two students. Xie Luo pointed to the information board, his voice deep. Lan Lan, you control the gravity barrier. Lang Xingye suddenly froze, blurting out, Isn't this Hong Ye Lin? She turned, her gaze, questioning, No, but is the blue-haired one an acquaintance of yours? Are you twin sisters? Seeing Hong Ye Lin remain silent, Lang Xingyue nudged her. Say something? Xie Luo continued, his tone wary. Our biggest threat this time is probably this person. Tong Xiaodu has a staggering awakening rate of 92% and is proficient in all types of magic. What's more terrifying is that in the past 2 years, she has never lost a single match. She's an absolute monster. The scene changes to a classroom. Tong Xiaodu strolls into the training room, surrounded by the lively chatter of students. Hey, good morning, one student said, while another boy urged, Class is starting, let's hurry. Tong Xiaodu walked in calmly, looking completely at ease. Lan Lan, who was standing nearby, couldn't hide her surprise and blurted out, Well, look who decided to come to school so early. Did hell freeze over or something? Tong Xiaodu gave a long, lazy yawn and replied, Don't be so harsh. It's not like I wanted to come this early. Lan Lan smirked teasingly. Since you're here on this rare occasion, want to train with me? Tong Xiaodu refused flatly, without a moment's hesitation. Then what are you doing here? She explained in a flat voice. The power went out at my house. The teacher pushed the door open and entered, his voice cheerful. Good morning. I got the files on Yuying Academy right here. Who wants to see? Lan Lan immediately replied, Oh, good morning, teacher. I want to see them. Only Tong Xiaodu said lazily, I don't. The teacher's eyes went wide in shock. Huh? You're actually here this early? He tossed his bag aside and offered, All right, how about a drink while we review this? Lan Lan replied, I'll have an apple juice. The teacher frowned in surprise. You can't be bothered to walk 2 steps to get it yourself? Tong Xiaodu was still sprawled out on the floor, smiling lazily. Orange soda. I'll have to trouble you, teacher. The teacher handed the can of apple juice to Lan Lan. Here's your apple juice. She took it, saying, Thanks, teacher. He then took the orange soda over to Tong Xiaodu. Here's your soda. Sit up and drink. But she had already dozed off, leaving the teacher stunned. She's asleep. Liu Guangyuan suddenly spoke up, his gaze icy. Let's do it right here. He looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. Teacher Liu, what are we going to do here? Liu Guangyuan stopped, his voice resolute. Attack me. Zhang Tianyang raised an eyebrow, hesitating. Seeing that he was still holding back, Liu Guangyuan pressed, Enough talk. Come at me with everything you've got. Zhang Tianyang raised his fist and threw a punch. Then I won't hold back. Liu Guangyuan agilely ducked, delivering a kick to his face while effortlessly dodging the punch. Zhang Tianyang had no time to react and was sent flying into a nearby wooden post, his body covered in injuries. He stared at his teacher in shock. Teacher Lu, did you really have to use that much force? Lu Guanyuan lowered his gaze, his tone strict. Of course, this is your training for today. In a flashback to a previous meeting, Xie Luo pointed at a performance chart, his voice steady. This is the data on our students. As for how we should train them, does anyone have any ideas? Ouyang Hua glanced over at Wen Ruan, asking, Wen Ruan, what's wrong? She rested her head on the table, answering weakly, I have a headache. Ouyang Hua continued, explaining, the awakening rate is directly tied to one's mana reserves. Without a high awakening rate, learning advanced magic is incredibly difficult. They might not even have enough mana to cast spells during a fight. With the time remaining only half a month before the tournament, students who are just starting to learn magic will need much more time, and even then, they risk failure. Diao Yushui, sitting across from her, smiled reassuringly. If Ninfam can raise students to S-class, then we can certainly do it too. Let's work together to find a suitable plan for them. Ouyang Hua nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. That's our Miss Diao for you. Xie Luo turned to Liu Guangyuan and asked, Teacher Luo, you seem pretty composed. Have you already thought of a plan? He shook his head slightly. No, it's just that physical arts don't depend much on mana, so training for it is much simpler. Returning to the present, Liu Guangyuan looked at Zhang Tianyang and explained slowly, to train in physical arts, you need a stronger opponent to forge your skills. This isn't a game, it's your first lesson. Fight me. If you understand, then let's continue. The scene shifts to a large room, where Wen Jing sighed to Chu Feng. It's time for class and teacher Ning Fan still hasn't arrived. I never expected him to be a barrier master. Chu Feng replied calmly, his tone even. Teacher Ning knows all the systems. Wen Jing asked in surprise, are you waiting for teacher Ning too? Chu Feng shook his head, hesitating. No, I heard a teacher named Yun Jun is supposed to come, but I'm not familiar with him. At that exact moment, a figure appeared in the doorway. So sorry, I'm a little late. I'm the speed-type teacher. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa! Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Wen Jing was daydreaming, her eyes sparkling. The name Yun Jun sounds like the name of a handsome heartthrob, the kind of man that would make you swoon. Chu Feng frowned, leaning in closer. What are you thinking? About? A second later, a scruffy-looking man with a street-style vibe and a lollipop in his mouth boomed. Long time no see, I'm the one and only Yun Jun. Chu Feng's jaw dropped. He turned to tease Wen Jing, who must be regretting her fantasy now. She looked like she had been struck by lightning, replying numbly, I see him, Yun Jun clapped. Patting So Feng's shoulder, he said in a hearty voice, You must be my student, right? To know flight magic at such a young age. Not bad. Let's talk about our first class. Before So Feng could react, the teacher dragged him away, causing him to exclaim in shock, So fast! Ban Quan laughed loudly. Let's run a lap around the earth first. Let's go! So Feng screamed in a panic. Hey! Van Tin stood there, the corner of her mouth twitching as she mumbled, Where on earth did Ninfam go? Far away, Su Feng wandered around alone, remarking, This place is so big, it's like a maze. He stopped in front of a door, peeked inside, and thought to himself, The teacher must be here. I'll try this room and see if it's the right one. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, Huh? Inside were Ta La and Ta Thien Ka, discussing a mysterious waterfall. Ta La looked at Su Feng, his voice calm yet sharp. Is there a problem? Startled, Su Feng hurriedly slammed the door shut and stammered, Sorry to bother you. Still in shock, he walked away. He muttered, Why would there be a waterfall? Oh well, I'll try the next room. He pushed open the door to the adjacent room and saw a man in a suit, observing Li Kuang with his arms crossed sternly. The man ordered, First step, transform into a wild beast. Feel your natural instincts and emulate a wild beast. Su Feng curiously thought to himself, Is this a jungle this time? But who is this teacher? He quietly left and went to the next room, where Lanh Tinh Nguyet and the pike were standing in a strange pose. What kind of ritual is this? A cult? He shook his head, thinking to himself, This probably isn't the right room. Moving to the next room, Su Feng saw Coc Tuyet and Coc Tuyet Vi discussing something, while Oduang Hoa was secretly watching from outside the door. Without a second thought, Su Feng turned and left, telling himself, This is obviously not my teacher's room. Oduang Hoa spotted him and rushed out, shouting, It's obviously here. Don't pretend you didn't see me. Dragging him back to the classroom, Oduang Hoa put on a friendly smile. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Oduang Hoa, the teacher for the mental department. But soon after, he couldn't maintain his composure and sighed. Can you please not make that kind of face? I know you have a prejudice against me. After all, we've had many unpleasant memories. But you're my student now. Ninfam is also my colleague. I won't bully you guys anymore. Besides, I will also compete fairly with Ninfam. Please forgive me. Su Fong pouted, his voice full of reluctance. All right, I get it. So creepy. Let's talk about the lesson content first. O Duong Hoa took the chance to quietly suggest, then, things. Like the competition don't need to be mentioned to Teacher Diao either, right? Su Fong rolled his eyes and scoffed in disgust. I knew it. How could you possibly admit you're wrong? Turns out you're just afraid we'll reveal your secrets. O Duong Hoa coughed awkwardly twice, covering his mouth. He quickly changed the subject. Before we begin the lesson, I'll test your basic theory of mental type magic. With a deadpan expression, Su Fong fluently replied, the basic theory of mental type magic is to affect the opponent's senses by manipulating their mana, then use illusion magic to impact their perception. Ao Duong Hoa nodded and raised a finger in confirmation. Correct. The core of mental type magic is controlling another person's mana. The less mana they have, meaning those with a low awakening level, the harder they are to control. Therefore, the first lesson is to find someone with the lowest awakening level to practice on. Su Fong glared at the ranking board on the wall and muttered, the person with the lowest awakening level in class is the fat guy. No wonder Teacher Nin kept making me practice controlling him. O Duong Hoa immediately denied it, tearing down the board and putting up another one. Wrong. The ability user with the lowest awakening level is actually him. Su Fong was stunned and stammered, Huh? 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 O Duong Hoa rolled up his sleeves, his eyes glinting. Got it? Our first lesson is to go control Ninfam. Su Fong didn't even bother looking at him, a dejected look on his face. Seeing this, O Duong Hoa bristled and snapped. Why are you making that face? I'm serious. I'm not tricking you. The scene shifts to the kitchen, where Pham Nhat Dao tilted his head and looked at the person at the door with a confused expression. Teacher Nin, it's not mealtime yet. Ninfam hid the intention in his eyes and said calmly, No, I came to see you. I heard you saved Coc Tuyet Vi and Truong Thien Truong, and you're a chef. Your skills are quite good. Pham Nhat Dao turned his face away and denied it with his eyes closed. No. What are you talking about, Teacher Nin? Besides, being a chef, what else can I do? Ninfam gave a forced smile and hesitated. Do you have another identity? Forget it. I just came to thank you. Thank you for protecting Coc Tuyet Vi and Truong Thien Truong. That's all I came to say. Whatever other identity you have has nothing to do with me. I'm heading to class now. With that, he waved and turned to leave. Suddenly, Pham Nhat Dao called out after him. Wait, it seems you already know? Ninfam froze, slightly surprised. Pham Nhat Dao seemed to have made up his mind, closing his eyes and beginning to reveal, I am Pham Nhat Dao, team leader of the Ability User Alliance. My first mission on this trip is to protect the young miss, Coc Tuyet Vi. Ninfam tilted his head, a slightly troubled look in his eyes. So you're Pham Nhat Dao? No way. I'm really not interested. Pham Nhat Dao paid him no mind and continued, I also have a second mission, which is to invite you to join the Ability User Alliance. To show my sincerity, I will show you a little of my strength. With that, he pulled out several sharp needles and threw them at Ninfam. He nimbly dodged and cried out in alarm. Ah, huh? Are you crazy? Attacking inside the hotel. So what if the hotel gets damaged? A status window appeared showing Pham Nhat Dao's alias, Ability User Alliance, and no ability. Ninfam looked at the panel, slightly surprised. You're unpowered? Pham Nhat Dao gripped his weapon, his eyes sharp as he warned, Don't let your guard down just because I'm unpowered. If you're not serious, you could die. Ninfam activated the Master Teacher's prediction skill, easily dodging the series of attacks. Suddenly, a red warning panel appeared, warning that trust points were being consumed, minus 53 trust points. Ninfam's jaw dropped in shock. Huh? This skill consumes trust points? Feeling the situation was disadvantageous, he released a cold aura and used his hand to pinch Pham Nhat Dao's blade. The warning panel flashed red again, and his trust points dropped to 9. With his weapon frozen, Pham Nhat Dao retreated reflexively. He glared and pulled out his next kitchen utensil. It's not over, let's continue. Ninfam held up a hand to signal, hurriedly saying, Wait. Seeing he wasn't stopping, he stammered, No, wait, didn't you want to invite me to join? Shouldn't we talk first instead of just attacking like this? Pham Nhat Dao smiled warmly and proposed, Then are you willing to join our Ability User Alliance? Ninfam pressed his lips together and said bluntly, No, I don't know what your purpose is, so I can't join. Pham Nhat Dao nodded and quickly explained, I see. Then let me explain it to you. Awakening level decides a lot of things. Some are born geniuses, while others are born useless. Don't you feel that a person's worth shouldn't be determined by their awakening level? And our alliance, the Ability User Alliance, is an alliance that uses its strength to help those with low awakening levels and no abilities from being looked down upon. We want to create a world of equality. After hearing this, Ninfam mumbled, So long-winded, why are you looking for me? Explain it simply in 2 sentences. Pham Nhat Dao sincerely bowed his head. Indeed, our leader wishes to invite you and requests your assistance. After a while, Ninfam was let go. Van Tin slowly walked over and raised an eyebrow. You're finally here. Looking at her, Ninfam was a bit confused. What you guys are doing is... Van Tin bristled and glared. Did you perhaps forget you have a class to teach? Teacher Ninfam? He rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, how could I? Sorry, I had a personal matter to attend to. Let's start class now. Today's lesson is to run down the snowy mountain and then back up for physical training. Van Tin shouted, Huh? We're not physical arts types. Are you crazy, teacher? The pike beside her, his face darkened, said, Let's go. Van Tin frantically grabbed her arm. Huh? You're really going to go? Ninfam said coldly. Hurry up and go. Anyone who's slow gets an extra lap as punishment. Van Tin muttered angrily. Damn it, he's clearly holding a grudge over the test. Meanwhile, the Ninfam imposter smirked, gloating inwardly. I can't believe infiltrating was this easy, and it seems the real Ninfam isn't here right now. What a perfect opportunity. This is a guaranteed win, he mumbled. Those two female students seem to be waiting for Ninfam. That means Ninfam isn't here, which also means I can wander around freely right now. But this place is huge. A wicked thought flashed through his mind. Whatever, I have time anyway. I'll find it eventually, if I can find the kitchen to poison the food. Just then, Thamsan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. You're not training the students. What are you doing here? The imposter's face went pale, and he blurted out, Huh? He clutched his chest, trying to calm himself, thinking, Calm down, I'm Ninfam now. He looked up and slowly replied, I've already assigned the kids their exercises, so I have nothing to do right now. Thamsan nodded, a smile twinkling in her eyes. Nothing to do? Perfect timing. The students have been working hard, so I was planning to prepare some food for them. You can help me. The imposter glanced at her, smirking inwardly as he schemed. A golden opportunity. He nodded, pretending to agree. Ah, all right. Shenshan clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then I'll go prepare first. I'll leave the distribution to you. Watching her leave so swiftly, he paused, slightly surprised. Leaning against a pillar, he mused. This woman acts as fast as lightning. Who could even keep up? He decided. Whatever. I'll go check somewhere else first. After taking just a few steps, he discovered a nearby water dispenser, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. This water dispenser isn't bad. Everyone has to drink water. If I just poison a few people so they can't participate in the competition. Before he could finish the thought, his consciousness was suddenly restrained. Shifeng had silently appeared behind him, using his spiritual sense to control the guy. Ouyang-hua walked over and asked in a calm voice, How is it? Did you successfully control him? Shifeng nodded and replied confidently, It's a success. It doesn't feel too difficult. After a brief pause, he asked, So, should I release him? Ouyang-hua raised a hand to stop him, his eyes serious. Just holding him still like this isn't enough. You have to be able to control his movements. That's what we call training. Shifeng frowned worriedly. What if he gets angry? Ouyang-hua smiled reassuringly. How could he? The person being controlled loses consciousness and won't remember anything when they wake up. No one will know. If you're worried about being discovered, let's go to the training room. No one will see us there. After a moment's hesitation, Shifeng controlled the fake Ninfam to walk into the room. Ouyang-hua nodded in approval, praising him. Not bad. You can already control him. As Shifeng operated the control, he wondered, what kind of training is this, anyway? Ouyang-hua slammed the door shut and replied concisely, It's very simple. I'll call out a move, and you just have to control him to follow it. Shifeng was stunned and frowned. It's not going to be some shameless moves, is it? You better not be filming or taking pictures. Ouyang-hua didn't answer, simply patting his shoulder and ordering, First move, dodge. Shifeng was bewildered. What? Dodge what? The moment he finished speaking, the fake Ningfan's body was sent flying by a giant log. Shifeng turned around, frozen in horror. The imposter was knocked into a trench, just as a giant stone boulder came rolling at breakneck speed. A terrifying crash echoed out. Shifeng turned pale, his eyes welling up with tears, his voice trembling. Teacher, what are you doing? Ouyang-hua acted innocent, a hint of glee in his eyes. Didn't I tell you to dodge? Look, you've hurt Teacher Ning. Shifeng gritted his teeth in anger. Teacher! He rushed over, frantically lifting the man's body. Teacher Ning, don't worry, I'll save you, the imposter weakly uttered. Huh? Seeing him pause, Ouyang-hua asked, What's wrong? Can't lift him? Shifeng, holding the person in his arms, pointed at the unfamiliar face. This isn't Teacher Ning? Ouyang-hua was shocked. Huh? The body in Shifeng's hands suddenly glowed, then turned into a rock. He cried out in disbelief. Huh? It turned into a rock. What's going on? Ouyang-hua stammered. No, I don't know. The scene shifts to a snow-covered forest. Wang Yan hugged her brother tightly, sobbing. Brother, are you okay? Her brother whispered weakly, I won't be able to participate in this competition with you. You have to do your best. Wang Yan cried harder, her voice choked with emotion. Brother, her brother urged her. Quick, call a doctor. In Wen Ruan's training room, Nan Gongyan stared in amazement at his transforming hand. Look, my hand turned into a fish. He smirked, his eyes shining with excitement. Is this the possession fusion mode? It feels like the power of the barracuda is flowing into my body. He waved his fish arm around, thrilled. It's so soft and feels amazing. Wen Ruan walked over, smiling proudly. Not bad. Fusion magic requires absolute harmony with one's bonded beast, yet you managed it in just one day, Nan Gongyan said smugly, grinning. We've been together for so long. Of course Barracuda and I are in perfect harmony, Wen Ruan instructed, her expression serious. Then tomorrow will be combat. Training. For today, get used to this state first. Nan Gongyan nodded happily. Yes. The corners of Wen Ruan's eyes curved slightly as she thought to herself that his progress was far beyond her expectations. But then she looked helplessly at Leng Xingyue. You're slower than expected. Seeing Leng Xingyue sprawled on the floor, Wen Ruan was exasperated. I'm telling you, if you can't even pass the most basic harmony training, how are you supposed to continue? Hearing this, Leng Xingyue shot up like a spring, clenching her fists with determination. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? I'll pass this just to show you. Wen Ruan held the controller and nodded. Then let's begin. The rules are the same as before. Your summoned beast will be blindfolded. You will be its eyes. Knock down all the flying spheres to pass. Did you get that? Leng Xingyue closed her eyes and thought to herself, only third-rate summoners use language and gestures to command their summoned beasts. A bonded beast is born from oneself. There's only one or two. I must use my mind to convey commands. Her eyes flew open and she pointed to the left, but the directionally challenged little bird flew to the right. Naturally, they both tumbled to the floor. She jumped up, punching the little bird and scolding it. You little thing, are you doing this on purpose? I said east, and you flew west. The little bird dodged angrily, its eyes filled with resentment. Wen Ruan was stunned and asked, This little thing, don't tell me you still haven't named your bonded beast? The two of them, master and beast, who were in the middle of a scuffle, turned around in astonishment. Huh? The scene shifts to the kitchen. Fan Yadao was still persisting. Even if you don't join, can't you just help us out a little? Ninh Pham was blunt. No, Fan Yadao didn't give up. Just humor me and come take a tour. Ninh Pham waved his hand. I'm still teaching. I don't have time for a tour. Fan Yadao sighed. You're really hard to convince. Consider it paying back the favor for me saving your student. Just come for a tour, Ninh Pham scoffed, shattering his benevolent facade, not exposing your identity. Is me paying back the favor? Fan Yadao continued to entice him. If you go, the Alliance will help you train your students. How about it? Ninh Pham waved him off. No need. Fan Yadao turned away, pretending to give up. I guarantee that if you go, you absolutely won't regret it, Ninh Pham said contemptuously. What kind of salesman is so good with his words? Suddenly, Shen Shan appeared at the door. Ninh Pham, you're here already? He looked at her, stunned. Shen Shan came over and took his hand, her voice gentle. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Let's go then. Ninh Pham was bewildered. Huh? Shen Shan was puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted to bring food to the students? He was clueless. Huh? Did I say that? She didn't listen any further and pulled him along. What are you playing dumb for? Let's go. Ninh Pham had to give in. Yes, yes. Fan Yadao lowered his head and muttered dejectedly. I completely failed to convince him. Should I tell him about that other matter? No, it's still too early. Suddenly, a voice called out from the door. Uncle Fan. He turned around and saw Ju Shuiwei. Miss Ju, what can this subordinate do for you? She hesitated before speaking. There's something I want to ask you. You know where my father is, right? I want to see him. Fan Yadao was silent for a few seconds, then asked, May I ask why? Ju Shuiwei lowered her eyes, her voice soft. The prize for this competition can increase one's awakening level. The Alliance must really want it. Fan Yadao frowned. No, it's not just a matter of wanting it. If that thing really exists, the Alliance's dream will become a reality. He asked again. What are you trying to say? Ju Shuiwei was direct. I want to win the competition, get the prize, and prove myself to her. Fan Yadao chuckled, and the young lady said shyly, What are you laughing at? He composed himself and hesitated. My apologies. It's just that I feel the old you wouldn't have said something like that. Your eyes have become so determined. Ninh Pham, holding a stack of lunchboxes, walked with a frown after being dragged away by Shen Shan to make deliveries. He muttered, in confusion, when did I agree to this with the old lady? But then he shook his head, looked at the things in his hands, and thought, whatever, I can use this chance to find my two students. I wonder where they ran off to. He stopped by the nearest room and called out, Does anyone want something to eat? Li Qiang suddenly appeared, his eyes lighting up. What? Where's the food? He quickly snatched a lunchbox, his voice full of gratitude. Thanks a lot. Before Ninh Pham could say anything else, he had already rushed back inside. A notification panel appeared before Ninh Pham. Trust points plus 385. He was stunned, surprised that he had gained trust points. He thought to himself, so it turns out that just by doing a good deed, no matter how small, I can gain points. In that case, I'll use this opportunity to earn some more. Ninh Pham continued on to Wen Ruan's room, calling out cheerfully, I'm here with food. As soon as the door opened, a chaotic scene greeted him. Nangong Yan was waving his fish hand, mocking Leng Xingyue. Sister Leng, you still haven't passed the basic harmony training yet? Leng Xingyue and her little bird covered their ears and yelled, You're so noisy! I'm trying to think of a name. Nangong Yan laughed even harder. You're only starting to think of a name now? I wonder when you'll ever be able to fuse. Ninh Pham looked towards the corner of the room, curious. What's going on here? Wen Ruan, huddled in the corner, explained, I just told Leng Xingyue that the name of her bonded beast will affect its evolutionary path, and now she doesn't know what name to choose. Leng Xingyue angrily grabbed Nangong Yan's fish arm and yelled, So what if you confuse? It's not that big of a deal. It's just a fish growing out of your arm, isn't it? Watch me break your arm. The little bird coordinated by pecking continuously at Nangong Yan's head. Ninh Pham and Wen Ruan could only watch the chaotic scene helplessly. He turned to Leng Xingyue and said gently, Leng Xingyue, I actually feel that out of all the students I've ever taught, you're the one who works the hardest and has improved the most, the best. Lanh Tinh Nguyet was stunned. Huh? What are you suddenly talking about? Just then, the notification panel appeared. Trust points plus 220. Ninh Pham smirked, turning to leave, satisfied. Keep it up. I believe in you. He continued on his way, gently patting Ta Thien Ka on the shoulder with an affectionate voice. Sitting under the waterfall for so long must have made your shoulders tired. Let me give you a massage. The notification panel appeared. Trust points plus 159. Arriving at Truong Thien Truong's side, he said caringly, Let me help you bandage that wound. Immediately, his trust points increased by 281, and he thought to himself, Thien Truong must be moved beyond words. Next, Ninh Pham went over to Su Fong and Ao Duong Hoa. Both of them had their hands clasped, muttering nonstop, We're sorry, Teacher Ninh Pham. We're sorry. He appeared behind them, hesitating. Ninh Pham. The two turned around, their faces pale as they screamed. Ah, I was wrong, Teacher Ninh Pham. He was bewildered. Why are you acting like you've seen a ghost? He patted Su Fong's head, placed a lunchbox in his hand, and said in a warm voice, There's no need to be so scared. You're my student, so no matter what you do wrong, I bear one half of the responsibility. Su Fong was moved to the verge of tears, Teacher Ninh. He waved and left. I'm off. Bye. Keep up the good work. Oh, Duong Hoa looked at Su Fong and asked tremblingly, Huh? So between that rock and this guy, who's the real Ninfam? Su Fong, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I think it's the rock. I've never seen him so gentle. It's terrifying. Ninfam walked out of the room, feeling a bit regretful. Strange. Why didn't my trust points increase this time? I was so gentle. He shook his head. Whatever. I earned quite a bit today anyway. Just then, a weak voice called out, Ninfam. He turned around and was surprised to see Van Tin and the Barracuda. Huh? It's you guys. Where did you go just now? I was looking all over for you. Van Tin panted heavily. Didn't you tell us to run down and then back up the mountain? He scratched his head in confusion. Huh? I didn't. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. Hong Diep Lam swung her sword at him, forcing him to dodge quickly, his eyes filled with helplessness. What are you doing? Hong Diep Lam swung her sword calmly. What am I doing? Train with me. After a short battle, blood had already stained the floor. Ninfam cried out, Ouch, ouch. He held up his two tattered arms and sighed. Training is training, but don't just suddenly slash at me like that. Hong Diep Lam held two swords, lost in thought. So, can we continue now? He hesitated. You have to at least wait until I've finished my lesson with Van Tin. Van Tin recoiled, horrified. Huh? Again, give me a break already. Hong Diep Lam didn't wait, lunging forward with her weapons. Ninfam sighed helplessly. I knew we'd have to fight no matter what I said. She brought a sword down, and he quickly dodged, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You couldn't even break my defense before. Your strength has increased quite a bit. Hong Diep Lam stood up and replied, That's right. I realized during the match that speed alone wasn't enough, so I secretly trained and developed a move with immense destructive power. Let me give it a try. Ninfam looked into her eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. Hong Diep Lam began to spin, as fast as a whirlwind, while shouting, Open the barrier. Van Tin's face paled. What in the world is this? A barrier? Ninfam gritted his teeth watching her spin around, slicing through several wooden posts, when she suddenly tripped and crashed into the wall like a stranded fish. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Hong Dieplam's face was pale as she muttered, "That's strange. I can't control my body anymore." The corner of Ninfam's mouth twitched as he hesitated. Even if I were to win, spinning around in that suit would obviously lead to a wipeout. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I thought I'd have to use a lot of trust points. Hong Dieplam planted her two swords into the ground, sending sparks flying, her eyes filled with newfound understanding. So that's how it is? She quickly took off the shark-shaped suit. A loud thud echoed. Van Tin backed up against a pillar in terror, thinking to herself, was that sound just from something falling normally? Just how heavy is that suit to make a sound like that? She was astonished. He wore that to run up and down the mountain? Hong Diep Lam paid it no mind, looking at Ninh Pham. All right, let's continue. He rubbed his head awkwardly. No, let's continue next class. She pulled out a gun and aimed. I don't want to. The gun fired, and he dodged to the side, executing Envoy's oppression. Freed from the heavy suit, Hong Diep Lam was as fast as lightning, closing the distance. Ninh Pham tilted his head, inwardly amazed. Did that suit make you that fast? He realized, this is bad. I can't keep up. I can't dodge. A knife slashed at his face. He leaned back to dodge it, but Hong Diep Lam was worried, her eyes wide. He caught the blade tightly in his mouth, his voice filled with helplessness. I really don't know what to do with you. One last round. As he spoke, he seemed to merge with his summon. Hong Diep Lam was stunned. Biting the blade, Ninh Pham launched a disarming move. She dodged nimbly, and just as her feet touched the ground, his scythe swung towards her. She dropped to the floor, rubbing her head and exclaiming, that was dangerous, so dangerous. The teacher almost took my blades. Ninh Pham massaged his jaw, crying out, ouch, ouch, ouch. You almost took my jaw off too. Hong Diep Lam observed with sharp eyes. Summon fusion, Punisher form. Is this a summoner class? I've never seen this skill. If he keeps swinging that big scythe, it's impossible to get close. I have to seize the first opportunity to attack. She raised her sword, a smirk of excitement on her face. Training with Teacher Nin is still more fun. My previous teacher was dealt with in a flash. Ninfam held his scythe hesitantly. Well, I really appreciate the compliment. The giant scythe swung towards her, and Hong Diep Lam leaped up to dodge. With her superior speed, she easily closed the distance, smirking, close combat is my advantage. He blocked the blow, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Come and try me. The two clashed fiercely, their blades meeting like a guillotine. Van Tin sat in a corner, her face pale. Is this really barrier class training? If that were me, I'd be dead in a second. I have to get out of here before I get caught up in this. No sooner had she finished her thought than a sharp blade flashed, slicing through the wooden pillar beside Diep Lam. Two giant blades swung relentlessly, filling the room with shattered wood fragments. Van Tin stood there watching the group of people clutching their heads and praying, thinking to herself, these two are evenly matched. I wonder how long this battle will last. She rubbed her eyes and watched more closely, not exactly evenly matched. Teacher Nin is clearly at a disadvantage. His scythe is hard to use effectively in close combat. If he can't create distance, his defeat is only a matter of time. On the other side, Ninh Pham suddenly swung his scythe high into the air, bringing it down with immense power. Diep Lam reacted as fast as lightning, but the wooden pillar above her was sliced in two. In an instant, Ninh Pham moved from in front of her to behind her. Just as Diep Lam managed to turn, the giant scythe slammed down, knocking her flat on the floor. Ninh Pham let out a sigh of relief, his voice laced with exhaustion. That was exhausting. I guess I win, right? Seeing her silence, he bent down and moved closer. Hey, are you still alive? Diep Lam tilted her head, looking at him with ice-cold eyes. So you used the pillar to create distance? Ninh Pham nodded, a slight smirk on his lips. In a fight, you naturally have to pay attention to your surroundings. Diep Lam raised her sword, her eyes cold, but full of determination. Pay attention to the surroundings, right? Understood. Then let's have the next round. Ninh Pham screamed in horror, his voice tinged with helplessness. You should probably lie down a little longer. At that moment, Van Tin suddenly remembered a legend she had heard back in Class A. After Ninh Pham was transferred to Class D, Class S was left with only one, barrier class student. Not a single barrier class teacher dared to teach there because that student had defeated all the new students and teachers, sending them to the hospital. Van Tin sat huddled in a corner, her expression gloomy, her mind a tangled mess. She thought to herself, I think I've offended Ninh Pham. Am I doomed? In her mind, she envisioned training in Class S, with beautiful combat techniques, harmonious teacher-student relationships, and a warm atmosphere. But the reality of her second day in Class S was nothing but grueling physical training. Van Tin sighed, her face bleak, as she dragged her feet into the cafeteria. Why is my luck so bad? As soon as she entered, she noticed the crowd in the cafeteria was emitting a strange, gloomy aura, which made her curious. What's wrong with them? Su Fong had his hands clasped before a rock, muttering, I hope the person is okay. Li Kuang patted his head, his eyes vacant. I am an animal that perceives nature. Tin Hungyet, on the other hand, was staring at a small bird, murmuring, strange names for it like Mao, Chicken Machine Human Center, before concluding, might as well just call it a stupid bird. Van Tin let out a breath, wondering to herself, what on earth did they go through? Seeing her, Coc Tuyet Vi called out, Student Van Tin, you're here? Have you seen Truong Thien Truong, Su Fong, or Hong Diep Lam? Anywhere, Van Tin replied mechanically. Su Fong, he's playing games. Hong Diep Lam just went to the infirmary, and I haven't seen Truong Thien Truong, so why don't we eat first? Coc Tuyet Vi frowned, muttering strangely. It's been so long since class ended. Could he still be studying extra? Far away, Truong Thien Truong was still training tirelessly with Luo Quang Vien. He threw punch after punch, his heart filled with helplessness. I can't hit him. I can't touch my opponent at all. This feeling is no different from trying to catch a floating feather. His handsome face was now covered in bruises. He raised his fist and threw a punch, but Lu Quang Vien simply blocked it with 2 fingers and twisted his wrist back. Truong Thien Truong's eyes widened as he was thrown down, his body hitting the floor with a loud thud. After a few hours, his tightly shut eyes finally fluttered open. Did I just pass out? How many times have I stared at this ceiling now? Today? Liu Guangyuan looked down, his voice calm. Are you awake? Zhang Tianyang replied weakly. Yeah, Teacher Liu. It's been a day. Why do I feel like I haven't improved at all? Liu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back and explained seriously. Controlling your power isn't about suppressing it. Only by knowing your full strength can you control it better. You should try unleashing all of your power. He looked up at his teacher, his voice hesitant. Unleash it? Liu Guangyuan nodded slightly, then turned to leave. But you're in bad shape right now. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. As he walked away, a hint of disappointment crossed his mind, thinking that his student had not yet grasped the principle of mind and intent becoming one, and that he would have to guide him carefully to prevent him from going down the wrong path. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from behind him, making him stop in his tracks. Zhang Tianyang seemed to have unleashed his full power. Liu Guangyuan smiled and turned back, still not satisfied. Huh? Then I'll indulge you a little longer. Zhang Tianyang shot up, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he threw a determined kick. Liu Guangyuan raised his leg to block, but suddenly froze, looking at his student in astonishment. Zhang Tianyang had caught his leg, his eyes gleaming as he thought that at this distance, his teacher couldn't dodge. But Liu Guangyuan smirked, using one hand to support himself on the ground, while his other leg swung up and kicked down hard. Zhang Tianyang quickly raised his arms to block, but his battered body was still sent flying, crashing to the ground motionlessly. He thought in admiration, as expected of Teacher Liu, even at full power, I still can't touch him? Liu Guangyuan gave a rare smile of praise. Not bad. That last attack was fast enough to hit. He turned to leave. That's it for today. Tomorrow will be the next lesson. You should go back and get some rest. Zhang Tianyang shot up and shouted, Wait! Liu Guangyuan tilted his head and repeated, I already said you've passed this lesson. The boy hesitated. No, I want to witness your full power. I just want to see how far behind I still am. His body trembling, he propped himself up. Seeing his teacher didn't answer, Zhang Tianyang said with regret, I guess it's not possible after all. Sorry for bothering you. But just then, Liu Guangyuan suddenly spoke. I can do that? The boy asked in surprise. You can? Liu Guangyuan nodded. You're my student. Naturally, I won't be stingy with you. Then watch closely. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the cafeteria, Zhu Shuiwei stood up with a smile. I'm full. Let's hurry back and rest. We still have training tomorrow. Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. Shuiwei was shocked. Is the ground shaking? Li Qiang dropped to the ground, screaming in panic, but the tremor suddenly stopped. Shuiwei muttered, This is weird. It shook, then it stopped. What's going on? An earthquake? Li Qiang stammered, trying to hide his fear. So it was just an earthquake? Shifeng held his forehead and looked at him. It's just an earthquake. What are you so scared of? This place gets them. Occasionally. Li Qiang pouted, refusing to admit it. I'm not scared at all. Shuiwei turned to Xing Yue and exclaimed, This is my first time experiencing an earthquake. Leng Xingwei, let's go back. Seeing the girl standing silently, Shuiwei worried. Are you okay? Did the earthquake scare you? Xingwei stammered. I. She bit her lip hard. Yang Yang looked at Shuiwei. I want to. After a few seconds, she yelled, I want to play games. Shuiwei shook her head helplessly and refused to answer. In the infirmary, Zhang Tianyang slowly regained consciousness, staring at the ceiling, thinking to himself, Did I pass out again? It must be because the aftershock from Teacher Liu's attack was so terrifyingly powerful. He turned his head and suddenly saw Hong Yelin lying on the next bed, drinking tea and reading a book, which stunned him, as a hand reached out and offered him an apple. Yelin hesitated. Then one of his scythes slammed me to the ground. I couldn't move for 2 days. That's how it was, in the end. I still lost. Zhang Tianyang looked over and saw her happily munching on an apple. No, no. You're already very strong, to be able to go head-to-head with Teacher Ning. I fought Teacher Ning for a day and didn't feel like I improved at all. How did you get so much stronger? Yelin shrugged. It turned out to be Hong Yelin. How to? Get stronger? Well, it's because every time I train, I want to defeat that person. He asked curiously. Huh? Who? She raised her robotic arm. The one who took my arm. Zhang Tianyang looked up at the ceiling. You're not planning on getting revenge, are you? Yelin replied warily. It's been so long. Of course it's not about revenge anymore. I just want to win. It's the same for you. If you have a goal, you'll naturally get stronger. Then she tossed the apple over. Thanks for the apple. I'm heading back to sleep, Zhang Tianyang said to himself, his eyes filled with thought. A goal? If I have a goal, can I become as strong as Teacher Liu? The scene changed. A figure appeared, stepping into the room. It turned out to be Hong Yelin in a shark-themed outfit, calmly walking to her bed and lying down. She buried her face in the pillow, silent. The 2 girls beside her glanced over, and Ling Xingyue spoke in a soft voice. She's asleep. Zhu Shuiwei was startled and lowered her voice. That fast? Will we disturb her if we're noisy later? Xingyue shrugged with a smile. She could sleep through anything. They both got up, leaving the bed, and said in unison, It's time to go. They turned on the TV, and the screen flashed to life. Leng Xingyue had a mischievous smile. I've been wanting to try this. P.S. 10 game for a while. I'm going to play my heart out today. Zhu Shuiwei waved her hands worriedly. I've really never played before. I'm a total noob. Xingyue reassured her, her eyes sparkling. It's fine. Just being able to play with me is already a lot of fun. Shuiwei nodded, her voice gentle. Okay. The 2 chatted excitedly as Xingyue started explaining. Let me teach you the controls a bit. Shuiwei listened intently. Okay. This one is to move, this one is to dodge, and this one starts the game. Leng Xingyue was excited, holding the controller. I'll choose the knight to tank up front. You can just stay in the back and heal me. Zhu Shuiwei, playing as a mage, nodded repeatedly. Okay. Xingyue took the lead, her sharp eyes scanning the castle ahead. This castle is probably the first stage. But just then, Zhu Shuiwei carelessly fell into a trap and died instantly. Xingyue didn't seem to mind, still looking around intently. This castle is full of traps. Be careful not to touch them. She marked point A, but the clumsy Shuiwei got lost again and died another time. Xingyue looked around and called out, Shuiwei, where are you? A few hours passed, and the 2 finally reached a door. Xingyue cheered excitedly. We finally made it to the end of the first stage. Shuiwei chimed in wearily. Finally, this game is too hard. This is the exit, right? Xingyue shook her head, her voice firm. No. Usually behind this kind of door is a boss. Facing a level 21 boss, Xingyue's health dropped to level 15, sweat pouring down her face as she muttered, The level difference is a bit high. I've already used all my health potions. I'm afraid I can't win with this little health. She turned around urgently. Shuiwei, quick. Heal me. Zhu Shuiwei, who was only level 7, panicked. Okay. First lock on the target, then healing spell. But outside the screen, she frantically pressed the wrong button, the attack button. Is this the attack button? Sorry, I really don't know how to play at all. It must be boring to play with me. Xingyue burst out laughing. Pfft, ha. Come to think of it, wasn't that your first kill just now? And it was me. Haha, I guess games are really more fun when you play together. Shuiwei blushed with embarrassment. Xingyue, you don't mind that I'm a noob? Xingyue raised her hand and smiled brightly. Why would I? It's fine. In fact, a little challenge makes it more interesting. All right, if I can't teach you today, I'm not sleeping. Shuiwei reminded her worriedly. We still have training tomorrow. Just then, the level 99 old king Liu Luo appeared, his eyes blazing. So you finally arrived? Heroes, let's see if you can withstand a single blow from me. Leng Xingyue, now at level 200, and Zhu Shuiwei at level 123, faced him head-on. The old king spoke. That was a fine battle, thank you. Actually, I am your father. Xingyue jumped up and down, cheering. We won! Shuiwei was stunned. Did the boss just say something tragic? They both returned to their beds, but Xingyue was still too excited to calm down. Yay, we finally beat the final boss. Shuiwei was still in disbelief. I can't believe the ending revealed that the main character was the king's son. They lay there talking, unable to sleep, even though the clock already showed 4 in the morning. Xingyue smiled. But I never thought you would actually play with me until the end. I thought you'd fall asleep halfway through. Shuiwei smiled brightly. Well, at first I kept dying all the time, and I didn't want to play either. but then I got the hang of it, and I wanted to see the final ending of the story. So I think I kind of get it now. She suddenly realized why Xingyue was so obsessed with games. Xingyue turned over, her gaze distant. Not all games are that good, but a good game can really change a person's life. She remembered her childhood dream of becoming the strongest awakened one to protect her father and sister, then said, "It's also because of a game that I..." Shui Wei interrupted her. "Ah, there's still one final option to choose." Tin Zhuyet said, "I've played this before, you choose this time. Do you want to accept the title of Strongest Savior?" Tuyet Vi replied, "Accept the title Successor to the Throne, and give up the title The Recluse of the Martial World." "Of course you'd choose to accept the title." Tin Nguyet shook her head. "No, I choose to give it up." Tuyet Vi was stunned. Hey, why would you do that? After playing for so long, you're not going to take the title?" She closed her eyes in frustration. Tin Nguyet leaned in, her voice serious. "Yeah, why is that?" Tuyet Vi turned back to explain. "If you really want to know why I wouldn't choose the title, it's because it's too unrealistic." Tin Nguyet froze and pulled away. "That's enough, don't say anymore." Tuyet Vi was alarmed. "Hey, could it be?" Tin Nguyet's eyes grew determined. "That's right, I am an unrealistic person. My life's goal is to obtain those two words, strongest title." Tuyet Vi piped up. "If we're talking about reality, isn't this competition the perfect way to prove it? There's someone in the competition with a 92% awakening rate. I heard no one can defeat her. No one can win against her." Tin Nguyet glanced away, her voice lacking confidence. "Speaking of which, it really feels like I'm unqualified and just feeding her points, based on just this short amount of training time." Tuyet Vi hesitated. "I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to discourage you." Tin Nguyet was embarrassed but admitted, "No, you're right. If we have to think about her, our opponent is someone who has already mastered everything we know. Compared to a game, she's the final boss of this competition." She pondered. If this were a game, there might be a way to win. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and they both looked at each other in panic. One quickly unplugged the device, while the other pulled a blanket over them. "What?" they whispered. "I think they're gone." Tin Nguyet sighed in relief, thinking, "I just said some pretty stupid things. Whoever's footsteps those were, thank you for the interruption." She grabbed Tuyet Vi's wrist, her voice low. "I also think we can't win with just training, but we have to win this competition no matter what. I'll help you too. So tell me about that method you mentioned." Tin Nguyet thought to herself, "Does she really trust me?" She nodded. "All right, since you trust me." They were face to face, their eyes burning with determination. "Yeah, then let's do it, whatever it takes." Tin Nguyet brushed Tuyet Vi's hair, whispering, "Then let's skip school." In the distance, Teacher Thomson walked over. Ninfam took over the shift, and even helped me clean up. Ninfam turned back and smiled. It's nothing. Well, I'll go get some rest now." A notification popped up, 56 trust points. He sighed in relief, thinking, "I've finally earned some trust points. If Hong Diep Lam comes again, how will this be enough?" Teacher Thomson interrupted his thoughts. "There might just be a way to win." Ninfam looked at the door in front of him, pondering. "Is this Lanh Tinh Nguyet's room? It's so late. Is she still thinking about the competition?" He yawned and opened his own door. Time to rest. Suddenly, Pham Nhat Dao burst in, shouting, "Ninfam, this is bad." Ninfam cursed in annoyance. "Damn it." Pham Nhat Dao frantically explained, "Sorry, but the Alliance is in danger right now. I have to convince you." Ninfam said angrily, "You'd better have a good reason. If this is just more of your pestering, I'll throw you out of this hotel." Pham Nhat Dao pulled out a letter. Actually, the Alliance leader sent you a letter." Ninfam shot up. "Huh? A letter?" Pham Nhat Dao held up the letter. "This was inside. You know what this is." Before he could finish, Ninfam grabbed his shirt. "Where did you guys get this?" Pham Nhat Dao squeezed his eyes shut, his voice trembling. "From your reaction, it seems you know this necklace." Ninfam gritted his teeth. "Of course I know it. This is my father's necklace." The next morning in the cafeteria, Oduang Hua sat waiting, muttering, "Class is about to start. Why are so many people not here yet?" Looking closer, she realized Ninfam wasn't there either. "Of course he slept in later than I did," she thought. Suddenly, On Nguyen rushed in frantically. "This is bad. Has anyone seen the people from Lanh Tinh Nguyet's room? I haven't been able to find them all morning." The crowd turned and started gossiping. "Didn't they just go to the training room early?" "But the training room door isn't even open yet." Someone spoke up. "Could it be another ambush?" Du Njok Tuyet said worriedly. "This is not good. I have to go inform Ninfam quickly." On Nguyen was surprised. "Huh, Ninfam isn't here? I came looking because Ninfam isn't in his room either." Ninfam walked slowly on a deserted road, his eyes scanning the desolate scenery. This middle of nowhere doesn't even have a single car. Suddenly, Pham Nhat Dao rushed over, out of breath. "Ninfam, this is bad." He frowned in annoyance. You again? Didn't I already agree to your terms? That alliance of yours didn't even bother to send a car for me. He scoffed at Pham Nhat Dao. Why are you here? Pham Nhat Dao leaned in and lowered his voice. Listen, Miss Coc is missing. She came to me yesterday saying she wanted to see her father. She might have gone to find him. Ninfam glared, his voice sharp. I didn't ask you. Suddenly, a figure lurked behind them. Ninfam was surprised. Truong Thien Truong, why are you following us? Truong Thien Truong scratched his head shyly. Sorry, but it seems Mr. Pham here really does know Coc Tuyet Vi. Ninfam and Pham Nhat Dao exchanged a look, whispering, Coc Tuyet Vi, that young miss. How did you get followed? And it seems he knows something. Could he have overheard us back then? Is he looking for Coc Tuyet Vi? Probably. Ninfam forced a smile. I was just about to go find Coc Tuyet Vi. You don't need to worry. You should go back. Truong Thien Truong's face darkened, his voice somber. Diep Hong Pheu told me that you get stronger because you have a goal. I'm very stupid. I don't know what my goal is. But somehow, whenever I thought of Coc Tuyet Vi before, I really did get stronger. She must be related to my goal, so please let me come with you to find her. Pham Nhat Dao frowned and mumbled. Is he a little dense? Ninfam wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice exasperated. This guy. He glanced at a person looking at a map on the street corner, then gave an order. First, we'll head east to the main road, then follow it north to Luoying Academy in City A. He emphasized, for now, just head towards the rising sun. You can't go wrong. In Luoying town, white snow fell, blanketing the trees. 3 girls stumbled through the cold. Lanh Tinh Nguyet panted wearily. We finally made it out of this damn forest. That hateful Luoying Academy, making us suffer like this. We'll definitely make them pay. She fell face first into the snow and yelled, Ugh, where is this? Wasn't this supposed to be the main road? Coc Tuyet Vi frantically helped her up. Tin Nguyet. Lanh Tinh Nguyet looked up, her voice apologetic. Sorry, I don't know why I can't maintain the summoning technique today. I made you walk and we even got lost. Tuyet Vi sat beside her to comfort her. You were exhausted from last night, and now we've walked so far. Let's rest for a bit. Use the summoning technique again after you've recovered. Tin Nguyet nodded, her face flushed from the cold. My face is stinging. The ground is so cold. She thought to herself as her stomach growled. If I'd known we'd be walking this far, I would have brought food. Am I so hungry I'm hallucinating? I think I smell grilled meat. Her eyes lit up. Is that really grilled meat? She turned to Tuyet Vi. What on earth is he doing over there? Tuyet Vi shook her head. I don't know. They both rushed over. Hong Diep Lam was grilling meat with a frown. We definitely didn't see him when we left the hotel. He just appeared when I summoned the stone golem, and I couldn't send him back. Lanh Tinh Nguyet covered her mouth and whispered maliciously, Could he be planning to report us to the teacher? Tuyet Vi was annoyed. I hope not. In any case, we can't agree to his terms. The delicious aroma of grilled meat wafted over. Lanh Tinh Nguyet slammed her hand on the ground in frustration. Damn it. Hong Diep Lam looked at them, his voice nonchalant. I also have business in Luoying. It's just convenient that we're heading the same way. Let's make a deal. I'll give you food, you recover your stamina, summon the stone golem, and take me with you. Tin Nguyet looked at the meat skewer and scoffed. Humph. You think I'd give in so easily? But her hand had already snatched the meat. Tuyet Vi was exasperated. So much for holding out. Hong Diep Lam chewed his meat and pulled out a bundle. Let me help you recover your stamina. Tin Nguyet was stunned. What is that, a whole survival kit? Diep Lam placed it by the tent. Outdoor combo set complete. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll grill it for you. Tin Nguyet crawled into a sleeping bag in a daze. So delicious. Tuyet Vi walked over to inspect the pile of food. Is all of this provisions? Where did you get so much? Diep Lam answered immediately. The hotel's storage room. Is free, after all. Tuyet Vi was speechless. But this is way too much. Tin Nguyet yelled. Is the reason I can't maintain my summon because you brought all this stuff? Diep Lam came over to feed her some meat. Isn't it delicious? Tuyet Vi hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She frowned, thinking, taking this much stuff. No way, maybe I'm just overthinking it. In the storage room, Teacher Tham Sun walked in and was stunned. There's nothing left, O Duong Hua whispered. Who did this? Ta La, standing nearby, replied. After class yesterday, it was probably Lu Quang Vien. O Duong Hua was scared. Teacher Tham Sun, please don't be angry. You know how it is. In front of them, the storage room. The scene was in ruins. Ouyang Hua's face was pale. Since things are like this, we should just head back to the training academy. Jie Luo stopped him. No, we can't go back. Ouyang Hua turned in surprise. What are you talking about? Students are missing. What's the point of training now? Xie Luo smiled calmly. Right now, this is no longer a matter that we teachers can handle. He said seriously. That's right, we need to find the students now, and at the same time, figure out how to win this seemingly impossible match. I'm afraid we can't do it alone. You're fond of them too, aren't you? Ouyang Hua grew even more frantic. Xie Luo, Teacher Shenshan has already. Teacher Shenshan spoke slowly. That's right, I retired from teaching a long time ago. Besides, I'm old now. I can't keep up with the times anymore. She Luo tried to persuade her. Don't you want to lead them to victory and make those people who say, you can't keep up with the times, eat their words? Teacher Shenshan smiled, such a smooth talker. Asterisk, sigh asterisk, you're really good at finding work for an old lady. Shi Luo bowed his head. Please forgive our immaturity. The group went outside. Xie Tiange grumbled. Humph, it's so cold. Teacher Shenshan smiled gently. Stop complaining, the teachers have to be out here just like you. Also, starting today, I'll be in charge of your training. Xie Tiange spoke up. Before we start training, I have a few questions. Where are Leng Xing Yue and the others? And what if we're attacked while training out here? Teacher Shenshan sighed. Asterisk. Sigh asterisk. Why do you kids love making things difficult for an old woman? I'm too old to handle so many things. Give me a hand, my friend. The students' faces went pale with fear. Suddenly, a green shadow swooped down, circled once, and glared at everyone. Teacher Shenshan mumbled, well, this is going to be a problem. The sound of wheels screeched on the road as a green dragon slithered over the mountain. The driver looked up in amazement. Whoa, what is that? Fan Yidao followed his gaze. Isn't that the hotel over there? Ninh Pham was stunned and yelled, that's a summoned beast. Teacher Shenshan began giving instructions. Ahem. First, Wu Ruan, Liu Guangyuan, and Diao Yu Shui. Go find the missing students. Understood? They shouted in unison. Understood! In the city, some people were lying on the roadside while others went about their day, but the alleys were filled with devastation. Ninh Pham wondered, what happened to this city? Fan Yidao guessed. An earthquake? Ninh Pham shook his head, pointing at the buildings. An earthquake wouldn't cause such strange cracks, and besides, everywhere you look, there are hiding spots, like it's a war zone. He frowned. Is the Awakened Alliance really here? Fan Yidao slapped his chest. Of course they are! The people here are suffering out on the streets, he said firmly. That's precisely why the Absolute Alliance wouldn't just abandon them, Ninh Pham asked. Then, how do we find the Alliance? Fan Yidao looked down. We'll just wait for them to find us. Ninh Pham got angry. That old hag Shenshan already knows where we're headed. If we don't finish this quickly, she'll find us for sure. Fan Yidao leaned against a wall, whispering, before that happens, what are you going to do about him? It wouldn't be good for him to know. Should we ditch him now? Ninh Pham silently watched the group chatting happily, then closed his eyes with a slight smile. Forget it. That guy's got a few screws loose. If we leave him behind, who knows what kind of trouble he'll get me into? Fan Yidao watched as he walked away. Ninh Pham called out loudly, Zhang Tianyang, did you find anything? Zhang Tianyang jumped and turned around. Ah, Teacher Ning, I didn't get anything. People either won't answer or say they've never seen her. He hesitated. Zhu Shuiwei should be pretty recognizable. Is it possible she's not here? Ninh Pham patted Zhang Tianyang on the shoulder, his voice calm. We're probably just a bit early. She's likely still on her way. Zhang Tianyang let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. He continued walking, trying to reassure him. Don't worry, Shuiwei isn't awakened. Maybe the owner of that noodle shop has a lead. Zhang Tianyang whispered. In that case, should we call the police? Ninh Pham froze, his voice surprised. Call the police? Suddenly, a blade was pressed to his neck as a cold voice said, no, police. You're dressed nicely. Must be from out of town, right? Hand over all your money. Screaming is useless. No one's gonna help you. Ninh Pham smirked, his voice steely. No one will help, you say? Then, that's even better. A scoundrel like you must know a few things. So tell me, where is the Awakened Alliance? The man's face paled at his words. He turned and fled in a panic, screaming, ah! Ninh Pham watched him go, annoyed. Why did he run? Is the Awakened Alliance really that terrifying? A chaotic crowd started running past them, pushing and shoving. Ninh Pham was caught in the mob, wondering what was wrong with these people. He turned and shouted, Zhang Tianyang, be careful not to hurt anyone in the crowd. But the stream of people had already separated the three of them. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze sharp. Isn't that a mana beast? Right here in the city, he recognized a Miao Qiu, a normally docile mana beast often kept as a pet for its cute appearance. They even help by eating flies, mice, and bugs, and can hunt birds when they're older. But this Miao Qiu was enormous, and it wore a sinister grin. Ninh Pham cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's looking over here. An attack from a Miao Qiu this huge would be a catastrophe, he muttered. Well, it seems this teacher is fresh out of ideas. This mana beast's attack power is off the charts. A strange light glowed in its mouth. The beast lunged forward, and Ninh Pham threw up an arm to block. The beam of light hit, kicking up a cloud of dust, but he remained standing. The people behind him were bewildered, asking, Hey, are you all right? Did he just stop that attack? Ninh Pham turned and shouted, What are you all standing around for? Find shelter, now. The crowd immediately scattered. Ninh Pham panted, wondering how many more of those he could block. A notification appeared. Trust points, 325. The Miao Chu fired another beam of light, this time aimed straight at the building. Ninh Pham was horrified. Was that thing trying to destroy the entrance to the shelter? A green chain shot out, preventing the building from collapsing onto the crowd. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's been stopped. A space lock. That's some high-level magic. Are the police here? That was close. I almost lost all my trust. Points. With the space lock in place, the civilians scrambled to evacuate. Someone yelled, "Go! Go!" Everyone watched the Miao Chu, which was now gleefully playing with the levitating building. Aw, it's attracted to the space lock. How cute. Someone else snapped. Can you be serious? A voice crackled over a radio, beginning the subjugation of the rampaging mana beast, the giant Miao Chu. A girl's voice responded, Roger that. I really don't want to kill a kitty. The voice on the other end was cold. We have no choice. If it endangers civilians, it must be eliminated. The Miao Chu glanced at the girl as she prepared to attack. A projectile shot from her hand, distorting the beast's face with a single hit. The girl was Xiao Xiao Luo. The voice on the other end praised her. Nice shot. The threat has been neutralized. The mana beast gnashed its teeth in anger. Xiao Xiao Luo calmly checked for casualties and reported to the support team. All clear. The voice on the radio was surprised. It's done already? Was it that weak? Ninh Pham watched, stunned. Are those two from the Mo Yun Police Academy? Oh, is that how those holes were made in the monster? Zhang Tianyang asked. Teacher Ning, did you see her technique? Ninh Pham looked down. It's actually pretty simple. When the fight starts up again, I'll explain it to you. Zhang Tianyang was confused. It's going to start again? Are we fighting with them? Ninh Pham shook his head. No, this battle isn't over. A few holes won't do anything to it. The Miao Chu is a liquid-type organism. It's just waiting for an opening. The voice on the radio screamed, Xiao Luo, behind you. The mana beast shot a beam of light. Xiao Xiao Luo raised her fist. Zhang Tianyang yelled, watch this carefully. One person attacks while the other fires enchanted bullets and then uses her fist to cast a defensive spell. The mana beast took another hit, its face turning purple. From a distance, Xiao Yunyun watched, her cheeks flushed, as she fired round after round. Each bullet struck a point on Xiao Xiao Luo's body and then shot directly at the mana beast. White streaks splattered onto the building. Turns out the mana beast had shattered into pieces. Zhang Tianyang got splattered with the liquid, while a dark, face-like piece of the beast landed on Ninh Pham's shoe. He looked down and mumbled, did it try to escape with its core? And of all places, it had to hide on me. Just his luck, a powerful green light shot down. Ah, it annihilated the last remnant of the mana beast. Ninh Pham sighed in relief. That was close. I'm lucky I still have my foot. Xiao Xiao Luo approached him and explained, that was a rampaging mana beast. You're lucky you only lost a foot and not your life. Ninh Pham looked up with a smirk. This little Miao Chu is hardly a threat to me. Besides, you have no idea if I'm just an ordinary person. The girl asked, you're an awakened? He answered, that's right, and I'm busy. So if you'll excuse me, I'm leaving. Suddenly, a pair of handcuffs clicked shut around his wrist. Xiao Xiao Luo's voice was stern. That's enough. You're under arrest. You can say whatever you want down at the station. Ninh Pham was dumbfounded. Huh? What for? Is being too handsome a crime now? Xiao Luo said coldly. For the past 2 months, this city has been repeatedly attacked by rampaging mana beasts that appear without warning. How does a beast this large just materialize in front of everyone without anyone noticing? Zhang Tianyang looked down and whispered, a summoning technique. Ninh Pham remained calm. After the mana beast, when it was defeated, it didn't turn to ash. It couldn't be, right? Tu Hyolak pressed. So, what were you two doing there at that time? Why did the demonic beast run towards you when it fled? Ninfam looked down at his feet, his voice casual. That thing was just panicking and didn't know where to run. I'm innocent. Are you dense? It's cold. Her eyes turned sharp. You still dare to be stubborn. At the police station, I'll make you confess everything. Suddenly, Tiahir Lak knelt down, bowing her head. I'm so sorry. Our investigation was careless. Ninfam and Truong Thien Truong were stunned. He frowned and sighed. I told you I was innocent. A burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha. Ninfam got angry. What are you laughing at? Tu Van Van kept laughing. Ha ha. This is so interesting, he asked. Isn't that your friend? Tu Van Van walked over. All right, get up already. They've forgiven you, Tu Hulak replied. Thank you. Ninfam was exasperated. I haven't said anything yet. He spoke up. I thought I was going to be interrogated for a while longer. How did things suddenly become so clear? She pointed out the window. Because those people are testifying to your innocence. He looked over, surprised. The crowd outside was shouting, let him go. If it weren't for him, we would have been done for. How can our savior be a criminal? Ninfam was bewildered as the notification panel appeared. Trust points, 15,673. Tuvan Van tossed him a phone. Take it and call someone to bail you out. Ninfam glanced at it. Huh? Didn't you say I was innocent? She smiled. That applies to normal people. But you're an ability user. What if you're a shapeshifter type? Those are the rules. In short, figure it out yourself. If you want to find us, just knock. But is it okay if I call you? Truong Thien Truong looked at the phone and muttered, Is the police department this short-staffed? They're even letting students handle this. Ninfam frowned. Be quiet. Let me think about who to call, he mumbled. Calling Lu Quang Vien right now would be perfect. Truong Thien Truong's eyes lit up. What about Teacher Lu? Ninfam's face went pale as he mumbled. I don't think Lu Quang Vien has a phone, he pondered. This is a pain. Calling Dieu Ngoc Tuyet is out of the question. It's too embarrassing. And I don't have On Nguyen's number. The people next to them shouted, Hey Ninfam, they're calling for Ninfam. He glanced over indifferently. Teo Hio Lak pushed the door open and entered, her voice calm. The person bailing you out is here. Ninfam was surprised. Huh? But I haven't called anyone yet, he thought to himself. Who is it? Could it be Pham Nhat Dao? She turned to the door and asked, Do you want to talk to Ninfam first? A voice replied. Sure, go ahead and talk. You can just come to the main hall later to complete the procedures. Ninfam closed his eyes and sighed in relief, looking tired. I'm saved. Phew. But he suddenly paused. Who is this? Could it be him? Outside, the crowd was still shouting relentlessly, Release him now. We can prove his innocence. Release him now. Who is that? Release him now. The loudspeaker announced a warning. Those waiting for release, please do not gather in front of the entrance. Ninfam peeked out and muttered. Is that a little kid passing by? A guy with glasses observed the little girl, his voice gentle. Hey, little one, what are you doing at the police station? Are you lost from your family? As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately punched in the face. On Nguyen radiated killing intent, growling, The hell you mean, little one? I'm an adult. Cut the crap and take me to the Supernatural Affairs Department now. The two men in white were stunned. Supernatural. Are you an ability user? Then come with us. At the Supernatural Affairs Department, a police officer bowed. Hello. The chief isn't here right now. I'm the deputy chief. What seems to be the problem? For such a small child to come to the police, are you perhaps lost from your family? Before he could finish, he also took a punch. On Nguyen held up a picture of Ninh Pham, her voice cold. I'm not the one who's lost. He is. He's with another male student, and a guy in a chef's outfit. The police officer covered his mouth in embarrassment. I'm sorry, but with the city's current situation, we don't have the time to help you search. On Nguyen snorted coldly. She called out loudly. Teo Hio Lak, Teo Van Van, get over here. The two girls appeared in a flash. Teo Van Van smiled brightly. You called for me? You have another matter you want to push onto us? On Nguyen thought to herself, These two are from the Mo Yun Police Academy. Teo Van Van came closer and exclaimed, Oh, what an adorable child. Is she the deputy chief's daughter? The deputy chief denied it. No, I'm not even married yet. She beamed. That's true. How could the deputy chief's daughter be this cute? A fist flew towards her. Tu Van Van caught the fist easily, her voice stern. Ability users aren't allowed to hit people casually, and besides, you should respect your elders. On Nguyen's eyes glowed red as she punched Tu Van Van hard in the stomach provocatively. I'm older than you. The police officer patted her head. Break it up. Stop causing trouble. She's here to find the guy in red you two arrested earlier. Just take her to him. On Nguyen turned around in surprise. Huh? Ninfam is here? Tu Van Van asked. Are you his daughter? Your personalities are so similar. On Nguyen shouted. Whose daughter? Tu Van Van shouted back. Tu Hio Lak was stunned. Just a moment ago, someone came to bail out Ninfam. Outside the door, people were in an uproar. Wait, the bailing process isn't finished yet. He can't run away. That's right, there's still some paperwork. But On Nguyen had already pushed the door open and burst in. Ninfam, I finally found you. Now be a good boy and come back with me. Truong Thien Truong was lying face down on the ground, groaning. Ugh. On Nguyen walked over. Truong Thien Truong. Ninfam isn't here. Tu Van Van wondered. That guy in red hasn't been released yet. Why is he gone? Tu Hio Lak, go. I'll have someone search for him. Tu Van Van said, I'll stay here and watch them. On Nguyen raised her hand to check the bandages on Truong Thien Truong, sighing in relief. He's not injured, just unconscious. Tu Van Van was astonished. How could that be? On Nguyen turned back and snapped, How could you people lose Ninfam? Tu Van Van replied, The supernatural police are short-staffed right now. We couldn't spare anyone to watch him. Besides, you also have to stay and cooperate with the investigation regarding aiding and escape. On Nguyen was furious. Are you guys scheming against me to win the competition? Tu Van Van shook her head. Competition? No. Truong Thien Truong regained consciousness and said with difficulty, It wasn't Tu Van Van, and Teacher Nin didn't escape. Teacher Nin was taken. He was kidnapped by a man in a black hood. That person has malicious intentions. Tu Van Van looked into the iron cage and asked, Hi, are you two familiar with this place? The two remained silent. She held up her phone. Don't look so down. I brought something interesting for you two to see. Truong Thien Truong looked up as Tu Van Van explained. The security camera in the break room recorded something when Ninfam disappeared. At 16 hours and 37 minutes and 23 seconds, a mysterious person walked in. Just 1 minute later, Ninfam vanished, and Truong Thien Truong was left motionless on the floor. She asked, "I came here to ask you two, have you ever encountered an ability like this before?" Truong Thien Truong was stunned. He vanished. Tu Van Van tilted her head. "You don't know?" He denied it. "Of course I don't know. It wasn't us in the first place." Tu Van Van started to leave. "Well then, see you tomorrow," Truong Thien Truong called out. "Hey, it really wasn't us." "Let us out," An Nguyen scolded. "Stop being so noisy." He looked at his handcuffs and sighed. I can't find Coc Tuyet Vi, and now Teacher Nin is missing too," he mumbled. "If these cuffs weren't restricting my magic power, I'd already be out there looking for Teacher Nin." An Nguyen smirked coldly. "You're not stupid enough to be thinking of a jailbreak, are you?" Truong Thien Truong shouted. "Teacher Nin was kidnapped. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" An Nguyen curled her lip. "I never said we'd do nothing. As long as we don't get caught. My familiar can hide in the shadows. I can just send it to investigate." He calmed down. A summoned beast." She glanced behind her. "I summoned it before I was caught and hid it nearby. You're still too naive." Truong Thien Truong's eyes widened. "But without a supply of magic power, a summoned beast will disappear quickly." An Nguyen said confidently, "Don't worry, my level is different from yours." A wisp of black energy crept up the stairs to the front of a room. Inside, voices could be heard talking. "The recent investigation has turned up nothing. I questioned those two. It seems they really don't know anything. It doesn't look like they're lying." Tu Heulak frowned. "We couldn't find any documents on that hooded guy either. When we asked the officers who saw him, none of them could remember what he looked like." Tu Van Van lowered her head. "We've checked the cameras too. His entrance was recorded, but we didn't get a shot of his face, and not a single camera caught him leaving." The deputy captain spoke up. He clearly wanted to take Ninfam. There were many ways to do it, yet he chose such a flashy method. He left a pile of records at the police station. It's a clear provocation. "We must catch him at all costs," the two girls said in unison. "Yes, understood." An Nguyen was disappointed. These two cops don't have any clues either. Truong Thien Truong wondered. "So what do we do now?" An Nguyen touched her hand, her voice firm. "There's no other way. As long as we find Ninfam, everything will become clear. He's probably still in the city. We just have to try our best to find him." He sighed. "The city is so big. How long will it take to find him?" An Nguyen replied, "It's okay. It won't be long. It's already nighttime outside." A voice echoed, "Tin Hen Nguyet, Tin Hen Nguyet." She turned around. "Yeah." Coc Tuyet Vi pointed ahead. "Look, have we arrived?" Lan Tin Hen Nguyet nodded. "That's right. No mistake. This is City B. Luo Ying is here, on the high-speed train. Are we almost there?" Tuyet Vi replied, "Almost." She felt a little uneasy. "Maybe. We're not lost again, are we?" Xing Yue said decisively. "No mistake. I've been here before." She looked through the window, her eyes sparkling. "All right, but this city is huge. It seems they've arrived." The three of them hid in a corner, and Xing Yue whispered, "It's about time to head back to the rooms anyway." Shui Wei exclaimed, "So this is Luo Ying Academy?" "It's beautiful," she asked. "What do we do next?" Xing Yue replied, "Obviously, we have to get inside." Shui Wei worried. "But to get in, they need student IDs to get past the gate." Xing Yue pondered. They didn't check before, did they?" Shui Wei pointed to a notice posted on the gate, and Xing Yue looked over. "During the competition preparation period, the school has heightened security, and all students must wear uniforms and present their student IDs for inspection upon entry and exit." Xing Yue realized. So that's why." Shui Wei cut in worriedly. "How do we get in now?" Xing Yue placed a hand on her shoulder, confident. "We're already here. What are you afraid of?" "The word retreat isn't in my vocabulary, so don't worry, I have a plan." She turned to Hong Ye Lin. "You too, you want in, right? Follow my lead, and I'll get you inside." Hong Ye Lin raised her hand decisively. "Deal." Xing Yue looked at them both, her voice firm. "Let's go. I'll lead you in." Gu Shui Wei glanced over, her eyes flashing with surprise. "All right, all three of you, get closer to the wall," Leng Xingyue whispered, her voice full of cunning. "If we can't get in through the main gate, then we'll try other ways. We just need to get over this wall, and we'll be in. Then we'll gather some information before making a concrete plan." Our chances of winning were originally slim, but with Hong Ye Lin here, if we use her well, we might have a chance to turn the tables. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion roared, and a blinding light shone directly into Xingyue's face. Hong Ye Lin calmly walked through the wall, leaving the two stunned girls behind. Leng Xingyue screamed in outrage. "What the heck? What the hell do you think you're doing?" Hong Ye Lin blinked innocently. "Weren't we trying to get in?" Xingyue yelled. "But not like this." Two security guards rushed over, shouting, "Hey you! What are you doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Get them!" Gu Shuiwei panicked and turned to Xingyue. "Leng Xingyue, what do we do?" She bit her lip, her voice urgent. "What else can we do? Run!" All three of them panted, finally managing to escape. Gu Shuiwei sighed in relief. That was close. They probably didn't get a good look at our faces, right? Leng Xingyue gritted her teeth and glared at Ye Lin. I told you to follow my lead. Hong Ye Lin whispered, I did listen. Shuiwei worried. What now? They're probably going to increase security even more, aren't they? Xing Yue's anger subsided as she nodded. You're right. Climbing the wall is no longer an option, she decided. Then we'll have to do it the hard way and go through the main gate. Shuiwei was surprised. The main gate? Xing Yue smiled, her eyes twinkling. They check for uniforms and student IDs at the gate, but they don't check the photos. We just need to borrow those two things. Shuiwei was dejected. We have to mug someone? But the students are probably all in their dorms or have gone home by now. Leng Xingyue's eyes turned sharp. Let's split up and check places like the park and internet cafes. There are bound to be a few slackers who aren't asleep yet. Just think of it as grinding some mobs before the boss fight. You don't need to worry even if you're acting alone. Shuiwei's jaw dropped. She suddenly saw Tong Xiao sprawled out on an arcade machine, muttering to herself, the boss is right here. Every day is just school and home, an endless loop. This 3-minute walk to school just goes on and on. Seeing the dark rules of the world so clearly, it's as if I'm lost in a crack, having already left this world. She sighed. Time to skip school. Tong Xiao yawned happily. Who can blame me when the weather is this nice? I have no real purpose. I just want to find some special version of myself. She walked through the noise, through the silence, as night slowly fell. Looking up, she mumbled, I'm back here again, still wandering around, like an idiot. Do I have to repeat this loop again tomorrow? Tired, she sat down. Oh well, time to find a place to sleep. Opening her sparkling eyes, she made a circle with her hands over her eyes and suddenly saw Leng Xingyue standing not far away. Startled, she whispered, why is she here? This is bad. I need to find Gu Shuiwei first. Tong Xiao walked over quickly, smiling. Why are you staring at me? Xingyue stammered. No, it's nothing. We just happened to face each other. Tong Xiao laughed. You've practically got I'm guilty written all over your face. Xingyue started to sweat. All right, actually, I can't get into school because I don't have a uniform or a student ID. I was hoping to borrow them for a bit. She thought to herself. Telling a half-truth isn't really lying, right? Tong Xiao clapped her hands. Oh, follow me. I'll take you to the school. The activity room should have plenty of spare uniforms to borrow. Xingyue was stunned. Suspicious. She believed me? This isn't a trap, is it? But she told herself that even if it was a trap, she couldn't pass up this opportunity. Investigating her directly is the fastest way, and I might even be able to gauge her strength. A voice cut through her thoughts. Over here, Tong Xiao waved. Here, over here. Xingyue observed from a distance. Oh, where's the guard? Tong Xiao stretched her arms, probably asleep. Xingyue muttered, asleep? She looked inside and saw a guard lying flat on the ground. Tong Xiao's voice called out, this way. Xingyue frowned, thinking, she doesn't seem to have her guard up at all. There's no one around. Let's test her a little. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she froze when she saw a crowd of people lying on the ground. Tong Xiao remained calm. This way. Xingyue was bewildered. What's going on? Are they all asleep? Did she do this? Elsewhere, Gu Shuiwei was helpless. As expected, she couldn't borrow a uniform and student ID. Mugging someone for their clothes? That's just wrong. Were those two really able to do it? A voice sounded from behind her. Hi. Shuiwei turned around and sighed in relief. Oh, it's you, Hong Ye Lin. You're back. She was surprised. Huh? You not only found one, but you're already wearing it? Hong Ye Lin looked around, muttering, this one's a bit tight. The sleeves are snug, but it was the best fit I could find. Shuiwei's eyes widened. How many? Yi Lin asked. So, where's Leng Xingyue? We already set a time and place to meet up. Shuiwei replied, I don't know. She's probably having a hard time finding clothes. Ye Lin shrugged. Mugging is easy. Shuiwei hesitated. Anyway, let's wait for her a little longer. Ye Lin scratched her head. Fine. The two sat and waited. Shuiwei spoke up. She's still not back? Maybe we should go into Luoying Academy first? She thought to herself, this is so embarrassing. Xingyue isn't a patient person. If I let her go into Luoying Academy alone, what if she causes trouble? She mumbled. All right, I'll just talk to her to pass the time. I don't usually talk to Ye Lin much anyway. She said aloud. So, a guy wearing all green walks down the street, and everyone avoids him. Do you know why? Ye Lin looked blank. Huh? Avoided him? Did he have bad body odor? Shuiwei put a hand to her cheek. Nope, because he was a little green. Ye Lin's mouth twisted. I can't wait anymore. I'm going ahead. Shuiwei yelled. Hey! She scratched her face worriedly. Feeling uneasy, she decided to follow and keep an eye on her. Ye Lin looked around. Hey, look, there's no one on guard. Shuiwei wondered. Huh. But why? Ye Lin walked in. Isn't it great that we can just walk right in? Shuiwei asked again. It's too quiet. Where is everyone? Ye Lin pointed ahead. Looks like they all went to sleep. A crowd of people lay motionless on the ground. Shui Wei stepped past them timidly. Sleeping in the hallway? Ye Lin was unconcerned. They're probably just asleep. Shui Wei was scared. Why are so many people sleeping like this? Did someone attack Luo Ying Academy? She told herself. Let's just assume they were really sleepy. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she mumbled. Huh? Assume they were sleepy. Suddenly, the people slowly sat up, groaning. Ugh, my head hurts. What happened? A hand pulled Shui Wei. Over here! A few girls sat up. Humph, did we fall asleep? Ah, it hurts. On the 5th floor rooftop, Ye Lin spoke. See, they were just really sleepy. You should hide here for a bit. Wait for them to go back to their rooms before you come down. Shui Wei frowned, looking around. Was it really an illusion? Ye Lin closed her eyes and sighed. Ha, you're still overthinking it? The less you know, the better. Some things are best left unknown. Besides, you didn't come here to investigate whether they were sleepy or not. A loud noise echoed. Shui Wei jumped. Huh? Tong Xiao was pinning Leng Xingyue down, surprised. Whoa, you guys. Are they your friends? Ye Lin was curious. Are they your friends? Xingyue panicked internally. This is bad. This is a disaster. Not only did they find their way here, but now it's been revealed that we know each other. Shui Wei isn't wearing a uniform, and Ye Lin is a wild card. She was flustered. How do I get us out of this? What do I do? Tong Xiao was confused. Xingyue quickly said. It's nothing. We just came to borrow a uniform. We got it. So let's go back to our room. She pushed Shui Wei to leave. Tong Xiao was dejected. Oh, okay, then you should get going, she urged them. Hurry up and go, or the supervisor will yell at you. Hong Ye Lin suddenly froze in place, causing the two girls behind him to crash into his back. Leng Xingye clutched her nose, whining, Ow, 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 don't just stop so suddenly. A teasing voice rang out. If it isn't my dear Lin. Long time no see, huh? If you wanted to visit your big sister, why didn't you give me a call first to let me know? Leng Xingyue cried out, her voice full of frustration. She glanced at the figure ahead, thinking, why did another strong person have to show up? We had a wolf in front of us, and now there's a tiger at our backs. Lam Lam slowly approached Hong Ye Lin, a bright smile on her face. It's been a while. Let your big sister see if you've gotten any taller. Just as her hand was about to touch his hair, it was ruthlessly slapped away by Hong Ye Lin. Lam Lam awkwardly pulled her hand back, her smile freezing on her face. Bait. Lanh Tinh Nguyet's eyes widened, feeling the cold aura emanating from him. Whoa, is that killing intent? I thought I was going to lose a hand. Hong Diep Lam replied coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I don't have an older sister. Stop joking. You know why I'm here. Bring out your weapon. This time, we must settle the score. Coc Tuyet Vi spoke softly, her voice contemplative. It seems their relationship isn't very good. Lanh Tinh Nguyet frowned, her eyes filled with doubt. Did he follow us for this? Lam Lam's eyes began to well up with tears, her voice trembling. We haven't seen each other in so long, yet you want to fight the moment we meet? Suddenly, a flash of light shot out like lightning. Hong Diep Lam roared, his voice full of menace. This is the second warning. There won't be a third. Stop playing pitiful and bring out your weapon now. Lanh Tinh Nguyet quickly intervened, gently pushing Lam Lam. That's your sister. You two should get along. We still have things to do. You can catch up with your sister later. Coc Tuyet Vi pulled her hand, her voice urgent. Let's go quickly. Hong Diep Lam was relentless, his cold gaze fixed on Lam Lam. Lam Lam, you're not scared, are you? Let's settle this today. I'm not going anywhere. Lam Lam gave a strange smile and coughed lightly. Ahem, how outrageous. She suddenly pulled a phone from her pocket, her voice calm but full of hidden meaning. Hello, is this security? There are 3 strangers on the 5th floor. Yes, I think they're vandalizing the place. Can you come and check it out? The 3 of them were stunned, their mouths agape. Without a second thought, they bolted, running for their lives. Lanh Tinh Nguyet panted heavily. Huff, huff. We finally escaped. That's the 2nd time today. What are we going to do? She's seen our faces. This mission is a failure. Hong Diep Lam remained calm, a slight smirk on his lips. Is that so? I consider it a success. Hearing this, Lanh Tinh Nguyet's anger flared up and she shouted, Huh? You're the reason we had to run away like this. How is that a success? Hong Diep Lam sighed, his voice calm. Sigh, you guys always think I'm an idiot, but I'm actually very smart most of the time. Lanh Tinh Nguyet gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Smart? Hong Diep Lam continued. She's a very competitive person. After being mocked by me like that, she definitely won't just sit back and take it. I bet she's somewhere nearby right now. Lanh Tinh Nguyet quickly cut him off, her eyes wide. Wait a minute. It's one thing to be smart, but how are you so smart you're flying? Get down here! At that moment, Hong Diep Lam was floating in the air, his body as light as if he were weightless. Do I look like someone who can fly? Lanh Tinh Nguyet was stunned, her mouth stammering. Huh? Is this gravity manipulation? Oh, how long are you going to fly for? The sky has no end, you know? Hong Diep Lam sat upside down in midair, his voice thoughtful. Oh, how much longer do I have to fly? It's a bit high, but on the other hand, a magic barrier has a limited range. She can't be too far from me, he squinted, looking down below. Since I'm this high up in the sky, she must be on a tall building somewhere, right? Lam Lam stood on the ground, quietly observing Hong Diep Lam, a cunning glint in her eyes. Oh, so there he is. He raised a gun and shot straight down. The bullet grazed past Lam Lam, but at that exact moment, Hong Diep Lam had already appeared behind her, his eyes sharp, a few strands of his green hair fluttering in the wind. Hong Diep Lam gripped his sword tightly, his voice threatening. Oh, the gravity barrier is down. So it's over. Oh, it's a dummy, huh? Suddenly, cars fell from above. It was a trap. The upper floor lit up, and car debris scattered everywhere, raining down. The cars were crushed to pieces. Hong Diep Lam tightened his grip on the knife, his voice low. I was too careless. I almost fell for that. So where do I find her now? Lam Lam stood behind him, a sinister smile on her face. He was stunned, his eyes wide as a golden light shot down from her position. Hong Diep Lam crashed onto the roof of the adjacent building, groaning in pain. Ow! 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 Lam Lam's blade flew over, embedding itself in the floor. Hong Diep Lam jumped back, his expression still resolute. Lam Lam landed gracefully, the blade in her hand gleaming. The hilt of the blade. You had to see some kind of advantage before you'd show yourself. Huh? Hong Diep Lam? Hong Diep Lam leaned back, and Coc Tuyet Vi exclaimed in surprise. He flew away. Lanh Tinh Nguyet was exhausted, panting. He flew away? What do? We have to help him. Never mind, I don't want to do anything. I'm dead tired. Coc Tuyet Vi shook her head. This is something Hong Diep started. Let him solve it himself. She stepped forward, hesitating to speak. But Lanh Tinh Nguyet cut her off. We originally came here to investigate someone else, but we ended up getting recognized. Our faces were seen, and now they know we're students from another school. What if they find out which school we're from? What if we're recognized during the competition? Just thinking about it is so embarrassing. How are we going to explain what we were doing here? If we go back now, we'll get lectured by the teacher. And if we actually help Hong Diep fight Lam Lam, Coc Tuyet Vi frowned, her voice grave, we'll be disqualified from the competition, or even expelled. Lanh Tinh Nguyet turned and asked, So, you want to go too? Hong Diep Lam stepped forward, his eyes still cold. Still the same, huh? Only showing yourself when there's an advantage to be gained? Lam Lam gave a strange smile. This is a real fight, not a competition. No one is going to say ready, set, go. Hong Diep Lam gripped his weapon, killing intent flaring in his eyes. Cut the crap and come at me. Lam Lam laughed loudly. Haha, come at you? I already told you this isn't a competition. No one's calling start. Besides, you're already in the palm of my hand. Hong Diep Lam dropped to one knee, his body staggering, but he still charged forward to attack. They were now just a few steps apart when Lam Lam's eyes glowed blue. Gravity times 10! A blue light descended from above, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hong Diep Lam stumbled out of the smoke, and a foot stepped in front of him. Lam Lam stood there, her voice mocking. So it's you, Hong Diep. You're finally behaving. Not bad, not bad. Let your big sister see if you've gotten any taller. Or have you gotten shorter? Haha, did your brain shrink along with your height? You dare challenge me when you're already floored by 10 times gravity. Hong Diep Lam growled, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Lam Lam, just lie there. It'll automatically deactivate once I step out of its range. Lam Lam walked away happily, humming la la la. Suddenly, a figure appeared, their eyes full of arrogance. Humph, Lam Lam, you're the one who came with Alam. Lanh Tinh Nguyet smiled, her voice challenging. Too bad you won't be able to smile in a bit. She put her hands in her pockets and repeated, Too bad you won't be able to smile in a bit. Oh, you think you alone can make me stop smiling? You're even weaker than A Lam, aren't you? Lanh Tinh Nguyet replied, her eyes twinkling. But I'm smarter than him. I've done my research. Your ability is gravity manipulation, right? Lam Lam sneered. Lanh Tinh Nguyet, Class D of Star Hunter Academy. Summoner class. Your bonded summon is a fat chicken. Other than that, you only know basic summoning, and your awakening rate is only 43%, a common grade awakened. Don't think you're the only one who does research. You couldn't be more foolish, Lanh Tinh Nguyet chuckled. So, are you planning to run away? Lam Lam glanced at her, her blue eyes dangerous. Huh? What did you say? Lanh Tinh Nguyet shouted while running away. I said you're an idiot, a novice, a moron, she thought to herself. I know this alley like the back of my hand. I can definitely stall for time. But Lam Lam had already caught up, so fast that it sent Lanh Tinh Nguyet into a panic. Whoa, that fast? Lam Lam raised her hand. Gravity times 10. A trash can came crashing down. Lanh Tinh Nguyet's face paled as she muttered, Damn, I'm going to be flattened. A pill shattered and fell to the ground, and she accidentally stepped on it. Lam Lam turned to see Lanh Tinh Nguyet leap high into the air. She raised her hand, and the gravity increased again, cracking a flower pot. Lam Lam was annoyed. You're good at running. Lanh Tinh Nguyet ran like crazy, panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. She's not chasing me. She jumped through a glass window, landing outside on the ground, her face weary. I should still be careful. I'll run far away first, then go find Coc Tuyet Vi. Lam Lam's voice suddenly came from behind. Got you. Gravity times 10. She stood on a high perch, watching with a smug look. You didn't really think I couldn't catch you, did you? Lanh Tinh Nguyet fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Oof. Lam Lam's eyes glowed blue. Where's all that arrogance from before? I thought you actually had a plan, but it turns out you were just running away. Lanh Tinh Nguyet struggled to push herself up, forcing a smile. Haha, it's a good thing you caught up. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have known what to do. Hong Diep Lam, save me! Lam Lam froze, her stunned gaze turning behind her. Ah, but there wasn't a single soul there, she thought to herself. Is this kid daring to trick me? Is she tricking me? No way. She's not the type to feign helplessness to deceive an opponent. Just then, a hand forcefully pulled Lanh Tinh Nguyet into a hidden corner. Lam Lam only caught a glimpse of the arm before they both vanished. Lam Lam jumped down, her eyes cold as she yelled, "Damn it! Get back here!" Gritting her teeth, feeling the pressure from her barrier still lingering on her opponent. You think you can run after getting caught in my barrier? But before her eyes, countless intricate alleys appeared. Damn it, what's wrong with this road? Why are there so many paths? Have there always been alleys like this around here? Am I lost? Lanh Tinh Nguyet suddenly attacked from above, her power exploding as gravity increased tenfold. Lam Lam smirked, dodging easily without a hint of concern. Lanh Tinh Nguyet collapsed, trembling, her face contorted in pain. Hurts, doesn't it? Hong Diep Lam, you're finally here. Lam Lam looked up, a spark of excitement in her eyes. A lamb, where are you? Lanh Tinh Nguyet shouted desperately. Good, pull me up quickly. But Lam Lam suddenly turned her head with a sinister smile. Just kidding, how could I fall for the same trick twice? She raised her hand, and the gravity skyrocketed to 20 times normal. A voice echoed from a corner. It hurts. Ah, my hand is so heavy. Lanh Tinh Nguyet groaned. It hurts. It hurts. Lam Lam slowly approached, her voice dripping with mockery. So the stone giant can be used like that? As expected of someone skilled in basic summoning. Lanh Tinh Nguyet smirked, forcing a smile. Heh, I thought it was strange earlier. There aren't any alleys like this around here. These were all created by you using the transformed stone giant. She admitted in pain, her voice weak. You're right, I have no choice. You saw right through me. Lam Lam sneered, her eyes full of triumph. Then I guess I win. Let's call it a day. I'm going home to sleep. But immediately after, she snarled, Do you really think I'd say that and let you go? Don't worry, I won't be too rough. You just won't be able to participate in the tournament. Lanh Tinh Nguyet screamed in despair. Now's the time. Hong Diep Lam, come save me. Hong Diep Lam suddenly rushed from behind, a sword flashing in his hand. Lam Lam was cold, hearing the same lie for the third time. You think I'll believe you? But before she could finish her sentence, a heavy blow struck her head. Ah! Lam Lam staggered, her eyes blazing with fury. Hong Diep Lam shrugged, his voice innocent. Were you scared? My bad. Lam Lam gritted her teeth, her face twisting in anger. Is Hong Diep Lam ganging up on me with them? She closed her eyes, trying to suppress her rage. No, I've already broken your barrier. Let's fight again. A serious, fair fight. Lanh Tinh Nguyet dashed past, sighing in relief. He's finally here. Then she vanished, leaving only the words, I'm leaving the rest to you, Hong Diep Lam. Lam Lam looked at Hong Diep Lam, her voice low. You said you wanted a fair fight with me. Fine then, I'll give you a chance. Your barrier ability is spatial control, while mine is gravity control. Both can basically kill an opponent in a single blow. Hong Diep Lam placed his hand on the gun at his hip, his voice calm. It's a cowboy duel. Let's see who draws faster. Lam Lam sneered, silently calculating in her head, comparing the speed of drawing a blade versus activating an ability. The two stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Lam Lam raised her hand, telling herself, It's definitely me. But suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Hong Diep Lam was already standing right behind her, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent. A deafening explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The cause was Lam Lam's defensive shield colliding with Hong Diep Lam's weapon. Lam Lam raised her hand, her voice calm. I never said I couldn't defend. Hong Diep Lam nodded, but immediately after, Lam Lam attacked. The gravity increased 100-fold, causing Hong Diep Lam to sink deep into the ground. His crimson eyes grew even more terrifying. I knew this would happen. I can use this gravity to my advantage. His blade struck the ground hard, creating a brilliant explosion of blue light in the air. Lam Lam looked at him, her gaze icy. Do you think using gravity to attack will work? All I have to do is dispel my barrier. She pointed towards the explosion, scratching her head and muttering, How can this guy move under 100 times gravity? It's absurd, and he's using my gravity to attack me. Don't tell me he just copied that girl from earlier. Copying that weakling will only make you weaker. Hearing this, Lanh Tinh Nguyet furiously shouted, clearly, you were the one forced to admit defeat, yet you have the nerve to insult me? Coc Tuyet Vi, standing nearby, seemed to realize something and muttered softly, so this is why Hong Diep Lam carries a whole warehouse with him everywhere? Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed over, and the cans and coins at their feet began to shake violently. Both of them collapsed, screaming in unison. Huh? The direction of gravity had changed. A robot surrounded by purple light appeared, grabbing Lanh Tinh Nguyet's hand. She screamed in panic. Huh? How did we get hit? She can't even see us. Everything around them collapsed, crashing down loudly. A purple pill suddenly fell from above. Lanh Tinh Nguyet screamed, quickly catching it. They both landed on a nearby car. Coc Tuyet Vi was surprised. Luckily, there's no one in the car. Before she could finish, Lanh Tinh Nguyet cut her off. This can't be right. Each type of barrier should only have one method of operation. She should only be able to manipulate things she can see. That's how it should be. Why can she affect us even when she can't see us? Could it be she was hiding her true strength all along? Lam Lam, her face purple with rage, glanced around and roared. Damn it, where did you hide? You weren't the type to cowardly hide and run before, were you? Come out and face me, she sneered. I just casually called out once and you really appeared? Hong Diep Lam stepped out, his face beaming, his voice full of confidence. It's not just that I feel there's no need to hide. Your barrier doesn't seem to be that strong either. Hearing this, Lam Lam's anger flared, feeling insulted. Huh? Do you want me to throw you into outer space? You're not going to do something like run away, are you? After I've provoked you this much. Hong Diep Lam frowned, his voice questioning. Does anyone admit to being provoked after issuing a challenge like that? Lam Lam was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Hong Diep Lam roared, his killing intent flaring. Let's go again, that cowboy duel you were talking about. Lam Lam, a blue aura emanating from her body, laughed coldly. Surely you don't really think that's all the strength I have, do you? Then let's try 500 times gravity. She raised her hand, her voice challenging. What are you doing? Why aren't you drawing your blade? Are you intentionally letting me win? Are you insulting me? Hong Diep Lam was calm, his gaze unwavering. It doesn't seem that heavy. Lam Lam's jaw dropped, stunned. At that exact moment, Hong Diep Lam drew his blade and charged straight at her. The sword plunged deep into her abdomen, making Lam Lam scream in pain. Ah! She was thrown back, crashing into the wall behind her. A thick cloud of dust rose. Lam Lam lay amidst the rubble, panting heavily. Hong Diep Lam sheathed his sword, his tone nonchalant. My bad. I just wanted to see how much gravity I could withstand. Suddenly, something stuck to his face. Hong Diep Lam tried to pull it off with his hand, but couldn't. Small stones began to cling to him more and more tightly, covering his body. The ground shook violently, and nearby flower pots were pulled forcefully towards Diep Hong Lam. Quick as a flash, he drew his sword and sliced an approaching flower pot in half. But Diep Hong Lam was stunned, his eyes wide as half of the broken pot still stuck fast to his body. It's sticking? Lam Lam's face darkened, and she spoke in a cold voice. Did you know? Between all things, there is a force of attraction. Diep Hong Lam stood amidst the rubble, frowning as he asked, What are you talking about? Lam Lam explained leisurely, her voice calm. I just happened to read about it in a book. Diep Hong Lam showed no fear. Instead, he looked at the fragment stuck to his body, his voice full of suspicion. You're the one doing this, right? You're not so angry that you'd resort to such a dirty trick, are you? Suddenly, he instinctively looked up, sensing a wave of danger. Cars, broken concrete chunks, and fire extinguishers hurtled towards him at terrifying speeds. Diep Hong Lam looked at the mass of objects and exclaimed, Ah! He thought to himself, How? Can I dodge this? Is this the end? Lam Lam raised her hand to the sky, as if touching the moonlight. Without attraction, planets wouldn't exist. They couldn't function. Without attraction, humans couldn't stand on the ground. The existence of all things relies on attraction. How does it feel to become the center of attraction? Hong Diep Lam, Diep Hong Lam, with a few stones still stuck to his face, slowly opened his eyes and shouted, Ah, so it's because Lanh Tinh Nguyet was hugging me too tight. Lanh Tinh Nguyet quickly spoke, her eyes filled with worry. You're finally awake. Diep Hong Lam looked around, his voice dazed. Yeah. Lanh Tinh Nguyet glanced at him and asked, You don't remember anything? Everything on this street was pulled towards you. I summoned the stone giant, but now we're buried inside it. She sighed, her voice helpless. We were tricked. Her ability isn't manipulating gravity, it's manipulating universal gravitation. Diep Hong Lam frowned, his voice filled with doubt. Universal gravitation? Lanh Tinh Nguyet glared at him, too lazy to explain. You just need to know that you're currently attracting other objects. Diep Hong Lam looked down at his body and nodded. All right, I get it. So how do we get out of here? It looks like we're done for. Lanh Tinh Nguyet heard this and screamed in panic. Outside, Lam Lam raised her hand high, her voice cold. It's over. A giant blade slammed down on the pile of rubble, causing everything to explode and sending debris flying everywhere. Lam Lam watched the explosion, her gaze sharp. To be able to force me to use this move, you've improved quite a bit. But as the sword was stuck deep in the ground, but no one was inside. Lam Lam looked around in shock. Where did she go? Did she run away? She frowned, thinking to herself, no, the barrier is still active, but objects should have been pulled through. Why isn't anything moving? Could it be? A flash of light erupted from a crack in the ground, and Ye Honglin's sword shot past Lam Lam's face. Reacting instinctively, Lam Lam leaped high into the air, muttering, I can't believe she hit underground. She looked down at the explosion below, which was growing more intense. Ye Honglin's sword continued its pursuit, aimed straight at her. Ye Honglin appeared, her eyes cold as ice. Lam Lam gritted her teeth and cast a spell. Ye Honglin gripped her two swords tightly, holding one hand up to block, ready to fight. Suddenly, a hand intervened, blocking Lam Lam's face. Ye Honglin was also stopped. It turned out to be the public safety officer, who stood between them and said in a stern voice, Are you two the ones destroying this neighborhood? You're under arrest. Outside the room, 2 guards stood watch. The officer spoke, his voice firm. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. I advise you to answer honestly. He shouted, Why were you fighting in the street? Who started it? Lam Lam pointed directly at Ye Honglin. She did. Ye Honglin, not to be outdone, also pointed at Lam Lam. She did. Leng Xingyue, now known as Chen Chu, chimed in. I also think it was the blue-haired girl. The officer slammed his hand on the table angrily. Silence. This isn't a vote, he yelled again. Answer quickly. Don't just stay quiet, the 3 of them thought to themselves. Didn't you just tell us to be silent? Suddenly, a voice from the camera spoke up. They're still just students. Don't hit them. The officer turned back irritably. Cut the nonsense. How's the surveillance footage coming along? The camera replied, almost done. Lam Lam was stunned, her mouth agape as memories flooded back. Wait a minute. On the surveillance camera, it would show that when she saw me, she ran away and didn't even fight back. She trapped me with a stone giant maze and kept screaming for help. Lam Lam gritted her teeth. That witch, was this her plan all along? Leng Xingyue realized Lam Lam had figured it out and whispered with a slight smile, Goodbye, my dear friend. As Lam Lam was dragged away, she still tried to shout, I've been framed. They were the ones who came to the school to cause trouble. Her screams were cut off as the door to the room slammed shut. The officer smiled, his voice filled with relief. All right, it's finally settled. Sorry to have troubled you two. Leng Xingyue retorted indignantly. No, you're the ones who are the trouble. We'll be leaving now. The officer's face darkened as he yelled, Huh? Who said you could leave? Leng Xingyue and Ye Honglin were stunned. In unison, they said, Huh? A pair of handcuffs was slapped onto one of them, and the door slammed shut again. Leng Xingyue gave a forced smile and looked over. Zhu Shuiwei, you're here too? Zhu Shuiwei, sweating profusely, replied, I was arrested after I called the police. The officer peeked through the door's window and called out, We've already notified your school, the Star Hunter Academy. Just wait here until they come to bail you out. Hearing this, Leng Xingyue broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. Ah, looks like this is as far as we go. At least we dealt with one of them. It's a good thing you encouraged me, otherwise I would have run back. Zhu Shuiwei shook her head shyly. No, I didn't do anything. Leng Xingyue looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Relax a bit. I suddenly want to go back and soak in a hot tub. Ye Honglin muttered dejectedly. I hope we don't have to go back. Zhu Shuiwei seemed to recall her days at the academy, her voice thoughtful. I wonder how their training has been for the past 2 days. The scene shifts to a distant mountain where a blue dragon rises up. Its horns glittered under the moonlight, and a blue aura enveloped its body, exuding a majestic presence. From its mouth, it spewed a stream of white snow, covering the mountain from the tall pine trees down to the ground. Beneath the thick layer of snow, figures were trapped. Not just one, but many people were buried in the snow. Suddenly, one person shot up, their face dark, thinking, We meet again. The blue dragon gradually vanished from the mountaintop. Wenjing, shivering from the cold, began to speak haltingly. I never intended to come to the Ability User Academy. My family has 6 sisters, and by the time it was my turn, there was no money left for school. Just then, there was an academy that was tuition-free and even provided a stipend. Thanks to that stipend, my younger siblings can go to school, but I've actually always wanted to learn to draw comics. I have to win and get the prize money. With that money, I can go to art school. Shi Tiange, carrying Wenjing on his back, frowned and asked, Is that so? But why are you telling me all this now? It turned out the 2 of them were dangling from the edge of the mountain. Shi Tiange gripped the only rope in front of him tightly. Wenjing replied playfully, So you know what you're carrying. Won't that make you hold on tighter? Shi Tiange shook his head helplessly. Not at all. Hearing this, Wenjing tightened her grip around his neck and yelled, "Hold on tighter." Xietianga could only nod. "I know." He thought to himself, after a full day without food or water, just being able to hold on like this is a miracle. In his mind, an image of Shen Shan leaning on a staff appeared. His voice, deep. "Let me tell you all something. The warehouse is out of food." They were stunned, saying in unison, "Huh?" Shen Shan drew a map and continued, "But 20 kilometers north of here, there's a #2 hot spring hotel. Your first lesson is to cross 2 snowy mountains to get there. During the journey, you'll use climbing ropes, 1 team of 2, and another of 3. There will be food when you arrive, but you are not allowed to unclip your ropes during the journey. Unclipping means failure. You won't get dinner, and that rope might just save your life." In Xie Tiange's memory, Wenjing screamed, "Ah!" as she fell down the mountain. He thought to himself, Grandma was right. Xie Tiange yelled, "I'll pull you back up." While reminiscing, Xie Tiange quickly tightened his grip on the rope. In his memory, the edge of the mountain cracked open, startling him. Ugh. That scene was replaying exactly in reality as the two of them dangled from the cliffside. He thought, I knew we had to rely on the rope anchored to the rock, but why do I feel like I've been tricked? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Where on earth did those two go? Keep searching. We can't find them anywhere. Hearing this, Wen Jing was moved to tears and shouted, "Ah, they're here! Help! We're over here!" The search party responded, "Sounds like someone's over there. Let's go check it out." But perhaps they arrived too late. The rock the rope was anchored to began to crack under the weight of the two of them. Shay Tiange panicked and yelled, "This is bad. It's about to collapse. Be careful. Don't come over here." The search party looked towards the cliff face and realized, isn't that their rope over there? Did they slip down? Let's pull them up. But as they reached the edge of the cliff, Nangong Yan watched his two teammates slide down the cliff face. Xie Tiange and Wen Jing screamed in unison as they both fell, landing hard in the snow below. Nangong Yan's team also slipped, left dangling from the cliff. One of them spoke, their voice panicked. "What do we do?" The other one screamed. Nangong Yan tightened his grip on the rope, a conflicted look on his face. He only let out a single sound, then secured the rope firmly and said seriously, "Leave it to me." But immediately after, he was also pulled down, falling straight down with the other two. All 5 of them were now buried deep in the snow, completely covered. As one of them thought, the best teammates have finally assembled. The scene changes to a scorching desert where a hand emerges from the sand. Xie Tiange, with his mouth full of sand, coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. He stared in disbelief at the vast desert stretching before him, exclaiming, "Where is this? Why am I in a desert?" he muttered, feeling that something was wrong. "This isn't right." Walking on the hot sand, he monologued. "Where is everyone else? Didn't we all fall together?" Suddenly, the rope was yanked hard, startling him. Could it be? Using all his strength, Xie Tiange pulled hard on the rope. A mound of sand rose up, and Wen Jing was pulled from the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough. He quickly picked her up and asked worriedly, "Wen Jing, are you all right?" She whispered, her voice weary. "This is a desert. Why?" Xie Tiange shook his head. "I don't know, but the urgent task now is to get out of here. Do you know which way to go?" "I'll carry you." Wen Jing looked up and asked again, "Do you know which way to go?" Xie Tiange replied helplessly, his voice dejected. "No." They walked aimlessly, their footprints dense on the sand. Xie Tiange stopped. "We've been walking for an hour." Wen Jing looked around in a panic. "We still can't see the edge. Did we go the wrong way? If we get lost in the center of the desert, we're done for." Xie Tiange, sweating profusely, frowned. "Can you please be quiet?" But Wen Jing didn't stop, continuing, "A normal person can survive for 2 days without water, but in the desert, it's 2 days at most. If we keep walking, we might only last a day. If we don't find water, we're definitely going to die. Besides, even if we get out of the desert, we might not make it home. Let's find water first." Xie Tiange was skeptical. "Where did you learn all this?" Wen Jing answered without hesitation. "From a comic book." He shook his head helplessly. "You actually believe stuff from a comic book?" But Wen Jing was firm. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xie Tiange's throat was parched. He turned back and asked, "Does that comic book of yours say how to find water in the desert?" He started digging a hole, leaving Wen Jing standing on the surface. She asked, "Find anything yet?" Xie Tiange yelled up from the hole, "Is that comic book of yours really trustworthy?" Wen Jing explained, "Plants need water to survive, so there's usually water underneath grass." He kept digging, muttering, "Really? I used the last of my mana to dig this hole. Or we're doomed." Suddenly, he hit something. Xie Tiange, drenched in sweat, wondered what it was. All of a sudden, something enormous erupted from the sand, launching him into the air and slamming him back to the ground. Wen Jing watched the ground tremble and shouted in panic, "What is this giant thing?" Before them, a colossal creature appeared. Wenjing clung tightly to Xie Tiange, screaming, "We have to run faster." Panicked and annoyed, Xie Tiange snapped, "Stop shouting. If you've got the energy, help me think of a way out of this." The monster pursued them relentlessly. Wenjing retorted, "What way out is there?" Xie Tiange grumbled as he sprinted. "Didn't the comics tell you what to do when you dig up a monster?" Wenjing glanced back at the beast and hesitated. "This is probably a demon scorpion. They hate the heat, so they hide under the sand during the day. We dug it up, so no wonder it's furious. Let's find a place to hide first. It'll return to the sand when it gets hot. But this is a desert. There's nowhere to hide." Suddenly, Xie Tiange's eyes lit up when he saw something. "Let's hide there!" A house had appeared before them. Wenjing was skeptical. "How can there be a house in the desert? Is it a mirage?" The monster was right behind them. Xie Tiange picked up the pace, yelling, "Who cares what it is? Let's just check it out." But then he tripped, face planting in the sand and crying out, "Ah, I'm in trouble, Wenjing!" As he fell, Wenjing stepped right over him and sprinted forward. Xie Tiange was stunned. "Huh? You?" The colossal monster loomed over him, leaving him paralyzed. The rope connecting him and Wenjing went taut, just as he was about to be attacked by the monster. He screamed. Wenjing threw the rope over her shoulder and braced herself, pulling with all her might. "Damn it, you're heavy. For saving your life, you owe me 1 month's worth of meals when we get back." Pulled to safety, Xie Tiange hastily agreed. "Never mind 1 month, I'll give you a year's worth. Now hurry up and run, it's gaining on us." The monster's sharp pincer lunged, almost grazing his face. Xie Tiange stared in horror, thinking, "I'm doomed. I don't have enough mana right now to cast a defensive spell. Is this the end?" Suddenly, he recalled his training under the waterfall, when the person next to him asked, "Do you know how to increase the intensity of a defensive spell?" Xie Tiange had answered instantly, "Yes, keep it closer to your body, make the area smaller, and the intensity will be stronger." The other person commented, "Not bad. Then do you know why defending against a waterfall is the ultimate training?" Xie Tiange asked, "Is it because you only deploy mana on your back?" That was Xie Luo training with him under the falls, and he added, "Not entirely correct. The thing you have to defend against is the water. Each individual drop of water that touches you requires deploying just enough of a shield. This way, you get the strongest defense with the least mana consumption." Back in the present, Xie Tiange watched the sharp pincer about to impale him, thinking he had never successfully used the water drop defense. But before he could finish his thought, the monster's attack struck, not only hitting him but also demolishing the house in front of them. A stunned Wenjing screamed, "Ah!" Abruptly, Xie Tiange burst out laughing. "Ha ha! I did it! It's the first time I've ever succeeded." Wenjing jumped down from the remains of the house, saying, "It worked." Her words were like a splash of cold water on Xie Tiange's moment of triumph, as he believed he had successfully used his power. Wenjing continued, "Bugs have simple brains. It'll wander off in a little while." Xie Tiange was surprised. Don't you think this place looks a lot like a hot spring hotel?" he asked again. "Huh? You think this is a hot spring hotel? How could it be? This place is a desert. It just looks like that fatty's room. Let's check for a secret passage." Wenjing bent down to the floor, murmuring, "How is that possible?" Then she suddenly screamed, "Huh? There really is one?" Xie Tiange said seriously, "Be quiet." But Wenjing was still in shock and paid him no mind, continuing, "This is real. Maybe someone is here. Let's go see." Xie Tiange was pulled along and reluctantly followed. Okay." Wenjing turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" Then she flinched. "Huh? Your nose is bleeding." Xie Tiange touched his face and saw his hand covered in blood, letting out a grunt. A flashback started, to before the culture exam, when Diao Yushui was holding a stack of papers with a smile. "Everyone, please take this test first, so I can get a clear idea of your current skill levels." But immediately after, her face darkened and she shook with anger. "Not a single one of you passed this. How on earth were your previous culture classes arranged?" Leng Xingye spoke up, her voice laced with helplessness. "We basically never had any culture classes." Hearing that, Diao Yushui could only sigh as her eyes shifted to Ninh Pham. He quickly looked away, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I'm the only teacher for this whole class, and I'm not a culture teacher." Diao Yushui crossed her arms and turned away, her tone frustrated. "But you have to believe in yourselves. Passing the test is simple. There is a way, and that is teamwork. If you just help one another, you can definitely pass." The guy in glasses held up a cheat sheet and nodded. "I get it. Help each other, right?" The other guy, his shirt stuffed with cheat sheets, bragged, "I've been ready for a while." They each got smacked, leaving half a star mark on their faces. So when they stood together, it looked like a complete star. After getting hit, the guy with glasses said, "We understand now." Diao Yushui shouted angrily, "Teamwork doesn't mean cheating together. It means learning from one another. Everyone helps out, leveraging each other's strengths. And if you combine your efforts, you will surely pass." Zhang Tiancheng clenched his fists, enlightened. So that's what it means. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Teacher, I get it." It was Xie Tiange, who had the highest score in the class, proudly announcing, "It's my time to step up. Before I transferred, I actually took culture classes. If you don't understand something, just ask me, and I'll be more than happy to explain it. It can't be helped that I'm so smart, right?" Ha ha ha. Leng Xingyue glanced at his test paper, thinking to herself, for someone who's never studied, getting a score that low is basically the same as failing. The spiky-haired guy spoke up, "Hey, skinny dude, you scored higher than me, so you explain it to me." The guy with glasses nodded immediately. "No problem," she said, "we have to help each other." He pointed to the test and asked, "How did you get this question right?" The guy with glasses eagerly explained, "You see, all the other answers were really short, so I chose C." The spiky-haired guy asked again, "What about this true or false question? How'd you get it right?" The guy with glasses answered with full confidence, "I put false for all of them. One of them had to be correct." The spiky-haired guy grinned brightly. "So, that's how it works. I feel so much smarter already." He patted his shoulder. "Thanks, my brother." The guy with glasses replied, "Don't mention it." To an outside listener, it would sound like they were sincerely teaching each other, but in reality, one had scored a 0 and the other a 5. Yet the smiles on their faces were radiant, as if they had just scored high. On the culture exam, back in the dorm, Xie Tianga was diligently sticking notes on various objects, muttering energetically. Flower vase, vase, cabinet, cabinet, handle, handle, flower, flower, locker, locker. Leng Xingyue stood nearby and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Without looking up, Xie Tiange slapped a piece of paper on her head and answered, "I'm putting vocabulary words on things, so you'll remember them after just a few glances." Leng Xingyue angrily tore the note off her head and found the words idiot written on it. She clenched her fists as her anger erupted, shouting, "This guy is really just here to stir up trouble, isn't he? Just because his score was a little higher?" Xie Tiange chuckled, took out another note, and stuck it on her hand. "Violence, violent. My bad. I put it on the wrong thing by mistake. Don't be angry. Didn't you say we should help each other learn? I want to help everyone with their English, and violence is not good," he said with a straight face. "Violence bad." Leng Xingyue thought to herself, "Violence bad, an adjective with a verb. That's grammatically incorrect." She lunged forward and punched Xie Tiange squarely in the face, yelling, "That's wrong." Evening descended. Suddenly, a voice came from a bear character. Boss Bear's outdoor kitchen is now live. "Good evening, everyone. I have something very strange to share with you all. Didn't I say before that I was going to climb a snowy mountain?" Comments continuously scrolled across the screen. "Good evening. It's really dark. Are you making a late-night meal?" Boss Bear looked up at the crescent moon and sighed. But the snowy mountain suddenly turned into a tropical rainforest. The comment section blew up. "For real? How did that happen? Are you lost? Or something?" Boss Bear looked at the camera helplessly. "Nothing I can do. Today's live stream will be in a tropical rainforest," he affirmed. "Would I lie to you guys?" The comments kept coming. "Is he tricking us? The bear streamer is probably just scared of the cold and doesn't want to go, right?" Abruptly, Boss Bear looked up, his eyes glued to something, and exclaimed, "Oh, I've suddenly found 3 people bathing in the swamp. Let's go ask them if they know what's going on." The comments exploded with 1,000 questions. Can you even bathe in a swamp? Are they in some kind of trouble? Boss Bear approached the swamp with his camera and called out, "Hey, you 3, do you happen to know where the snow mountain that was here went?" The guy with glasses, neck deep in the swamp, shouted up, "Huh? We don't know. We were on the snow mountain too, but by the time we realized what was happening, we were in this swamp," the chubby guy interjected. "More importantly, can you hurry up and pull us out? We've been soaking in this swamp for a day. We're starving to death." Boss Bear recalled an image of the 2 of them and thought to himself, "I can't believe they chased me all the way here. Please don't make me go back. I want to be out in the world and pursue my true self." The guy with glasses said wearily, "Did you run off again? We're not here to drag you back. Besides, we haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. We have no mana left. We can't escape this swamp either." Boss Bear sighed in relief, grinning slyly, thinking about turning on them. "Haha, well then, see you later." Seeing this, the fat guy yelled angrily, "Hey, get back here." The guy with glasses calmed him down. "Calm down, yelling like that is just a waste of energy." But the fat guy kept screaming, "Get back here!" Then he sank. The water splashed. The guy with glasses sighed. "Plus, you'll sink faster." Suddenly, he was surprised. "Huh? He's actually coming back. A sudden crisis of conscience?" Boss Bear frowned. "No, he came back because the 3 of them had significantly increased his viewer count. If you agree to cooperate with the live stream, I'll get you guys out." One of them praised silently, "This bear is so damn pragmatic." After pulling them up, Boss Bear collapsed from exhaustion, panting heavily. "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a short rest." The guy with glasses said calmly, That's good. The fat guy, who had been violently throwing up swamp water, was still squirming. Boss Bear turned the camera towards them. What do you guys think? Did I do the right thing? It's just that now I have to make 4 servings today. The comments started buzzing again. The light of justice. The light of justice. Hearing about food, the fat guy's eyes lit up. There's food? Where? Where? Boss Bear, carrying Nam Kung Yen, turned back. Of course there's food. My show is all about gourmet cuisine. The guy with glasses wondered. We're out in the wild? A gourmet food show. Boss Bear laughed heartily. That's right, finding food outdoors. It's called the Wilderness Kitchen. Let's go. Time to find some delicacies. The guy with glasses was skeptical. Shouldn't we figure out where we're going first? But the fat guy, who had been starving for days, didn't care. Let's eat first and worry later. Boss Bear praised. Well said. The viewer count skyrocketed to 5,800 people. He pointed at a carnivorous plant smugly. All right, let's eat this today. The comments exploded. That looks poisonous. It looks so gross. Can you even eat that? Is it a mana beast? The guy with glasses used his knowledge cautiously. Something this beautiful is probably poisonous. Can you really eat it? Boss Bear said confidently. Of course you can. Eat it. The fat guy, so hungry his vision was blurry, charged forward as soon as he heard it was edible. If we can eat it, let's go for it. What are we waiting for? Boss Bear shouted. Wait, don't startle it. But the fat guy didn't listen, turning to look at the carnivorous plant. Humph. He realized vines had already wrapped around him and exclaimed, Ah, good thing it's just food. He bit through the vine, complaining, This is so tough to eat. The carnivorous plant broke out in a cold sweat, shocked as if it couldn't believe the thing in front of it was human. The fat guy roared, making the plant tremble, but he kept trying to eat it. Boss Bear panicked. It's poisonous if you eat it raw, you idiot. The guy with glasses was startled. Huh? Nam Kung Yen woke up at this moment, slowly opening her eyes, thinking, It stinks in here. It's so thick, I can't freaking breathe. I need to call for help, but I can't even speak. Boss Bear, carrying him, sighed in relief. It was chaotic, but we handled it. The outcome isn't bad. In the dim light, the guy with glasses trembled, holding the fat guy tightly, his voice frantic. What do we do? I think the fat guy's been poisoned. Boss Bear, with a calm expression, replied, It's a small matter. Haven't you heard that within 10 paces of a poison, there's always an antidote? The antidote is this spiral grass. The guy with glasses quickly held out his hand to the bear, urgently. Then hurry and give it to me. We have to feed it to the fat guy. The bear, with a hesitant look, turned away slightly, muttering regretfully, Why are you acting so unwilling about it? It was annoyed, glaring at the guy with glasses. This is a high-grade cooking ingredient. The guy with glasses couldn't hold back, pointing at the fat guy and shouting, He's about to die. Isn't it a problem if someone dies on your live stream? Boss Bear still stubbornly muttered, It's a waste not to use this spiral grass for cooking. Suddenly its eyes lit up, and it laughed. Oh, that's right. I can just cook it and then feed it to him, right? The guy with glasses yelled furiously. He'll be dead by the time you're done. He muttered a curse under his breath. Boss Bear smugly turned and walked away, his voice confident. Don't worry, I'm a very fast cook. At this moment, the number of livestream viewers soared to 10,230. The bear began its work, carefully cutting off the outer layer of the man-eating flour while collecting some of the fluid that seeped out. This is top-grade vegetable oil. Comments from the audience exploded. You can do that? I'm so hyped. Boss Bear continued to meticulously cut the flour into round shapes, even as the audience teased, Where's the circle? You're clearly just chopping it randomly. Paying no mind, the bear focused on putting the oil in the pan and mincing the spiral grass. The comments kept pouring in. So that's how you use it? Your hands are so dirty. Boss Bear calmly explained. Without this, you'll get poisoned. Finally, it sprinkled the spiral grass evenly over the man-eating flower petals, cooking it with the vegetable oil. The comments livened up again. Can you even see what you're cooking on top of your head? Is this a circus act? Boss Bear didn't care, concentrating on finishing the dish. The spiral grass gradually melted, turning into a thick paste. The audience continued to comment. That looks delicious. Damn, I shouldn't watch this at night. I'm starving. Boss Bear spoke up, his voice excited. It's almost done. The dish was complete. The comments were now filled with praise and curiosity about the dish's name. So unexpected. I'm so hungry. Give it a name. As if hearing them, Boss Bear pondered for a moment, then announced, This delicious and uncontaminated green dish is called the man-eating flower and spiral grass pancake. The guy with glasses turned to the fat guy and yelled, Stop turning away! Your temperature is already dropping. Hurry up! The entire pancake was stuffed into the fat guy's mouth, tears streaming down his face. Sob, sob. But the moment he took the first bite, his face lit up with joy. What is this? It's so good, so fast. Is there more? I want more. Nam Kung Yen smiled brightly. It's delicious. The guy with glasses was wary, his voice curt, One for each person, don't look at me. Boss Bear stood frozen, watching everyone enjoy the pancake, a warm yet regretful feeling welling up inside him. Ah, this familiar feeling of closeness and happiness. I've never experienced these things before. It mumbled, I'm such an idiot. Why did I run away from home? The guy with glasses noticed the unusual silence and spoke up. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? Boss Bear quickly covered its eyes, its voice choked with emotion. No, it's nothing. That's all for today's live stream, I hope. Everyone had a good time watching. The viewer count had now reached 10,308. Comments flooded the screen. Good night, bye-bye. Boss Bear ended the live stream, thinking, after this trip is over, I have to go back and apologize to my wife. I'll probably get a beating. It shook its head, about to eat its pancake, but was surprised to find the leaf empty. Its eyes blazing red, it roared, You guys, who ate mine? The other three huddled together in panic, looking at the bear in terror. Boss Bear quickly calmed down, forcing a smile. Am I that scary? I'm not that angry. I can always make another one. Suddenly, a giant mouth opened up, about to swallow the bear whole. It was startled, looking down at its hands and muttering, In agonizing pain, Thunthien Ka's mind was a mess, and he couldn't move. He vaguely realized he'd been struck by a scorpion's tail and the poison had taken hold as a glass of water was brought to his face. He moved his lips. The blood was wiped away, and the sound of Thien Tin's sobbing filled his ears. Is she taking care of me? Why is she crying so miserably? Am I beyond saving? The voice in his heart kept repeating, Don't cry anymore. Thien Tin clutched his shirt, pleading, Please don't die. In the vast desert, only two figures remained, leaning on each other amidst the desolate wreckage. Thien Tin struggled to drape Thunthien Ka's arm over her shoulder, telling herself, Delaying any longer will be life-threatening. She was determined to find a healer quickly. How could I let you die? You still owe me a month's worth of food money. Suddenly, her eyes widened when she spotted the scorpion's corpse, its pincer completely crushed. She exclaimed, It was crushed to death! Carrying Thunthien Ka on her back, Thien Tin looked up at the giant stone pillar before her, a massive belly obscuring the sky. She hesitated in disbelief. Is it another mana beast? It was a giant turtle carrying an entire mountain on its back, its presence overwhelming. Meanwhile, at Hot Spring Hotel No. 2, Tham Sun was leisurely watching TV, praising, This show is interesting. Tala spoke up. Forget the comedy show for a second. Another day has passed. Where are the two teams now? Tham Sun casually replied, The team of 2 has returned to Hot Spring Hotel No. 1, and the team of 3 has left the swamp and is now camping in the rainforest. Tala frowned in confusion. So, they've made absolutely no progress? When will they ever reach the destination? Tham Sun chuckled. Didn't you guys go through the same thing? It's not the destination that matters, but the journey. Nature is the best teacher, always full of unexpected lessons. Just then, an emergency news bulletin appeared on the TV. The anchor is reporting breaking news. Elsewhere, Boss Bear and the 3 others were hiding behind a tree, whispering, That scared me to death. Nam Kung Yen quietly scolded, Keep your voice down. The bear kept reminding them, its eyes glued to the monster. That thing is still there. Hold on. It'll be a pain if it spots us. It noticed the man-eating flower, had a bite taken out of it and was lying on the ground. The bear trembled. That monster eats everything. It even eats rocks and branches. If we hadn't hidden then, I'd probably be in its stomach by now. Holding its phone, Boss Bear mumbled, What the hell is that thing anyway? The guy with glasses nodded vigorously. Yeah, try looking it up. The screen displayed the news, which piqued the bear's curiosity. Global hotspot shocker. City D, destroyed by a suddenly appearing mana beast. A colossal mana beast appears in City C. Sweat poured down the bear's face as it continued to read. Breaking news. We have just received reports that cities all over the world are suddenly under attack by unknown mana beasts. Origin. At Hot Spring Hotel No. 2, the TV broadcast continued. We ask all citizens who see this news to quickly evacuate to the nearest shelter. Thong Sun nodded. Just as expected, it was finally happening. The news anchor warned, Attention, the mana beasts appearing this time have been identified as calamity-class mana beasts. If you encounter Dan, Gare, please prioritize your own safety. Boss Bear's face turned pale. They're suddenly appearing everywhere. Calamity-class mana beasts can destroy entire cities. The one with glasses hesitated. The mana beast we ran into must also be. The news station reported continuously that a large number of mana beasts had suddenly appeared worldwide, most of them rare calamity-class. A reporter hiding behind a ruined building spoke with a trembling voice. Calamity-class mana beasts cannot be destroyed. They appear and disappear suddenly like a natural disaster. The news continued. Faced with this disaster, we are helpless. We can only wait for them to disappear on their own. If you encounter one, please do not engage them. Evacuate the area immediately and head to the nearest shelter. Inside the holding cell, Lanh Tinh Nguyet asked curiously, What are they broadcasting out there? Coc Tuyet Vi replied, her voice worried. I can't hear clearly. Did something happen? Hong Diep Lam leaned on her shoulder, dejected. When are they coming to get us? This waiting is so boring. Coc Tuyet Vi worried. We've been gone for so long. The teachers must be furious. Lanh Tinh Nguyet chuckled lightly. Are you afraid of getting scolded? Getting yelled at doesn't hurt, and the teachers won't hit us. Ninfam definitely wouldn't do it. Seeing Lanh Tinh Nguyet so cheerful, Coc Tuyet Vi could only shake her head and think to herself, how can she be so thick-skinned? The cell door swung open, and a police officer announced, your teacher is here to bail you out. Lanh Tinh Nguyet cheered, her eyes lighting up. Oh, they're finally here. The group was released. Coc Tuyet Vi looked around, surprised. The police station is so crowded today. Lanh Tinh Nguyet walked leisurely, muttering, I've never been to a police station before. What a novel experience. The officer pointed to a paper on the desk, his voice flat. Sign here and you're done. A voice replied curtly. All right. Lanh Tinh Nguyet turned to look at the person who spoke, and her face suddenly went pale. Huh? Coc Tuyet Vi were, Reedley whispered. Don't tell me something bad really happened. When she recognized the person as Lu Quang Vien, Lanh Tinh Nguyet froze, wondering who this was. She leaned close to Coc Tuyet Vi and whispered, It's not Ninfam, and it's not Teacher Diu. Who is this teacher? Coc Tuyet Vi explained in a low voice. The combat instructor, Teacher Lu. Hearing this, Lanh Tinh Nguyet's eyes widened, and she bit her nails nervously. Wait, isn't he the one who beat Truong Thien Truong into the infirmary? We're not actually going to get beaten, are we? The police officer spoke up firmly. The paperwork is done. Lanh Tinh Nguyet flinched, panicking internally. It's over. I haven't even figured out how to handle this. She lowered her head, scheming. Forget it. Better to strike first than wait for him to act. She took a deep breath and yelled, I was wrong, I'm so sorry. Coc Tuyet Vi quickly called out, Lanh Tinh Nguyet. The figures of the teacher and students disappeared through the door. Coc Tuyet Vi muttered, There go. Nay. Lanh Tinh Nguyet felt restless and surprised. Huh? He completely ignored me? Just then, the police officer shouted, Hey, he already warned you. What are you doing? There's a very dangerous mana beast outside. It's perfectly safe in here. Lanh Tinh Nguyet stuck out her tongue playfully, her voice mischievous. It's just a mana beast. Our teacher is scarier than any mana beast. Reaching the door, she even waved and said bye-bye. But the moment she stepped outside, Lanh Tinh Nguyet was stunned by the sight before her. A radiant golden barrier surrounded the police station, and beyond it lay a desolate wasteland of rubble with a colossal mana beast so tall it touched the clouds, blocking her view. She was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. Is it too late to say, I want to go back inside? Elsewhere in the wasteland, An Nguyen was searching frantically, muttering, He's not here either. She searched everywhere to no avail, then exclaimed, Where on earth did Ninfam go? Suddenly she stopped, hesitating. Huh? I can't get in. Before her was basement level 4, its door sealed tight by a powerful magic spell. She suspected, could it be? Inside that room, Ninfam casually held a cup of hot tea and spoke. So, you went to all the trouble of finding me at the police station. He sat with his legs crossed, exuding confidence. I'm sure it wasn't just to invite me for tea, was it? The mysterious person replied, That's right. I invited you here this time too. Ninfam cut him off, his voice sharp. If you want to talk, take off that hood first. The person was silent for a moment, then reached up and removed the hood. Very well, my apologies for being rude. He revealed, Actually, I invited you here because of Coc Phong Din, who, with this horse head, revealed, wants to play a game with you. Ninfam looked at the horse head before him, deep in thought. What kind of game? He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing. Why is there a horse head under the hood? Is he trying to hide his face? The more he thought, the darker Ninfam's expression became. Coc Phong Din raised his hands, cheering goofily. Play game, play game. Ninfam looked at him and silently concluded he was just an idiot. He sighed and decided, all right, let's just see what this is about. One of his eyes glowed red, and the system announced the activation of the master's eyes. But immediately after, the system warned of a firewall block. Scan failed. Ninfam frowned, remembering this guy was just like Hoang Tai Kook. Coc Phong Din chuckled from under the horse head. You're peeking at me. Without hesitation, Ninfam leaped behind him to strike first. A preemptive strike is always best. He grabbed the horse head mask and yanked it off. Ninfam smirked smugly. This game is easy. But before his smile could fully form, he froze. There was another mask underneath. He exclaimed, Another layer? Then chuckled softly. So you really don't want me to see your face? It couldn't be someone I know, could it? Coc Phong Din replied, Who I am doesn't matter. Before he could finish, Ninfam unleashed a massive beam of energy, incinerating everything. But Coc Phong Din was completely unharmed, causing Ninfam's eyes to widen in shock. He said, I advise you not to attack me again. Ninfam was skeptical. His magic was completely absorbed. A spell like that shouldn't be possible. Then he realized the man also had a system. Coc Tuyet nodded. That's right. You've been inside my system for a while now, he explained. Its name is the game system. In here, please. Abide by the rules of the game. I set the rules, for example. If you attack with magic, I will reflect the damage back with a multiplier. Ninfam was bewildered. Huh? Reflect? An energy beam identical to his own erupted. Coc Tuyet nodded. That's right. Ninfam was blown back, cursing angrily. What kind of broken ability is this? It makes no sense. Coc Tuyet said smugly. Isn't your system the same way? But your level is too low. It has no effect on me. Ninfam had no choice but to concede and sit back down. He sighed. All right, I won't touch your hood anymore. Just tell me about your game. Coc Tuyet seemed a bit disappointed. This doesn't seem very fun, as I thought. Huh? He picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Before we begin, I'll let you see this. A news report about the mana beasts appeared. The damage from the calamity-class mana beasts was growing more severe. The anchor continued. Previously, calamity-class mana beasts only appeared once every 100 years, but this time, it's only been 10 years since the last one. Could it be the end of the world? Coc Tuyet asked. Well, does this ring any bells? Ninfam was stunned, as if remembering something. 10 years ago, a red-eyed crow perched on a high branch. Inside the mansion, a servant's voice called out, Young Master Nin has disappeared again. Another servant asked Nin Chi. Huh? Master, have you seen the young master? Nin Chi replied slowly. I have not. The servant hurried off to search elsewhere, muttering, Where on earth could the young master have gone? Nin Chi opened the window, scolding under his breath. He's usually disobedient, and now he's even skipping the family gathering. He crossed his arms, leaning against the windowsill and muttering, I wonder who he takes after. Nin Pham, hiding on the roof, replied, He takes after you, Dad. Didn't you sneak out here too? He cracked open his eyes and sighed. All these formalities are a pain and completely useless. Nin Chi reminded him, I just came to tell you that your mother is furious and is looking all over for you. Hearing the word mother, Ninfam shot up. I'm doomed. He jumped down from the roof, declaring, Well, I'm out of here for now. I'll come back after Mom cools down. Nin Chi called after him, Hey, won't she be even angrier if you don't come back? He cursed helplessly, this rotten brat. Watching Ninfam leap over the fence, he added, Remember to be back before curfew. Ninfam cheerfully gave an okay sign. Escape successful, but just as he was about to make a plan, the mansion behind him exploded. A blinding light left him stunned. Huh? A mana beast appeared, reducing the house to rubble with inextinguishable flames. Tears streamed down Ninfam's face as the house was engulfed in a sea of fire, leaving only a lone pendant on the ground. Returning to the present, Ninfam fiddled with his pendant, looking at Coc Tuyet. Are you that Alliance Master who sent the letter? Do you know the secret behind the demonic beast's appearance? He growled. Tell me what you know. Coc Tuyet replied in confusion. A secret? You think there's something wrong with this? His attitude made Ninfam frown. Stop kidding around. He remembered the Nin family gathering, when 3 calamity-class demonic beasts appeared at the same time. The devastation left by the disaster flashed through his mind. Then came the whispers. Poor Ninfam, you should forget the past and look to the present, he roared. How could that have been an accident? Ninfam fell into deep thought, his eyes sharp, cold. This time was no different. Someone was definitely manipulating the magical beasts. He looked straight at Coc Tuyet with a challenging tone. Ninfam, standing beside him, spoke up. You have something you need my help with. If you tell me what you know, I will help you. Coc Tuyet replied calmly. It's nothing major. I just want you to play a game with me. He stated his condition, his eyes gleaming. Play 3 rounds with me. If you win all 3, I'll talk. Ninfam's lips curled into a slightly sarcastic smile. The man couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning a game. Fine, I'll play with you. The system began to activate, emitting a faint light. Coc Tuyet asked again, his voice firm. Are you sure? Ninfam observed the surrounding system, realizing, so it only activates if we both agree? Coc Tuyet spoke, breaking the silence. Then let the first round begin. The system displayed an image of Ninfam's students. In danger, he exclaimed in surprise. These are my students. What's going on? Coc Tuyet looked up, sighing sympathetically. It seems this third team is quite unlucky. They've run into a calamity-class beast. He explained the rules in a steady voice. The rules are very simple. You just need to instruct one of the student teams to help them control the calamity-class beast. If they succeed, you win. If the beast injures anyone, you lose. Ninfam was shocked, his voice filled with doubt. Have them stop a calamity-class beast? Coc Tuyet urged him, his eyes sharp. You'd better choose quickly. Who knows what will happen if you hesitate? Ninfam gritted his teeth, his mind racing. asking me to instruct students. What does he get out of this? It doesn't seem like he's tricking me. He pondered. All right then, I'll instruct them. Which team should I choose? He thought of Lanh Tinh Nguyet's team, assessing their combat power as high, but their magic was geared towards offense and wasn't suitable for protecting others. Then he thought of On Yuan's team. That chubby group would just run from a beast, unable to protect anyone. Finally, he settled on a perfect choice. Van Tien has a mental control barrier, and Ta Tien Sa has defensive magic. Both of them could control the beast and protect others. He declared confidently, I choose Van Tien and Ta Tien Ka's team. Confronting activated the system, confirming he understood. Now let's go check the situation, teleporting them both to a vast desert. Ninfam was bewildered. Confronting replied, I've already projected all the data here. The two of them should be nearby. Ninfam turned his head and immediately saw Van Tien dragging Ta Tien Ka across the sand. He was astonished. Isn't that them right there? Confronting explained, this is just a projection. She can't see us. Seeing Ta Tien Ka lying motionless, Ninfam exclaimed, Wait, his face is pale. Is Ta Tien Ka poisoned? Confronting assessed, his voice calm. It seems his defensive magic has been nullified. Ninfam regained his composure, thinking to himself, Never mind, at least there's still Van Tien's mental control barrier. He looked up. Where's the beast? Confronting pointed upwards. Just then, the beast stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to shake. A giant turtle towered in the sky with an ominous aura. Confronting remarked, Just one step created a sandstorm like this. It's lucky this is a desert with no people. If this were a town, you would have already lost. Ninh Pham cursed under his breath. Lucky my foot! He calculated. Van Tien's barrier needed to affect the target's brain, but the turtle was too tall. The barrier's range couldn't reach it. Climbing it wasn't feasible either. In the end, he decided he had to heal Ta Tien Ka first. He turned to Confronting. They can't see me, so how can I instruct them? He held up 3 fingers. You have 3 chances to send them a reminder through my system. The content can be a sentence or an image. Ninfam asked, Can I transmit anything? Confronting stroked his chin. In theory, yes. You're not planning on transmitting healing magic right now, are you? Ninfam shook his head. Of course not. In a dark space, Ta Tien Ka spoke softly, his voice weak. Where is this? Confronting appeared behind him, startling him with his horse head. Ta Tien Ka, right? I'm here to deliver a message for you. In the real world, Ta Tien Sa suddenly opened his eyes and vomited blood on Van Tien's back. She panicked. Huh? Why? She supported his head, worried. Hey, are you okay? The giant silhouette of the beast drew closer, its foot about to come down. Van Tien thought to herself, It's over. The beast's foot slammed into the sand, but when Van Tien opened her eyes, she was stunned to feel no pain. Ta Tien Ka had managed to shield her, turning his head with a smug smile. As expected of me, I revived just in the nick of time. The turtle shifted slightly and then quickly moved away. Ta Tien Ka watched it go, his voice triumphant. It's gone far away now. He laughed provocatively. It was probably scared of this young master and ran away, the little turtle. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, boasting to Van Tien. You must be wondering why I'm so full of life and vigor after being poisoned by a scorpion, right? It's because my defensive magic has evolved once again. He recounted heroically. I was guided by a master in my dream to use tiny shields down to every single blood vessel, forcing all the toxins out of my body. He puffed out his chest. Forget a drop of water. There's nothing in this world I can't defend against. Hearing this, Van Tien couldn't stand his arrogance and punched him hard in the face. Ta Tien Ka held his face, angry. What are you doing? What if you ruined my handsome face? She sighed, her voice calm. Didn't you say there's nothing you can't defend against? I just wanted to test it, he huffed. I feel so wronged. I just wanted to show off a little. Why do I always get humbled? Like this? Am I not handsome at all? Van Tien gently tugged on his sleeve, praising him shyly. Actually, when you saved me just now, you were incredibly badass. Ta Tien Ka blushed, his whole body stiffening. In a corner, Confronting clapped. Interesting, spectacular. To think he used defensive magic to expel toxins. How did you know he could sense the toxins? Surely it wasn't just a simple gamble, was it? Ninfam nodded, his voice calm. Of course it wasn't a gamble. The scorpion's venom paralyzes the senses of sight, hearing, taste, and smell, so the remaining senses become extremely sharp. Confronting was curious. So, how do you plan? To solve the next problem? Ninfam observed the turtle, noting it was so large it didn't even notice what was under its feet earlier. But at this size, it would be out of the desert and into the city in a few minutes. Confronting glanced at the 2 students and said, However, your students don't seem to have any intention of stopping it. Ta Tien Ka told Van Tien, Let's stay away from that turtle. She nodded in agreement. Ninfam took out a piece of paper, a smirk playing on his lips, his voice full of hidden meaning, just giving them a little motivation. What's so hard about that? The scene shifted elsewhere. The cell door suddenly opened. Thien Duong was surprised. Why are you releasing us without bail? Van Van replied calmly. You're a high-ranking teacher, aren't you? I'd like to ask for your help with something. On Nguyen immediately asked. Yes, what kind of help? Is it related to the calamity-class beast? Van Van nodded. Yes, the situation right now is extremely dire. She led the two out of the detention area, her voice lowering. Our Bureau's Special Abilities Department was already short-staffed because of the beast incident. This time, this phenomenon is happening all over the world, so we can't get reinforcements from other cities. Un Huyen was puzzled. So that's why you need our help? Van Van nodded. That's right. She opened the door to the Special Abilities room, her voice heavy with pressure. Please help them. Inside, a noisy, crowded mob was shouting, I'm so hungry. When will the beasts disappear? How much longer do we have to wait? Cries of despair rang out. Mom, is this the apocalypse? God, please save us. Un Nguyen was stunned by the crowded mob, exclaiming, there are so many people. Van Van shook her head, looking helpless. There are still many people who haven't made it to the police station or the shelters. They've lost their relatives and friends. The crowd was in chaos, with shouts of, let me through, ringing out. Van Van continued, her voice grave. But right now, just providing protection has stretched our manpower to the limit. She explained, clearly, we need to go out and search for those who haven't escaped yet. You can refuse. On Nguyen didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding, I'm in. I also have something I need to confirm outside, so I'll help you rescue people while I'm at it. She glanced at Thien Duong, her voice hesitant, but Truong Thien Truong immediately replied, his voice firm, I'll join too. I can't just sit by and do nothing when people are in danger. Van Van smiled with satisfaction. Then let's head out. She laughed teasingly. You sure have a way with words, huh? Truong Thien Truong. Don't push yourself too hard. He nodded. Got it. Underneath a ruined house, a figure quietly approached a closet. Inside, a mother and daughter huddled together, trembling. The little girl whispered in a scared voice, Mommy, when can we go outside? The mother tried to reassure her. It's okay. Someone will definitely come to save us. Just then, the closet door creaked open, and a mummy lunged in, its red eyes glowing as it growled. It roared, charging straight at them. The mother and daughter screamed and held each other. In that instant, a powerful punch landed squarely on the mummy's face. Truong Thien Truong appeared, roaring in anger, unleashing a barrage of punches that sent the mummy flying. He turned back and asked worriedly, Are you two okay? The mother replied, trembling, Yes, we're okay. He reassured them, I was sent here. Police support arrived to rescue them. He took out a cloth with a circle drawn on it and pointed, Please stand inside this circle. The mother was confused. Huh? Stand on this? He nodded. That's right, she asked again. And then what? He immediately reported into his radio. We're ready. The other end replied, Roger. The police activated the magic circle. With a clear sound, the teleportation circle opened. The police officer smiled. Niece. Good job, Truong Thien Truong. What's the situation now? He looked at the chaotic scene on the street and answered concisely, For some reason, the streets are full of ordinary magic beasts. We need to hurry. The officer was surprised. No sign of the calamity-class magic beast? He answered decisively, None at all. The police officer mumbled in a bewildered tone. Strange. It couldn't have just disappeared, right? But it's good if it doesn't show up. Thien Duong dashed into a narrow alley, saying as he ran, There's one way. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself over 2 walls and onto a high rooftop. Standing up high, his face turned pale, and he could barely speak. That is. The person on the other end grew impatient. Hey, what did you see? Far in the distance was a colossal magic beast, its body towering high. He was terrified. Is that a magic beast? On the other side of the city, elsewhere, Ta Thien Ka shouted, Come at me, you little turtle. We'll stop you, Van Tin worriedly said. Can I go back? Ta Thien Ka took out the note from Ninfam, which stated that if they stopped the giant turtle from entering the city, each would get 1 wish. He asked excitedly. Don't you want this? Van Tin hesitated. Well, I do. Coc Fong Din laughed. Haha, you're really putting it all on the line, but you only have 1 final command left. Ninfam shrugged. Maybe we won't even need to use the last one. Ta Thien Ka summoned a magic spell, creating a shield, and yelled majestically, Come at me! But immediately after, he fell flat on his face. Coc Fong Din sneered, I wonder how you plan to use that last one. Ninh Pham said, annoyed. Shut up. In Un Nguyen's area, she handed an item to someone, instructing, Take this and continue searching for survivors. The person nodded, understood, and quickly left. Un Nguyen walked slowly towards the basement. It used to be an underground walking street, Bone for fashion, B2 for general goods, B3 for food, and B4 for parking, but now it was all just a pile of rubble. In another area, the partition door was sealed tight by Ninh Pham. Coc Fong Din teased, I wonder how you plan to use that final command. Ninh Pham scowled and yelled, Shut up. He continued to laugh gleefully. Observing first, not a bad decision. Ta Thien Ka lifted his head from the ground, standing before the turtle's giant foot, and roared, "You damn turtle, bring it on!" Van Tin frowned, worried. "You still want to go?" Seeing him getting beaten up, she warned, "We only recovered a little mana while resting at the hotel." Watching him get knocked down again, she sighed. "So we can't win in a direct fight." Ta Thien Ka frowned. "Then what should we do?" Van Tin replied succinctly, "If a direct fight doesn't work, we use a strategy." He scratched his head, confused. "A strategy? What kind of strategy can we use on that turtle?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Ah, right. If it's a turtle, we just need to flip it on its back." Van Tin was skeptical. "You're not as strong as it is. How will you flip it?" Coc Din sent a telepathic message. "Use the principle of leverage." Ta Thien Ka got excited. "That's right. Can't we just use the principle of leverage?" Coc Din confirmed, "I've relayed it to you. The final command, the principle of leverage. Will that move work?" Ninfam shrugged. "We'll know when we see it." Van Tin mumbled, "Will it really work?" Ta Thien Ka tilted his chin up confidently. "Of course it will, with a fulcrum. I could move the whole earth." He waited for the right moment, his eyes fixed on the turtle's path. When it stepped forward, he clenched his fist, stomped hard on the end of a large plank balanced precariously on a rock, and yelled, "Flip!" The turtle stepped right on the pressure point, but continued walking, unaware. The plank trembled and then flipped both Ta Thien Ka and the turtle into the air. Van Tin cried out, "Ah!" Coc Din clapped. "Even leverage can't make up for the difference in strength." Ninfam gave a faint smile. "No matter the power, it's all part of my plan." In the air, Ta Thien Ka held onto Van Tin while on a flying kite. "Even being this angry, we still can't win?" Van Tin pointed ahead in surprise. "Wait, it's going up." Elsewhere, Lanh Tinh Nguyet walked along, muttering, "I wonder how the fat guy and the skinny guy are doing with their review." She entered the room and called out, "Fatty, Skinny, are you here?" Her eyes scanned the room, and she saw the two of them doing something, frowning. "What the hell are they doing?" she yelled. "What are you two doing again?" Su Fong was startled. "Is that you, big sis?" He quickly explained, "This is a trendy reading method online." Tin Dong was baffled. "Huh?" Su Fong said seriously. "The quantum reading technique." He gestured wildly. "You just have to flip through the book really fast, creating quantum entanglement between the pages, generating wave-particle duality, which acts on the brain through the eyes, allowing you to read the whole book quickly." Tin Dong was skeptical. "Does this really work?" Su Fong pushed up his glasses. "In theory, as long as you flip fast enough, it works." Li Kuang was flipping through a book frantically, emitting a powerful aura, Su Fong pointed. "Is this the quantum entanglement being generated?" Tin Dong was amazed. Could it really be working? Su Fong roared, his head on fire. "Dangerous stunt! Do not imitate!" Even so, they didn't give up, pulling an all-nighter to study. When the midterm exams arrived, Tin Dong cheered. "Finally done with the exams. Successfully passed. Tomorrow is spring. Let's take a break." "A break!" A voice called out from a distance. "Lanh Tinh Dong." Lanh Tinh Dong turned around with a surprised look. "Oh, Ninfam." She walked over curiously. "What are you doing here?" He answered calmly. "The exams are over. Just came out for some fresh air." Tin Dong laughed, teasing, "The new year is almost here, teacher. Aren't you preparing anything?" Ninfam slowly pulled out a red envelope. "You mean this?" Tin Dong's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. "Yeah." She lunged to snatch it. "Gimme!" Ninfam quickly stepped back and yelled, "In your dreams!" He glared at her irritably. "We just finished midterms. How can you even think about the new year already? The magic exams are next. There's no time to play." Tin Dong rubbed her chin, pondering. "Ah, that's right. We just had midterms. Why am I thinking about the new year?" Ninfam annoyedly grabbed her hair. "Let's go. Who knows? Hurry back to study," she cried out in pain. "Ah, stop, my hair. I'll go back." "Okay," she grumbled. "I don't know why I'm suddenly looking forward to the new year. Besides, aren't you the same? It's the middle of the day. Why the hell are you carrying a red envelope?" Ninfam tossed the red envelope and replied, "Who knows? By the time I came to my senses, it was already in my hand." Tin Dong was curious. "Are you also suddenly looking forward to the new year?" He paused, muttering, "Why? Maybe it's the new year in another world." Elsewhere, the giant turtle lay motionless. Van Tin spoke up. "We've controlled it with the barrier." Ta Thien Ka frowned. "Do we have to wait here like this?" She nodded firmly. "Yes. If I leave the barrier, it will disappear." He sighed in boredom. "This is a real drag. I'm gonna take a nap first." Ninfam cheered, his voice excited. "It's under control." Coc Din nodded in approval. "Not bad, to have a method like this when you lack the strength." Ninfam waved his hand enthusiastically. "I won the first round. 2 more to go. I want to see what tricks you have." Coc Din smiled. "That's right. It's about time to start the second act." Ninfam frowned, muttering unwillingly. "What? So we still have to fight in the end?" Suddenly, Coc Din thrust his hand, punching straight through his chest. Ninfam only had time to utter, "Huh?" The system sounded a warning. Coc Din tilted his head and gave a cold smile. "It's fine. This is just preparation for the second act." Ninfam was stunned. It went right through. The system? The tense atmosphere was shattered when the wall next to them cracked open. Bricks and stones flew across the room. Coc Din yelled in alarm. "Ah, someone's here to mess things up." Behind the collapsed wall, An Nguyen appeared, crying out in panic, "Ninh Pham." The demon immediately fled. Coc Din looked around in a panic. "Ah, it's not ready yet. No choice. I have to leave here first." He vanished, not forgetting to add, "The second act, you'll have to take the stage yourself. Ninfam, protect this city from the demon world. That is your victory condition." The system's voice echoed like a bell. "Begin the game." An Nguyen's anger vanished, and she turned to look at Ninfam in confusion. He secretly checked himself. His chest was uninjured, and he immediately regulated his breathing. The system displayed before his eyes. His awakening index jumped by 15.8%. The system's voice was steady, restoring awakening level. The index rose from 36.2% to 58.2%, and mana surged. Ninfam's whole body was engulfed in flames, and he thought uneasily, if this continues, the recovery index will keep rising. The index hit 79.7%, then 96.8%. His body trembled slightly, his power about to explode. An Nguyen stepped back, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, and exclaimed in shock, "A mana explosion." A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, shaking the city. The fire from Ninfam spread, and a crimson shockwave covered everything, but the turtle remained motionless, not reacting. In the deep forest, countless pairs of glowing red eyes flashed. The magic beasts were agitated, rushing out of the bushes, roaring and breaking branches. Li Kuang hid behind a tree, terrified. "It seems like they're being drawn by something." The bear next to him was startled and said in a low voice, "Mana is the source of their life. In that direction, an immense and terrifying amount of mana is pouring out." It looked towards the source of mana, speculating, there must be a lot of magic beasts gathering to feed on that mana. Far away, two small figures jumped, agilely moving between buildings. The streets were deserted, without a single person in sight. Tu Van Van and Hugh Lak landed on a rooftop. Van Van looked at the brilliant source of mana and asked, "This mana is so powerful, what in the world happened?" Hugh Lak said grimly that the magical beasts were gathering there. In the ruined city, Ninfam sat in silence. The mana blazing around him cracked the ground, attracting a horde of menacing, red-eyed magical beasts. Suddenly, a magical beast opened its mouth and lunged forward. Before it could strike, it was tightly bound by ribbons of ice, immobilized in midair. An Nguyen waved her hand, causing the beast to crash down. She thought to herself with a frown, there are so many of them, all attracted by Ninfam's mana. Angrily, she thought, this bastard. His mana went on a rampage and then he passed out. The magical beasts charged, interrupting her thoughts. An Nguyen unleashed her skills. "I have to kill these beasts and protect him." The magical beasts were sliced to pieces by her, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, the ceiling trembled and cracked. An Nguyen looked up. "What's that sound?" A stream of green power pierced through the ceiling, causing the floor to shatter. Debris flew into her face, and she recognized it as a calamity-class magical beast. The monster with its head covered landed. An Nguyen thought to herself, the one thing I didn't want to lure here has arrived. That bastard Ninfam. Look at the mess you've made. The magical beast unhesitatingly shot towards Ninfam like a flash of lightning. An Nguyen pointed her finger and yelled to stop it. White ribbons of ice chased after it, but the magical beast's power tore them into 100 pieces. She looked at the fragments on her hand in shock. It's a calamity-class magical beast, after all. Suddenly, she transformed, a mask appearing on her face as her eyes blazed with killing intent. She gripped her weapon, determined, even if I have to risk my life to take you down with me, I won't let it get near Ninfam. She swung her arm, launching a spiky black orb straight at the demonic beast's face, but as it took damage, she also suffered the backlash. Her mask shattered, and blood splattered. At the same time, the demonic beast unleashed a huge burst of power, sending her crashing into a pillar and causing it to collapse. An Nguyen touched her mask in bewilderment. The attack had been reflected instantly. She noticed the circular arrow on the black covering of the magical beast's head, thinking it could probably regenerate instantly. She launched purple ribbons of ice, binding the magical beast tightly as it struggled to break free. An Nguyen stood firm, her voice trembling. "You stay right there for me. Don't even think about going anywhere." Just as An Nguyen finished speaking, the magical beast suddenly grabbed the ice ribbons and pulled them forcefully towards itself. Her eyes widened with a bad premonition. He was using her own ribbons to counterattack, repeatedly slamming her against the wall. An Nguyen bit her lip, enduring it helplessly. In the moment he paused, she weakly gritted her teeth. "Don't you dare get near Ninfam," the magical beast. paid her no mind and yanked the ribbons hard, pulling On Nguyen towards it like a fish on a line. As soon as she was close, he swung a powerful punch into her stomach. On Nguyen flew like a puppet, crashing straight into the wall as the stone shattered. She fell to the ground, trying to push herself up as blood poured relentlessly from her mouth. Damn it! The magical beast strode forward, raising its foot to finish her off. Fortunately, Tu Van Van appeared just in time, raising her gun and firing a shot that encased it in a block of ice. Tu Hio Lak rushed to carry On Nguyen away, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" On Nguyen replied weakly, "I'm still okay." Both of them stared at the magical beast's fist, which had been stopped in its tracks. Hio Lak explained, "We were waiting for the right moment, so we were late to assist. I'm sorry." On Nguyen gave a faint smile. "It's okay. You two came at the perfect time." Hulak looked at the motionless Ninfam and remarked, "A mana explosion. No wonder all the magical beasts flocked here." She said coldly, "Leave this to the police. We'll hold off the demon." She signaled for On Nguyen to recover her mana and take Ninfam away. On Nguyen looked at him, trying to stabilize her mana. Memories from her school days flooded back, and a familiar voice echoed, "A mana rampage is when an ability user loses control. Their mana pours out and causes severe destruction to people and objects around them." The teacher continued to explain that if an ability user on a rampage isn't woken up in time, they will fall into a long coma and die from mana exhaustion. The overflowing mana is extremely corrosive and cannot be approached carelessly. The classroom was abuzz with teasing remarks, and one student said, "Sir, that probably only happens to some shorty." Another friend laughed, "Oh, the thought of that shorty going on a rampage is terrifying." On Nguyen sat quietly in the back, tears welling in her eyes as she tried to ignore the taunts. A young Ninfam appeared calmly. "It's not certain who will be the one to have a mana rampage." He put his arm around his friend's shoulder and smiled. "Compared to Nguyen, I think you guys are more likely to go on a rampage." On Nguyen blushed, her heart fluttering. Ninfam winked at her, but the teacher interrupted. "All right, let's continue the lesson. A mana rampage isn't impossible to deal with, but it requires close contact and is extremely dangerous. Unless it's a last resort, you must not attempt it." On Nguyen quietly watched Ninfam, who was leaning back nonchalantly in front of her. Back in the present, On Nguyen's blood boiled as she looked at Ninfam. "You bastard, look at the mess you've made. You're just sitting there motionless, drowning in your own mana." She blamed him for always acting on his own to stand up for others. And what was the result? He went from an S-rank teacher to someone whose contributions are now forgotten. She placed her hand into the mana, and blood splattered as she felt the searing pain of corrosion. But she still stepped forward. She couldn't just let him die from mana exhaustion. The mana was making her bleed, but she told herself, "This isn't the first time I've experienced a rampage. I have to endure it." A memory of a carefree Ninfam surfaced. He was always so meddlesome. No one ever asked him to worry. From a teacher of a failure class, he led his students to S rank, causing so much trouble. On Nguyen moved closer, looking at his motionless face. Her heart softened. "But this is the you that I like." She suddenly became angry and threw a punch at his face. She screamed, "Wake up for me." Outside, the magical beast took advantage of the opening and leaped up to attack. Hiolak and Van Van were caught in a blast of green power that shattered the floor, but both managed to dodge in time. Van Van roared, "A calamity class is on a completely different level from a regular magical beast." Hiolak added, "The important thing is that it reflects damage, so we can't attack it carelessly." 3 civilians emerged from behind a ruined wall, screaming in terror. "Ah!" Hiolak was confused. "Civilians?" Van Van said worriedly. "They didn't have time to escape?" The magical beast charged forward, but Van Van raised her gun and fired, freezing its limbs. However, she collapsed, her arm covered in green wounds. Hiolak was furious. "You're that badly hurt, and you still shot it even though you knew it reflects damage. Are you insane?" Hiolak looked at the civilians in despair. "Worst case, we'll just have to let them get injured." She looked at the struggling magical beast, wondering, what are we supposed to do about the damage reflection? Van Van stood up and suggested, "What if we kill it before it can reflect the damage?" Hiolak was hesitant. "If we fail, we'll die instantly." "Have you forgotten the police oath?" Van Van trembled as she mumbled, "First, to sacrifice for the country, to serve the people." She reached for her gun, but Hiolak was faster. She grabbed it. "Of course I remember." "Second, never abandon a comrade." She shouldered the gun confidently. "Your hands can't even hold a gun anymore." A giant cannon materialized, hovering in the air. Hiolak jumped on it and yelled, "Let me do it!" Van Van stood inside a magic circle, happily removing her eye patch. "It's an honor to fight alongside you until the end." Hiolak coldly aimed the cannon at the magical beast pinned to the wall as her eye patch slowly drifted to the ground. Bathed in a blinding light, the cannon erupted, unleashing a brilliant beam that seemed to incinerate the very sky. The magical beast stood frozen before the endless torrent of energy, an attack that carried the very life force of its wielder. He watched helplessly as the deadly beam of light came within a few millimeters of his face. From a distance, a mysterious figure appeared, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, a radiant golden circle instantly enveloped the magical beast. The cannon's immense power sent it flying, piercing through a series of nearby buildings. The two policewomen stood before a giant hole in the shattered wall. Van spoke softly, her voice low. "It's gone." Hiulak stood behind her, a radiant smile spreading across her face. "We did it, Avan, we did it! We managed to kill it before it could reflect the damage." In contrast to Hiulak's joy, Van remained cautious, her eyes scanning the rubble. Not even a fragment was left, which was a bit too hard to believe. But Hiulak chose to be optimistic. Her voice rang with excitement. "Who cares, anyway? We defeated a calamity-class magical beast and we're still alive." Far away, Ninfam had just woken up, leaning against a crumbling wall. On his shoulder rested an unconscious, On Nguyen, her body limp. Now that his awakening level had been restored, the abilities he had lost had returned. Ninfam's face was covered in bruises, the remnants of his recent mana rampage. Teleporting that far had truly exhausted him. The magical beast had now been flung all the way into outer space, thanks to his hermit skill that allowed him to teleport a target to any domain he knew of. Looking up at the sky, Ninfam let out a soft sigh, silently thanking that mysterious horse-faced man. But before he could even catch his breath, the remaining magical beasts appeared, hovering in the sky. He muttered wearily, there are still this many?" Raising his hand, he activated his hermit skill, creating a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of the magical beasts hiding in the forest. A magical beast opened its mouth wide, staring intently at the beam of light. From behind a tree, two figures and a bear whispered furtively. The bear pressed itself against the tree trunk, its deep, gruff voice ordering, "Move silently, don't make a sound." The two boys whispered back, "Got it." The silence was suffocating, but suddenly the sound of footsteps behind the tree made all three of them break into a cold sweat. The bear turned its head and met the gaze of Nam Kung Nien from a distance. The boy clenched his fists tightly. His eyes blazed, as if he'd found an opportunity to destroy the demonic beast. Nangong Yan's words startled the entire group. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Without hesitation, he threw out a small fish and yelled, "Go get it!" The small fish instantly transformed into a giant barracuda. Nangong roared with spirit, determined to help the barracuda regain its confidence. The demonic beast was still mesmerized by a distant light, completely unaware of the barracuda charging from behind. Nangong Yan roared decisively, "Kill it!" Only then did the demonic beast turn its head. The group watching from the sidelines held their breath in anxiety. "We're screwed." It spotted us. The demonic beast turned around, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow the barracuda whole. Facing the sharp teeth, the barracuda panicked and exclaimed, "Wait, holy crap, hey!" Seeing the barracuda caught in the beast's mouth from a distance, Nangong Yan screamed, "Barracuda!" The quiet forest instantly descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. Shi Feng cried out, "Ah, it's chasing us." Li Tu angrily added, "It's all because that idiot provoked it. We're done for this time." The bear carrying Nangong Yan on its back ran for its life, hastily trying to mediate. "Now is not the time to blame each other. Let's just think of a way to stay alive first." The demonic beast leaped, sending dirt and rocks flying, and the bear looked up anxiously. Suddenly, the beast landed right in front of them, its sharp teeth bared menacingly. The two boys hugged each other in terror, screaming, "We're dead! We're so dead!" Li Tu suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't your specialty mental control? Control it!" Shi Feng replied in a panic, "That's only for people. I don't know if it even works on demonic beasts." Ignoring his fear, Li Tu shoved him forward. "What if it works? Just try it!" Shi Feng panicked, screaming loudly. He ended up pushed in front of the demonic beast with its sharp teeth, sweat pouring down like a river. But he quickly composed himself, raised his hand, and yelled, "Screw it! Let's see what happens!" A purple aura enveloped the demonic beast. Looking into its glowing purple eyes, Shi Feng cheered, "It worked!" But the beast's eyes reflected the image of the two boys as food. Li Tu had become a chicken drumstick, and Shi Feng was a sausage. The talking drumstick spoke, "What did you do?" The sausage replied, "I tried to create an illusion to scare it away." But the technique didn't faze the demonic beast at all. It still had its sharp teeth bared. Seeing this, Li Tu turned and yelled, "Didn't you say you'd scare it away? Does this look scared to you?" Shi Feng was pinned to the ground, exclaiming in pain, "I told you." Before that, it doesn't work on demonic beasts.